Before becoming the strongest beast tamer, I had a dream. In the dream, I was framed by my stepmother, who spread photos of me secretly taking pictures of my sister bathing, and my sister, without any justification, humiliated me. In the dream, little did I know that all of this was orchestrated by his own younger brother, Lu Qianjun. Eventually, I was publicly slandered and driven out of the house, only to be killed by Lu Qianjun's beasts in the real battle formation. My father, a golden beast tamer, never uttered a word in my defense. This scene startled me awake. As I looked up, I was met with my stepmother's insults. Lu Fei, you despicable pervert, actually spread the video of your second sister bathing. I will make sure your reputation is ruined. Before I could speak, my second sister, Lu Sihan, also yelled at me with red eyes, questioning how I could live with myself, calling me despicable. She even said I should have been left to perish on my own. My biological father, Lu Guanzhong, saw his son being pressured like this, only furrowing his brows and sighing. His gaze towards me was filled with suspicion, observing the changes in everyone's behavior. A cold smirk appeared on my face as I scanned the noisy crowd with my icy eyes, finally landing on my brother Lu Qianjun. Lu Qianjun, who used to be so arrogant and domineering, surprisingly did not join the others in accusing me. In my past life, I would have been grateful for this, but now I know that it was Lu Qianjun who filmed my second sister bathing. However, not a single person in the Lu family doubted him. Everyone pointed their fingers at me without a second thought, without even asking, just assuming I was the despicable one who took those photos. The reason being, my second sister Lu Sihan and Lu Qianjun were the biological children of Zhang Fengxia and Lu Guanzhong, while I was just the offspring of Luo Guanzhong and his deceased ex-wife. After taking a deep breath, I coldly addressed my stepmother Zhang Fengxia. Think about the smell in Lu Sihan's room. Could I have entered? Would you let someone like me into Lu Sihan's room? Did you give me the key to her room? Who had the opportunity? You all know the answer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengxia was stunned. Her aggressive demeanor softened as her eyes, the size of green beans, scanned me up and down. She felt that something was amiss today, but before she could say anything, Lu Qianjun, who was quietly standing behind, suddenly became agitated. He took a step forward and grabbed my collar, accusing me of lies. If it wasn't you, where did you get the money to buy the Bijia Jade Beast? Wasn't it you who exchanged your sister's video for money? Still trying to argue and shift the blame, Lu Qianjun's words did not surprise me. Similar accusations had been made in my past life, but back then, his tone was more gentle. This time, however, things were different. I reached out and slapped away Lu Qianjun's hand gripping my collar. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room. Lu Qianjun let go in pain, his right hand that had been holding my collar now red and swollen. The sharp pain kept coming, making him grimace. My low growl reverberated in the room. My expression remained calm, but my tone was explosive. You all suspect me, right? Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence, or stop barking like dogs. My imposing demeanor startled Zhang Fengxia, who subconsciously glanced at her husband Lu Guanzhong, only to find him equally surprised and red-faced. Confirming that my change was not benefiting Lu Guanzhong, she gained confidence. With hands on her hips and a stern look, she threatened me to leave if I didn't change my attitude. If you're going to act like this, get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Despite her cold words, a brilliant smile appeared on my face. You don't welcome me? I don't want to stay either. From now on, the Lu family and I have no ties. With these words, a sense of clarity washed over me. I left those words behind and walked away. As soon as I lifted my leg, I felt a tug on my right calf. When I looked down, I saw a golden retriever puppy biting my pants leg. Its fluffy body rubbed against my calf, trying to bring me some warmth and comfort. Sensing my gaze, the golden retriever puppy let go, lifted its head, slightly grinned, and playfully stuck out its tongue, displaying an incredibly human-like adorable smile. Its black and white eyes were full of affection and fondness. Almost forgetting about you, Boss Jean, I bent down and picked up the golden retriever puppy. This was my first spirit beast, covered in golden fur all over and extremely fond of paper currency, just like a money-loving boss. Therefore, I named him Boss Jean, hoping he would bring me good luck. Holding Boss Jean, I turned and left without hesitation, leaving everyone with a diminished view of my back. As I walked away, Lu Qianjun couldn't help but let out a sigh, while Zhang Fengxia looked at me in surprise, unable to connect my decisive figure with the usually timid me. She felt a bit flustered, sensing that this stepson who usually endured everything was somehow different now. However, in the next moment, Zhang Fengxia sneered, facing the various gazes around her, and continued to taunt, "The little guy is getting bolder. Let's see if he'll come back in 3 days. Don't expect a meal on the table then." Leaving the Lu family's mansion, the entire street was deserted. Suddenly, several mechanical eagles appeared in my mind, detecting that the host was now the king of the solitary environment presale. The system awakened and identified the host as having a C-level talent mismatch with the system. All hosts, an additional opportunity for asses and presale talent lottery is granted once. The presale space is expanded 100-fold for the host, enhancing spiritual energy and adding special effects. The myth, bloodline pool, is placed in the presale space for the host. The sound stopped, and my mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an ostrich egg. Reborn once, it seemed like I had gained an incredible system. In this world, known as the Spirit Beast world, 100 years ago, a natural disaster struck, unleashing countless ferocious beasts upon humanity. People could only huddle for protection, but the heavens also gave humans a chance, the ability to awaken and form contracts with spirit beasts. When a powerful jade beast unleashed its might, it could destroy mountains, forests, and even shatter the heavens and earth. Some special ones could manipulate life and death, turn flesh into bones, suspend time, and reverse reincarnation. Even the weakest among them was much stronger than ordinary pets. Therefore, a person's contract with a Jade Beast determined their social status. The levels of Jade Beast Masters were clearly divided into 10 ranks: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Jade, Diamond, Star, Moon, and Sun. Once reaching the Gold presale room, one could enter the middle class of society. His father, Lu Guanzhong, was in this level of presale room. Beyond Diamond, one could become a powerful figure sought after by major forces. Chang Nan was currently the biggest leader, only a Diamond presale master, capable of controlling the life and death of millions of people. To advance as a presale master, besides various resources, one's own presale talent was crucial. Presale talent levels ranged from level 1 to SSS. A few days ago, I successfully awakened at the awakening ceremony, strengthening my presale talent power. In battle, I could enhance the power of July presales by 30% for 1 minute. Even with just an ordinary C-level talent, it meant I had the qualifications to become a Spirit Beast Master. However, when I shared this good news with my family, all I received were indifferent words and 10 banknotes thrown my way. Even after 2 lifetimes, I still vividly remembered my shock when I received those 1,000 huaxia coins. Spirit Beast eggs were not cheap, and that 1,000 yuan was only enough to buy the lowest grade Spirit Beasts from a level 1 egg. Not only did they lack room for advancement, but their combat potential when grown was far inferior to same level Spirit Beasts. Most importantly, a Spirit Beast Master's level in a certain tier. In the realm, one can only form a contract with one Spirit Beast. If I were to truly spend 1,000 yuan to buy a Spirit Beast and become a Spirit Beast Master, my path with Spirit Beasts would be utterly hopeless. At this thought, I looked at the densely packed needle marks on the back of my hand. I sold blood on the black market 4 times in 3 days, the first 2 times for 400 cc, the third time for 300 cc, and the fourth time left my face pale and unrecognizable. Even the black market doctors were reluctant to let me sell blood again, but they reluctantly allowed me to sell 100 cc due to my pleading and persistence. Compared to my previous family who never cared about me even when my face was as white as paper, these heartless black-clothed individuals were a few times better. After selling blood 4 times and deducting the taxi fare for the last trip home, I earned 7,380 huaxia coins. Finally, with a total of over 8,000 yuan, I purchased a decent ground-level presale for myself. Perhaps it was fate taking pity on me, finally allowing a glimmer of hope in my extremely unlucky life. The Spirit Beast also changed. The golden-haired puppy upgraded from ground level to B level, and its attribute transformed from fire to the rare light attribute. In my past life, immersed in joy, I never imagined this turn of events. I didn't dare to share this news with my family, as this one stroke of luck became the reason for their blame. Clearing my mind of distractions, I quickened my pace towards the direction of the school. I found a small inn near the school, paid 50 yuan for a room without air conditioning but with a private bathroom. I called out in my mind, but the system remained silent, with only a silver blue light flashing before my eyes. Host Luffy and the Black Iron level have differing opinions, enhancing innate strength, strengthening C-level power, and boosting the presale's power by 30% in battle for 1 minute. Contracted with the presale, the Bright Light Dog gains special B-level privileges. 1 SSS-level talent draw opportunity. In an instant, a large disc appeared before him, divided neatly into 10 sections, each representing an SSS-level talent. This symbolized that the presale was the strongest talent. I gazed at the disc with envy and immediately chose to draw. The golden pointer moved slowly, gradually turning into a flickering phantom until it stopped carelessly. The system's pleasant mechanical voice echoed in my mind, congratulating me on acquiring the SSS-level talent, Eye of Promotion. The Eye of Promotion doubles the presale's cultivation speed, allows insight into all evolution paths of the presale, materials needed for evolution, basic attributes of beast enemies, and ensures 100% loyalty from the contracted spirit beast. When the spirit beast master is attacked, the damage will be transferred to the spirit beast. At this thought, without hesitation, my mind focused, and my consciousness sank into my spirit beast space. Is this really my spirit beast space? I shouted in my mind. My original spirit beast space was just a 3 square meter tin shack, cold and silent. Not even allowing the spirit beast to move around, standing inside felt suffocating. Therefore, Boss Jean was reluctant to stay in the spirit beast space. However, the current spirit beast space was completely different from before. The small shack that was originally 3 square meters had turned into a spacious countryside scene with lush green grass and a refreshing scent of vegetation. Apart from the external changes, the spiritual energy in my pre-sale space was so abundant that it was on the verge of bursting. The spiritual energy was so dense that Boss Jean didn't need to cultivate on his own. Countless spiritual energies flowed into him, visibly enhancing the spiritual energy within him. In the middle of the wilderness, a pool of blood suddenly appeared in my sight. The blood in the pool was as red as fine agate. Approaching it, there was no stench of blood, but rather a pleasant fragrance. At the sight of the mythical bloodline pool, Boss Jean leaped out of my arms, barking at me several times, his tail wagging faster than a wood-on electric fan. Although he was barking at me, his dog eyes. My gaze was fixed on the mythical bloodline pool at all times, sensing the desire within my own Jade Beast's heart. I'm also looking forward to it, I said immediately. What surprises will this mythical bloodline pool brought by the King of Jade Beast's system bring? With the owner's command, Boss Jean kicked his legs and made a perfect arc in the air before diving into the water. However, the blood water of the mythical bloodline pool was extremely special. Not a single splash of water flew out, just gentle ripples on the calm surface. Time passed slowly, and I grew more anxious. With no movement at all, I started to doubt if Boss Jean was too foolish and would be drowned by this pool. Just as I couldn't hold back any longer, the water's mirror-like surface suddenly trembled the next moment. A golden retriever burst out of the water, its golden fur shining brightly in the sunlight like a beautiful painting. Seeing the drastic change in Boss Jean, who had transformed into a majestic figure, I was shocked. The small golden retriever that had only reached his shins now stood up to his thighs, 3 times taller, with a longer body to match his height. His whole body was slender and robust, his pure golden fur now a reddish gold color, exuding charm and fierceness instead of the previous silly look. His light brown eyes had turned into dazzling gold. Wow, Boss Jean, you look so handsome, I exclaimed sincerely, looking at the transformed retriever. This was truly every man's dream dog. Hearing his master's call, Boss Jean, who had been posing coolly, immediately ran over, rubbing his head against my thigh with a spear-like motion, like a child yearning for parental love. The soft fur gave me an unparalleled tactile experience. As I stroked the reddish gold fur on Boss Jean's body, I activated my SSSS-Level talent, the Eye of Ascension. In an instant, Boss Jean's detailed information appeared before my eyes: race, fiery sheepdog, attribute, light, talent level, A, realm, black iron, 4th tier skills, desperate battle, rare sunburn, rare light blessing, rare desperate battle, fiery sunburn presale can summon fiery sunburn to burn enemies, causing great pain and weakening their healing abilities. The burning effect ignores most defenses. Light blessing makes the fiery sheepdog immune to most control skills and highly resistant to light and fire attacks. Evolution path: raise the sheepdog to the sun god dog immediately. S-level sun chaser, SS-level wolf king, SSS-level sun swallower god, mythical level. Only pre-sales containing the mythical bloodline can break through to the mythical level. The first evolution requires materials: Great Sun Crystal, Fire of the Earth Vein, Millennium Snow Lotus, Divine Wood, consecutive 3-tier upgrades, 3 rare skills, detailed evolution materials, and the possibility of promoting the beast to mythical status. This attribute panel left me stunned. It was indeed an SSS-level beast talent. It's worth noting that beast skills are divided into 7 grades: common, fine, excellent, rare, outstanding, epic, and legendary. Rare may seem to be in the middle position, but don't forget, Boss Jean is only at the lowest level of black iron and jade hands. Once promoted, the skill intensity will increase. From now on, in all the school events, I will surely crush others with overwhelming force, gaining more resources. At this rate, his cultivation speed will be countless times faster than his peers. Early the next morning, I ran to school with my bag. By then, Changnan First Preparatory High School was already crowded. Following my memory, I arrived at class 32 of the 3rd year. However, the moment I entered the classroom, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Countless scrutinizing gazes felt like sharp knives, replaced by whispers like ants scratching an itch. Lu Feiyu had arrived, and he had truly stolen the spotlight. Have you taken the shot, or was it your own sister? Truly despicable. Love may not always be genuine. Do you have solid evidence? Meow meow, don't just defend someone because they are good looking. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Exactly. There's no smoke without fire. If it's fake, why only accuse me and not others? In a past life, Zhang Fengxia had already informed the whole school about my being secretly filmed, just to eliminate the possibility of Lu Qianjun. This directly led to me not being able to hold my head up in front of all my classmates in my past life. The immense psychological pressure led me to drop out directly, not even taking the college entrance exam and venturing into society. However, as a young person with a bad reputation, which adventure team would want me? In the end, I was accepted by a notorious adventure team, becoming bait and dying under the claws of a ferocious beast. June 7th was the day of my death in the past life, also the day of Lu Qianjuan's college entrance exam. I, the sinner, died in the desolate wilderness, my remains gnawed by the ferocious beast, left unburied, while Lu Qianjun, as the hope of his whole family, confidently headed towards the college entrance exam to embrace a new life. Gathering my composure, amidst the curious gazes of the whole class, I took my seat. As soon as I sat down, my good friend Chen Yuanshan leaned over and whispered, "Fa, are you okay? Those rumors." He paused, a look of confusion crossing his dark face. As a rough man, he didn't know how to comfort me, but looking into his eyes, I felt moved. In this life and the last, only my desk mate believed in me like this. In my past life, when I insisted on dropping out, only Chen Yuanshan fiercely opposed me. I nodded, whispering a thank you. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the tiles echoed from the classroom door. A pair of long black-stockinged legs entered, followed by the graceful face of our homeroom teacher, Lin Wenwei. This practical training session is a mixed class activity. Why are you all making noise inside instead of lining up outside? You are truly the worst batch I've ever taught. What are you waiting for? Line up for the drill field. Let's see if I can make any progress with you, she scolded. Though young, she had the demeanor of an experienced teacher. Everyone in the class obediently headed outside, but I knew that behind her seemingly cold and irritable facade, Lin Wenwei was actually gentle. She was the only teacher who tried to stop me from dropping out and even visited me personally afterward, bringing me many things and even offering me money. But at that time, my pride and inferiority complex couldn't accept others' kindness. In the vast classroom, I was the only one still seated, staring blankly at Lin Wenwei. She noticed and, for some reason, saw loneliness and brokenness in the face of this high school senior. Thinking of my family background and the rumors circulating in school, Lin Wenwei sighed softly. Without saying anything, she just cleared her throat to snap me out of my reverie. She knew that for a teenager like me, the best protection was to act like nothing was wrong. In no time, everyone arrived at the drill field. Changnan First High School's drill field was set up like an arena, with hundreds of platforms neatly arranged. Each platform emitted a faint glow, a manifestation of engraved formations to prevent the aftermath of battles from harming the audience. As Class 2 of the senior year entered the field, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 waved, and the two classes met. The teacher gave instructions. First, give it your all. Second, no manipulating the pre-sale. Attacking the pre-sale is a violation. Students responded in unison with elongated voices. These were old rules, as it was just a sparring session, not a life or death battle. Who would be foolish enough to attack their classmates? The homeroom teacher of Class 5 nodded and continued below the stage. I read the names of the contestants. In the second class, Song Myomya was up against Zhang Jun from the 5th class. Chen Yuanshan from the 2nd class is facing off against Lu Jinhao from the 5th class. And in the battle between the 2nd class and the 5th class, Lu Feiyu is challenging Lu Qianjun. Upon hearing this arrangement, I was not surprised at all. It was exactly the same as in my past life. In the previous life, relying on the resources at home, Lu Qianjuan's beast had already broken through to the 2nd stage of Black Iron. His beast's talent far surpassed mine, even though Mr. Jin's aptitude was better than his beast's. I was still defeated miserably. Just as I stepped onto the stage, I heard Lu Qianjuan's irritating voice. I saw him mocking me with exaggerated gestures, his small eyes scanning me from head to toe. "Why are your clothes all wrinkled? Did you sleep under a bridge last night?" he taunted, fanning the air in front of his nose as if about to retch. "Oh, it stinks." Standing on the stage, I looked expressionlessly at his clownish behavior. He had only brought Mr. Jin with him when he left home yesterday and had indeed not brought any clean clothes. But it was only the end of February, the weather was cool, and I had showered that morning. There shouldn't have been any odor. Clearly, he just wanted to mock me. I was joking on Chi-Chi. "Actually, you don't smell at all. I meant your soul stinks for secretly filming your own sister," I retorted. Hearing this, I gave him a strange look. "Are you insulting yourself, or are you lying to deceive yourself?" The commotion and noise from our exchange immediately drew the attention of the others, and their gazes once again pierced through me like knives. My gaze swept over Lu Qianjuan's pig-like face. "You can talk big, but you know the truth in your heart," I said calmly. Lu Qianjun sneered at my words, his greasy face reflecting a white light under the spotlight. "I'll talk big when the time comes. Don't cry when I beat you. The resources you can't get are within my reach." Just then, the 5th class teacher's loud voice boomed, "Are you here to flirt or to chat? If you don't start now, I'll come up there and drag you off." Lu Qianjuan's face darkened, losing his arrogance instantly. Summoning his beast immediately, a dull thud echoed through the arena. In the blink of an eye, a black boar with sharp spikes appeared in front of Lu Qianjun. The spikes on the razorback boar's body were as sharp as knives, easily piercing through the skin of a beast of the same level. As I looked at the black boar before me, a glint of light flashed in my eyes. The razorback boar's racial attribute level was B, its realm was Black Iron 2nd stage, and its skill was Thick Skin. Compared to Mr. Jin's beast, the contrast was stark. At the same time, I called upon my own beast in my mind. A bark resounded through the training ground as Mr. Jin made a dazzling entrance. Clad in golden fur, he exuded an imposing aura. His pure golden eyes were no longer cute but exuded bone-chilling coldness, as if he wanted to tear apart the foul-mouthed fatty in front of him. "Wow, he's so handsome. Why does he look so cool in the pre-sale? As a canine pre-sale, why does my family member look like a fool? It's unfair." Mr. Jin's appearance alone attracted countless fans with his handsome and fierce demeanor. Based on looks alone, Mr. Jin would easily defeat Lu Qianjuan's black boar. "How can your pre-sale change so drastically?" Lu Qianjuan's confident expression faltered as he saw Mr. Jin. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and in response to his question, I didn't even bother to answer. I whispered to Mr. Jin, "Finish off that beast for me. If you do it well, I'll give you $1 to spend tonight." Upon hearing about the money, Mr. Jin became instantly motivated. He liked money, no matter how small the amount. The razorback boar's flying spikes were activated. In an instant, sharp spikes protruded from the boar's body, emitting a cold light as they flew towards Mr. Jin. The sound of breaking air and the ferocity of the attack made the onlookers below gasp and surprise. Some timid girls couldn't bear to see such a handsome big dog being pierced by thorns. They couldn't help but close their eyes. However, faced with this level of attack, Boss Jin didn't even lift his eyelids. With a long howl, a small red sun appeared on the stage in an instant. The red sun burned, and as soon as it appeared, the temperature of the stage rose sharply. Even the air distorted slightly due to the high temperature. Several beams of red light shot out from the red sun, directly hitting the black pig. The speed of the red light was many times faster than the flying speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the red light fiercely struck the black pig's body. In an instant, steaming flames emerged from the black pig's skin, the dazzling red flames flickering like an ancient body, burning wildly all over the black pig's body, eroding the opponent's life bit by bit. A sharp roar came from the black pig's mouth. Under the extreme pain of the burning, he couldn't even maintain a standing posture, kneeling directly, his body twisting on the stage like a maggot, trying to extinguish the flames in vain. However, it was futile. How could the attack skills of the impatient pre-sale be so easily broken? As for the concubines attacking from the air, they had melted into slag in the instant the red sun appeared, falling on the stage, unable to cause the slightest harm to Boss Jin. "My god, he's so strong and handsome, I'm really jealous. This red sun is so cool, the Wang attribute is such a rare pre-coolness. Blackie, speak up, Blackie, speak up." The one-sided battle on the stage made everyone gasp. At this moment, almost everyone was impressed by Boss Jin's strength. Even the students who were originally unconvinced, after seeing Boss Jin's battle, became his fans, starting to cheer for him. Lin Wenwei and the homeroom teacher of Class 5, looking at the small sun created by Boss Jin, also had a glint of admiration in their eyes. This skill was definitely above excellent grade, and it might even be rare. Skills of this level were usually only available to extremely talented pre-sales. The first pre-sale was already extreme. This kind of potential was enough to make any school pay attention. As for Lu Qianjun, he watched the black pig rolling on the stage, constantly roaring, his face as embarrassed as a pickled pig's head, extremely dark. They were all extremely rare beasts, and he had even more and better resources. Why was there such a big gap in the fight? He looked at my handsome and calm face, jealousy once again creeping into his heart. However, listening to his gradually weakening roar, Lu Qianjun still suppressed the discomfort in his heart, gritting his teeth. "Won't you stop?" I raised an eyebrow, smiled slightly at the corner of my mouth, and responded, "You have to admit defeat first before I can stop. Isn't the situation clear enough?" Hearing this, Lu Qianjuan's anger surged even more. The words he spoke almost squeezed out one by one from between his teeth. Don't go too far. Am I going too far? I don't think so. But I think you're being too much towards your pre-sale. They're almost dying, and you're still dilly-dallying here. I retorted indifferently. As I spoke, I glanced at the black pig, who was charred all over, large pieces of charcoal falling off its body, revealing the sticky muscle tissue inside. At this point, the injuries on its body had almost made the black pig unable to move, yet the flames brought by the burning red sun were still vigorous. After considering various factors, Lu Qianjun sighed deeply, lowering his head like an eggplant hit by frost. In a murmuring tone, he said, I admit defeat. Such a small and timid posture. Where was the arrogance and domineering attitude before the battle? This scene made me want to laugh. For 18 years, this younger brother of mine had always tried to outdo me in everything, snatching toys, clothes, food, everything that belonged to me. Even if Lu Qianjun didn't need it, he would arrogantly snatch it over. For 18 years, I finally heard him bow his head to me, but it wasn't enough. Who would listen to such a small voice? What? I didn't. Listen carefully. Upon hearing the words, Lu Qianjun, who had been deeply humiliated, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at me as if he wanted to devour me alive. I shook my head at his posture. Little brother can't take it anymore. The humiliation I've endured in the past 18 years, not to mention thousands, is countless. If he dares to challenge me, I'll fight back, I thought. Finally, Lu Qianjun could no longer suppress his anger. His obese body pounced towards me like Mount Tai, but I was already at the black iron 4th rank, with a different physical quality. I easily dodged his pounce and gave him a fierce kick, sending him off the ring. This comical and embarrassing scene provoked undisguised laughter from the students present. The mocking laughter, like steel needles, pierced Lu Qianjuan's heart. Just as Lu Feiyu was about to stop, Lin Wenwei also signaled me to stop. As a mentor, he couldn't just stand by and watch his student burn someone else's spirit beast, especially since he had already given me enough time to vent my anger. Boss Jean, I called out. With a long roar, the scorching sun on the ring disappeared, the intense heat dissipated, and the temperature in the air quickly returned to normal. The fire that had been tearing at the black pig's body vanished in the blink of an eye. Well done, I praised Jean, who wagged his tail and approached me for approval. Boss Jean, you're so lovable. What should I do? You used to scold paparazzi, but now you're so strong and handsome. How could you be a paparazzi? It must be a rumor. It's really despicable to spread rumors. My brother is respected in the world. The strong are revered. As long as you show enough strength and potential, all your mistakes will be automatically corrected. Besides, I not only have strength and potential but also good looks, I sighed. With Boss Jean, I walked off the ring under everyone's gaze, except for one person who looked at me with resentment. Needless to say, it was Lu Qianjun, who I had kicked off the ring. This battle not only humiliated him but also made him lose face in front of everyone in both classes. This scandal would haunt him throughout his senior year. Classes 2 and 5 only had 5 rings, and after everyone had fought using their pre-sales, the 2 practical lessons were nearing their end. Before class ended, there was still the teacher's speech, but this time, the teacher giving the speech was Soul Mix. His beautiful eyes scanned everyone, finally pausing on me for a moment. Students, after this battle in class, I believe you all know where you stand now. Those lagging behind must strive to catch up, while those leading must keep progressing. In 3 days, there will be a school-wide competition, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards. Everyone must work hard, he said. Lu Feiyu came to my office after class, and I followed Lin Wenwei to his office. He pulled out 2 sheets of paper from the desk and said to me, your pre-sale is excellent. This is a special subsidy for students with pre-sales. Fill in the basic information. I took the paper, which smelled of ink and still had a hint of warmth, and saw Lin Wenwei's lips move slightly as he watched the students writing. A rare look of hesitation appeared on his face. After a moment, he finally said, your first pre-sale is excellent. Even if your talent is a bit lacking in the future, your potential is unlimited. There's no need to worry about trivial matters. Just focus on studying and practicing. If you have any problems, you can seek help from the school. I completed my basic information and handed the paper back to Teacher Lin, saying with a smile, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Seeing that I didn't get upset because of his concern, Lin Wenwei breathed a sigh of relief. Boys of this age and background are the most sensitive. A wrong word could set them off like a powder keg. Fortunately, this student was not like that such a person. Lin Wenwei put the 2 papers back into the drawer, waved his hand, and said, let's not say anything. Thank you. Let's go back to class. After school, Chun Yuanshan asked curiously, why did Teacher Lin call you alone? After I truthfully answered about the subsidy, Chen Yuanshan was shocked. This benefit was stopped last night. Everyone who contracted to the first level presale should contact their respective class teachers immediately. Generally speaking, students who have the first level presale today have already received their rewards. How could Teacher Lin? Chen Yuanshan seemed to understand something halfway through and looked at me with even more envy. Your teacher is really good to you. She even helped you make up for it by pulling some strings. I was stunned to hear this, feeling a sudden warmth in my heart. I really didn't know about this matter. After all, I was too far away from things like pre-sales before. Each one has extremely strong combat power and high growth potential, making them dream partners for novice pre-sales. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuanshan said directly, "Come stay at my place. It's convenient for both of us to take care of each other. The environment at your rundown hotel is too poor. Even the dogs are like that." Chen Yuanshan half-dragged me to his home. As soon as we entered, Chen Yuanshan kicked off his shoes and shouted, "Mom, my good friend is staying here for a while. He's amazing. He might be the top student in the whole school in 3 days." Soon, a woman in casual clothes walked over with a gentle smile on her face. She turned out to be Shan Shan's classmate. "No need to change shoes. Come in and have some fruits first. I've already tidied up the room for you. Everything is clean. Don't worry. Just treat it like your own home. Don't be shy." Feeling a bit uncomfortable with the kindness shown by Chen's mother, I had never been treated so gently by anyone before and didn't know how to respond. I could only smile awkwardly, feeling a mix of warmth and loss in my heart. 3 days later, Chen Yuanshan and I walked to school together. The whole school was abuzz with excitement for the big competition. "Are you nervous, Afei?" "It's me who should be nervous. Why am I still stuck at Black Iron Tier 2 in my presale? Comparison is the thief of joy." In just 3 days, with the 100-fold spiritual energy of the presale space, my own SSS-level presale talent, and the special subsidy personally delivered by Teacher Lin, I unexpectedly advanced a level again. 3 days to advance 1 tier to the early stage of Black Iron Tier 1. This speed might shock countless people if word gets out. After all, Black Iron Tier 4 is the mid-stage of Black Iron Tier, and the difficulty of cultivation doubles directly from the early stage. In clinical presales, it's considered quite an achievement to advance 1 tier in half a month, yet it only took Gold Boss 3 days to advance. The two of us chatted and laughed as we entered the classroom. The atmosphere in the classroom was different from before. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the school-wide competition. Not only did outstanding individuals receive rewards, but classes with outstanding overall performance also received collective rewards. At this moment, everyone changed their attitude from 3 days ago and enthusiastically approached me to chat, as if our relationship was very close. "Feiyu, we're counting on you. Go for it, Feiyu. Feiyu, I'm your fanboy. If you can make it to the top 3, I'll send you photos of me in women's clothing." At that moment, the sound of Lin Wenwei's high heels echoed outside the classroom. Standing on the platform, he looked down at everyone and said, "The rules for this school-wide competition are slightly different from before. The class with the best overall performance will directly advance to the top 8. The battles of the top 8 will take place simultaneously with the regular arena matches. After determining the top 3 of the top 8, they can freely choose challengers for the semi-finals. If the challenge is successful, they can directly replace the challenger's ranking. Our class's candidate is temporarily set as Lu Feiyu. Any objections?" Upon hearing this, the whole class was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes turned to me. In these 3 days, I had completely dominated everyone with an absolute crushing force, surpassing all others. The giant dog I contracted, along with the presales of others, were simply not on the same level. Perhaps only. In a special class like Class 3 of the senior year, it was only possible to emerge. It was meaningless to confront them. Therefore, Luffy and Lin Wenwei lightly tapped the podium to signal everyone to be quiet. Luffy then said, "Later, don't follow the class group. Come with me, class monitor. Lead the team to the training ground." Guided by Lin Wenwei, I quickly arrived at the training ground, passing numerous arenas. The two of us reached the innermost part of the training ground. At that moment, the eyes of countless spectators in the stands closely followed Lin Wenwei and me as we walked. When they saw us standing at the end of the training ground, whispers immediately erupted. "This is the strongest of Class 2. He's quite handsome. Don't you know Luffy Yu? He became famous a few days ago. He's the scum who secretly filmed his own sister." "What? Your information is outdated. He's now the owner of a first-level presale and looks very dignified. How could he do such a thing? Who was the one filming? It seems like it was his younger brother spreading rumors. I'm not sure of the specifics." The noisy voices reached my ears with a sense of authority. In 3 days, my strength and changes had already been noticed by those who paid attention. I couldn't hide it, but I had no intention of doing so. I had to show my strength and talent, wash away the dirt and filth from myself with an invincible force. At that moment, the whole place suddenly erupted with a deafening sound, followed by a loud and clear voice from above. Then a strong wind blew, making it difficult for me to even stand. The wind came and went quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the strong wind disappeared. I saw a majestic giant eagle with pure white feathers like jade hovering in the sky above the training ground. Each feather shimmered with dazzling light, and countless tiny air currents were visible flowing over its feathers, each one as sharp as a steel blade, carrying a formidable power. Principal Wang Zhentian, I murmured. This is the legendary Emerald-level expert, whose strength is second only to the mayor of Changnan City. In the next life, he will be among the top people in Changnan City. This majestic giant eagle is one of his representative jade beasts. Principal Wang stood tall and straight like a spear, his voice overpowering the strong wind and the noisy crowd of over 1,000 people. Students, I declare the official start of the annual school-wide competition. Soon, my attention shifted to a small box in front of me, the number box that would determine my first opponent in the battle. Without hesitation, I stepped forward and picked a piece of paper with a large number 2 written on it. Number 2 arena, huh? I thought to myself as I looked towards the nearby second arena, where a sturdy man stood, Song Changfeng, the strongest of Class 8 of the senior year, from the presale family, with an A-level presale talent. As I approached the arena, the entire school's stone arena had been reinforced to ensure the safety of the students during the battles. However, this posed no challenge for me. With the power of the Jade Beast surging through me, a golden light flashed, and with an excited bark, Boss Jin made a dazzling entrance. I pressed against Boss Jin's waist and made a small jump, landing firmly on his back. With a powerful leap from Boss Jin, we directly jumped onto the arena. This eye-catching entrance immediately attracted the attention of most of the audience. In the innermost part of the audience stands, there was a small section designated for parents. If the parents of the senior year students were interested, they could also come to the training ground to watch the battles and admire their children's prowess. Sitting in the parents section, Zhang Fengxiao's old face wrinkled like a cooked tripe as she watched me on the arena, looking dashing, and the extraordinary Boss Jin beneath me. An incredulous expression grew more pronounced in her eyes. It's only been a few days, and this little brat has grown so much. Remembering the bold words I had said before leaving home, Zhang Fengxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. She needed to take a good look at herself, this prostitute. How did she make a fool of herself in front of the whole school? On the stage I leaped down from Mr. Jin, my feet touching the ground, giving me a sense of solidity. In the moment I stepped onto the stage, Song Changfeng, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately summoned his own jade beast. The earth-yellow light quickly flickered, revealing a giant made of brown stones. However, I was not intimidated by a jade beast. A mysterious light flashed in my eyes, and the specific attributes of these 10 giants appeared before me. They were cold food giants, with attributes and talents at the level of black iron, and a third-tier skill called cold food body. The excellent treasures of refined stone and broken stone, even a black iron with a B-level aptitude, unexpectedly had 3 skills. Truly a wealthy family, I sighed in my heart. But Mr. Jin was not to be outdone, he was even more outstanding. Seeing that both of them were ready, the referee sitting calmly on the high seat of the stage immediately announced the start of the battle. Upon hearing his master's command, Mr. Jin let out a low roar and moved like a red lightning on the stage. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Jin, with a cold light emanating from him, swiftly attacked the waist of the stone giant. The stone giant obviously couldn't react in time. Seeing this, Song Changfeng, who had a cold and aloof expression, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. As a bystander, he could clearly perceive the sharpness of the opponent's jade beast's claws and the terrifying energy gathered on its fangs. He no longer held back, activating his jade beast talent in an instant. The jade beast talent, as solid as a rock, suddenly emitted a dazzling earth-yellow light on the stage, enveloping the stone giant. His body began to expand at a visible speed, causing the already huge stones on the stone giant's body to swell even more. Humph, Mr. Jin's claws struck the stone giant's thigh with a dull sound, leaving 5 obvious marks on the giant's leg. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Song Changfeng, who was originally known for his defense, couldn't maintain his cold expression any longer. His own defensive talent, combined with his beast talent, could enhance his defense by 100%. Yet the opponent's red gold dog managed to break through his defense in an instant. Seizing the moment when Mr. Jin was attacking, Song Changfeng suddenly roared, "Now!" Upon hearing his master's command, the stone giant began to spin in place. The next moment, the stones shot out at an unparalleled speed, creating a storm of broken stones. Despite witnessing such a fierce attack, I remained calm on my face. The moment I saw the opponent's pre-sale skills, I already had a clear understanding of their abilities. Even though I didn't say a word, Mr. Jean knew exactly what to do. A bright light ball suddenly rose in front of him, and the power of the red sun appeared for just a moment. The flying stones turned into ashes in the sky. How could mere stones compete with the red sun? After devouring the flying stones, the flames hovered in the air, enveloping the stone giant and Song Changfeng. Seeing this scene, a few drops of sweat dripped from Song Changfeng's forehead. He knew I was giving him face, not wanting to harm his own beast. Otherwise, once the towering flames descended, his beast would likely be either dead or injured. Therefore, despite being from a family of beast masters, Song Changfeng, although proud, looked at me with gratitude. He immediately raised his hand in surrender. Seeing the opponent concede, I did not push further. After all, there was no enmity between us. I had Mr. Jean retract his powers immediately. The battle ended so quickly that even the referee on the high seat of the stage was stunned. After a moment, he realized what he should do and waved the red flag in his hand, loudly declaring, "The winner of this battle is Lu Feiyu." In an instant, everyone's gaze was drawn to the referee's words. What a fast-paced battle. It had only been a few minutes since it started. The outstanding talents from the family of beast masters were defeated so quickly. Who exactly is this Lu Feiyu? Zhang Fengxia felt as if her face was. The burning sensation was like fire, as if every compliment was a veiled insult to him. Zhang Fengxia's performance was brilliant but reckless, a genius disregarding consequences. On the other side, I had stepped down from the arena, standing in the winners group, quietly waiting for the other 8 finalists to finish their battles and move on to the semi-finals. Of course, the chance to observe the battles of other opponents was rare, so I watched attentively from the sidelines. Determined, I swiftly passed 3 arenas, finally focusing my gaze on one where a battle was about to conclude. On that arena, a doll resembling an enlarged version of a sunny day doll wielded a frozen sword made of condensed soldiers. Snowflakes fluttered around it, freezing the movements of its enemies. Yet, the intense killing intent it harbored was palpable even to me in the audience. Was this the strength of a typical first-placer? Comparing it to the information I had just seen, the Ice and Snow Assassin's attributes were astonishing. Ice Assassin, Ice Talent Level A, Black Iron Realm, Common 3rd Tier Skill, Proficient in the Excellent Snow Domain, Rare Flash of Ice Letter. The Ice and Snow Assassin's skills were practically nullified by Mr. Jin's attributes, which inherently countered ice and water properties. Moreover, the opponent's Snow Domain seemed to have a controlling effect, countered by Mr. Jin's Blessing of Light. As my thoughts shifted, a girl exuding a cold aura slowly approached from below the arena. The girl, known as the Poisonous Lady of the Wang Group, was truly aloof. I silently mocked her in my mind. Ignoring me, she showed no expression as she stood before me. We maintained a distance, waiting for the remaining 2 battles to conclude. Soon after, all battles ended, and I once again stepped forward to draw lots. This time, I was matched against the top student of Class 6, whose strength was even inferior to Song Changfeng's. Therefore, I felt no pressure during the battle and effortlessly ended it within seconds. On the other side, the Battle of Wang Shueyo, the sole daughter of the royal family, had also concluded. With only 1 match left, her face remained devoid of joy, displaying a cold indifference. Now that the winners had emerged, only Wang Shui and I remained. The referee inquired if we needed a break, considering the physical strain of 2 consecutive battles. Without ever exchanging a word, we both simultaneously declined. The staff did not object, and in an instant, a silver-blue light enveloped the arena, maximizing the power of the Earth Defense Formation to prevent any unforeseen events. Wang Shueyo and I stepped onto the arena from opposite sides, marking the official start of the fiery battle between fire and ice. Facing the final showdown, Wang Shueyo still wore a cold expression and directly summoned his beast. As the ice assassin made an appearance, the temperature on the stage suddenly dropped. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, spreading around. The bone-chilling cold slowly eroded Lu Chen's body. Even his thoughts seemed to be somewhat sluggish under the extreme cold. Sensing this, Lu Chen also summoned his own beast. His beast space had a 100-fold increase in spiritual energy. Even after just a short stay inside, the gold boss, who had fought 2 consecutive battles, was now lively and bursting with energy. His spirit was no less than that of the ice assassin who had taken secret medicine. The moment the gold boss appeared, Lu Chen felt as if there was an extra sun in front of him, radiating astonishing warmth. The bone-piercing cold seemed to quickly fade away as if meeting its nemesis. Take your positions, let the battle begin. Seeing both summon their beasts, the referee on the high seat shouted. This shout pushed the already tense atmosphere on the stage to its peak. In an instant, the gold boss summoned the red sun, emitting infinite light and heat. The snow on the stage melted rapidly. Even the snowflakes floating in the air quickly dissolved, turning into drops of water falling to the ground. The domain of snow was instantly resolved by the gold boss's ability. Seeing this, Wang Shueyo's eyes, as cold as ancient ice, flickered with a hint of emotional fluctuation. But the next moment, this ripple, like a clear water ripple, was forcibly erased by her. She raised her hand slightly. The ice assassin instantly transformed into a long sword made of pure ice. With the sword in hand, the aura around the ice assassin surged instantly. S-rank beast talent, born with a sword heart. When the beast uses a weapon, the damage increases by 70%. When the weapon used is a sword, the damage increases by 150%. Duration, 10 minutes, a whopping 1.5 times increase. The ice assassin, originally a Black Iron Tier 3, now had a combat power surpassing Black Iron Tier 5 at this moment. The dim blue light in the ice assassin's eyes flashed. The whole person disappeared in an instant. The next moment, her figure appeared behind the tense gold boss. With a pure ice long sword in hand, carrying boundless power, she fiercely stabbed towards his waist. A weak waist despite a strong body. For a wolf, it's like this, and for a canine-like creature like the gold boss, it's the same. However, sensing the chilling sword wind behind him, the gold boss stood still, without any intention of dodging. From a distance, it looked as if he was stunned. This posture disappointed the audience who had been expecting Lu Chen's beast to perform. What? Is this the level of combat and awareness? Still an A-rank beast? Indeed. A lackey is just a lackey. Even if he's had some luck, he can't become great. Exactly. Even with the attribute restraint, this big dog is completely powerless against Wang Shueyo's ice assassin. This isn't a fair comparison. After all, Wang Shueyo has a rare S-rank talent, while Lu Chen is just a common C-rank talent. The difference in beast talents is too big. The contracted beast naturally can't compare to the opponent. Doesn't this just prove that Lu Chen is a waste? Apart from looking good and having some luck, what else does he have? In an instant, the praises for Lu Chen turned into disdainful words. The entire audience was filled with contemptuous remarks. Zhang Fengxia, sitting in the parents' seat, listened smugly to the people around her belittling Lu Chen, feeling secretly pleased. Only Wang Zhentian, standing at the highest point, had a flickering light in his eyes. From his position, with his sharp eyesight, he could clearly see that in the eyes of that red-haired big dog, there was not a hint of fear or panic. Instead, there was a strong sense of anticipation and fighting spirit. It was as if it deliberately sought to be injured. Yes, Boss Jean intentionally took this blow with his body. A desperate fight to the death. The more severe the injury, the stronger its physical resilience becomes. In an instant, the icy long sword pierced through Boss Jin's slender waist. Empowered by the S-level beast talent, the ice and snow assassin effortlessly penetrated through Boss Jin's muscles and fur, reaching deep into his organs with a full-force strike. With a twist of the long sword, large splashes of blood and shredded flesh scattered in all directions. Along with the gaping wound, even some internal organ fragments dripped down. Boss Jean, with his majestic fur, now stained with blood, appeared disheveled and pitiful. Enough! Watching the bloody scene unfold on the arena from the side, Wang Shueyo quietly halted her beast's next move. However, in the next moment, her usually calm and deep eyes whitened abruptly. In her pupils, the image of Boss Jean bravely counterattacking echoed. After being injured, Boss Jin's golden eyes were instantly overtaken by a crimson hue, crimson as blood. From afar, it seemed like two billowing flames were burning fiercely in his pupils. Ignoring the bloody and blurry wounds on his body, Boss Jin's figure turned like a ghost. His body moved like a red lightning bolt. The sharp claws were aimed directly at the long sword in the ice and snow assassin's hand. The speed of this strike was so fast that even the renowned assassin, known for his speed, couldn't react in time. How can this be so fast? This was Wang Shueyo's thought. It was also the simultaneous thought that crossed the minds of countless spectators in the audience and the VIP seats. The speed of this strike was not something a low-level beast of the Black Iron rank could achieve. Clang bang, two crisp sounds echoed on the arena. The long sword, formed of pure ice, shattered under Boss Jin's full-force claw, turning into ice shards scattered on the ground. The surging force, after shattering the long sword, did not diminish. Like the vast force of mountains and seas, It all fell upon the ice and snow assassin who had just used the cold flash. After a muffled sound, this ice and snow puppet, like a kite with a broken string, flew in an arc through the air and fell backward, its chest visibly sunken. Large pieces of ice shards and snow fragments fell along with its descending figure. In the collapsed chest, an inexplicable flame burned, preventing the ice and snow power from repairing its own injuries. Xiao Bing. Seeing this scene, Wang Shuao exclaimed, unconsciously reaching out her right hand, as if trying to catch the falling figure of the beast. However, the distance between them was tens of meters. After all, Boss Jin's blow had directly knocked the opponent out of the arena, disqualifying it from the fight. How could Wang Shuao reach it? Moreover, Boss Jin seemed to be bloodthirsty, as even though the opponent fell off the arena, it took a step forward as if wanting to rush over and fight again. Seeing this, Lu Chen stepped sideways to intercept it. Boss Jin. With a low shout, he immediately restored Boss Jin's crimson eyes to clarity. The dazzling golden color filled his eye sockets once again. However, unlike his usual spirited self, he now appeared somewhat weak. After all, while the desperate fight to the death could make him immune to pain, the consumption of physical strength was inevitable. At that moment, a hawk's cry pierced through the sky. With a howling wind, Wang Zhentian leaped down from the hawk's back. A palm-sized fluffy round ball appeared on his shoulder in a flash of white light. The moment the round ball appeared, the gentle white light split into two. One fell on the ice and snow assassin, and the other on Boss Jin. Lu Chen clearly saw it. The fist-sized blood hole in Boss Jin's waist healed at a rapid pace. Within the white light, a majestic vitality swept through Boss Jin's body, repairing all the hidden injuries and damages on him. What a powerful healing ability! Lu Chen sighed inwardly. His gaze shifted towards the ice and snow assassin, noticing that her injuries had also completely healed, which relieved him. After all, he and Wang Shuao were alumni, constantly crossing paths. She was the only daughter of the Wang family group. With immense power and deep background, it was best not to provoke her if possible. Having done all this, Wang Zhentian turned to look at the two on the stage, a smile on his face as he exclaimed, "You two are the most outstanding students I have ever seen." With that, he applauded first, showing his appreciation for the two. The crisp sound of his clapping echoed far in the silent training ground. Indeed, the once bustling training ground fell into a hush akin to an exam hall after Jin Lao's single blow sent the ice and snow assassin flying. Everyone's mouths hung agape unconsciously. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the majestic red-gold mastiff on the stage and the handsome young man beside it. How did Lu Chen, whom they thought would surely lose, turn the tables and win so decisively at that? They couldn't comprehend it, but under the principal's lead in applauding, they too raised their hands and clapped along with the thousands of first and second-year students, creating a thunderous applause that made the entire training ground tremble. Countless third-year students in battle looked around in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. But when they saw the small words at the top of the screen, their shock overflowed. Their eyes widened in disbelief, especially Lu Qianjun. He stared at the screen. Lu Chen, finals winner. 6 shimmering golden words, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. But when he opened his eyes again, looking up expectantly, those 6 words remained unmoved. At that moment, Lu Qianjuan's heart felt as if something had shattered. An overwhelming sense of weakness almost made him lose his balance, nearly falling on the stage. How could he be this strong? Lu Qianjun lamented in his heart. He had thought that his lucky younger brother had just happened to obtain a decent mythical beast. But winning the finals was almost equivalent to securing first place in the entire school competition. Not only did it represent incredibly rich rewards, but it also meant that Lu Chen had caught the attention of major universities and the upper echelons of Changnan City. From now on, he would rise to great heights. The insignificant Lu family could no longer contain this dragon about to soar. Thinking back to how he had belittled Lu Chen in the past, Lu Qianjun felt as if he had swallowed 1,000 tons of bitter gall. Regret crawled over him like ants, from head to toe. Meanwhile, in the parents' seats, Zhang Fengxia sat dumbfounded, her expression as if she had eaten something awful. In stark contrast to the enthusiastic applause of the surrounding parents, she looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. How, in the blink of an eye, had this stepson she had never respected grown to such heights? This was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, regret surged within her. She couldn't help but imagine, if she had been kinder to Lu Chen in the past, would she now share in his glory? After all, nominally speaking, she was his mother. Alas, after the fantasy, came a long sigh. She couldn't help but realize that her relationship with Lu Chen was even worse than that of a stranger. But she and him might not have a connection, but old Lu, he was his real father. With him around, getting a share of the benefits from that kid would be a piece of cake. At the thought of this, Zhang Fengxia's eyes lit up again. Her wolf-like eyes were full of greed and hunger as she looked at Lu Chen, wanting to squeeze out the last bit of benefit from him. After all, the reward for being the first in the whole school competition was quite generous. On the other side, on the stage, after the battle ended, Jean Boss took back the beast space and let it rest inside. After doing all this, he went straight down the stage, waiting for the end of the regular group battles. Only after the top 3 of the regular group finished their challenges would be the final ranking of the whole school competition. However, he didn't think those challengers would dare to challenge him. Lu Chen, right? After all, his strength was undeniable. Each ranking was achieved through his blood and sweat with the beast, without any compromise. Well done. However, soon, the confident Lu Chen faced the first setback since his rebirth. 3 students emerged from the regular group, all pointing towards Lu Chen. And these 3 students, without exception, were outstanding students from Class 1, with remarkable combat power. It was obvious they intended to suppress Lu Chen with a joint effort. I challenge Lu Chen. I challenge Lu Chen. I challenge Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, but before he could speak, Lin Wenwei, who had been waiting on the side, stepped forward. Her cold, beautiful eyes swept over the 3 students. Then Lin Wenwei looked at Principal Wang standing beside her and whispered, "This is not in accordance with the rules." However, before the principal could speak, a brazen voice cut in, "May I ask, Teacher Lin, where does it say in the school rules that one cannot challenge the first place? Which rule states that 3 people cannot challenge the first place at the same time?" A student with long red hair, dyed with streaks, walked over, his tone sarcastic. "Is Teacher Lin trying to protect her own students? Or is it that you two have some improper relationship and can't bear to see your lover suffer?" His lewd eyes moved back and forth between Lu Chen and Lin Wenwei, eyebrows wiggling suggestively. Smack! Before he could finish, Lin Wenwei slapped him resoundingly. Any woman would find such slander intolerable. Even Principal Wang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows slightly and looked at the student who spoke, sternly saying, "Disrespectful. Regardless of your ranking this time, all rewards are revoked." Upon hearing this, the dyed student showed no remorse on his face, instead nodding with a smile. It seemed like he didn't care about this small resource at all. After all, he was Wan Peng, wealthy and successful. He just couldn't stand the fact that this outsider stole the limelight from their class. Therefore, Wan Peng secretly promised the other 2 Class A students that if they challenged Lu Chen together, he would reward them handsomely, at least double the school's reward. Wan Peng, stop these tricks. You're embarrassing our Class 1. To Lu Chen's surprise, Wang Shueyo, also from Class 1, walked over, scolding Wan Peng with a cold face. Upon hearing this, Wan Peng, who had been smiling, suddenly turned fierce. "Shut up, you scum! You useless thing, letting an outsider take the first place. Do you still have the face to confront me?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was shocked once again. He thought Wan Peng was Wang Shueyo's lackey, who couldn't stand to see his goddess defeated and came to disgust him on purpose. Unexpectedly, there was not only no such relationship between the 2, but there seemed to be animosity between them. "If you curse in public again, you better roll back." When his niece was insulted, Wang Zhentian immediately became serious. Yes, he was Wang Shueyo's uncle. Seeing the principal getting serious, Wan Peng's playful expression faded, replaced by a challenging look directed at Lu Chen on the stage. Full of disdain in his words, "Dare to come? You, lucky guy." He instinctively wanted to curse, but recalling Wang Zhentian's words just now, he forcibly held back and said something rather amusing. However, Lu Chen didn't find it funny. He glanced at the contempt and disdain on Wan Peng's face, and at the anger surging in Teacher Lin Wenwei's chest. Lu Chen leaped and jumped down from the high platform. With a distance of 3 meters, he seemed completely unaffected. Steadily approaching Wan Peng's arrogant face, the distance closed in. Lu Chen could even hear Wan Peng's slightly hurried breath. A mocking smile played on Lu Chen's lips. His words unapologetic, "You think you're worthy of facing me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place erupted. Those who were originally watching the show from the audience suddenly exclaimed, "Damn! Lu Chen is crazy, daring to provoke the Wan family. If Wang's family is the top righteous force in Changnan, then the Wan family is the top underworld force. From committing crimes, murder, arson, to human trafficking, you name it, the Wan family has done it all. And yet, this blatantly evil force hasn't been eradicated. Imagine how terrifying their backing must be. This Lu Chen really talks big. Indeed, a commoner can't see the situation clearly. Don't joke around. Aren't you a commoner? Besides, this isn't Wan Peng's fault. Why blame Lu Chen? Young man, in this world, it's not about right or wrong, only about strength. Hearing this, Wan Peng, standing opposite Lu Chen, also laughed. He went from a light chuckle to a boisterous laugh, then to a wild laughter, clutching his stomach and unable to straighten up. Ha! Is your family in the garbage business? So good at acting? If you're scared, just leave. Don't hog the top spot for me. This last sentence almost roared out, the voice echoing throughout the training ground. For a moment, everyone was intimidated by his momentum. The training ground fell silent again. Only Wang Zhentian frowned, looking at Wan Peng, not understanding what the Wan family was up to. He didn't believe it. Without the approval of the Wan family's leader, could Wan Peng dare to be so arrogant in his Changnan First High School, in front of the Wang group? Lu Chen, watching the flushed Wan Peng, lightly uttered 2 words, clown. Then, he glanced at the remaining 2 students, beckoning with his index finger, saying, I mean, come at me together. Don't waste everyone's time. Time is precious. Shouldn't be spent behind the likes of you fools. With these few words, not only did everyone quiet down, even Wan Peng, who had been acting like a manic patient, abruptly stopped his exaggerated expression. His eyes scanned Lu Chen up and down with a puzzled and suspicious look. He couldn't understand where Lu Chen's confidence came from. Before doing this, he had investigated Lu Chen's family background, neglected and ignored since childhood. C-grade talent. Just lucky to have obtained an A-grade mutated beast. How could he be so audacious? After pondering for a moment, Wan Peng couldn't figure out where Lu Chen's confidence lay, thinking he was just going crazy. Very well, this is what you said. A real man, a spit and a nail. Don't make me look down on you. Wan Peng immediately agreed, fearing Lu Chen might regret it. He had been worried about whether the 3-man team could beat Lu Chen's beast. But now, 3 against 1, even with his eyes closed, they couldn't possibly lose. Lu Ken, don't act recklessly for a moment. Lin Wenwei stepped forward, trying to stop Lu Chen's actions. Wan Peng also glanced over in time, saying, Are you still a man? Lu Ken ignored Wan Peng's clownish gesture, gave Lin Wenwei a reassuring look, and whispered, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing this, Lin Wenwei couldn't hide her worry in her eyes, but she eventually let go of Lu Ken, advising him, Be careful. If it's too much, just admit defeat. Lu Ken nodded, striding towards the arena. Admit defeat? That's impossible. Just now, in the battle with Wang Shueo, with the blessing of Lu Chen's SSS-level talent promotion and the intense stimulation of high-intensity combat, Boss Jean broke through once again in the nourishment of the 100-fold spiritual energy in the beast space. At this moment, it had reached the Black Iron 6th stage, its strength soaring once more. It was just a step away from the late Black Iron stage. The current Boss Jean, even without resorting to a life and death struggle, could easily crush the Ice and Snow Assassin. Moreover, facing the siege of 3 beasts that were not even as good as the Ice and Snow Assassin, Boss Jean, who had the ability to fight to the death and resist control, was never afraid of multiple enemies. Against such weak opponents, it would take them down one by one. Stepping onto the arena and looking at the 3 people eagerly summoning their beasts, a flash of light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. The information of the opponent's 3 beasts instantly entered his eyes. 2 B-grade qualified beasts, Black Iron 3rd stage, were not worth mentioning. Only Wan Peng's A-grade qualified beast made Lu Ken slightly cautious, but only slightly. Species, Wrath of Thunder, Attribute, Electric, Talent Level, A, Realm, Black Iron 3rd stage, Skills, Furious Roar, Fine. Partial Elementalization, Excellent. Wrath of Thunder, Rare. Evaluation, a bad-tempered one loved by thunder. 3 Black Iron 3rd stage beasts? For Boss Jean, who had long reached the Black Iron 6th stage, they were simply a piece of cake. What needed to be cautious about now were only the talents of a few people's beasts. After all, those who could make it to this level were not everyone with super backgrounds like Wan Peng and Wang Shueo. but each person's family background was much better than Liu Chen's. And the inheritance of generations of excellent beast genes also made the students at this level much more talented than ordinary students. Maybe these three individuals all had A-grade talents. As for S-grade? Sorry, throughout the entire school and even the entire Changnan city, only Wang Shuayo was an S-grade. Therefore, she could overpower Wan Peng and be the first to fight for the class. This also made Wan Peng, who considered himself extraordinary, very frustrated. Especially when this woman lost to an unknown poor boy. He was even more furious. Moreover, he was also burdened with the family's orders. This battle must be fought, and it must be fought with a bad reputation, attracting everyone's attention to the Wan family. At this thought, a wicked smile crept onto Wan Peng's lips, and a malicious thought crossed his mind. If the range of my wrath of thunder is a bit larger, it's normal to accidentally hit a beast tamer, right? The might of the thunder would definitely strike down that arrogant kid on the spot. After all, a beast tamer's body was not that sturdy. Even if Principal Wang, who was watching, intervened in time, the terrifying power carried by the rolling thunder would definitely scare that kid to death, revealing his embarrassing side in front of thousands of people. As his thoughts turned, Liu Can had already summoned his own beast. A warm breath emanated from the front, reaching Boss Jean, who had already reached the Black Iron 6th stage, and its body temperature seemed much higher than before. Just standing there, it was like a sun radiating infinite light and heat. Tear them apart. Jean. Liu Chen's words were cut off. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the sky. A terrifying aura was brewing in the sky. At the same time, Liu Chen felt his whole body's hair stand on end, as if he was being locked onto by something. He looked up at the sky. The once clear sky was now filled with thunder and lightning roaring like furious dragons. In the blink of an eye as he looked up, a dazzling white light occupied his entire field of vision. The next moment, the raging thunder inclined towards them. The range was so vast that it directly encompassed Liu Chen and Boss Jean. Liu Chen subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the violent thunder and lightning seemed to have a life of its own, changing direction as Liu Chen moved. At that moment, Liu Chen finally realized, this Wan Peng, the target was not his beast companion, but himself. How ruthless! A chill flashed through Liu Chen's heart. His gaze towards Wan Peng now held an undisguised intent to kill. Just then, a sudden thunderstorm struck, but just as the lightning was about to hit Liu Chen, Boss Jean was quicker, leaping and landing above Liu Chen's head. His bulging muscles were like hills, and his soft fur provided shelter. The thunder rained down, but Boss Jean intercepted all the lightning with his body that was aimed at Liu Chen. The nauseating smell of burnt flesh quickly spread through the air. This scene caused everyone present to gasp in shock. The match hasn't even started. Why did Wan Peng attack? Exactly. And I saw it clearly. The lightning was targeting the beast tamer himself, not the beast. Violation. A serious violation. Throw him out. At that moment, everyone was infuriated by Wan Peng's brazen and arrogant behavior. This time, he dared to attack Liu Chen on the arena. Who could guarantee that the next target wouldn't be themselves? It's a pity. Such a violent attack. Even a mid-level Black Iron beast wouldn't survive, let alone continue the fight. Although defeated, it's honorable. Such loyalty from a beast is rare, especially one that has been trained for only a few days. Yes, so envious of Liu Chen. Such good luck. Not only is the beast strong, but also so loyal. After the anger came regretful sighs. Even if they supported Liu Chen, they couldn't believe that his beast could still have the strength to fight after such an attack. But then, Liu Chen showed them with his actions. They were wrong, and very wrong at that. On the arena, Liu Chen's face was unusually grim as he looked at Boss Jean shielding him. His fluffy golden fur was charred black, and his skin, barely visible, was covered in scars. The wounds, as they appeared, were instantly sealed by the high temperature brought by the lightning. The congealed blood inside the wounds greatly hindered the beast's movements. However, for Boss Jean, who had experienced life and death battles, these were just minor injuries. Not only were they not fatal, but they also caused its combat power to soar rapidly. Liu Chen could already sense that at this moment, Boss Jin's physical condition was twice as strong as usual, already reaching the strength of the later stages of Black Iron. In this battle, give it your all, Liu Chen whispered, his gaze towards Wan Peng as if looking at a dead man. Upon hearing this, Boss Jin's muscles swelled once again. It took a step back, and the hard ground was kicked into 2 deep pits. Its figure moved like a red streak of light darting around the arena. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the opponent's three beasts. Seeing this, Wanpeng was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't believe that a Pierce beast could withstand such a blow and still have such vigorous vitality. But soon he reacted, veins bulging on his forehead, shouting angrily, "What are you standing there for? Attack!" At his reminder, the other two snapped out of their daze and unleashed their own killer moves. In an instant, thick vines shot up from the ground, forming a sturdy cage, attempting to trap Boss Jean within. A water wall stood in front of the three mythical beasts, trying to block the fierce attack from Boss Jean. The wrath of the thunder bomb suddenly opened its huge bloody mouth and let out a sharp roar. The roar was thunderous, piercing, making people feel dizzy the moment they heard it. However, these actions were no match for Boss Jean in his prime. As he advanced, a larger-than-usual red sun appeared out of thin air. The red sun rose, its light fierce, flames erupting. In an instant, scorching sunlight scattered along with billowing flames. Intense light and raging fire enveloped the arena. The thick black vines, once touched by the flames, turned instantly into ashes, offering no resistance. The water wall blocking Boss Jean dissipated into steam in the moment the red sun rose, spreading in all directions. The scalding steam even burned the three mythical beasts behind it. Blisters filled with fluid grew on the enemy's mythical beasts like herpes, only to be burst by the flames. A cycle of agony and relief, accompanied by the spreading flames, appeared on the enemy's three mythical beasts. Suddenly, endless painful howls echoed in the arena. Even the spectators in the stands couldn't help but shudder upon hearing these piercing cries. They widened their eyes, craning their necks to see the arena. Only dense mist and rampant flames were visible. The scene inside was completely obscured. The red sun summoned by Boss Jean appeared with a domineering force, completely subduing the enemy's three mythical beasts. They curled up in agony on the scorching ground, trying to alleviate their pain by rolling. This scene left Wanpeng and his two companions dumbfounded. Their proud mythical beasts were no match at all. They didn't even have a chance to use their own mythical beast talents. However, something even more terrifying happened. The red sun hanging in the air began to move rapidly. Its light flickered. Flames danced. A round of red sun carrying boundless heat waves swept over, showing no sign of stopping. Not good. Wanpeng's pupils shrank as he saw this. Fear replaced the arrogance on his once haughty face. At that moment, he was no longer the arrogant young master of the Wan family but an ordinary person who could be burnt to death at any moment. Stop! I surrender! Watching the rapidly approaching red sun, feeling the heat wave rushing towards him, Wanpeng felt like his long hair in front of his forehead was about to catch fire. He distinctly smelled the pungent odor emanating from his hair, curled due to the high temperature. At that moment, all of Wanpeng's arrogance and haughtiness vanished. He exaggeratedly raised his hands, pleading with his eyes fixed on Lu Chen, afraid that he would be ruthless. However, Lu Chen just stood there, motionless, expressionless. His eyes showed no emotion, seemingly indifferent to Wanpeng's life or death. Seeing this, Wanpeng was on the verge of collapse. His two students beside him were even worse off, already collapsing on the ground due to the high temperature. Severe dehydration made it impossible for them to stand. Despite witnessing this scene, Lu Chen did not order Boss Jean to stop. The evil accomplice, like the vicious tiger, was despicable and not worthy of pity. Boom! Suddenly, the red sun accelerated. A blood-red sun flew straight at Wanpeng. Even the air around trembled violently due to the intense heat. Under this pressure, Wanpeng could no longer stand, falling to the ground and scrambling backward. He looked like a stray dog kicked to the curb, homeless and miserable. At that moment, a thunderous shout came from the sky. "Kid, how dare you harm the people of my Wan family?" Soon after, a howling cold wind accompanied by an indescribable stench whistled down from the sky. The strong wind pressure covered the sky, making Lu Chen unable to catch his breath. The force of this blow far exceeded what he could endure. However, the discomfort only lasted for a moment. The next moment, a familiar eagle cry echoed in his ears. Then, the giant eagle flapped its wings, soaring directly above Lu Chen. With its wings folded, it tightly protected Lu Chen and his beasts. Boom! A muffled sound came from above, followed by a tremendous force like a landslide, shaking the entire arena as if it could collapse at any moment. Only Lu Chen and Boss Jean, protected by the giant eagle, remained unharmed. At the same time, Principal Wang Jintian's cold voice rang out from midair, "Master Wan, Why did you intrude into my Changnan First High School? As he spoke, the giant eagle slowly spread its wings, allowing Lu Chen to glimpse the scene above. There, a bald bird was confronting a white giant eagle. Yellow lumps protruded around the bald bird's body. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen discovered that these lumps were filled with pus. No wonder they were yellow, with a hint of a foul smell. His eyes flashed, and the information about the bald bird appeared in his eyes. Species, malignant tumor poison crow, attribute, poison, talent level, S, realm, emerald 7th stage, skills, malignant tumor burst, rare. Domain of voodoo, outstanding. Forbidden healing dark poison, outstanding. Tide of poison crows, outstanding. Evaluation, the crow cries. Death approaches, a late-stage flying beast in the emerald realm. Throughout Changnan City, the number of people capable of owning such a beast does not exceed 5. Combined with Principal Wang's previous words, this person must be Wan Mingjie, the master of the late-stage emerald beast tamers. He was one of the top beast tamers in Changnan City, second only to the mayor. What a bold intrusion! On the back of the malignant tumor poison crow, a man with a stubble sneered, "If I hadn't come, your own son's life might have been lost. Is this the student your Changnan First High School has produced? How dare he lay hands on his classmates? Such malice! I think Changnan First High School is done for." Upon hearing this, before Principal Wang could say anything, the students sitting in the audience seats were not pleased and whispered, turning the tables. "Shameless!" Exactly. It was clearly Wan Peng who struck first. Inferior skills call for parental intervention. Is this Wan Peng a kindergarten kid? Haha, of course. They didn't dare to speak loudly, as the Wan family was notorious in Changnan. They could whisper among themselves, but if the Wan family heard them, they would remember, and that would bring trouble for them later. Noisy. Although the students' discussions were quiet, they were continuous, and Wan Mingjie frowned, shouting angrily. The power of the beast pierced through, his voice like a wave, resonating throughout the training ground, drowning out all the noise. Seeing this scene, Principal Wang's displeasure grew. This was his school. Outsiders had no right to act recklessly here. You have no right to speak loudly here, Principal Wang said coldly, his voice not loud, even somewhat gentle, but it effectively silenced Wan Mingjie. Seeing this, Wan Mingjie frowned, looking at Wang Jintian suspiciously and whispered, "Have you broken through?" To his question, Principal Wang snorted coldly, not answering. Instead, he looked down at the three people falling on the arena and announced expressionlessly, "Wan Peng, for taking the lead and deliberately attacking a classmate in the arena duel, you are expelled. Xia Zhaolin, Lu Jinhao." Knowing about Wan Peng's misconduct but not stopping it and even aiding and abetting, the situation is serious. Disciplinary action will be recorded. Upon hearing this, the whole audience was shocked. For a student, disciplinary action was already extremely severe. Any decent university would never accept a student with a tainted record. Expulsion was the harshest punishment that Principal Wang Jintian could impose. It should be noted that such expulsion records would follow one for a lifetime. With Wan Peng's background and talent, it was not impossible for him to enter the two highest academies in the capital. But now, all hopes and dreams had turned into bubbles. It seemed that Wan Peng and even the Wan family had truly angered him this time. Upon hearing this, Wan Mingjie, standing on the back of the malignant tumor in poisonous crow, looked even more gloomy. He gazed at Wang Jintian's face and said slowly, "Very well, I hope you don't regret this." With that, he stopped bothering and with a wave of his hand, a strong wind rose and blew Wan Peng onto the back of the poisonous crow. Then, a hoarse screech sounded. The foul wind passed, the poisonous crow disappeared, and the Wan family father and son left dejectedly. After all, Wang Jintian's current strength surpassed Wan Mingjie's. As the saying goes, in the world of beast tamers, strength is paramount. With strength comes power and the authority over all things. Today, Principal Wang used his actions to give the entire school a vivid lesson in society. Jade Tier 9? Lu Chen stood on the platform, his eyes flickering with light. The majestic white eagle beneath Wang Jintian was already a top-tier jade-ranked beast. Judging from this, even if Wang Jintian had not broken through to the diamond rank, he was not far off. His strength alone placed him just below the mayor of Changnan City. No wonder he's so confident, Lu Chen murmured softly, filled with longing. He was confident that with the help of the mythical bloodline pool and the SSS-level beast talent, he would soon become a diamond-ranked beast tamer, or even higher. Feathers could also soar into the sky. Seeing the head of the Wan family leaving, all the students in the audience proudly puffed out their chests. After all, having a protective and domineering principal was a good thing. Wang Zhentian, riding the Divine Eagle, descended slowly. He looked at Lu Chen, his stern face suddenly breaking into a smile as he loudly exclaimed, "Lu Chen, first in the school competition, facing 3 opponents alone without panic. Reward of 200 Spirit Beast Stones, for special resource exchange opportunities." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen's eyes widened suddenly. The reason was simple. The reward was too generous. Compared to previous years, it had almost doubled. Spirit Beast Stones were pure condensed spiritual energy that could be directly absorbed by beast tamers, greatly enhancing their cultivation speed. 1 Spirit Beast Stone was worth 1,000 Huaxia coins. How much were these 200 worth? Lu Chen calculated in his mind and arrived at a terrifying number, 200,000 Huaxia coins. In his past and present life combined, he had never seen so much money. With the help of these Spirit Beast Stones and his talent for enhancing cultivation speed, Lu Chen could quickly advance his rank in a very short time. However, what made Lu Chen even happier was the 4 special resource exchange opportunities. Because he had already used the Eye of Promotion to learn that the next evolution required exactly 4 special materials. It was a perfect match. Lu Chen had been worried about how to obtain these 4 special resources. Now, it was as if someone had handed him a pillow when he was about to fall asleep. It was almost certain that Lu Chen would successfully promote to an S-rank qualified beast tamer. Not only was he stunned by the generous reward, but even the other participants and the audience in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, "This reward was just too generous." At the parents' seat, Zhang Feixia's eyes almost sparkled when she heard this, already calculating how to extract resources from Lu Chen. Sensing the restlessness in the training ground, Principal Wang pressed his hands together, not making any other movements. In an instant, all the noise and commotion disappeared. Then, he cleared his throat and said again, "Not just the first place, the rewards for the top 8 will also double." Without giving everyone a chance to be shocked, he announced another bombshell. The Changnan City Secret Realm Management Bureau will hold a secret realm exploration competition to support the development of Changnan High School seniors in 10 days. Our school's top 8 students will represent the school in the competition. The top 5 winners will receive very generous rewards. Moreover, representatives from major universities will observe the participants' performance and offer bonus points for admission or even direct admission. This statement shocked the entire audience once again. Even Lu Chen was amazed. In his past life, he dropped out early and had never heard of such a prosperous era. That's the secret realm. In this world of beast tamers, the secret realm is synonymous with danger and opportunity. Although a slight misstep could lead explorers to a point of no return, the resources there are abundant. Not only are there special resources everywhere, but lucky individuals may even find exceptionally talented beast eggs in the secret realm. There are many who have become wealthy from a single exploration of the secret realm. To ensure the renewable nature of the secret realm resources, after a period of time, the secret realm is often closed for several years. Therefore, the opportunity to explore the secret realm is extremely expensive. So much so that students like Lu Chen, who come from humble backgrounds, dare not even think about it. Yet, now he unexpectedly has a chance to enter for free. How could Lu Chen not be excited? Furthermore, Lu Chen believes that in 10 days, he will have enough time to cultivate Jin Lao into a black iron 9th rank, or even a bronze level beast. At that time, a simple exploration of the secret realm would be like taking things from a bag for him. As Lu Chen was lost in his thoughts, Principal Wang concluded this tumultuous school-wide competition with a few brief words. Then, he glanced at Lu Chen and said softly, "Come with me." As he spoke, the Divine Eagle bowed its head, spread its long wings, and beckoned Lu Chen. A white giant eagle paved a comfortable path for him with its wings. The principal wants to see me? Although Lu Chen was puzzled, he followed the wings onto the back of the Divine Eagle. After all, at this level, if the other party had any ill intentions, with his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, if the other party had any malicious thoughts, Wang would not have stopped Wan Mingjie from intervening. Just as Lu Chen steadied himself, the giant eagle suddenly flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, where the fierce winds tore at his face like blades. Sensing Lu Chen's discomfort, Principal Wang immediately shouted, "Activate the barrier." In an instant, the bursting winds were shielded by an invisible barrier, and the discomfort disappeared. "Sorry, Xiaobai hasn't carried anyone else for a long time. Principal Wang apologized with a smile to Lu Chen. He looked at Lu Chen's handsome profile and sighed lightly at the child's background and experiences over the past 18 years, saying, "You just focus on your cultivation. The school will help you with everything else." "Thank you, Principal." Feeling the kindness emanating from Wang Zhentian, Lu Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. As they spoke, the scenery around them changed rapidly. Then, the giant eagle lowered its wings and swooped down towards a low mountain nearby the school. The destination turned out to be a white villa standing on the low mountain. "This is..." A sudden incredible thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. However, before he could process it, a key was thrown into Lu Chen's hand. Following that was Principal Wang's gentle voice, "Before the college entrance examination, you will stay here first. It's close to the school, safe and convenient. It's just that nobody has lived here for a long time, so there might be some dust accumulation. You don't mind cleaning it yourself, do you?" What a good thing. How could Lu Chen possibly mind? He shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I don't mind at all." After speaking, he hesitated and looked at Principal Wang, asking, "Isn't this house too valuable?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Zhentian interrupted, saying, "Since nobody lives in this house anyway, it's just sitting idle. You might as well live here. Remember, the things I, Wang Zhentian, give away, I don't take back. Are you going to break this principle of mine?" Hearing Wang Zhentian speak like this, Lu Chen immediately stopped refusing. He just kept this favor firmly in his heart. "I won't help you move and clean the house. You'll have to figure it out yourself. By the way, have you figured out how to use the special resource permissions? If you have, just tell me directly. I'll have someone bring the resources and spirit beast stones over later." Wang Zhentian casually asked, and Lu Chen naturally informed him of the 4 resources needed for Mr. Jin's evolution. Wang Zhentian nodded, then rode his giant eagle and floated away. He was the head of a school and also a top force in the city, naturally having countless things to attend to. Mentoring talented juniors was just one of many things. However, for Lu Chen, gaining a large villa out of nowhere was simply like a dream. He had gone from squeezing into a small single room in an inn at the beginning of his rebirth, to staying at Chen Yuanshan's house, and now living alone in a big house. The total time spent, not even 5 days. Thinking like this in his heart, Lu Chen had already opened the door with the key. The iron gate made a slight sound, revealing a dry fountain and lush greenery. Lu Chen passed through the yard, entered the house, and carefully examined the layout of the house. All kinds of facilities were complete. No need to buy anything else. Even the larger items in the house were covered with dust covers, ready for immediate use once uncovered. It was truly a model of move-in ready. However, there were indeed dust and faint cobwebs in the corners. Lu Chen was not pretentious and directly summoned Mr. Jin to help clean. The house was really big. About half an hour later, Lu Chen and Mr. Jin worked together to clean the house and courtyard spotlessly. Having a spacious new home made the already lively Mr. Jin even happier. His agile body darted around the rooms, occasionally rubbing his dusty head against Lu Chen's waist, expressing his joy. "I should also inform the Chen Yuanshan family." Lu Chen stroked Mr. Jin's furry head, not minding the dirt on it at all. After all, he didn't look that great after a thorough cleaning. Lu Chen quickly took a shower, changed into the clothes already prepared in the wardrobe. Principal Wang had been so thoughtful to the extent of preparing a wardrobe full of clothes for Lu Chen. However, as he was about to walk out of the courtyard, he heard a noise outside, as if a heavy object had fallen with a dull thud. Lu Chen immediately became alert. Could it be the retaliation from the Wan family coming so quickly? In the next moment, there were voices outside the door. Lu Chen was very familiar with this voice. It was the teacher responsible for his physical education classes at Changnan No. 1 Middle School. "Lu Chen, this is the reward for being first in the school-wide competition." With that, he knocked heavily on the iron door, creating echoing sounds. Although it was a familiar voice, Lu Chen still didn't completely let his guard down. After peeking through the peephole and confirming the face of the physical education teacher, he opened the door with relief. In front of him was a pile of spirit beast stones like a small mountain at the teacher's feet. One by one, perfect diamond-shaped transparent stones, shining like crystal glass, exuded a charming light. At this moment, they were piled up in a large box, and a majestic aura was spontaneously emanating, giving a sense of comfort. The heavy sound that Lu Chen had just heard was the sound of the box being placed on the ground. Besides this large box, the physical education teacher also held 4 small boxes made of sandalwood, which were probably the special resources needed for Jin Lao Ban's evolution. Lu Chen quickly took the small boxes from the teacher's hands and said, "Thank you, teacher." Hearing this, a sunny smile appeared on the dark face of the physical education teacher. "Practice well. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Be careful living here alone." Bidding farewell to the teacher, Lu Chen temporarily set aside the idea of going to Chen Yuanshan's house. Right now, he couldn't wait to evolve Jin Lao Ban. For Jin Lao Ban, who possessed a mythical bloodline, he didn't need to wait for a specific realm to evolve at all. As long as the resources were sufficient, he could evolve whenever he wanted. In contrast, other beast tamers, no matter how talented they were, had to patiently wait until they advanced to bronze or even silver before they could initiate a second evolution. That was the huge gap between the two. Calling out to Jin Lao Ban, Lu Chen placed the box filled with spirit beast stones on Jin Lao Ban and carried the 4 small boxes into the house. Sensing that he was about to evolve, Jin Lao Ban, even though burdened with heavy items, had no reluctance and instead ran ahead happily, occasionally looking back at Lu Chen, sticking out his long tongue as if asking, "Master, are you coming or not? You're walking so slowly." Sensing Jin Lao Ban's urgency, Lu Chen also quickened his pace. The man and the beast quickly entered the house. Lu Chen immediately opened the 4 small boxes in his hands. In an instant, a sensation of burning heat and icy coldness appeared in Lu Chen's senses. The Great Sun Crystal, an irregular red crystal with faint black traces inside, deep like sunspots. Earth Vein Fire, a black-brown soil block with faint red patterns engraved on its charred surface, resembling the rampant burning earth vein fire. 1,000-year snow lotus, a snow lotus that had survived for thousands of years in the extreme north, containing extremely strong ice attribute aura and vitality. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the 3 unusually rare resources. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the last small piece of dried yellow tree trunk, plain and ordinary, like any other dead wood, but just being there evoked a sense of tranquility. The scorching heat and extreme cold seemed to be far away from him. Tranquil wood. Each of these 4 treasures, if placed on the market, would start at least at 200,000 Huaxia coins. If it were before, Lu Chen wouldn't even know how many years it would take just to gather these 4 evolution materials. But now, he had only used 4 days. "Go, Jin Lao Ban. Let me see your limits." Lu Chen placed the 4 treasures steadily in front of Jin Lao Ban. At the same time, he took out 10 spirit beast stones from the box and slammed them down. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual power emanated from the spirit beast stones, forcibly raising the concentration of spiritual power in the entire room several times over. Unfortunately, it's still not as good as the beast taming space. Lu Chen sighed in his heart. If it weren't for his current beast taming space, which couldn't store real items yet, he would have chosen to let Jin Lao Ban evolve in the beast taming space. In that case, the speed of evolution would surely be greatly increased. Unfortunately, only a beast tamer at the Golden Realm could slightly connect the beast taming space with the real world, transforming the beast taming space into a storage space. Almost there, Lu Chen thought. Just the Golden Realm couldn't stump him at all. As Lu Chen sighed, Mr. Jin, who couldn't wait any longer, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Great Sun Crystal and the fire of the Earth's veins in one gulp. Boom! Suddenly, a blazing red flame erupted from his abdomen. The sea-like flames surged and billowed, forcing Lu Chen to step back repeatedly. The energy contained in these 2 treasures was too immense, even for Mr. Jin to bear. His body, covered in red fur, quickly curled up under the flames' influence, turning into charred remains that fell to the ground. The flames eroded his fur, penetrated his skin, and ravaged Mr. Jin's body bit by bit. A touch of extreme human-like pain appeared on his face. At that moment, Mr. Jin took a step forward and placed the Millennium Snow Lotus in his mouth. The power of extreme ice erupted in Mr. Jin's mouth, forcefully pushing back the spreading red flames. Subsequently, a shimmering blue light enveloped Mr. Jin's body, gradually repairing the damage. Muscles were continuously burned and repaired, becoming increasingly resilient and powerful. This process was extremely painful and agonizing. However, the concentrated spirit would kept Mr. Jin's mind stable, preventing him from fainting in extreme pain. About 3 minutes later, Mr. Jin suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth. Roar! After the roar, The flames that had surrounded him, as if in the presence of a king, dared not act rashly and quietly lingered around Mr. Jean. It was as if they were bowing to an emperor. In the next moment, fur grew wildly on Mr. Jin's bald body. This time, the redness faded from the fur, replaced by a dazzling and radiant gold. At first glance, it looked like the sun hanging in the sky, too bright to look at directly. Furthermore, Mr. Jin's body expanded once again, from the original 3 meters to now 5 meters long. His height even reached Lu Chen's chest. This figure was nothing like that of a dog but more like a mighty lion dominating the grasslands. So handsome, my Jean. Indeed, following a handsome master, you will gradually become handsome too. This is what they call near vermilion. One grows red. Lu Chen exclaimed sincerely at Mr. Jin's current appearance. Upon hearing Lu Chen's call, even the towering Mr. Jean came over like an obedient little handsome boy. His massive head gently rubbed against Lu Chen's chest. The growing spear even lightly brushed against Lu Chen's chin, causing a tingling sensation. The child has grown up. Lu Chen sighed, then decisively activated the Eye of Promotion. He absorbed the specific information of the evolved Mr. Jean into his eyes. In the next moment, his smile froze abruptly, and his pupils trembled continuously, as if he had seen something unbelievable. No, you're too abnormal, old Jean. After a moment, Lu Chen barely controlled his facial expression, patted Mr. Jin's head, and sighed. Race, Sun Lingering Divine Dog, Attribute, Light, Talent Level, S, Realm, Black Iron 9th Stage, Skills, Endless Battle Intent, Outstanding. Sun Lingering in the Sky, Outstanding. Sun's Blessing, Outstanding. Sunburst, Epic, Endless Battle Intent. The beast can instantly enter a combat state, doubling its physical strength and greatly enhancing its combat instincts. Sun Lingering in the Sky, the beast can summon the sun to float in the air. The light emitted by the sun will cause penetrating damage to enemies, ignoring all defenses. Sun's Blessing, under the sunlight, the beast becomes immune to all control abilities, while its self-recovery ability greatly increases. Sunburst, the beast can detonate the summoned sun, causing a powerful explosion with a wide range of damage. After using this skill, the beast will enter a weakened state for 1 hour. Evolutionary Path, Lingri Divine Dog, S rank, Chasing Sun Wolf King, SS rank, Lord of the Sun, SSS rank, Sun Swallowing God, Mythical rank. Note, only beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical rank. Materials required for further evolution: Essence of the Blazing Sun, Spirit Light or Marrow, Sigh of the Gale Wind. 3 outstanding skills. 1 epic skill. This skill set is almost the top configuration for an S-rank qualified beast. Without comparing to other beasts, let's just talk about the tumor-ridden poison crow under Wan Ningjia just now. It's also an S-rank qualified beast. But what about its skill set? 1 rare level skill, 3 outstanding level skills, not even a shadow of an epic skill. In terms of skill intensity or future growth potential, it falls far short of Jean Lao's. It's just that the poison crow's realm is higher. If at the same realm, even if Jean Lao is only at the 1st level of Jade, he can still lift and fight against the poison crow at the 7th level of Jade. That's the power of an epic skill. A world of difference, enough to allow the beast to fight beyond its rank. Furthermore, Jean Lao's 4 skills have once again formed a perfect synergy. Endless Battle Intent strengthens physical fitness and combat instinct, giving Jean Lao an almost invincible close combat fighting ability at the same level. It also removes the restriction of being injured by the skill Desperate Fight in Peril. It can be said to be a perfect amplification skill. As for the skills of Daybreak Leap and Daybreak Blessing, they are enhanced versions of the 2 skills Jean Lao had left before. Both in terms of power effects and skill range, there has been a significant improvement. As for the final epic level skill, that is the real surprise. Blazing Sun Burst, activated instantly. Wide range powerful damage. When these 2 words are combined, Lu Chen can't imagine how terrifying the effect of this skill would be once activated. The enemy probably hasn't even reacted before being crushed into ashes by the immense power of the Blazing Sunburst, right? As for the negative effects of this skill, Lu Chen doesn't think they are worth mentioning. After all, if such a trump card is used and the enemy is still not dead, it proves that the enemy's strength far exceeds Lu Chen's by a large margin. In such a situation, whether Jean Lao is weakened or not seems to have little impact on the battle situation. At the same time, Jean Lao's realm has successfully reached the 9th level of Black Iron. It's a direct leap across 3 small realms. and Lu Chen can feel that the energy inside Jin Lao's body is very active. It seems that it can break free from constraints at any time and advance to bronze. Once it reaches the bronze realm, Lu Chen will have another chance to contract with a beast. Combat power will double directly. As the beast evolves, the Beastmaster's body naturally receives a considerable boost. Lu Chen feels full of strength all over his body. The slight fatigue caused by the cleanup just now has also vanished in an instant. This is the superiority of the beast system. Even if the Beastmaster does nothing, as long as the beast improves, the Beastmaster will also improve. The Beastmaster is like this. The beast just needs to fight to the death, evolve and advance in realms at the risk of life and death. The Beastmaster needs to consider more, such as in what manner to watch their beast advance. With Jin Lao's successful evolution, Lu Chen naturally had no need to stay at home any longer. He retracted the beast into the beast space and walked towards Chen Yuanshan's house with brisk steps. The villa on the low hill was not particularly close to Chen Yuanshan's house. Even though Lu Chen's physical fitness was extraordinary, he had no intention of walking there. He scanned a shared electric car and, facing the howling wind, set off towards his destination. Along the way, there was a sense of freedom. Lu Chen entered the residential area, took the elevator, and found several high school girls inside wearing school uniforms. They were holding their phones at the moment, looking at the screen with seriousness and anticipation. Occasional soft exclamations could be heard. Lu Chen didn't even notice as he entered the elevator. Pressing the button for the 11th floor, the elevator doors closed, and a slight sensation of weightlessness came over him as the elevator began to ascend, swaying slightly. 1-1. What's the name of that guy from Changnan No? 1 High School? He's really handsome. Scroll down. There must be comments in the section. Found it. Senior Class 2. Lu Chen. Hearing her name suddenly from behind, Lu Chen instinctively turned his head. He met the gaze of a girl who had just looked up. Their eyes met. In the moment she saw Lu Chen's face, the girl's light brown pupils shook wildly like an earthquake. A blush crept up on her plain face, and she subconsciously wanted to exclaim, Lu, but she seemed to realize something and quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. This action immediately caught the attention of the other girls. 1-1. What's wrong with you? They also looked up, and their eyes met Lu Chen's evasive gaze. It's you. It's you. You. Are you Lu Chen? From Changnan No. 1 High School. Senior Class 2. In an instant, in the cramped elevator, the girls' excited voices rose one after another. One bold female student even raised her phone directly, leaning towards Lu Chen and asked, Are you Lu Chen? Lu Chen looked down. On the phone screen, there was the final battle between him, Wan Pang, and the others. On the towering platform, flames burned wildly, resembling a hell from mythology. Lu Chen stood tall like a spear, his face as cold as ice, looking down at the 3 people in front of him as if he were an emperor ruling the world. It was unclear where this footage was taken from. Even Lu Chen's indifferent eyes were captured clearly. The indifferent eyes, defined jawline, straight nose, thin lips, and the flames flickering around him rendered Lu Chen excessively handsome. Seeing this scene, a sense of shame instantly crept into Lu Chen's heart. Feeling like a box had been opened, he knew that every year, the school's major competitions were recorded from multiple angles for promotional purposes, but he never expected that within a few hours, the video would end up in someone else's hands. Seeing the expectant gazes of the others, he spoke with a slightly dry voice. No, where did you get this video from? Seeing Lu Chen not denying it, the girls became even more excited, saying in unison, Senior, don't you know? Your video is trending on our Changnan City's social media. As they spoke, they scrolled back to the trending page on their phones and showed it to Lu Chen again. Lu Chen scanned it quickly and felt a darkness before his eyes. There, at the top of the trending list, it read, Changnan witnesses top handsome genius, 1 against 3, violent domination. With picture, suppressing his inner shame, he looked further down. Not only was it at the top of the trending list, but 4 out of the top 10 trending topics in Changnan City were related to him. I never thought I would become famous in this way, Lu Chen thought to himself. Indeed, in this battle of his, 1 against many, coupled with his overwhelming dominance, it perfectly matched the image of a young hero in the world of mythical beasts. Moreover, his appearance was undeniably handsome. He estimated that he was just a bit less charming than the audience. Strong and handsome, who wouldn't be captivated by such a man? Therefore, After the video surfaced, it soared to the top of the trending list. Subsequently, netizens almost dug up everything about Lu Chen, including his family background. Even the incidents where Lu Chen was falsely accused were thoroughly investigated by the resourceful netizens. Even the mastermind Lu Qianjun was identified. Not only that, how Lu Qianjun took the photos, what equipment was used, and how it was disseminated were all uncovered. Various chat records were flying all over the place. Right now, the second hottest search topic is about this incident. Is the peerless genius being neglected? Who is the Peeping Tom? Let's see what it means to be blind to talent. Lu Chen looked at these hot searches, feeling both amused and exasperated, only to sigh at how terrifying the online world truly was, where there was absolutely no privacy. He never expected that. His grievances were actually cleared in such a bizarre way, thoroughly washed away. Dozens of chat records, glaring evidence laid out before him. Would the people of the Lu family still dare to deny it? Could they still throw dirt back at Lu Chen? Obviously, it was impossible. Even if the Lu family had thick skin, the netizens would not allow it. Ding! While Lu Chen was pondering, the elevator chimed. It wasn't the 12th floor, but the destination of a few young girls, the 8th floor. Seeing their idol about to leave, the girls' eyes were filled with reluctance. Suddenly, they pulled out a black marker and handed it directly to Lu Chen, pleading, "Brother Lu Chen, could you please sign for me with a signature from a genius like you? I will definitely awaken a good beast-taming talent next year." Absorb some luck for such a small request. Lu Chen naturally agreed. He immediately signed his full name on the backs of the three girls' clothes and waved goodbye to them. The elevator continued its slow ascent. Ding! They had arrived. Lu Chen stepped out of the elevator and arrived at Chen Yuanshan's doorstep. Just as he was about to knock, he noticed the door was slightly ajar, not fully closed. He walked in. However, at the moment he stepped through the door, a familiar and repulsive voice came from inside. "Where is Lu Chen? Ah, where did you hide him? You little brat. Your wings have really grown strong." It was the voice of Zhang Fengxia. Lu Chen furrowed his brows tightly and looked inside the room. There stood Zhang Fengxia with her hands on her hips, shouting at Chen's mother like a shrew. Behind her, cowering with his head down, was Lu Qianjun. From Lu Chen's angle, he could even see a bright red palm print on the left side of Lu Qianjun's lowered face. "I've told you, he's not here. I don't know where he is either," Chen's mother said calmly, her tone neither hurried nor impatient. Chen Yuanshan wasn't as patient, he was simple-minded, but he wasn't someone who could tolerate another woman spitting at his own mother. He glared, and promptly ushered her out. "Get out! How did you treat a Fei before? Now that a Fei is doing better, you come looking for him in a hurry. Have you no shame? Get out of here!" Zhang Fengxia wasn't someone who could be driven away with just a few words. She glared back and retorted, "Indeed, anyone who can be with Lu Chen must be no good. Being disrespectful to elders, how uncultured. You, a child raised by a mother, how can you compare to Lu Chen who doesn't have a mother?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Fengxia felt a tremendous force around her waist, kicking her and sending her flying. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lu Chen retracted his foot that had been hanging in the air. Naturally, it was him who delivered that kick. Zhang Fengxia was not a beast tamer, her physical abilities were no different from an ordinary person. Being kicked by Lu Chen like that, she immediately collapsed on the ground, clutching her waist and crying out in pain. Her face, full of flesh, was extremely pale. Ignoring the gazes of others, Lu Chen took steps closer to Zhang Fengxia. He crouched down, grabbed her dry, short hair, and forcefully lifted her head that was hanging low. Their yellowish eyes unavoidably met in a stare down. "I've said it before, if I see you talking to me in that tone again, I will definitely slap you." Lu Chen exuded a terrifying aura, like an ancient savage beast that one dared not look directly at. Zhang Fengxia felt his gaze on her. Even the pain in her body was momentarily forgotten as she turned her face away, unable to meet Lu Chen's eyes. However, in the instant she turned her head, a sharp sound pierced the air. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the living room. The already quiet room became so silent that even breathing could be heard. A red palm print was clearly visible on Zhang Fengxia's left cheek. Her left cheek swelled visibly at an alarming rate. "Mom!" Witnessing this scene, Lu Qianjun, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly shouted and seemed ready to rush behind Lu Chen. But the next moment, Boss Jean appeared. His tall figure loomed in the living room, dividing the spacious room into two separate spaces. His golden eyes locked onto Lu Qianjun as if he could tear him apart at any moment. At that moment, the powerful aura unique to an S-class beast tamer was fully revealed, making Lu Qianjun too scared to move an inch. After slapping her, Lu Chen released Zhang Fengxia, letting her fall to the ground. Standing up, he looked down at her and said, "Get lost, don't let me see you again. If I see you again, it won't be just a slap." After saying this, he turned to Lu Qianjun. "The same goes for you." Lu Chen finally understood this time. Both Zhang Fengxia and Lu Qianjun were dogs of the same kind. Merely talking to them wouldn't work. Only by giving them a couple of slaps and kicks could these dogs learn their lesson. Therefore, this time, he acted without hesitation. Seeing Lu Chen's unbridled attitude, Zhang Fengxia abandoned any thoughts of exploiting resources. She had initially planned to have Lu Guanzhong accompany her to play the emotional card together, squeezing out the rewards Lu Chen had just received. Just splitting it in half would be fine, right? Then she would order Lu Chen to clarify those rumors online and clear Lu Qianjun's name, as her son couldn't bear any tarnishing. Zhang Fengxia thought she was being kind by leaving half for Lu Chen and making such a small request. If it were before, she would have taken at least 90%. However, she didn't expect Lu Guanzhong, who used to be so obedient, to change. He even harshly slapped his son Lu Qianjun. Helpless, Zhang Fengxia had to bring her son to exploit resources, but before she could say anything, she received a kick and then a slap. Zhang Fengxia now felt pain all over her body, as if she had been dismembered. She regretted not having more legs to run faster. Lu Qianjun followed behind Zhang Fengxia, crestfallen, and left without a word. When Lu Chen left the villa, he informed Chen Yuanshan and his mother through his phone that he was moving. Unexpectedly, before he could even say goodbye, chaos erupted in the Chun household. Looking at the messy living room, Lu Chen felt guilty. After all, this was Chen Yuanshan's home. They had kindly taken him in for 3 days, providing food and shelter. Chen's mother even noticed Lu Chen hadn't changed his clothes and dragged him to the nearby mall to buy a few sets. Such actions, such attitudes, allowed Lu Chen, who hadn't felt family warmth in 18 years, to experience the radiance of maternal love for the first time. But now, before he could repay the Chen family, he had caused chaos in their home because of his own affairs. How could he not feel guilty? "I'm sorry, Auntie." Lu Chen lowered his head, unconsciously rubbing his toes on the ground, unsure of what to say for a moment. Boss Jean sensed his master's low mood, leaned in, and gently rubbed Lu Chen's back with its furry head. A warm feeling spread from his back to every part of Lu Chen's body. Out with the old, in with the new. "Xiaofei, would you like to stay for dinner tonight?" Chen's mother, seeing Lu Chen in this state, walked up to him with a smile, asking gently. In her eyes, there was only love for Lu Chen, without a hint of any negative emotions. She had only heard about Lu Chen's family situation from her son, Chen Yuanshan, but Chen's mother never expected that Lu Chen's stepmother would be such a difficult person. How would such a stepmother treat someone else's son? Chen's mother could easily sense the pain and hardships Lu Chen had endured in the past 18 years. Therefore, she not only wouldn't blame Lu Chen but felt sorry for him. His good friend, Chen Yuanshan, also approached, saying casually, "Fei, why are you apologizing? It's not your fault. That old hag, ugh, with your current status and limitless future, there's no need to stoop to her level." Hearing their comforting words, Lu Chen's somber mood lightened slightly. He looked at the smiles on Chen Yuanshan and Chen's mother's faces and reached into his pocket. In an instant, the luminous light from the spirit beast stones illuminated the entire living room. Lu Chen had come this time to thank the Chen family for their care over the past few days with these stones. However, he had forgotten about it due to the interruption by Zhang Fengxia and the others. But it wasn't too late now. "Auntie, this is a token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Lu Chen handed 5 spirit beast stones to Chen's mother. This is too precious. "Xiaofei, keep it for yourself." Seeing the 5 spirit beast stones in Lu Chen's hands, Chen's mother waved her hands repeatedly. Although she wasn't a beast tamer, she knew the value of these small stones. Just the 5 in Lu Chen's hands were worth tens of thousands of huaxia coins. It was more than half of her husband's monthly income, not to mention just tidying up the slightly messy living room. This 10,000 huaxia coins could replace everything in the living room. Seeing Chen's mother's reaction, he wasn't surprised and brought out a prepared excuse. "Auntie, these things are rewards from school. I have many more. Now Chen Yuanshan also needs these for his cultivation." especially with the college entrance exam approaching. Besides, your care for me is worth much more than these few spirit beast stones. Lu Chen kept talking and managed to stuff the spirit beast stones into Chen's mother's hands. After all, although these were valuable, they weren't of much use to Lu Chen. Other people's beast taming spaces were desolate and barren, a desolate place that couldn't bring any benefits to the beasts. But his beast taming space was different, filled with spiritual energy, so using or not using spirit beast stones made little difference. These 5 spirit beast stones were just a gift. Oh, you. Chen's mother held the spirit beast stones, feeling that these light stones were as heavy as 1,000 caddies at the moment. It was the most sincere gratitude from a young man. Seeing the smile on Lu Chen's face, Chen's mother no longer refused, just saying, "You must stay for dinner tonight." After dinner, Lu Chen patted his round belly and rode off on a shared bike. 9 days later, inside the beast taming space, Lu Chen looked at the increasingly robust Boss Jean, unable to contain his smile. After 9 days, on the day before the exploration of the secret realm, Boss Jean finally successfully advanced to the Bronze Realm, advancing a major realm in 9 days. This speed of advancement, no matter where it was placed, even in the capital full of geniuses, was truly incredible. However, under the combined blessing of the SSS-level beast control talent and the 100-fold spiritual energy, Boss Jean made it. Promotion to bronze means that whether it is physical fitness or the energy contained within, it has once again been enhanced. At this moment, Boss Jin's standing figure is already level with Lu Chen's brow. A pair of golden dog eyes can already meet Lu Chen's gaze, and its stretched body is as long as 10 meters. It looks like an ancient wild beast, exuding an irresistible majestic aura all over. What's more crucial is that after Boss Jean successfully promoted, Lu Chen felt as if there was a clear sound of broken shackles in his mind. He could clearly sense, he can now contract with a second beast at any time. It's time. Lu Chen's mind moved, and he withdrew his consciousness from the beast space. He glanced at the spirit beast stone placed in the corner of the room, with 185 pieces left inside, a total of 370,000 Huaxia coins. It's enough to buy a decent B-grade beast egg. As the saying goes, it's useless to him anyway. It's better to exchange it for money to buy a beast egg, contract with the second beast, enhance immediate combat power, and prepare for the exploration of the secret realm the next day. Just do it. Lu Chen has never been hesitant or indecisive. He immediately carried the box out of the villa. Because he was carrying valuable items, he also extravagantly hailed a taxi. The destination was directly to Wanbao Pavilion in Changnan City. It is the place with the most abundant and complete beast resources in Changnan City. It is also an excellent place to buy beast eggs. Coming for the second time, looking at the majestic gate of Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Chen sighed slightly. Last time, he didn't even have 10,000 pieces in total. In just a few days, he came again with nearly 400,000 huge sums of money. "Sir, hello, may I help you with anything?" It is indeed the top-selling place for beast resources in Changnan City. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the gate of Wanbao Pavilion, a shopping guide respectfully approached him. There was no impatience or condescension due to Lu Chen's young and tender face. Standard smile, impeccable etiquette. "Please help me exchange these for money." Lu Chen placed the box on the nearest table and opened it. The neatly arranged spirit beast stones caught the eyes of the shopping guide, and her smile brightened. "Please come this way." "Wait a moment." She led Lu Chen to the VIP room, personally served a cup of hot tea, and then quickly left with the box. After a while, the sound of high heels resounded again. "Sir, hello, there are a total of 185 spirit beast stones, calculated at the current market price of 2,000 yuan each, totaling 370,000 Huaxia coins. If you purchase other items in our pavilion now, you will receive a 10% discount," the shopping guide Xiaoyu crisply said. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Wanbao Pavilion to offer such a discount service. This is a good way to save money, and Lu Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. He immediately said, "Take me to see the beast eggs." "Okay, please follow me." When Xiaoyu heard this, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. This back and forth would bring in 2 transactions, making a good profit. Lu Chen earns, she earns, it's simply a win-win situation. "Sir, here are all B-grade beast eggs, please have a look." Xiaoyu slightly bent over to guide, then stepped aside, leaving space for Lu Chen to observe and select the beast eggs. Lu Chen looked at the rows of beast eggs on the shelf, each emitting a different color and a wonderful light. but without exception, they all exuded vigorous vitality. A flash of white light passed through his eyes. In an instant, information about various beast eggs quickly flashed in his eyes. As the SSS-Level beast talent of the Eye of Promotion, he could not only see the information of mature beasts but also clearly see the information inside the beast eggs. Race, Dark Iron Turtle Attribute, Metal Talent Level, B Realm. Skills, Iron Spiked Shell, Fine. Powerful Taunt, Fine. Race, Swinging 3-Leaf Clover Attribute, Wood Talent Level, B Realm. Skills, Swinging Breath, Fine. Recovery Technique, Fine. As his gaze swept over the various B-grade beast eggs, Lu Chen's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Having experienced the dominance of Boss Gene, he found it difficult to be impressed by these ordinary beast eggs. Even if some of them possessed excellent level skills, compared to Boss Gene, they were still far inferior. Even the better A-grade beast eggs, he couldn't afford them, and they were nowhere to be found on the shelves. They were just too scarce and rare. Forget it, I'll just strengthen myself with the mythical bloodline pool. It's all the same, Lu Chen thought to himself. Even a beast with average aptitude, after being strengthened by the mythical bloodline pool, whether in skill intensity or potential development, there would be a qualitative leap. However, despite thinking this way, Lu Chen still held onto a certain fantasy in his heart as he turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Do you have any cheaper A-grade beast eggs?" It was just a casual question. After all, A-grade beast eggs were hard to come by. Even if one had 1,000,000, they might not be able to buy one. Not to mention he only had 37,000 left in his pocket. Initially, Lu Chen thought that was quite a lot of money, but now, he realized it was barely enough to buy anything. It could only be said that the status of a beast tamer was high, but to enhance one's strength, the cost was equally high. Unexpectedly, when Xiaoyu heard his question, she actually nodded. She walked over with a sly smile and said, "Sir, here's the thing. We have a beast egg here that has been appraised by experts and it is indeed a genuine A-grade. However, its life force is extremely weak, and the possibility of hatching is very low. Therefore, the price is low, only 35,000 Huaxia coins." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Bring it here, let me have a look." Would this beast egg have any flaws that could escape his discerning eye for promotion? Sensing Lu Chen's excitement, Xiaoyu smiled faintly and turned to fetch a jade box for him. Although she didn't say anything out loud, in her heart, she had already concluded Lu Chen would definitely not spend all his money to buy this one hopeless A-grade beast egg. That would be too crazy, too unrealistic. However, despite her thoughts, the excellent training and strict regulations at the treasure pavilion kept her smiling as she opened the jade box. The beast egg inside caught Lu Chen's eye. In that instant of seeing it, Lu Chen immediately said, "All right, no need to look further." Hearing this, Xiaoyu thought to herself, and was about to put the jade box back in its place, but as she turned around, Lu Chen's excited voice came again. "This is it. Wrap it up for me." In a split second, Xiaoyu's movement froze. The sudden change in movement almost strained her waist. She looked at Lu Chen's confident face in disbelief and said, "Sir, please think it over. This beast egg." Before she could finish, Lu Chen waved his hand to interrupt her and continued, "I'll take all the risks myself." Upon hearing this, as a salesperson, Xiaoyu didn't say much. She suppressed her surprise, turned around, and packed the items. Demonstrating her professionalism, she swiftly wrapped the jade box in less than half a minute, along with the complimentary gift, and handed it to Lu Chen with a warm smile, saying, "Sir, hello, the receipt and items are in the bag. We are pleased to offer a box of Vitality Elixir as a gift. Wishing you a pleasant life. The total cost of this purchase is 31.5 million yuan. You still have a balance of 6.5 million yuan. Would you like to continue shopping?" Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly, clutching the bag in his hand. The information he had just seen made his blood boil with excitement, eager to return home and contract a mythical beast. That was the bloodline of a true dragon. "All right, once again, we wish you a pleasant life. Welcome back anytime." Upon receiving Lu Chen's response, Xiaoyu immediately handed him the prepared balance card with both hands. This was their unique feature at the treasure pavilion. Within the territory of Huaxia, their balance card was equivalent to any bank card, offering great flexibility. Moreover, holding this card entitled customers to a 10% discount on their next visit to the treasure pavilion, and this discount could be combined with other offers. Therefore, Most customers at the treasure pavilion used the balance card for their purchases. Lu Chen took the card, put it in his pocket, and hurriedly left with the bag in hand. You're so lucky. You managed to sell this thing. The commission for this is really high. As soon as Lu Chen left, several idle salespeople in the treasure pavilion gathered around Xiaoyu, looking at her with envy. This mythical beast egg, labeled as A grade, was actually nothing but junk. The commission was as high as 50%. In other words, just from this sale, Xiaoyu earned a whopping 150,000 yuan. It was almost equivalent to her annual salary. I wonder where that young man from a wealthy family came from, dressed so plainly yet so boldly generous. One of the salespeople continued. She was the first to see Lu Chen enter. However, when she noticed that Lu Chen was wearing clothes worth no more than 300 yuan in total, she didn't approach him. Now, thinking about the commission Xiaoyu would receive later, she felt a pang of regret and jealousy. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu just smiled faintly without saying much. She looked in the direction Lu Chen had left, feeling equally puzzled. This young man was not unfamiliar to her. Initially, when Lu Chen first purchased a mythical beast egg, she was the one who served him. At that time, Lu Chen looked as pale as paper, with eyes full of fear like a young animal, tightly clutching 8,000 yuan to buy the mythical beast egg. Xiaoyu still vividly remembered it now. Therefore, when Lu Chen appeared at the treasure pavilion again, Xiaoyu recognized him at first sight. She also knew that the handsome student who had been all the rage online a few days ago was also Lu Chen. However, what Xiaoyu didn't expect was that the same Lu Chen who seemed to be struggling to come up with 8,000 yuan back then could now easily spend over 30,000 yuan on a piece of junk. He doesn't seem like the kind of kid who spends money recklessly, Xiaoyu murmured to herself. On the other side, Lu Chen had already returned to the villa by car. He held the jade box in his hands, his eyes filled with extreme joy. The information about the mythical beast egg from the treasure pavilion reappeared in his mind. Race, Rainbow Serpent, Attribute, Poison, Talent Level, A, Realm, Skills, Venom of Doom, Outstanding. Rainbow Scales, Rare. Dragon Transformation, Rare. Note, this mythical beast contains a trace of true dragon bloodline. Note, hatching this mythical beast requires a large amount of high-level mythical beast essence. If the quantity and quality of the essence are insufficient, the hatching will fail 100%. Evaluation. True dragon bloodline is both a treasure and a curse. True dragon bloodline. Lu Chen's emotions were stirred. In the world of beast taming, any beast related to the word dragon was a powerhouse that dominated beasts of the same realm. Even a lesser dragon like a Jiao dragon possessed formidable combat strength. Typically, beast eggs containing dragon bloodlines were at least of S rank or higher. The beast egg in Lu Chen's hand at this moment unexpectedly contained a trace of true dragon bloodline. Due to the overwhelming power of this bloodline, it suppressed the aura of the beast egg itself to almost complete silence. This led the group of appraisal experts to mistakenly identify it as a worthless item. Indeed, the words of experts are all nonsense, Lu Chen thought gleefully. Just like beasts, beast eggs could be stored in a beast tamer's beast space. Gripping the pitch-black beast egg in his hand, Lu Chen's consciousness sank, and he instantly entered the beast space. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen didn't even bother with the approaching boss gene, and headed straight for the mythical bloodline pool. What kind of blood can be stronger than a mythical bloodline? Lu Chen murmured, then directly tossed the beast egg in his hand into the mythical bloodline pool. Plop, a ripple spread across the calm surface of the pool, creating layers of halos. Then, everything returned to calm. However, with Boss Jin's previous demonstration, Lu Chen remained composed. Sitting on Boss Jin's lowered waist, he waited silently. 10 minutes passed without incident, and Lu Chen remained unperturbed. 20 minutes passed, still nothing happened, and Lu Chen stayed calm. 30 minutes passed, and there was still no change. Lu Chen stood up, walked to the edge of the mythical bloodline pool, and peered inside. Finding nothing, the serene surface of the pool didn't even ripple. An hour passed. Lu Chen felt a cold sweat forming on his spiritual body. Would the beast egg he spent over 300,000 on just disappear like this, with just a sound? He admitted he was slightly anxious. However, at that moment, Boss Jean, who had been following Lu Chen all along, suddenly let out a long howl. Oh, whoa, what's with the strange noise? Lu Chen turned to look. In that instant, as he turned around, a loud noise came from behind him. Boom! Lu Chen spun around abruptly. He saw a giant Jiao dragon soaring into the air. Its dark scales were neatly arranged like precious jade, shimmering with a dark glow under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, faint black mist seemed to scatter from within the scales. These black mists were as elusive as the call of death. Atop the dragon's head, two bulging pouches seemed like ferocious horns could emerge at any moment. The detailed information of this giant dragon appeared in Lu Chen's eyes in that instant. Species, Sky-invading Shadow Jiao. Attribute, Poison, innate talent level, S. Realm, Black Iron 6th stage. Skills, Dragon Body, Outstanding. Dragon Poison, Outstanding. Dragon Fury, Outstanding. Dragon Transformation, Epic. Dragon Body, Passive Skill. Physical qualities tripled. Beast can freely control its body size. Dragon Poison, Passive Skill. The beast carries deadly dragon poison throughout its body, causing enemies to be poisoned and suffer negative effects such as stiffness, dizziness, bleeding, weakness, etc. When attacking, Dragon Fury, True Dragon's Wrath. Intimidating all. The beast can emit pressure to intimidate enemies, forming forced control. The duration of control depends on the strength of the enemy. Under intimidation, the enemy's defense will be weakened. Dragon Transformation, forcefully activate the true dragon bloodline within the body, briefly transforming into a true dragon form. In this state, physical qualities increase fivefold, strengthening other abilities. Note, after forcibly evolving into a dragon, the summoned beast will enter a weakened state for 6 hours. Evolutionary path, Devouring Demon Dragon, SS rank, 5 Elements Dragon King, SSS rank, Immortal Dragon Ancestor, Mythical rank. Note, only summoned beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical rank. Materials required for the first evolution, high-quality poisonous attribute beast core. Essence of 5 poisons, true dragon blood evaluation, just one step away from dragon transformation. This panel is simply unparalleled in power. Lu Chen looked at the dark figure in the sky with eyes full of surprise. Truly worthy of the true dragon bloodline. These 4 skills are simply more heaven-defying one after another. Although it is also a configuration of 3 exceptional and 1 epic with Boss Jean, the focus is completely different. If Boss Jean is a pentagon warrior with no weaknesses, combining attack, defense, and healing into one, then the summoned beast Lu Chen just acquired is a complete attack monster. All 4 skills are born for slaughter. A born killer. The first skill, Dragon Body, is simple and brutal in effect, yet terrifyingly strong. It directly increases the body's attributes threefold, without any prerequisites. In other words, just the strength of the dragon's body in its normal state is enough to crush a group of summoned beasts at the same level. The second skill combines damage and control. While injuring the enemy, it inflicts a series of negative effects on them. Looking at the long list of negative effects in the skill description, Lu Chen felt fear for his future enemies. The third skill is a control and armor-breaking skill, and it's an area of effect skill. Under the dragon's fury, enemies within 10 meters are instantly stunned, unable to move, unable to fight back. They can only let Lu Chen's summoned beast take their lives. As for the fourth skill, that epic level skill can actually temporarily transform the originally dragon-like summoned beast into a true dragon. The increase in body attributes rises from 3 times to 5 times the original. This kind of enhancement, not to mention enemies at the same level, even enemies 1 level higher than the dragon, in terms of physical strength alone, may not be as strong as Lu Chen's summoned beast. Moreover, after transforming into a dragon, the enhancement is not just the dragon's physical body, it also includes all its inherent abilities. The effect can be described as extremely terrifying. Of course, with such heaven-defying effects, the corresponding negative effects are also relatively significant. A full 6 hours of weakness. It's 12 times the duration of Boss Jin's half-hour weakness. Come here. Lu Chen called out to the dragon still gliding in the sky. Hearing the master's call, the originally majestic and fierce dragon immediately dived down. With its descent, a howling wind rushed towards them. The overwhelming shadow suddenly descended. I'll call you Black Scale. Lu Chen looked at the dragon's body covered in jet black scales and named it on the spot. Upon hearing this, the dragon let out a long roar, then gently rubbed Lu Chen's forehead with its large head, showing its joy. For it, names are irrelevant. As long as the master likes it, then it likes it too. Woof, woof woof woof. Suddenly, Boss Jean leaped out from behind Lu Chen and barked a few times at Black Scale. Its tail wagged rapidly behind it, seemingly welcoming the new companion. However, faced with its greeting, Black Scale didn't even look, just turned its head away, quite aloof. Well, after all, Dragons are proud creatures and really look down on other summoned beasts. Seeing this, Boss Jean was furious. Come on, it's a senior. How dare it be so disrespectful? Instantly, a look of grievance filled Boss Jin's golden eyes as it looked at Lu Chen, expressing its dissatisfaction. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen chuckled. He reached out and straightened Black Scale's head, saying to it, "You two better get along well." Upon hearing the master's command, Heilin reluctantly extended his long tail and waved it in front of Boss Jean, acknowledging the greeting. Lu Chen then played with the two beasts in the beast space, deepening their bond under his deliberate guidance. The relationship between Boss Jean and Heilin was gradually improving. After all, as a beast tamer, his duty was not only to battle but also to maintain good relationships with his tamed beasts. The next day, Lu Chen woke up early, had his meal, and hurried to school. Today marked the school-wide competition, which was also the day for exploring the secret realm. Lu Chen had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After all, he had almost exhausted all the resources obtained from the previous school-wide competition, converting them all into combat power. Now, he urgently needed new resources to enhance himself, to evolve both beasts to SS level. Even the cheapest of the 6 treasures had a market value of over 500,000 Huaxia coins. They were outrageously expensive. Moreover, 2 of the treasures were extremely rare, with no one selling them on the market for years. The only chance to obtain such resources was within the secret realm. Upon arriving at the designated location, a bus was already waiting on the site. Lu Chen noticed that the other 7 participants had already gathered. It seems everyone is eager. Lu Chen sighed lightly, found his seat, and settled down. Once all participants were present, the bus quickly started moving. The scenery outside the window rapidly receded. After about an hour, the bus came to a leisurely stop. All the secret realms in Changnan City were located outside the city. In fact, all secret realms worldwide were situated outside cities. Although secret realms were relatively stable, there were instances of them going out of control. The secret realm chosen this time is of the lowest level. The event organizer announced from a high platform. It is divided into Silver Zone, Bronze Zone, and Iron Zone. This time, all students will be allocated to explore the Iron Zone. However, since this secret realm has not been opened in the last 10 years, the zone divisions inside may not be entirely accurate. But I have prepared return bracelets for everyone. If you encounter danger, just pull off the bracelet, and you will be transported outside this secret realm. As the organizer spoke, staff members distributed the bracelets to each student. Lu Chen wore the bracelet on his left wrist, and a mysterious spatial fluctuation flashed across it. After the formalities were over, there were a series of speeches by leaders and so on. Not all leaders in Changnan City were as efficient as Wang Jintian. Lu Chen, who had arrived half an hour earlier, was made to stand below for half an hour. "Hey, buddy, can't you be more concise?" Lu Chen complained inwardly as he watched the bald leader on the stage still spouting saliva. Sensing the students' dissatisfaction below, the leader on stage coughed twice and continued, "I'll just mention the last 2 points. Just 2 points." This led to another half an hour. Fortunately, they endured it. Seeing the white light rings flashing in front of him, Lu Chen wasted no time and stepped into it without hesitation. In an instant, everything spun around him. A wave of nausea surged from his tailbone to his throat. Lu Chen forcefully suppressed the discomfort and looked around quickly, summoning Boss Jean in Heilin. A vast desert, soft yellow sand stretched everywhere. In the sky, a fiery red sun hung high, radiating scorching heat. Just as he entered, Lu Chen felt sweat evaporating all over his body. His clothes were instantly soaked. The Crimson Flame Desert? Not bad luck after all. Lu Chen looked around and, combined with the map given by the staff earlier, directly confirmed his current location. This secret realm consists of the Crimson Flame Desert, the Withered Wilderness, and the Damp Rainforest. The Crimson Flame Desert and the Damp Rainforest are located on both sides of the secret realm. The Withered Wilderness is sandwiched in the middle, the most dangerous area in the secret realm, where even silver-ranked beasts roam. Such beasts are practically like death gods to the students. Once encountered, they might not even have time to activate their special bracelets to escape. In the Crimson Flame Desert where Lu Chen currently is, most beasts are at the Black Iron rank. Only a few have the strength of the Silver rank. It can be considered a paradise for beginners' trials, coupled with the special bracelets distributed by the staff. As long as they stay here, The top students from Chaingnan's major high schools are unlikely to encounter life-threatening situations. Looking at the endless desert, Lu Chen recalled the knowledge related to this secret realm. Just then, the sand beneath him began to flow slightly. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked down. In an instant, yellow sand splashed like bullets towards him. In the vast yellow sand, a sharp stinger pierced through the air, a foul wind blowing. Beasts are indeed beasts, launching a deadly attack at first sight. However, facing this fierce strike, Lu Chen didn't even blink, standing calmly in place. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Lu Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, a thin black line on Lu Chen's shoulder expanded. In the blink of an eye, the hair-thin black line swelled into a nearly 20-meter-tall giant dragon. It was the Black Scale. The Black Scale let out a loud roar, its jaws wide open, emitting substantial sound waves as it rushed towards the desert scorpion. Dragon's Fury! A roar like an enraged dragon stunned the desert scorpion in its tracks. Taking advantage of its daze, Boss Jin's figure moved like lightning, his claws gleaming with a cold light. With just one strike, he severed the scorpion's raised tail. Instantly, dark green blood spilled on the ground, blending into the endless desert and disappearing. However, this was far from enough. Boss Jin's figure flashed back, his wolf claws flickering several times in mid-air, the afterimages flying past. Clang, clang, clang. The desert scorpion's proud hard shell, under Boss Jin's claws, was as fragile as paper. In less than half a second, a top-tier black iron 9th-rank beast died on the spot. This beast, capable of slaying all participating students, couldn't even last a second under Lu Chen's command. Utter domination. Among the senior high school students, this level of strength was simply invincible. A good harvest. Lu Chen nodded, putting the scorpion's severed tail into his backpack. This was a valuable item. The treasures on this top-tier black iron beast were worth thousands of huaxia coins. Just entering the secret realm had already earned him 10,000. Lu Chen was feeling quite pleased. Shrink a bit. Don't scare everyone away. He turned to the expanded Black Scale, whispering softly. Upon hearing this, the Black Scale obediently shrank back, turning into a black line resting on Lu Chen's shoulder once again. Let's go, my darlings, Lu Chen called out, leading Boss Jin deeper into the desert. He didn't come all this way to be satisfied with just killing some black iron-ranked beasts. For Lu Chen, who possessed 2 S-rank beast-taming qualifications, even top-tier bronze beasts might not be unbeatable. Lu Chen's personal killing spree was about to begin. An hour later, Lu Chen's backpack was bulging with various beast treasures and many special resources grown in the desert environment. This was all part of this exploration in the secret realm. Lu Chen just discovered that his Eye of Promotion surprisingly had a good treasure hunting ability. Any special resources, no matter how well hidden, would be outlined in a shimmering blue silhouette within his field of vision. With this ability, Lu Chen had been making a fortune all along the way. The special resources in his backpack alone were worth no less than 100,000 huaxia coins, coupled with the treasures from fierce beasts. Within just an hour, Lu Chen had already earned 200,000 huaxia coins. At this rate, he could gather enough money to evolve 2 SS-level beast companions in less than 2 days. This is so cool, Lu Chen exclaimed, quickening his pace. Suddenly, he paused, his ears twitching. He heard the sounds of battle. Lu Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. Although this expedition was only free for high school seniors, the opportunity to explore the secret realm was open to the entire society. A spot cost 100,000 huaxia coins. Therefore, those engaged in battle nearby could be civilians. Among them were both good and bad people. Lu Chen didn't want trouble, he just wanted to make money quietly, so he chose to stay away. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as Lu Chen took a step back, the sounds of fighting became clearer, as if directed towards him. Lu Chen could now even see, not far ahead, 3 burly men leading 3 different beast companions, besieging a desert python. The python's earth-yellow scales had mostly shattered, revealing tender flesh underneath. The crimson blood soaked the yellow sand beneath it, filling the dry air with a nauseating stench. Despite its severe injuries, the python still fought back. With a swift swing of its long tail, it sent the 3 beast companions attacking it flying. Then, with a powerful momentum, it charged straight at Lu Chen. This was undoubtedly a bronze-level fierce beast. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt that something was amiss. He took a step back, mysterious light flashing in his eyes, instantly capturing information about the python and the 3 beast companions behind it. After clarifying all the information about the beast companions, Lu Chen understood everything. Species, Thunderous Wrath, Attribute, Electric, Talent Level, A, Realm, 4th rank Black Iron, Skills, Furious Roar, Fine. Partial Elementalization, Excellent. Thunderous Wrath, Rare, Evaluation, a hot-tempered creature favored by thunder and lightning. Lu Chen wouldn't forget this beast companion. Wasn't this Wan Peng's beast companion? At this moment, the purple electric currents around Thunderous Wrath disappeared, revealing a earth-yellow hue. It didn't seem like an electric-type beast but more like an earth-type one. Moreover, Lu Chen had never seen the faces of the 3 beast masters before. However, he knew deep down that this unfamiliar feeling was due to another illusion-type beast companion. Species, Thousand-Faced Shadow, Attribute, Illusion, Talent Level, B, Realm, 5th rank Bronze, Skills, Thousand Faces, Fine. Concealed Aura, Fine. Illusion Control, Excellent. Evaluation, Master of Disguise. The Wan family is quite ruthless. Lu Chen sighed. The 2 Beastmasters beside Wan Peng had already reached the Bronze realm. Each of them had at least 4 bronze-level beast companions. Furthermore, Lu Chen noticed that one of the Beastmasters had transformed the python, previously besieged by the 3, into his beast companion. The Wan family had mobilized such a force just for one of their students. It truly made Lu Chen feel honored. Anticipating everything in advance, Lu Chen immediately formulated a plan. As the python attacked, he swiftly retreated, with Jin Lao pushing him to the front. In the blink of an eye, the scorching desert once again saw the rise of a blazing sun. The sun hung high, casting fierce sunlight recklessly. The sunlight was like a blade, causing blood to splatter once again from the already injured giant python. Even the figure swooping in the air slowed down for a moment. Just then, Boss Jin kicked forcefully with his hind legs. In an instant, sand splashed everywhere as Boss Jin's figure soared into the sky. Sharp cold light flashed through the air, directly hitting the heart of the giant python. Just one claw. A large amount of blood scattered like a fountain. The stiff body of the python fell weakly to the ground. Boss Jin's body also slowly descended. On his left front paw, a large heart was slowly beating. He actually improved again. Seeing this scene, Wan Peng, disguised as a big man, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "A lackey, how could he have such good luck?" However, thinking of his plan, he still signaled to the 2 people beside him. Immediately, the 3 of them slowly approached Lu Chen, with bright smiles on their faces. "Thanks to this young brother for helping out. Yes, if it weren't for you, the 3 of us would probably be in danger." No one expected this python to be so fierce. They praised verbally, but their bodies unconsciously closed in on Lu Chen, forming a triangular position, continuously squeezing Lu Chen's retreat space. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's face remained unchanged, as innocent as a student unfamiliar with the ways of the world. He listened to the 3's praises, scratching his head embarrassedly, saying, "It was the 3 of you who injured it. Otherwise, with just my Black Iron Realm beast, how could I have killed it?" Hearing this, the group exchanged glances once again, all showing disdain in their eyes. Fool! Exposing his strength in the secret realm. This was their true inner thoughts. However, on the surface, the big man closest to Lu Chen said, "Young talent, fighting beyond your level. Impressive." He raised his thumb and placed his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Seeing Lu Chen's completely unguarded appearance, Wan Peng sneered in his heart. The humiliation from 10 days ago kept flashing through his mind. It made it difficult for him to maintain his smile. He couldn't wait any longer to see Lu Chen's blood spill in the desert, to witness his pitiful and tearful appearance. Just the thought of it brought a hint of satisfaction to Wan Peng's face. He couldn't bear it anymore and roared, "Attack!" In an instant, the big man who had initially placed his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder changed his expression. His eyes filled with a surge of killing intent. The ring on his finger emitted a faint black light. Intense spatial fluctuations emanated from the ring, directly locking down the spatial abilities within a 5-meter radius. Wan Peng and his group had gone to great lengths to stage this act, all to nullify the teleportation ability of the special bracelet on Lu Chen's hand. The Wan family made their move. Their aim was to kill. If not for this thousand-faced shadow beast, which could only disguise people and beasts below its own realm, Wan Peng even considered bringing a few silver-ranked beastmasters to surround and kill Lu Chen. But seeing Lu Chen's foolish and unsuspecting appearance, he thought that bringing 2 bronze 9th-rank beastmasters was already overestimating Lu Chen. However, no one noticed. A tiny black line, like lightning, darted through the vast yellow sand below. Black poisonous gas rose upwards. Like mist, it corroded the bodies of all enemies. However, when putting on a show, one must go all the way. Moreover, the poison needed a little time to take effect. Therefore, Lu Chen cooperated perfectly with their plan. When he sensed the intense spatial fluctuations, his face suddenly changed, shouting as if he knew nothing. "What's going on? My bracelet. It's malfunctioning. Who are you people?" Seeing Lu Chen in a panic, Wan Peng felt as refreshed as if he had eaten a whole ice watermelon in the desert. He suddenly dispelled the illusion disguise and revealed his true appearance. His dyed long hair swayed with his master's fluctuating emotions. Wan Peng's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "It's me, Lu Chen. Surprised, aren't you? We meet again. This time, have you figured out how you want to die?" The two beast tamers behind him crossed their arms. The way they looked at Lu Chen was no different from looking at a dead person, especially one of the beast tamers. His gaze towards Lu Chen was surprisingly furious. After all, Lu Chen had killed one of his beasts. Wan Peng? Seeing Wan Peng's face, Lu Chen seemed to have seen something astonishing. Raising an eyebrow, he calculated the time. It was almost time. The venom was fierce. From contact to entering the body, it wouldn't take too long. Therefore, he suppressed the panic on his face, a hint of disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Seeing you again? Still disgustingly ugly." With these words, Wan Peng's approaching steps suddenly faltered. Veins popped on his forehead. His previously sinister smirk froze, his expression turning clownish. Wan Peng never expected this. Lu Chen was on the brink of death, yet he dared to be so arrogant. Anger, like a venomous snake, gnawed at his heart. Wan Peng raised his arms and shouted loudly, "What are you standing there for? Give me." However, halfway through his sentence, Wan Peng's words abruptly stopped. He looked incredulously at his own arm, realizing in astonishment that no matter how hard he tried, his obedient arm now felt as heavy as lead, unable to lift it. "What's going on?" Wan Peng looked at the other two beast tamers, noticing their anxious faces, desperately trying to move their bodies. However, their steps remained frozen in place, unable to budge an inch. Not only the beast tamers, even the summoned beasts stood motionless, only able to emit helpless whimpers. At this moment, the only ones able to move were Lu Chen and his beasts. In an instant, the tables turned in the battle. Watching Lu Chen's face filled with cold laughter and undisguised killing intent, Wan Peng was truly panicked this time. This was a secret realm. There was no surveillance. Therefore, even if it involved killing, no one would know. It was precisely because of this that Wan Peng dared to act so openly against Lu Chen this time. But he never expected that before he could make a move, he was already under control. He didn't even know how Lu Chen did it. Weren't the opponents beasts of light or fire attributes? How could they carry poison? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Wan Peng's mind. Could it be that Lu Chen had already advanced to bronze and formed a contract with a second beast? How could this be possible? It had only been 20 days since awakening his beast talent until now. In just 20 days, Lu Chen had actually advanced to bronze? Did he think he was an SSS-level talented beast tamer? Wan Peng had been skeptical at first, but now faced with the undeniable truth, he had no choice but to believe. Moreover, he now felt not only the numbness in his arms, his entire upper body seemed to have disappeared, devoid of sensation. Not only that, he even found it extremely difficult to breathe now. Don't kill me, please." Wan Peng struggled to inhale, trying to get a breath of fresh air, but it was all in vain. The potent venom carried by the S-rank talented beast itself was something his mere black iron beast tamer couldn't resist. Before long, Wan Peng's face turned red due to lack of oxygen, his speech becoming intermittent. His bulging eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, filled with fear and pleading, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Don't. Money. I'll give you money." Seeing Lu Chen unmoved, Wan Peng's fear intensified. He even wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but the venom had invaded his body entirely, making even such a simple act as kneeling impossible for him. At this moment, he was like a puppet, unable to control his own actions, standing still blankly, allowing the deadly poison to corrode his body, eating away at his vitality step by step. Lu Chen showed no emotion on his face as Wan Peng gradually lost his life. Since the other party was prepared to kill, they should also be prepared to be killed. Bang! Moments later, Wan Peng's stiff body fell heavily onto the soft yellow sand. He collapsed like a wooden stick, and at the same time, The furious thunder he had contracted also lost its life the moment the beast tamer died. As for the remaining 2 bronze beast tamers, although their physical qualities were much better than Wanpang's, they were still far inferior to the beasts and died one after another following Wanpang. The contracted beasts also died instantly. This was the flaw of the beast tamer system. 90% of a beast tamer's power comes from the beasts, making the beast tamers themselves extremely fragile. Therefore, silent and poisonous experts like Hei Lin were nightmares for all low-level beast tamers. However, for Lu Chen, this was not a problem at all. After all, his eye of promotion could transfer the injuries suffered by the beast tamer to the beasts. As long as the beasts he contracted were not completely dead, he would never suffer. His main strength was invincibility. What a pity! Watching the gradually disappearing python heart in Boss Jin's claws, Lu Chen sighed. Beasts and monsters were different. When a beast tamer died, the beast's body would disintegrate, returning to nothingness. In this way, no materials would be left behind. Otherwise, just the bodies of the 4 bronze-level beasts alone would be a considerable income. However, Lu Chen's eyes flashed. Taking a step forward to Wanpang's body, he bent down, not minding the unpleasantness, and directly took the ring, emitting a faint light from Wanpang's hand. Holding the ring in his hand, Lu Chen released his mental power, completely enveloping the ring. In the moment his mental power enveloped the ring, Lu Chen felt a slight dizziness in his head. A 3-cubic space appeared in his mind. As expected, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Space ring. The Wan family is truly wealthy. This kind of space ring that could store any dead objects was invaluable. Even a 1-cubic space ring would cost several 100,000. Let alone the 3-cubic space of Wanpang's ring. It was definitely worth millions of Huaxia coins. Moreover, his ring also contained many resources needed for the black iron level. Although the resource level was not high, the quantity was substantial. Altogether, it was worth 200 to 300,000. I'm getting rich. Lu Chen grinned, wiped the ring with his hand, and unhesitatingly put it on his finger. He had been worried about how to carry all the resources he would obtain with his small backpack. But now, luck was on his side, as Wanpang, being a good person, had directly given him his space ring. As a token of gratitude, Lu Chen ordered Boss Jin to dig a small pit in the yellow sand and bury the bodies of the 3 of them. Of course, he didn't let go of the other 2 bodies either, searching them thoroughly. Unfortunately, they were just small fries at the bronze level and didn't have anything valuable on them. The most valuable ring was scrapped after 1 use. Seize the opportunity and press on, Lu Chen called out to Boss Jin. At the same time, black scale transformed into a black line again, quietly lying on Lu Chen's shoulder, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. 1 man, 2 beasts, continued to venture deeper. This vast crimson flame desert was fraught with danger in the eyes of others, but to Lu Chen, it was no different from his own backyard. Time passed, and the spatial ring on Lu Chen's finger was rapidly filling up. Now, the resources inside the spatial ring alone amounted to millions of Huaxia coins. It was truly a day of sudden wealth. Meanwhile, night quietly enveloped the entire desert. The scorching temperature suddenly dropped. It's time to leave, Lu Chen lamented. This free exploration competition in the secret realm would end at 8 o'clock in the evening. At that time, the staff would tally everyone's gains and rank them based on their value. The top 5 would receive generous rewards. However, the exact nature of the rewards was kept secret by the organizers, who only said that it would be revealed after the competition ended. With this in mind, Lu Chen reached for the special bracelet on his left wrist to leave the secret realm. But in the next moment, a fierce blue light shot up from the corner of his right eye. Lu Chen abruptly stopped himself and looked to the right. In the silent desert, a bright blue light was conspicuously visible. A treasure is born? Lu Chen exclaimed. He immediately abandoned the idea of leaving right away and instructed Boss Jin to investigate the situation. Boss Jin took the lead in scouting ahead. Lu Chen lightened his steps and quietly followed behind. A treasure that caused such a commotion must surely be guarded by a powerful beast. At the very least, it would be a late-stage bronze beast. It might even be a silver-ranked beast. Although official reports rarely mentioned the appearance of silver-ranked beasts in the Crimson Flame Desert, one must not forget that this secret realm had been closed for 10 years. During these unknown 10 years, it was not impossible for a silver-ranked beast to emerge in this vast desert. With his vigilance at its peak, Lu Chen cautiously moved forward. The bright blue light became even more dazzling. The radiance was so intense that even Lu Chen found it somewhat blinding. Moreover, This phenomenon was not exclusive to Lu Chen, it was a natural occurrence when a treasure was born. According to Lu Chen's estimation, all living creatures within a radius of 10 miles should be able to see it. Countless beings would undoubtedly be drawn to this phenomenon. I must be quick. A determined glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. At that moment, he caught sight of the appearance of the treasure. Instantly, Lu Chen's breathing became heavier. Before his eyes, there was a blue or the size of a human head emitting a dazzling light. Numerous azure flames danced around it, resembling ghostly fires in the night, but with a touch of dominance instead of eerie mystery. Wasn't this the essence of the sun essence? One of the 3 treasures needed for Boss Jin's evolution? The circles of blue flames leaping around the stone were a sign of the rising temperature, a fundamental characteristic of the sun essence. I must obtain it. Lu Chen's mind roared. Yet, his actions were not swayed by his excitement, they became even gentler, because he clearly saw it. Next to the sun essence, stood a towering giant made of stacked red stones. In the stone eye sockets, fiery red flames served as pupils. The flames flickered intensely, revealing the stone man's wild and excited emotions. At the same time, his enormous stone head swiftly turned 360 degrees, aiming to eliminate all potential dangers. Lu Chen lowered his body, trying to conceal his form as much as possible. A flash of light appeared in his eyes, and the information about this stone man instantly emerged before him. Race, Exploding Stone Man, Attributes, Earth and Fire Dual Attributes, Innate Talent Level, A, Realm, Silver 2nd Stage, Skills, Exploding Stone Body, Excellent. Flame Rush Fist, Excellent. Incinerating Stone Charge, Excellent. Fiery Stone Burst, Rare, Evaluation, High Attack and Defense. Just looks a bit not very smart, a Silver 2nd Stage Fierce Beast. It's a whole realm higher than Boss Jin. Compared to Black Scale, it directly crushes 2 realms. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Lu Chen had no intention of retreating. After all, although this fierce beast was powerful enough, it was by no means an opponent he couldn't handle. Moreover, even if he couldn't win, Lu Chen could use a special bracelet to leave at any time. There was no life-threatening crisis. Most importantly, Lu Chen's beast was also equipped with the epic skills of Solar Flare Burst and Dragon Transformation. With full force, Lu Chen believed that even a Silver Realm fierce beast was no match for him. Crawling on the icy yellow sand for a moment, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. These stone creatures had no flesh or nerves, so they were generally not affected by toxins. In that case, let's have a fair fight. Thinking this, Lu Chen stood up. The black lines on his shoulders quickly expanded. The dragon body stretched freely in mid-air, with its ink-black scales matching its 10-meter-long body. From a distance, it looked like a dark cloud descending. Boss Jin also revealed its form, no longer hiding. It stood up, shook vigorously, and the yellow sand fell off its body, revealing its golden luxurious fur. 2 beasts appeared at the same time, immediately drawing the attention of the exploding stone man. It roared angrily, flames burning on its crimson stone fists. The exploding stone man crouched, ready to attack. At that moment, the hovering black scale suddenly opened its dragon eyes. The dark pupils shimmered with an eerie light in the night. Instantly, an immense pressure seemed to come from ancient times, falling upon the exploding stone man. In an instant, its charging movement halted. Even the flames flickering in its pupils froze for a moment. However, the stone giant was indeed a fierce beast of the Silver Realm. Its raw power far surpassed Black Scale. Therefore, despite the bloodline suppression, Dragon's Fury's control over the stone giant was only for a split second. Yet, that 1 second was more than enough for Boss Jin. All around its body, the golden fur moved without wind. In the originally pitch-black night, a golden sun suddenly rose. A radiant sun hung high in the sky, illuminating Lu Chen's area almost as bright as day. Even the blue light emanating from the solar essence appeared dim under Boss Jin's sun. Subsequently, the once stable sun suddenly expanded. Boundless light and heat radiated automatically as the sun expanded. Countless fiery fragments dripped from the sun, scorching like magma. In an instant, the sun, originally the size of a round table, expanded several times. The terrifying power and energy frightened the just recovered exploding stone man, making it flee without any resistance. It was over. Solar flare burst. The explosion lasted only for a moment. Bang! Finally, the sun reached its limit. The energy and power contained within had reached their peak. In an instant, boundless white light sprayed out. The scorching flames rained down on the desert like a shower. At that moment, It seemed as if a rain of crimson flames was falling from the sky. However, any creature, once touched by the falling flames, would be burned to ashes in an instant. Accompanied by the crimson flames, there were almost frenzied explosive fluctuations. As a beast tamer, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be harmed by his own beast's attacks. Therefore, he stood closest, seeing the clearest. The exploding sun hanging high in the sky, the boundless sound waves and the force of impact descended from the sky, pressing down on everything horizontally. Within miles, life was extinguished. Even the countless yellow sands in the crimson flame desert were lifted by this terrifying impact. A deep pit appeared with Lu Chen at the center, and the exploding stone man who wanted to escape, under this terrifying impact, had long been shattered into pieces. Even the bodies couldn't be found. Just one strike, instantly killing the silver beast. To be honest, the killing power of the instant sunburst exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. He thought that this skill would at most severely injure the exploding stone man. After all, it was a silver tier 2 beast, a whole realm higher than Boss Jean. But, how was this severe injury? This one blow directly smashed the silver beast into pieces, dead beyond death. Even the surrounding environment had a slight change under this strike. This level of attack almost matched the damage of a golden tier beast. Truly an epic skill. Such power. Lu Chen sighed. With Black Scale's strong control and Boss Jin's outbreak, there was simply no opponent within the silver tier. Then, he ignored the essence of the sun on the ground and quickly walked to Boss Jin. At this moment, Boss Jin's eyes, which were once bright and divine, now showed weakness. The pupils that used to shine with dazzling light were now extremely dim. Even the fur around him seemed to have faded a shade. This was the weakened state after forcibly using an epic skill. No matter how powerful Boss Jean was before, now it was even struggling to maintain a standing position. You've worked hard. Lu Chen placed his hand on Boss Jin's head and gently rubbed it a few times. Feeling the warmth of his master's large hand, Boss Jean comfortably narrowed his eyes and wagged his tail slightly. Go back and rest well, Lu Chen said softly, retracting Boss Jean into the beast space. There, the spiritual energy was abundant, allowing the beast to recover quickly from its weakened state. After comforting Boss Jean, Black Scale obediently returned to Lu Chen's shoulder. Only then did he turn and walk towards the essence of the sun emitting a shimmering blue light. He sealed it in a specially made storage jade box. After scanning the surroundings and confirming nothing was overlooked, he clapped the special bracelet on his wrist. Violent spatial fluctuations appeared again, completely enveloping him. The next moment, his figure disappeared without a trace. In the vast yellow sand, there were no living creatures left. Only the central deep pit telling the horror of the battle just now. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, several round tables were placed side by side. Behind each table sat a professional inspector. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Around the square, countless incandescent lights shone like miniature suns, illuminating the square brightly. All the participating players couldn't hide their excitement. It was easy to imagine the good harvest they had in this exploration of the secret realm. These participants were patiently queuing in front of the round tables, presenting all their gains from the secret realm on the table. They were eagerly awaiting the inspectors to give their corresponding value judgments. After all, it was about their rankings, and on the high platform of the square, almost all the high-ranking figures of Changnan City had gathered. Among them were evaluation teachers from various major universities, looking to find a few outstanding students for their schools before the college entrance examination. However, the atmosphere on the high platform was somewhat stagnant and heavy. Among them, Wang Zhentian's face was the most unpleasant. He asked in a low voice, "Has Lu Chen not returned yet?" The one he was asking was, of course, the leading teacher from Changnan No. 1 High School. This teacher's expression was equally grim. Even cold sweat dripped down his forehead, shining under the light. No, he hasn't. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the stage became solemn and silent. How could they not know? Lu Chen, mentioned by Wang Zhentian, was the top student of Changnan No. 1 High School, and Wang Zhentian had high hopes for him. At this moment, half an hour had passed since the agreed time to leave the secret realm, and the student had not returned. Most likely, something unexpected had happened in the secret realm. It wasn't just others who thought so, even Wang Zhentian felt the same way. His face was heavy, and his wolf-like gaze swept over the many students below the stage. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen's figure was not among them. Just then, a sharp laughter came from behind Wang Zhentian. followed by Wang Jiaming's mocking words, "Oh, isn't this Principal Wang? Why does your face look so bad? Are you sick? Oh my, that's really something. You, as a beast tamer, actually falling ill. You better go to the hospital and get checked. Don't tell me it's an incurable disease or a terminal illness, a rare and difficult condition." As he spoke, Wang Jiaming's figure appeared in front of Wang Zhentian. He had a mocking smile on his lips, and the sarcasm in his tone was undisguised. Wang Jiaming was feeling quite comfortable at the moment. The attempt to assassinate Lu Chen by Wan Ping was naturally his idea. The mysterious ring that could affect the special bracelet was also personally given to Wan Ping by him. He even specially assigned 2 young experts at the bronze level to him. One could disguise appearance to conceal aura, lowering Lu Chen's guard. The other could lock onto the enemy from afar, accurately finding Lu Chen's location in the vast secret realm. Although these 2 individuals were not of high level, killing a mere black iron beast tamer like Lu Chen was like taking candy from a baby. With such preparations, Wang Jiaming did not believe his son would fail. By doing so, he could quietly kill the brat who had embarrassed his family in the secret realm and make Wang Zhentian lose face in front of the top figures of Changnan No. 1 high school, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaming's smile grew broader, as if the humiliation from a few days ago had completely disappeared at this moment. His white teeth gleamed coldly under the light. "It was you." Seeing Wang Jiaming, a flash of realization crossed Wang Zhentian's mind. Yes, with the power of the Wan family and their ruthlessness, they were the most likely to carry out an assassination. Thinking of this, anger rose on Principal Wang's face. His majestic aura erupted around him. In an instant, several spirit beasts appeared around him, encircling the lone figure. Wang Zhentian, with a military background, had a fiery temper and a straightforward nature, ready to act on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone present paled. Wang Jiaming still wore a smile that begged to be slapped. "Principal Wang, speak with facts, with evidence. You say I did it, so I did it? Do you think the whole of Changnan is at your beck and call?" As he spoke, his gaze turned to the man sitting on the high platform. The mayor of Changnan, Song Tonglin, was also the only diamond-level combat power in Changnan City. His sheer strength overshadowed everyone present. Seeing everyone looking over, Song Tonglin, sitting calmly in his seat, blinked and then spread out his hands. "What are you looking at me for? If you want to fight, go far away and do it. Don't ruin my mood here. You're all at such levels, yet you still talk about fighting like children. Then there's you, Wang Jiaming, always looking for trouble when others are unhappy. Aren't you just asking for a beating?" Obviously, he supported no one, took no sides, and only suppressed the conflict with a tough attitude. Just as Song Tonglin was speaking, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly occurred at the entrance to the secret realm. Soon after, a clear figure swiftly appeared. It was Lu Chen. Lu Chen? The most surprised person was not anyone else but the wildly arrogant Wang Jiaming. Seeing Lu Chen was like seeing a ghost. His eyes widened in disbelief. The smirk and carefree attitude on his face vanished instantly. They were replaced by thick astonishment and incredulity. How could he still be alive? Did Wan Ping fail? Impossible. The ambush and assassination by 2 bronze-level beast tamers. Even if unintentional, how could this kid survive? Countless thoughts tangled in his mind like a mess. Suddenly, Wang Jiaming's eyes narrowed, and a chilling light burst from his gaze. His eyes locked onto the black ring on Lu Chen's left index finger. The ring had an elegant design, emitting a deep light under the lamplight. This ring was no stranger to Wang Jiaming. It was the coming-of-age gift he had given to his own son, Wan Ping. How could it be on Lu Chen's hand? Could it be? A dreadful thought flashed through his mind. Lu Chen killed Wan Ping? At the thought, Wang Jiaming's body trembled violently. Wan Ping was his only son. The emotional crystallization left to him after losing his wife. His only bloodline in this world. And now, it was cut off just like that? In an instant, boundless killing intent rose in his eyes. In a flash, a majestic aura erupted from him like the mountains and seas. 6 beast tamers appeared around Wang Jiaming. The venomous crow screeched and launched the first attack. The pustules all over its body burst, and the foul-smelling pus turned into a long line, sweeping towards Lu Chen. The other 5 beast tamers also unleashed their attacks. His movements were so fast that even Wang Zhentian, who had been standing beside him, couldn't react in time. He never expected Wang Jiaming, this old fox, to act so impulsively. Wang Zhentian looked shocked and angry. wanting to stop it as he watched various powerful attacks in midair. However, it was already too late. As for Lu Chen, he was chilled to the bone under the lock of various emerald-level beast tamers. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. These attacks were too powerful. He had no room for resistance at all. Bronze against emerald, a difference of 4 major realms. Even with an SSS-level talent, it was impossible to bridge such a gap. The black scales on his shoulders sensed the danger to their master's life and transformed into a dragon body, swelling suddenly. Then it shrank into a ball, tightly protecting Lu Chen inside. However, at that moment, a cold snort seemed to come from ancient times, tearing through space and reaching the depths of everyone's hearts. Then, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The sound of thousands of swords intersecting only lasted for a moment before exploding in everyone's ears. They saw a steel giant made entirely of stainless steel. It stood proudly in the sky, holding a knife in its left hand and a sword in its right. The giant made no movements. The knives and swords in its hands swung out in an instant. In a flash, countless sword lights and blade auras swept towards Lu Chen, but just before reaching him, they split into two. One part twisted towards the pus and poison long line in midair. The other part slanted towards the several beast tamers in midair. In an instant, the pus and poison were torn into millions of pieces by the sharp sword lights, turning into the tiniest particles dissipating in the air. And those beast tamers attacking Lu Chen. At the moment of contact with the sword energy, the body felt as if it had been torn apart by 1,000 blades, revealing countless deep wounds that reached the bone. Numerous streams of blood dripped down from the wounds, converging into small rivers that flowed relentlessly. The pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire square. Suddenly, a large red-feathered bird appeared, its feathers spreading out like a waterfall. The billowing flames expanded in the air like a whirlwind, evaporating the blood in midair. None of the students were affected by the bloody scene. In just an instant, Lu Chen's life-threatening situation was resolved by the sudden appearance of the steel giant. The other students hadn't even realized what had happened. They just thought that the red-feathered bird and the steel giant were incredibly cool. The red-feathered bird let out a cry, folded its wings, and swiftly flew towards the platform. Song Tonglin, who was sitting calmly, suddenly stood up, leaped onto the bird's back, his gaze icy. He looked down at Wan Mingjie as if he were looking at a dead man. Who gave you the courage to attack in front of me? And a student at that. Everyone knows in Changnan that I, Song Tonglin, am famous for nurturing talents. I see that your Wan family is really tired of living. As he spoke, the steel giant roared towards them. The sword in his hand drew a cold arc in the air, aiming straight for Wan Mingjie's stiff neck. Swish, the chilling sword energy flashed by. Wan Mingjie's body trembled, feeling the icy coldness on his neck very clearly. He even thought he would spill blood on the spot today. However, those who incited beasts to attack others without causing serious consequences were not sentenced to death according to current laws. As the mayor of the city, Song Tonglin couldn't just act on impulse and order executions. Therefore, Song Tonglin just looked coldly at Wan Mingjie and gestured, "Take him away. We'll review the case later. I want to see how capable your Wan family is. Can you protect yourself?" As he spoke, several guards waiting nearby immediately stepped forward. With specially made handcuffs, they directly sealed off all the beastly power in Wan Mingjie's body. In this situation, he couldn't even summon a beast, no matter how hard he tried. These handcuffs were specifically designed to deal with beast tamers. In front of everyone's eyes, Wan Mingjie, the head of the Wan family, the top bully in Changnan, was taken away to prison on the spot. Truly a diamond beast tamer. Firm in words and actions, Lu Chen thought to himself. However, Wan Mingjie seemed to have gone crazy today, acting without any regard for consequences. Quite strange, but that wasn't something Lu Chen should be concerned about. As the target of the attack, at this moment, all eyes in the room were on him. Faced with this situation, Lu Chen remained calm, expressing his gratitude to the mayor standing on the bird's back in the air. Then he quickly walked to the front of the round table. The spatial ring on his finger glowed for a moment. In an instant, the empty round table was filled with resources piled up like a mountain. Various special resources, from early black iron to late bronze stage beast materials. Not only were they precious, but the sheer quantity was astonishing, leaving everyone shocked. All the students below the platform, seeing the mountain of resources in front of Lu Chen, and thinking about their own gains in the secret realm, even felt like hitting themselves with a tofu block. How could there be such a huge gap between high school students in their senior year? And at that moment, Lu Chen's casual voice rang out in the silent room. I have quite a lot of resources. A bit late to the party. Hope it doesn't affect anything? Upon hearing this, a question mark slowly rose in the minds of all the students present. It is well known that when I type a question mark, it's not because I have a question, but because I think you have a problem. It's not. Bro, we're already cool enough when we show up. Once again, the big shots made their move. And once again, the mayor stepped in to protect. But when it came to settling scores, did you just deceive everyone with a huge bluff? Are your resources just a little bit abundant? Or more like countless? For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Lu Chen became a bit peculiar. Even Song Tonglin, who stood in mid-air, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. After 40 years of ups and downs, it was the first time he had seen someone who could outdo him in pretending. Only Wang Zhentian, with his old face, smiled as brightly as blooming chrysanthemums. This was his student. What an honor! Meanwhile, the recruitment staff from various prestigious universities on the high platform exchanged a few glances, their eyes filled with increased interest. After all, students who could awaken their beast-taming talent and independently slay a bronze-level ferocious beast within 20 days were rare to come by. At least, they had met the criteria for early admission. Even the recruitment staff from the top-tier universities, Beijing University and Huaqing University, who had been dozing off, stood up from their seats for the first time. They watched with keen interest the spirited young man below the stage. This child was quite intriguing. As for the staff behind the round table, upon seeing the abundant resources laid out before them, their eyes widened in disbelief, and they instinctively asked, "Are you sure these are the resources you obtained on your own in this expedition?" It wasn't that they didn't trust Lu Chen, but the resources were just too much, and the quality was so high that it didn't seem achievable for a student who had just become a beast tamer less than 20 days ago. Their professionalism led them to ask this question unconsciously. As soon as the question was asked, the whole place erupted. How could one person possibly acquire so many resources in less than a day? Doubts and whispers filled the square. Oh my, he's so good at pretending. Doesn't he know his own strength? I can't stop laughing. It's not about whether he has a brain or not. How dare he bring out materials from a bronze-level late-stage ferocious beast? I have an A-level auxiliary cultivation talent, and my beast-taming skills have barely reached the late stage of black iron. Why does he get to do this? If this is true, I'll livestream myself eating dirt upside down. Ah way, are you trying to deceive us again? Only the students from Changnan First High School remained silent. They looked at the black giant dragon hovering above Lu Chen's head, its fierce scales as dark as ink, shimmering with a sinister light under the lamplight. As Lu Chen's classmates, they knew that Lu Chen's beast was actually a big dog. In other words, Lu Chen had already acquired a second beast and successfully advanced to the bronze level. This speed left them in awe and admiration. At the same time, these students from Changnan First High School looked at others with a hint of mockery in their eyes. They couldn't wait to see the astonished expressions on the faces of those people when Lu Chen summoned his second beast. In the past, they were always amazed by Lu Chen, and now it was time for them to see others' surprised expressions. A higher-up standing on the platform remained calm, not saying much, just waiting for Lu Chen's explanation. Lu Chen had anticipated these doubts. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just a lucky sea-level talent who had luckily obtained a powerful beast. It was impossible for him to achieve such success. However, in the expedition, Lu Chen had already prepared to reveal everything. He had previously researched that in the history of beast taming, there were people with dual talents. It's just that Lu Chen's beast taming talent was a billion times stronger. Therefore, faced with doubts, Lu Chen did not explain. Instead, he summoned Mr. Jean from his beast taming space. After resting in the beast taming space for a while, Mr. Jean, although still a bit listless, had regained his golden fur. His bronze-level aura was unreserved, exuding a terrifying power without restraint. In an instant, the whole venue fell silent once again, and everyone's gaze was filled with profound incredulity. What did they see? A second spirit beast. In other words, a peer of the same age. He had actually reached the bronze realm as a spirit tamer. At this moment, some students vaguely felt that Lu Chen's figure seemed somewhat familiar, and the golden-haired giant dog beside him also appeared somewhat recognizable. After staring for a moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "It's him!" The loud voice immediately drew everyone's attention. As they watched, the crowd's eyes converge on him. The student who spoke earlier blushed suddenly but still pointed at Lu Chen, saying, "He's the one from that video at Changnan one middle school a few days ago, the really handsome one." Almost everyone present had seen that video before. However, when Lu Chen appeared, he was immediately attacked by Wan Ningjie. After the commotion of the attack settled, he walked straight to the front. No one else had a chance to see Lu Chen's face. Moreover, the ferocious giant dragon above his head had nothing to do with the large dog in the previous video. Therefore, almost no one made the connection. But now, Mr. Jean reappeared. Although his fur color and size had changed slightly, the difference was not significant. Lu Chen's handsome and highly recognizable face exploded with charm. In an instant, after this exclamation, Lu Chen, who was already famous among the student body, was recognized by everyone present. Oh my, it really is him. Damn, what happened to the C-grade talent? Promoting a major realm in 20 days, and you call that C-grade talent? Come on, man, give others a chance to live. He's not only good looking but also so strong. Can other guys catch a break? Hey, you, the one who eats crap standing on his head, don't leave. Haven't you noticed? Lu Chen's black-scaled spirit beast looks like a dragon. With dragon bloodline, it's at least S-grade. No wonder you have so many resources. I'm impressed. Me too. +1, +2, +10,086. In an instant, the public opinion reversed. In the world of spirit beasts, strength is paramount. As long as you demonstrate the corresponding strength, all doubts will be dispelled. Can we proceed now? Lu Chen stroked the head of Mr. Jean, who had approached him, and looked calmly at the staff member. Of course, the staff member, seeing Lu Chen's display of strength, did not argue further. They immediately began assessing the value of the resources item by item. Low-grade special resources, 42 items, total value of 700,000 huaxia coins. Black iron level beast materials, 12 items, total value of 100,000 huaxia coins. Bronze level beast materials, 10 items, total value of 350,000 huaxia coins. As they spoke, the staff members' gaze fell on the last item on the round table, a jade box larger than a human head. Just the cost of this jade box alone was probably not less than 10,000 huaxia coins. Even though the box was tightly closed, he could feel the extremely vigorous fire energy inside. Such fluctuations were not something low-grade resources could emit. Intermediate special resource? The staff member thought to himself and slowly opened the jade box amidst the attention of the crowd. In the instant the jade box opened, a dazzling blue light rose from it. The brightness of the blue light even tinted the surrounding lights around the square with a shimmering blue hue. At the same time, the temperature of the square began to rise sharply. The pleasant night breeze suddenly became extremely hot, and droplets of blue flames quickly emerged from the jade box, spreading rapidly around it. Sensing something amiss, the staff member immediately closed the jade box and looked up at Lu Chen with an expression of uncontrollable astonishment in his eyes. Intermediate special resource, essence of the blazing sun, market price. The staff's voice paused for a moment, scanning the surroundings before standing up and loudly declaring, 1 million huaxia coins, all resources, totaling 2,150,000 huaxia coins, ranked first. As soon as these words were spoken, the once quiet square erupted into a clamor like boiling water. What's going on? Over 2 million? The second place is only 40,000. A five-fold difference. Completely crushed. No way. Such good luck? Just the essence of the scorching sun is worth 1 million huaxia coins? I'd go for it too. Don't be ridiculous, buddy. These top-tier intermediate resources are guarded by powerful savage beasts. At least bronze top-tier savage beasts. If you went, you'd probably end up as feces expelled by the savage beasts long ago. And with so many resources, there must be a special method involved. Don't be jealous. It's not something an ordinary person can achieve. After the commotion subsided, Song Tong Lin, standing on the back of the red-feathered bird, was the first to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp applause drowned out all the noise in an instant. With him leading the way, all the leaders and teachers on the platform also began to applaud. They too were marveling at the surprise this young man had brought them. The students below also clapped and cheered. There was even a student from Changnan First High School who shouted loudly in the crowd, "Lu Chen, you are my idol. I want to have your babies." This caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. The applause was like a tide, ringing in Lu Chen's ears. While he also anticipated in his heart what kind of reward Changnan's official would give him, Song Tonglin was also pondering the same thing. Originally, the rewards agreed upon by their high-level officials were money. Yes, it was that simple and straightforward. After all, who doesn't like money? The agreed rewards were as follows. First place, a reward of 1,500,000 huaxia coins. Second place, 80,000 huaxia coins. Third place, 50,000 huaxia coins. Fourth and fifth place, 30,000 and 20,000 huaxia coins respectively. In theory, these rewards were extremely generous and reasonable. After all, for a student who had just become a beast tamer, 1,500,000 was already a huge sum of money. But now, this so-called reward was not even as valuable as the resources Lu Chen had obtained from the secret realm on his own. How disgraceful! If this were to get out, wouldn't the reputation of the mayor of Changnan be completely ruined? With this thought in mind, Song Tonglin felt a pang of regret. Since that was the case, he would make up for the shortfall himself. After all, this money was nothing to him, a diamond beast tamer. With his mind made up, Song Tonglin raised his hands and then slightly lowered them. Instantly, an invisible momentum swept over, causing everyone to stop their movements and listen quietly to the words of Changnan's #1 powerhouse. Lu Chen also looked up at the sky, eagerly awaiting his own reward. Ahem! I have to say, you students of this year have given me a great surprise. I can say that you are the best students I have ever seen. With that, Song Tonglin paused slightly. The students below also graciously applauded. Lu Chen clapped his hands and pursed his lips. Mayor Song was indeed strong, but he talked too much. When they entered the secret realm today, he had needlessly delayed them for an hour. In this regard, Old Wang was better, straightforward and not talkative. Moreover, the special resource privileges promised to him by Principal Wang at the time were actually 4 low-level resources. However, he did not explicitly state this, which Lu Chen only found out later. But the 4 special resources Lu Chen had requested at the time were all intermediate resources. It should be noted that low-level special resources were worth no more than 100,000 huaxia coins, and intermediate special resources range from 100,000 to 1 million huaxia coins. However, Lu Chen spoke up. Wang Zhentian, without any hesitation, immediately fulfilled the request. Thinking about this, Lu Chen looked at President Wang on the high platform, whose smiling face resembled a chrysanthemum, exuding warmth. Wang Zhentian noticed Lu Chen's gaze and directly gave him a big thumbs up. At the same time, Mayor Song's speech continued. Even in some students, I see shadows of myself from years ago. The same handsome looks, the same exceptional talent. Now I often wonder, if my younger self had sufficient resources, would I have progressed faster, become stronger, reached higher limits? All these questions have no answers. Time cannot be turned back. Youth, once gone, never returns. However, as pioneers, we can offer a little help to you, the newcomers. At this point, Mayor Song's tone suddenly became impassioned. Therefore, the rewards for this expedition are 5th place, 300,000 huaxia coins. 4th place, 600,000 huaxia coins. 3rd place, 1 million huaxia coins. 2nd place, 1,600,000 huaxia coins. 1st place, 3 million huaxia coins. And all participants will receive a 30,000 huaxia coin encouragement award. Upon hearing this, the students, who were previously dozing off due to the lengthy speech, suddenly became excited. They had thought that the rewards had nothing to do with them. Unexpectedly, this time, just by participating, they would receive a reward of 30,000 coins. The official generosity was truly remarkable. Instantly, thunderous applause filled the air. This time, the applause was more intense than ever before. Lu Chen, in the audience, also applauded vigorously. Mayor Song was prompt with the money. Was there any delay? Absolutely not. Wait, how could this be called a delay? This was simply a diamond beast tamer's earnest guidance and expectations for a novice beast tamer. It was the mayor's goodwill and assistance to the city's future backbone. The 3 million reward, plus 2 million from all of Lu Chen's resources, totaled 5 million huaxia coins. Even if we exclude the essence of the scorching sun needed for Gold Boss's evolution, that's still 4 million huaxia coins. Not to mention evolving both beasts again, it could at least complete the evolution of one. In other words, Lu Chen was about to have his first SS-grade qualified beast. Such a speed of improvement. In the past life, Lu Chen wouldn't even dare to dream of it. It was too exaggerated. It's good to lean against a big tree for shade, Lu Chen sighed in his heart. In Huaxia, the training and resource allocation for top talents were top-notch in the world. If it weren't for the series of activities organized by the school and Changnan officials, Lu Chen would probably still be worrying about Gold Boss's first evolution, let alone evolving it to SS grade. With these thoughts, a certain idea in Lu Chen's mind became even firmer. Song Tonglin pressed down the clamor and noise, calming the crowd. His calm voice once again descended from above. All right, I declare the end of this expedition competition. Everyone, under the guidance of the relevant teachers, evacuate in an orderly and safe manner. The top 5 of this competition, please stay for a while. Upon hearing this, countless envious and jealous gazes once again fell on Lu Chen. How could they not know? Allowing these top 5 students, including Lu Chen, to stay was the wish of the heads of the top universities, not to mention others. Just based on Lu Chen's performance, entering the top 10 universities in Huaxia was more than achievable. Even within Huaxia, the top 2 universities would compete for Lu Chen's enrollment rights. They were these people, still struggling hard for the college entrance examination, but Lu Chen has already received an early notification from a top-tier institution. Such a huge gap. How can these students not be envious? Seizing the moment when everyone left, Lu Chen also retrieved all the resources on the round table into his spatial ring. Soon after, a staff member led him and 4 other reward-winning students towards the back of the square. After a dark journey, bright yellow lights illuminated the way ahead. A magnificent house came into Lu Chen's view. Please come in. The staff member opened the door for Lu Chen and the others. Saying softly, Lu Chen took the lead and walked into the house. Scanning the room. In the spacious room, 2 sofas were placed on the left side. On the right front, there was a mahogany office desk with 2 leather-backed chairs in front and back. At this moment, the sofas and chairs were already occupied. When someone entered, the conversation suddenly paused. Numerous gazes turned towards the door. Most of the eyes lingered on Lu Chen's face. Principal Wang, sitting on a chair, turned his head with a smile and waved. Feiyu is here. Come over quickly. He called Lu Chen over and looked at Song Tonglin on another chair, saying, I don't need to introduce this one. Mayor Song, the strongest beast tamer in our city. Lu Chen looked at Song Tonglin and bowed, saying, Thank you, Mayor Song, for saving my life. He was grateful as Song Tonglin had just saved him. Lu Chen was not ungrateful, his manners were naturally in place. Seeing Lu Chen's gesture, Song Tonglin also smiled and said, It's nothing. Protecting the lives of every citizen is my duty as the mayor. No need to thank me. After exchanging greetings, Wang Zhentian stood up again and looked at the people sitting on the sofa. These are the admissions teachers from various prestigious universities. Say hello to them. He patted Lu Chen's shoulder, showing himself as a caring principal for the younger generation. Lu Chen naturally nodded and said, Hello, teachers. As soon as he spoke, a teacher with a goatee stood up enthusiastically, saying, Truly a hero among the youth. Lu Chen's performance today has truly impressed me. I am Zhang Jun, representing the Magic City University, inviting you to join our preparatory class and enjoy abundant resources. Moreover, as long as you agree to enroll, the school will grant you the authority to select 3 intermediate special resources each year and an A-grade beast egg. At the same time, if you wish, regardless of your future academic performance, you can stay and teach at the school after graduation. Magic City University. Lu Chen had not spoken yet. The students behind him exclaimed in surprise. This was the Magic City University. Not only was its geographical location extremely advantageous, located in the economic center of Huaxia, but it also had vast development prospects in the future. In recent years, Magic City University had shown excellent development momentum, with a strong tendency to enter the top 5 universities in Huaxia. It was almost every student's dream school. Most importantly, the conditions offered to Lu Chen by Magic City University were extremely generous. First, there was the resource tilt of the preparatory class. Then there was a separate benefit. 3 times a year, the authority to select intermediate special resources and an A-grade beast egg. Calculated, it was close to 2 million Huaxia coins in resource subsidies per year. Over 4 years, it would be 8 million, close to 10 million Huaxia coins. Moreover, Magic City University also offered Lu Chen the hard condition of staying to teach at the school. This was a permanent position. In other words, no matter how useless Lu Chen became in the future, Magic City University would provide him with a meal. Such treatment, even for those in the top 5, they wouldn't dare to dream of it. However, faced with such generous conditions, Lu Chen remained composed. He knew this was just the appetizer. The bigger surprises were yet to come. As expected, after Zhang Jun spoke, the other leaders sitting on the sofa couldn't sit still. They stood up one after another, representing their schools and extending invitations. Their invitations were not much different from those of the Magic Capital University. Some schools even offered more generous benefits than the Magic Capital University. However, Lu Chen just maintained a polite smile in response to all this. His gaze fixed on the 2 teachers still sitting on the sofa. They were the representatives of the Capital University and the Huaqing University. These 2 schools were the ones Lu Chen aspired to attend. Although both were among the top 10 universities in China, the Capital University and Huaqing University's academic strength was on a completely different level compared to the other 8 schools. Whether it was the number of secret realms they possessed, the resources they cultivated each year, or the quality of their teaching staff and methods, they were at the top in China. The teachers who saw Lu Chen unmoved couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They knew that with the Capital University and Huaqing University in the picture, they couldn't snatch away the truly talented students. So, one by one, they sat back down and shifted their focus to the 4 students behind Lu Chen. After the other teachers had sat down, the teacher from the Capital University stood up confidently and said to Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, your performance has met the enrollment standards of our Capital University's preparatory class. There are no special privileges, only the resources that preparatory class students should have." Here, the representative teacher from the Capital University, Xia Yu, paused slightly, scanned the room, and proudly continued, "However, just our basic resource allocation is equivalent to or even exceeds the special privileges of other schools. And you should also know, our Capital University is renowned for its exploration of the evolution route of contracted beasts. Every preparatory class student enjoys an opportunity to explore the evolution route of contracted beasts each year. This opportunity is priceless. It is the patent of our Capital University." As he spoke, full of pride and overflowing confidence, it was indeed an exciting offer for any beast tamer. It was an opportunity to explore the subsequent evolution routes of contracted beasts. For a beast tamer, this was much more valuable than any special resources. However, for Lu Chen, this offer was of no use. Wasn't his eye of promotion much more useful than the so-called patent of the Capital University? There was still a possibility of failure on their side, but with just a glance, Lu Chen could see the detailed materials needed for the subsequent evolution stages of the contracted beasts. It was simply superior. At the same time, the beast tamer from Huaqing University also stood up and said, "We are similar to the Capital University, offering only the resources that preparatory class students should have. But I can assure you that once you enter our preparatory class, you will definitely have plenty of opportunities for battles and exploration of secret realms." At this point, all the enrollment teachers had informed Lu Chen of their special benefits. For a student with only a C-level beast talent, such treatment was already amazing. Everyone looked at Lu Chen, waiting for his decision. Lu Chen just smiled faintly and did not choose any of the universities. Instead, he said, "In fact, I have 2 beast talents." Yes, he intended to announce to everyone that he had 2 beast talents. Only in this way could he receive the maximum amount of resources. This was the only way he could grow at the fastest pace. Otherwise, even if Lu Chen performed exceptionally well, in the eyes of all the higher-ups, he would still be just a student with a C-level beast talent. It didn't matter if he was nurtured with ordinary resources, but to get the top resources tilted in your favor, that's just wishful thinking. Therefore, even though both the universities in the capital and Huaqing extended an olive branch to Lu Chen, they only gave him the most basic treatment. Better treatment? They did not think so. They felt that Lu Chen was simply not worth it. When Lu Chen spoke those words, the room that was once filled with chatter fell silent instantly. Everyone's gaze turning towards Lu Chen, as if looking at a monster in disbelief. The Huaqing University admissions officer who had just sat down abruptly stood up. Like a spring, he jumped in front of Lu Chen, grabbing his hand and saying, "What did you say? Twin talents?" Not only him, even the previously aloof and arrogant admissions officer from the Capital University quickly approached, his once cold eyes now burning with intense curiosity, fixed on Lu Chen. "The second talent, what level is it? Is it also C grade or something else?" "You see," This is a twin talent. Even if they were two ordinary C-grade talents, when combined, they would surpass the usual S-grade talents. This kind of talent, coupled with Lu Chen's performance in the previous exploration of the secret realm, definitely warranted special attention from them. It wasn't just these two teachers who were so excited. Teachers from other schools were equally thrilled. They disregarded the gap between their schools and Huaying and the capital, also gathering around Lu Chen, shouting loudly, "Lu Chen, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. In Huaying and the capital, you might just be a little genius, but in our school, you are definitely the cream of the crop. All resources will be prioritized for you. All obstacles will be cleared from your path." After all, based on Lu Chen's previous performance, they couldn't believe that his second talent was still C-grade. At the very least, it should be a B or an A. They dared not even think higher. Watching the excited teachers, Lu Chen smiled and continued, "My other talent is not C-grade." As Lu Chen spoke again, all voices lowered, afraid to interrupt him. Countless eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's mouth, eager to know the level of his second talent. Lu Chen's thin lips moved, and he softly uttered 3 letters, SSS. "It's the level of my second beast-taming talent." As soon as these words were spoken, the already quiet room fell even more silent, as if everything had turned to stone. In the vast room, the SSS from Lu Chen's mouth seemed to echo. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words, unable to react to Lu Chen's statement. What did they hear? Not C, not B, not A, not even S, but SSS grade talent. This was the legendary SSS grade. Throughout the history of beast tamers, how many of them had reached SSS grade? Only 2. The first one, during the early days of calamity, when fierce beasts ravaged the land, single-handedly opened up a sanctuary for humanity with absolute strength, giving everyone a chance to breathe. This beast tamer was hence known as the Light of Humanity, and statues of him were erected in almost every capital city. The second one was currently the top force in their Huaxia. With his own strength, he swept through Dongying, pacified Nanzhuang, fought against Asen, making the surrounding countries of Huaxia dare not utter a word. Even the powerful Eagle Nation across the ocean changed its arrogant attitude towards Huaxia and showed much respect. Now, the third SSS grade beast tamer was standing right in front of them. In a daze, these people seemed to vaguely see the birth of a new legend. After a moment, someone finally trembled and said in a shaky voice, "Lu Chen, you're not joking. It's really SSS grade? Are you sure you didn't just add an S too many?" Faced with skepticism, Lu Chen could understand. After all, twin talents were already rare, and SSS-level talents had only appeared twice in over 100 years. At this moment, 2 extremely rare things were converging on him. If others didn't doubt, that would be truly surprising. Not only the enrollment teachers of these prestigious schools, Song Tonglin, who was sitting comfortably in his chair sipping tea, was also taken aback. Upon hearing the 3 letters spoken by Lu Chen, with a poo sound, he sprayed the tea in his mouth all over President Wang's face. However, the current Wang Jintian didn't have time to dwell on this. He quickly wiped his face, dried the tea, and walked straight towards Lu Chen. "Fei Yu, what you said, is it all true?" Wang Jintian's voice trembled. His eyes filled with unstoppable anticipation. If everything Lu Chen said was true, then as the school principal, he would shine brightly and his reputation would soar. Not only that, the official authorities would surely reward Changnan First High School generously. By then, the resources available to both teachers and students in the school would be more abundant, and the college entrance exam results in a few tens of days would definitely undergo a qualitative change. For a principal, this was simply the best reward. Of course, it's true, an unquestionable SSS level. Lu Chen nodded and continued, "After awakening my first beast-taming talent, I had to sell blood a few times because I was short of money. Feeling weak all over, I discovered my second beast-taming talent after falling asleep." He recounted the prepared story. Upon hearing this, Wang Jintian nodded. That's right, most beast-tamers with twin talents awaken their second talent a few days after the first one. As for judging the grade of beast-taming talents, Wang Jintian looked at the teachers and stated a convincing opinion. Talent Stone. One test reveals all. This statement was unanimously accepted. The talent stone was the orthodox method in the beast-taming world for judging a beast-tamer's talent. Not only could it stimulate the beast-tamer's talent, but it could also emit different lights according to the grade of the beast-taming talent. Red, orange, yellow, green, Blue, indigo, and violet corresponded to talents from E to SS level. As for the highest level of SSS, it emitted a colorful light, as dazzling as a rainbow. Perfect. I have a talent stone here. Yang Xiaoyao, the enrollment teacher from Awakene University, said immediately, with a flash of light on his finger. A fist-sized jade stone appeared in his hand. Although the talent stone was precious, it was normal for him as a top-tier educator to carry one with him. Come. Yang Xiaoyao looked at Lu Chen with a burning gaze and handed him the talent stone. At this moment, Yang Xiaoyao's gaze towards Lu Chen was like looking at a rare treasure. Devoid of the previous indifferent attitude, Lu Chen took the talent stone, feeling its icy touch in his hand. It wasn't his first time touching this thing, and he knew exactly how to trigger it. He clenched the talent stone in his hand. After a moment, a slight warmth spread from his palm, and Lu Chen could feel a unique and gentle energy spreading through his body. Subsequently, a dim yellow light shone through his fingertips, emitting a faint fluorescence in the room. Sea-level talent. Seeing this result, no one was surprised. After all, it was well known that Lu Chen's beast-taming talent was sea-level. What they were anticipating was the change that would follow. However, to the nervous and expectant gazes of everyone present, the talent stone in Lu Chen's hand showed no change at all. Even the dim yellow light visibly faded away. Seeing this scene, it wasn't just others who found it strange. Even some people present looked at Lu Chen with a hint of disappointment and disdain in their eyes. They were disappointed that Huaxia had lost a peerless seed with an SSS-level talent. They disdained the fact that this young man in front of them would tell such an easily debunked lie. Simply foolish. Even Lu Chen himself was extremely surprised. After all, his second beast-taming talent was a genuine SSS-level talent. Its formidable effects were undeniable. Could it be? Lu Chen speculated in his mind. Did the system use its power to conceal the exploration of the talent stone? After all, in terms of status, his Beast King system was hundreds of times higher than the talent stone. If the system intentionally hid it, then it was normal for the talent stone not to reveal his second talent. However, now that he had an idea in mind, Lu Chen roughly knew how to solve this matter. You hide, I expose. With a thought, the beast-taming powers surged around him like waves, and a flash of light shone in his eyes. The Eye of Promotion was activated without hesitation. In the instant the beast-taming talent was activated, a bright yellow light suddenly burst from Lu Chen's fingertips. The originally dim yellow light became bright and dazzling. It seemed as if Lu Chen was holding not a talent stone but a sun in his hand. After the yellow light brightened, countless other colors leaped and danced in Lu Chen's hand, illuminating the entire room. The rainbow-colored light through Lu Chen's palm painted the room with magnificent colors. Everyone's faces sparkled under this light. The way they looked at Lu Chen changed several times. Yang Xiaoyao, the head of Awakene University, even walked out of the room directly, took out his phone, and began dialing the number of the president of Awakene University. Beep beep beep, a few light sounds came from the phone before it connected. Before Yang Xiaoyao could speak, a vigorous voice of the president of Awakene University came through the phone. You better have a good reason for calling me this late. As he spoke, a deafening roar of a fierce beast came from the phone. Yang Xiaoyao took a deep breath, knowing the president was busy, and said, I have something to tell you. Don't panic. Upon hearing this, a few light laughs came from the phone, arrogantly saying, There's nothing under the sun that can make me. Zhou Wenwei, panic. A student with a dual talent has emerged in Changnan. Yang Xiaoyao continued. The tone of the voice on the phone remained unchanged. Why even ask? Just bring him the best resources directly? Does Awakene lack resources? You. Before Zhou Wenwei could finish speaking, Yang Xiaoyao interrupted him. He had seen the head of Jingcheng University walking out as well, so he quickly said, his second talent is SSS level. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the phone again. At the same time, Zhou Wenwei's voice sounded panicked. Xiao Cheng, deal with it quickly. Hurry! Yang Xiaoyao, you must keep this student for me. I'm coming to Changnan right away. I'll talk to him in person. He must stay. Before Yang Xiaoyao could say anything, the call was abruptly ended, without giving Yang Xiaoyao a chance to speak. Listening to the beeping sound echoing in the phone, Yang Xiaoyao's mouth curved into a bitter smile. He didn't leave, just quietly waited for the head of Jingcheng University to finish the call. As expected, the principal was also in a hurry and was about to come to Changnan to negotiate in person. After the two ended the call, they looked at each other, their eyes revealing complex thoughts. They thought that their visit to Changnan this time was just a formality. After all, it was just a small prefecture-level city. It might not even produce a top student who could enter the pre-university classes of Huqing University or Jingcheng University in 10 years. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen was able to give them such a big surprise. As for the leaders of other universities, they had no intention of informing their own schools, because they knew such top talent, top students, only the two universities were qualified to accept. Other schools, simply not qualified, not deserving. They were not worthy of nurturing a top talent like Lu Chen. Inside the room, Lu Chen was asked to sit on a leather-backed chair. The soft backrest allowed his tense body to relax slightly. Then Song Tonglin personally brewed him a cup of hot tea. The misty aroma was intoxicating, clearly not ordinary. Lu Chen took a sip and felt refreshed. All the fatigue from the day's consecutive battles vanished. "Good stuff," he exclaimed. Indeed, it was different after revealing his talent. When he came in before, was there hot tea for him to drink? He didn't even have a place to sit. Now, he was sitting on a comfortable leather-backed chair, drinking valuable hot tea brewed by Song Tonglin himself. Having the mayor, a diamond-level beast tamer, personally brew tea for him, what an honor! Just the thought of it made Lu Chen feel at ease. Behind Lu Chen, Wang Shuiyo was looking at his back with a complex expression. She finally understood why she lost to a previously unknown student. It turned out he not only had twin talents, one of the talents was an extremely rare SSS level. This talent gap was enough to erase the resource gap. Moreover, once this talent was exposed, the top resources Lu Chen would have access to afterward would be much better than hers. The only daughter of the Wang family group. Therefore, it can be imagined, the gap between her and Lu Chen will only grow wider. At this thought, Wang Shuiyo's usually calm face slightly swelled, showing admiration for someone of the same age for the first time. Not just her. The other students present, looking at Lu Chen, all had admiration in their eyes. If it weren't for all the teachers, principals, and mayors from various universities present, they would probably be fighting to cling to Lu Chen's thigh. Ask yourself, could there be anyone stronger and more powerful than Lu Chen in the world? He is an SSS-level talent, and a twin talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Chen had almost secured the position of the strongest in the next 100 years. While Lu Chen was drinking tea, there was a sound at the door. Yang Xiaoyao and the two walked over with complex expressions, saying in unison, "Fei Yu, wait here, the principal will be here soon." Hearing this, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yang Xiaoyao and the two with surprised eyes. These were the principals of Huqing University and Beijing University. In the world of beast tamers, it is impossible to hold the position of a school principal without sufficient strength. Or rather, in any organization, the one with the most power is almost always the strongest in the organization. After all, this is a world where power belongs to oneself. Strength is power, and the strength of the two principals is that of the real Haoyue level beast tamers. They were almost at the peak of beast tamers in the world. After all, there have only been two sun-level beast tamers from ancient times to the present. Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. Those two beast tamers were both owners of SSS-level beast tamer talents. That means, if nothing unexpected happens, the next sun-level beast tamer will be Lu Chen. In this light, it was not difficult to understand why the two principals came to Changnan City for Lu Chen at the same time, although they were usually busy with many affairs. But now, what could be more important than Lu Chen? After a moment of contemplation, the other enrollment officers withdrew their gaze from Lu Chen. They didn't need to think about recruiting him, that was for sure. But the other students in Changnan City were still confident of winning. On the other side, deep within Changnan prison, in the dark cell, there was Benjamin, disheveled, with bloodshot eyes, resembling a wild beast. He stared fixedly into the empty space ahead, as if expecting something. Suddenly, in front of the cell bars, in the previously empty space, a figure slowly emerged. Seeing this scene, Benjamin's eyes widened suddenly. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he lunged forward with hands and feet. The sharp clash of the icy, hard handcuffs and shackles echoed. The barbs on the chain's surface instantly pierced his skin, causing blood to flow. However, Benjamin didn't care at all. He just looked at the figure in black robes with his bloodshot eyes. The two stared at each other, and after a moment, the man in black robes spoke slowly. "Your performance has disappointed the sect." His voice was like rusty iron plates rubbing back and forth, hoarse and unpleasant. Hearing this, The redness in Benjamin's eyes intensified, and saliva dripped from his mouth due to anger. He had sacrificed his family's business that he had worked on for years and even his son's life for the cult of beasts, and all he got in return was the word disappointment? How could he not be angry? The black-robed man ignored his performance and continued, "Because of you, the sex plans had to be accelerated. However, the beast god is merciful and is willing to give you a chance to make amends. Tonight, kill Lu Qin, satisfy the beast god with his blood." As he spoke, his hand hidden in the black robe suddenly reached out, pointing like a knife. He drew a shadow in the air. Clang! Only 2 crisp sounds were heard, and the handcuffs and shackles shattered. This was enough to easily lock the diamond beast tamer's shackles, but in the hands of the man in black robes, they were as fragile as paper. Such power! It was not something a beast tamer could possess. Instead, it was a power akin to that of some ancient savage beast. After doing all this, the man in black robes threw a bottle of red potion, hitting Benjamin's hand. "Drink it, and you will gain power comparable to that of a diamond beast tamer. Of course, your beast will die instantly. You knew all this already, didn't you? He he he." With a chilling laughter, the figure of the man in black robes slowly disappeared. In the secret realm square, inside a house, in a spacious room, Lu Chen sat facing an old man. Lu Chen looked at the old man sitting opposite him, with white hair, his face covered in wrinkles like the ravines on the Lus Plateau. His eyes were slightly squinted as if dozing off. He looked like an ordinary old man entering his twilight years. Lu Chen found it hard to imagine. This was the current principal of the Imperial University, a beast tamer of the moonlight level, Han Shoujin. Lu Chen observed Han Shoujin. Han Shoujin was also observing Lu Chen. After a moment, he raised a finger and smiled, saying, "Heaven blesses China. I won't talk about empty things. Let me say something real. Join our Imperial University, and you will immediately be rewarded with an S-level beast egg. No delay. Every time you advance, the school will reward you with a beast egg, starting from at least A level. Moreover, every semester, you will have 5 chances to select intermediate special resources. If you need, you can exchange 5 chances for 1 high-level special resource, and rest assured, for each beast you contract, our school will have someone predict its future evolution path, ensuring perfect evolution." After speaking, his slightly squinted eyes widened slightly, a dazzling light flashed in his eyes, and he leaned forward slightly, looking at Lu Chen and said, "How about it? Even if Tsinghua University comes, I guarantee they can't offer anything better than what we have." Han Shoujing's tone was full of confidence. "Not to mention, that's an S-class beast egg, and it comes with a perfect evolution path." He didn't believe that there was a beast tamer in this world who could resist such temptation, and the generous rewards only his Jingcheng University could offer. After all, they specialize in the beast taming route and the cultivation of various beast eggs, with a large stockpile in their warehouse. Therefore, even an extremely rare S-class beast egg, his Jingcheng University could afford it. As for Huaqing University, just a bunch of uncivilized men. Han Shoujing couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his friend's furious reaction upon realizing he had been poached. Honestly, faced with this offer, Lu Chen was indeed tempted. He could overlook other things, but this S-class beast egg, Lu Chen couldn't ignore. You see, for beast eggs, S-class is almost the limit. While you can buy A-class beast eggs on the market if you have money and power, S-class beast eggs are exclusive to top-tier individuals. Even if you spend millions of Huaxia coins, you might not even see an S-class beast egg, let alone buy it. It can be said that in the whole of Huaxia, the number of S-class beast eggs appearing each year can be counted on one hand, showing how rare and precious they are. And Han Shoujin, with just a few words, he secured all of Lu Chen's future beast eggs, including 1 S-class beast egg. Such a grand gesture, who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, Lu Chen's mythical bloodline pool would allow him to evolve the contracted beast immediately. In other words, by joining Jingcheng University, Lu Chen's 3rd beast, with 1 contract, would start at SS class qualification. With this advancement, he could hardly imagine how strong and enjoyable his future would be, and step by step, as long as Lu Chen maintained an absolute first-place attitude, he believed that in the future, the Huaxia authorities would not be stingy towards him. There might even be a chance to obtain an S-class qualification beast egg. However, he did not respond to Han Shoujing. After all, the president of Huaqing University had not even arrived yet, so why rush? Just like when buying clothes, you need to compare before making a decision. No problem. Lu Chen praised himself for his cleverness in his mind. Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Han Shoujing sitting across from him was getting anxious. This was an SSS class talented beast tamer, and a dual talent at that. A student with such qualifications, even if he didn't enter Jingcheng University, must not fall into Huaqing University's hands. Otherwise, if word got out, Jingcheng University would forever be overshadowed by Huaqing University. This was something Han Shoujing, who saw the development of Jingcheng University as his lifelong career, could not accept. Therefore, with a sense of urgency in his tone, he continued, I'll make the decision. The basic resources allocation for your monthly preparatory class will be doubled. With this resource allocation, even if you are just a bronze beast tamer now, even if you were a golden beast tamer, it would be more than enough. Fei Yu, our Jingcheng University's sincerity is truly sufficient. Han Shoujing's sincere words echoed in the room. This elderly man standing at the top of Huaxia was looking at Lu Chen with an incredibly hopeful gaze. He was right. The students in Jingcheng University's preparatory class enjoy 5 bottles of spirit marrow water each month. This spirit marrow water is a unique resource of Jingcheng University. It is the essence extracted from countless spirit beast stones. Even the lowest grade spirit marrow water contains energy equivalent to over 100 spirit beast stones. 5 bottles, doubled, means 10 bottles. The energy contained within is equivalent to over 1,000 spirit beast stones. In terms of market value alone, it exceeds 2 million Huaxia coins. Moreover, the energy in the spirit marrow water is purer and more easily absorbed by the spirit beasts, providing excellent assistance in their cultivation. Just 1 bottle is enough for a spirit beast at the bronze realm to cultivate for a month under extremely abundant conditions, equivalent to 3 months of normal cultivation. Due to its high technical requirements, this item is mainly circulated within the capital university. Outside, even if you are wealthy, you cannot buy it. Principal Han. This, Lu Chen hesitated to speak. It's not that his will is weak, but the other party is offering too much. What are you hesitating about? S-Class Spirit Beast Egg, Spirit Marrow Water. Which one of these can be provided by your Huaqing University? Seeing Lu Chen finally relent, Han Shoujing's eyes flashed with a hint of joy and he struck while the iron was hot. However, at that moment, a cold snort came from outside the door. Then with a creak, the door was pushed open. In an instant, a strong smell of blood filled Lu Chen's nostrils. He turned to see a middle-aged man with a robust figure and a stubble walking in with a cold expression. Perched on his shoulder was a magnificent little bird with emerald feathers and colorful tail feathers. A glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as the information of this spirit beast instantly appeared before him. Species, Auspicious Sound Failwan, Attribute, Sound, Talent Level, SS, Realm, 3rd Stage of Bright Moon, Skills, Harmonious Sound, Epic, Failwan True Form, Epic, Godspeed, Epic, Annihilation Lament, Epic, Evaluation, I love hearing its voice, SS Level Aptitude. For Epic Level Skills, 3rd Stage of Bright Moon Strength. With just one glance, Lu Chen confirmed the identity of the newcomer. A spirit beast master of this caliber could come to Changnan in the middle of the night. To be a bit conceited, it must be for him, Lu Chen. Therefore, the identity of this man was almost obvious, Xiong Meng, the principal of Huaqing University. Just by hearing his name, one could tell that this man was fierce and ferocious, absolutely a combatant. In terms of combat strength, Xiong Meng was definitely above Han Shoujing. He could even rank in the top 5, or even top 3, in the entire Huaxia. However, at this moment, Xiong Meng's expression was far from pleasant. After all, he had just wiped out a wave of beasts, rushed over without even changing his clothes, and hadn't even spoken yet. And now he heard Han Shoujing belittling Huaqing University. Anyone in his shoes would find it hard to bear. He approached Han Shoujing with a stern face, the smell of blood on him becoming even stronger. Seeing his expression, Han Shoujing smiled, not afraid at all. As they had been friends for many years, he looked at Xiong Meng and said, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Everyone has their own expertise when it comes to resource allocation and spirit beast related matters. Your Huaqing University is no match for my capital university. Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng's expression turned even uglier. He couldn't refute it. After all, what was said was true. Holding back his frustration, Xiong Meng didn't want to lose his temper in front of a student with an SSS level talent in spirit beasts. Suppressing the anger that wanted to punch Han Shoujing, he pulled over a nearby sofa and sat down. Thud! As he sat down, it was as if a bear had collapsed, almost breaking the sofa. It was evident that Xiong Mang was indeed a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Lu Chen, not denying Han Shoujing's words but instead mentioned the rewards he could offer Lu Chen, various undeveloped rare secret realms. As long as you want, as long as you dare, you can always be among the first to enter. Moreover, our school will arrange a large number of training grounds for you and your spirit beasts, both for field training and real combat training, guaranteeing that you can become the strongest in practical combat among peers. At the same time, our school also has the most advanced holographic simulation technology. There, you can freely battle others, unleash your full strength, without fear of any losses. Even skills with negative effects can be replicated one-to-one within holographic technology, and the summoned beasts will not suffer any damage. With that said, Xiong Meng's eyes glanced at Han Shoujing, and he continued, this technology is unique globally, and even the capital university does not have it. Of course, our school will provide you with summoned beast eggs, but the probability of obtaining an S-class aptitude summoned beast egg is low. 5 special resources per semester. Upon hearing the rewards offered by Xiong Meng, Lu Chen's heart trembled once again. Truly one of the strongest universities in China. The rewards offered were indeed generous. The first exploration rites of the secret realm. It is worth noting that each secret realm, appearing at the beginning of the summoned beast world, has been growing in the crevices of space for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The richness of resources inside can be imagined. Therefore, as long as one's strength is sufficient, the first group of explorers of the new secret realm can completely obtain a large amount of resources that have long disappeared from the world. For example, S-class summoned beast eggs or various high-level and even top-level special resources. Compared to the rewards given directly by the capital university, the rewards given by Hucking University are more uncertain and have a higher ceiling. As for the holographic simulation technology, Lu Chen was also very envious. After all, his summoned beasts now possess powerful skills with negative effects. With the help of holographic simulation technology, Lu Chen could fully understand the effects and aftermath of these skills without harming the summoned beasts' bodies, making him more confident in battle. Moreover, with frequent use of skills, the summoned beasts might develop more resistance to negative effects, and the time they spend in a weakened state might decrease. Echoing in his mind were the rewards offered by the 2 principals. Lu Chen sighed deeply. I want both. What should I do? Can he blame himself for being too greedy? Not at all. It's just that the 2 of them have been too generous. As Lu Chen hesitated, a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. Wait, I am an SSS-level summoned beast talent, and I have a twin talent. With this in mind, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He looked at the 2 principals, and his lips slowly parted. Seeing Lu Chen about to speak, Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng sat up straight simultaneously, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen without blinking. Their eyes were full of anticipation. This is an SSS-level summoned beast master with twin talents. Which university wouldn't want him? Before the disaster struck, the Capital University and Hucking University were already among the top universities in China. After the disaster, the 2 schools have always tried to outdo each other but failed. Now, Lu Chen is the trump card to surpass each other. Seeing the extreme anticipation in the eyes of the 2 principals, Lu Chen became more determined. He slowly spoke. Principals, wouldn't it be embarrassing if it was known that you snatched students from each other's schools? Upon hearing this, the 2 principals looked puzzled, exchanged a glance, and saw the big question mark in each other's eyes. However, Lu Chen continued, the conditions offered by both principals are excellent. I like them both. However, choosing either school will undoubtedly sadden one of the principals. I don't want to see that happen. Therefore, I have a small idea. Pausing slightly, Lu Chen saw that the curiosity of the 2 principals had piqued, and he continued, is there a possibility that I can have both? Can I be a student of both schools at the same time? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing exchanged another glance. They had not expected Lu Chen to say such a thing. Ahem, your young people's ideas are indeed very progressive. Well, Han Shoujing pondered for a moment, glancing at Xiong Meng and noticing that he was also deep in thought. After a moment, Xiong Meng raised his head and nodded at Han Shoujing. He had just thought that such a talented student was a blessing bestowed upon them by the heavens. Naturally, he had to provide the best resources to the other party. While Huaqing University excelled in certain fields and was indeed the best in China, there were some aspects where it fell short compared to the University of the capital. Of course, the same applied to the latter. In that case, why not have the two universities collaborate, each focusing on nurturing Lu Chen in their respective strongest fields, thus creating an unbeatable beast tamer in the world? Seeing Xiong Meng nod, Han Shouzheng also felt relieved. His biggest concern before was that Lu Chen had decisively chosen Huaqing University over the University of the capital. If that were the case, in the eyes of the world, the University of the capital, where he had devoted his life's work, would inevitably be overshadowed by Huaqing University. Otherwise, why would Lu Chen choose Huaqing University over the University of the capital? Currently, Lu Chen was simultaneously enrolled in both universities. Although it was not as ideal as solely entering the University of the capital, it was not the worst either. From the perspective of beast tamer training, it was indeed the best choice for Lu Chen. Therefore, Han Shouzheng also nodded and said, "Indeed, young people, their thinking is much more progressive than us old folks. Then let's do as you say. You'll spend your first year at the University of the capital and the second year at Huaqing University, and repeat this pattern." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was greatly surprised. He had only made a small suggestion, even preparing himself for rejection. However, to his surprise, Han Shouzheng agreed without even mentioning any conditions. Lu Chen had thought that even if the two principals agreed to his somewhat audacious request, it would still somewhat reduce the original resource allocation, but he hadn't expected that Han Shouzheng didn't even bring it up. It seemed that the other party, being able to hold the position of principal, was well equipped in terms of both temperament and magnanimity. However, while Han Shouzheng agreed, Xiong Meng was not pleased. He suddenly stood up, looking tense as he gazed at Han Shouzheng. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Chen became nervous again, fearing that there might be some trouble with his enrollment. Why should the first year be at your University of the capital? No way! Lu Chen's first year should be at Huaqing University. I want to develop his combat awareness properly, so we don't have to make corrections later. Xiong Meng frowned and said loudly. Hearing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So, this dispute was about that. He didn't really care where he spent his first year studying. After all, the resources would be distributed simultaneously, so he would benefit from both. Combat awareness? Without theoretical knowledge, blind practical combat is simply foolish. Two high-ranking principals were actually arguing fiercely in this small meeting room over where Lu Chen should spend his first year at school. Lu Chen could even see clearly that Xiong Meng's forehead was bulging with veins, his cheeks flushed, and spittle flying as he spoke. His hands were waving in the air, as if he was about to start a fight at any moment. While Han Shouzheng remained seated, his flushed face indicated that he was also arguing his case. However, his voice was much softer compared to the middle-aged Xiong Meng, so he was somewhat losing in terms of momentum. At this moment, these two principals did not seem like high-ranking figures but rather like vendors arguing over a few coins in a market. Lu Chen sat quietly in his chair, watching the two big shots argue, even silently scoring them in his mind. On the other side, Wan Jieming had already swallowed all the red potions, like blood-red liquid flowing through the throat. There was not a hint of a foul smell, but rather a hint of fruity sweetness. However, the moment the liquid dropped into the stomach, Benjamin's body stiffened, and blood overflowed from his ears, nose, and mouth. He looked like a fierce demon crawling out of hell. Intense pain roamed all over his body, especially in his head, where he felt like millions of ice picks were piercing through his brain, cold and painful. Moreover, he could feel his deep soul contract with the beast rapidly dissipating. The intimate connection, the bond of life and death, vanished instantly. He even faintly heard the agonizing cries of his contracted beast in the beast space. The wailing sounded like a ghostly howl, sending chills down his spine. Then, a surge of killing intent rushed to his head. Benjamin's originally crimson eyes now looked as if they were about to drip blood. Enough! Stop the noise! He roared, swinging his hands forward forcefully. Bang! A loud noise came from the front, slightly clearing Benjamin's consciousness. Seeing the scene ahead, his blood-red eyes suddenly contracted. A steel door, cast from steel and with special effects, had already broken open a large hole. In the fierce hole, countless steel scraps dripped down like thick blood. Benjamin then realized that his whole body was filled with unimaginable power and might. With just a move of his hand now, He had the strength of a diamond-level beast's full strike. Sensing this, a fierce smile crept onto Benjamin's lips, blood dripping from his gums, staining his teeth bright red. Ignoring the taste of rust in his mouth, he muttered softly, "Lu Chen, Song Tonglin, just wait for me. I will make you understand what it means to wish for death over life." His voice, at this moment, sounded as harsh as the black-robed man, grating like metal sheets being pulled apart. As he spoke, he bent his legs, and the muscles on his calves rose like hills. With boundless strength, he shot out like a bullet from a high-speed sniper rifle. As Benjamin rushed forward, he noticed that Changnan prison was eerily quiet. It seemed like everyone was in a deep slumber, but this suited him perfectly for ambushing Lu Chen. Thinking of Lu Chen's actions, a boundless killing intent flashed in Benjamin's blood-red eyes as he swiftly headed towards the secret realm square. With the physical qualities of a diamond-level beast, he crossed half the city in just a few minutes, arriving not far from the meeting room in his memory. With a thought, he found himself floating in mid-air, as if something below was supporting him. Standing in the air, Benjamin's vision was clearer, and he could see the scene inside the meeting room vividly. Two middle-aged men were spitting at each other, while Lu Chen watched their argument with interest. "Is Song Tonglin not here? Ha ha, lucky. These two old guys probably don't have much strength, so they'll accompany Lu Chen to the grave." With these words, Benjamin's body lowered, and he swooped down below. The speed was so fast that even shockwaves erupted in the air. The loud noise made everyone in the meeting room look out the window. From Lu Chen's eyes, Benjamin captured a clear look of surprise. Seeing this bewildered expression, a sense of satisfaction rose in Benjamin's heart. "You never expected this outcome today. I, Benjamin, will slay you on the pinnacle of your life to avenge my son's blood." Lu Chen was indeed surprised and confused. He could hardly imagine what was going on in Benjamin's mind. Was it porridge, or feces? Daring to assassinate oneself under the noses of two high-level Moonlight Beast Masters? Impossible. Even a Diamond Beast Master like Song Tonglin could immobilize Wan Jiaming. What about two Moonlight Beast Masters of higher levels? Who gave him the courage and confidence? Was it Liang Jingru? Perhaps Wan Jiaming is not even considered a threat in the eyes of Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng. When they saw someone launching a surprise attack, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes as well. It had been a long time since anyone had attempted to ambush them, because anyone who had tried before had met a grim end. Interesting. Xiong Meng, seasoned in countless battles, reacted swiftly, almost at the moment Wan Jiaming made a move. The auspicious sound phoenix on his shoulder burst into a clear chirp. The melodious sound was as pleasant as celestial music. The notes materialized into substance, completely enveloping the entire meeting room. Lu Chen felt a warm sensation coming from all directions, instantly calming his mind. Moreover, he could sense a significant enhancement in his physical abilities within the realm of notes. The sense of crisis imposed by Wan Jiaming was instantly lifted. Group enhancement skill? Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen silently marveled. With two Moonlight Beast Masters present, he was not worried about his safety. "Go, Xiao Chang!" With a command from Xiong Meng, the auspicious sound phoenix transformed into a green light in midair and flew outward. Clang! The speed of the auspicious sound phoenix was even faster than the sound of shattering glass. As the sound of shattering glass reached the ground, Lu Chen suddenly saw musical notes transformed into short swords, directly attacking Wan Jiaming's airborne figure. Wan Jiaming's advancing body in midair abruptly halted. Then he clutched his head, his meridians wriggling on his body's surface like small snakes, as if he could burst into pieces at any moment. At the same time, the auspicious sound phoenix flapped its wings, enveloping Wan Jiaming's contorted body between its wings and body. Controlling Wan Jiaming, the phoenix flew back into the meeting room and casually tossed the already unconscious Wan Jiaming aside. His body collided harshly with the cold ground. The intense impact and pain caused Wan Jiaming to open his eyes in an instant. However, the sight that met his eyes made him widen them in anger. His archenemy Lu Chen was standing over him with a mocking expression. The middle-aged man beside him asked in a strange manner, "Has he always been this brave? I thought he had some strength, daring to kill in front of me, but this is his level?" Perched on the man's shoulder was a palm-sized green bird emitting low chirps, seemingly echoing its master's words. The bird exuded a terrifying aura that made Wan Jiaming dare not move. He remembered being knocked unconscious by a single strike from this bird just now. The terrifying power reminded him of the scene years ago when he first encountered the man in black. Equally powerful, equally impossible to resist. Hearing Xiong Meng speak, Lu Chen was unsure how to respond. If he were to reveal that the man opposite was the leader of the most powerful force in Changnan's underworld, others would think the people of Changnan were all fools to let such a person rise to the top. Han Shouzhang also approached, scrutinized Wan Jiaming, and casually remarked, "Just a discarded pawn of the Beastmaster sect. Nothing impressive. Probably drank some low-quality blood-boosting potion, messing up his brain. He probably heard about Lu Chen's talent somewhere and wanted to eliminate him early." Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng chimed in, "Yes, with talents like Feiyu, assassinations are inevitable. Look at you, reacting so slowly. How will you take care of him? So, in the first year, he must come to our Hucking University. No room for argument." Upon hearing this, Han Shouzheng was about to argue again, but looking at Benjamin, who fell to the ground powerless to resist, he sighed deeply. He realized he had reacted too slowly, and now there was no way to fight back. So he waved his hand and said, "Do as you please. After all, I am your elder. You really don't give me any face." Xiong Meng automatically ignored the second half of his sentence, excitedly hugged Lu Chen and said, "Great! From today on, you are a member of my Huaqing preparatory class. When can I report?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, 3 days later." Hearing this, Xiong Meng's eyes lit up, and he patted Lu Chen's shoulder hard, saying, "Good lad. Decisive enough. I like it." Watching the three of them chatting and laughing, Benjamin, who had fallen to the side, couldn't help but ponder the three ultimate questions of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Clearly, he was an assassin, but why did the three people in front of him completely ignore him? Was it more meaningful to deal with a stray dog on the roadside than to be taken seriously by himself? With these thoughts in mind, the crazy and bloodthirsty intent to kill once again filled Benjamin's mind. He flipped his body and was about to pounce on Lu Chen to end it all with him. However, at that moment, Xiong Meng, standing next to Lu Chen, casually kicked him, sending him flying backwards. "Xiao Chang, help him regain consciousness," Xiong Meng ordered. In an instant, clear bird songs echoed throughout the meeting room. The solidified notes brushed over Benjamin's body inch by inch. The blood color in his eyes visibly receded at a rapid pace until he regained clarity. "Tell me, how are you related to the beast cult?" Xiong Meng pulled a chair, sat down confidently, and asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, all the blood vessels in Benjamin's body suddenly expanded, and black blood uncontrollably overflowed from his mouth and nose. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Benjamin's body exploded, and a large amount of blood mist accompanied by flesh splattered out. The room was instantly filled with a foul blood smell. Fortunately, Xiangyin Feiwan promptly summoned the realm of notes. None of the three had a single drop of blood on them. "TSK, the beast cult always makes things so disgusting," Xiong Meng said in disgust as he got up from his chair. "What's most annoying is that these people are everywhere." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen asked, "Principal, what is the beast cult?" This force was only briefly mentioned in the textbooks. In his past life as an ordinary person, Lu Chen had no understanding of the beast cult. He never imagined that even the powerful Benjamin was just a pawn of theirs. No wonder recently Benjamin, and even the entire Benjamin family, had been acting so crazy. An extreme anti-human organization, aiming to hunt down geniuses from various countries, organize beast tides, and carry out terrorist attacks, Xiong Meng briefly explained, then continued, "With your talent, you probably won't be able to avoid dealing with the beast cult, but it's okay, with me and the school backing you up. What waves can a force living in the gutter make?" Speaking, Xiong Meng looked at Han Shouzheng and said, "Take care of this child. I want to see how many rats from the beast cult are in Changnan." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Meng's figure disappeared from the meeting room. Still so impatient, Han Shouzheng said, then looked at Lu Chen, "You must be tired. Rest early. Come, take me to where you live. I'll borrow a place to stay." Lu Chen nodded. He wouldn't refuse such a powerful bodyguard. Seeing Lu Chen nod, Han Shouzheng immediately summoned his flying beast. His flying beast was different from others. It was a silver-glowing steel giant with countless diverse-shaped blades crisscrossing its back. The cold steel aura swept over them. Handsome is handsome enough, but where does the word flight come into play? Lu Chen thought to himself. However, in Lu Chen's strange and shocked eyes, the giant's form rapidly changed, with every piece of steel that made up its body twisting and deforming. Finally, It transformed from the giant form into an iron flying boat. At the bottom of the flying boat, there were even 2 exhaust vents emitting cobalt blue flames, providing immense kinetic energy for the flying boat. Race, 1000 transformations Divine Iron, Attribute, Gold, Talent Level, SS, Realm, First Stage of Bright Moon, Skills, 1000 transformations, Epic. Divine Iron Body, Epic. Myriad Military Arts, Epic. Sky-Cutting Strike, Epic. Evaluation, an interesting toy. The flying boat was just the right size to accommodate Lu Chen and Han Shoujing. As the two stood inside the cabin, a large amount of airwaves jetted out from the bottom of the boat. Then, the steel flying boat left a residual image in the air, flying towards the villa on the low mountain at an extremely fast speed. Upon reaching the villa, Lu Chen found a clean room for Han Shoujing and then returned to his own house. The changes of this day were truly significant. He needed a moment of quiet to digest it all. After a while, Lu Chen took out his phone and looked at the message sent by the bank. 3 million, received. Lu Chen was instantly excited. Without any hesitation, he dialed the number of Xiaoyu, the salesperson at Wanbao Pavilion. As the #1 chain store in Huaxia, Wanbao Pavilion naturally operated 24 hours a day. Even though it was almost midnight, Wanbao Pavilion was still open for business. Whether Xiaoyu had finished work or not was not within Lu Chen's consideration. After all, he only had Xiaoyu's number in Wanbao Pavilion. However, even if Xiaoyu had already gone to bed, facing a business deal worth 3 to 4 million and the commission that came with it, she would probably get excited and get out of bed. Thinking randomly in his mind, the phone was already connected. In Lu Chen's ear, Xiaoyu's slightly nasal greeting came through. Hello? It seemed she was indeed sleeping. Lu Chen directly said, I am Lu Chen. Upon hearing Lu Chen's introduction, Xiaoyu suddenly sat up in bed and her voice became more professional. Hello, Mr. Lu, how can I assist you? For this young man who brought her a commission of 15,000, Xiaoyu was still very enthusiastic. I have a 4 million deal here. Are you in or out? Lu Chen was straightforward. After all, the customer is God, especially a customer like him with plenty of money and few demands. Among quality customers, he was the cream of the crop. 4 million? Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rose, even to a sharp level. For a low-level salesperson like her, she might not even achieve a turnover of 1 million in a year. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would mention 4 million right away? How much commission would that be? Xiaoyu quickly calculated in her mind and soon got the answer. Calculating based on a 1% commission, the commission for 4 million would be 50,000, almost half a year's income for her. What's more, when the total turnover exceeded 5 million within a year, she could be promoted to a mid-level salesperson, and the commission rate would increase. With this thought, Xiaoyu's breathing became heavier. She then adopted her most professional attitude. Anytime. Mr. Lu, tell me what you need. I will deliver it to you immediately. For this level of business, delivery to the door was a given. As they spoke, Lu Chen could hear the rustling sound of clothes through the phone. Luminous or marrow. Sigh of the gale. Lu Chen spoke, mentioning the 2 special resources needed for Mr. Jin's further evolution. The former being a rare or that could only be found in high-quality spirit beast stone veins. The spiritual energy contained within is pure and immense, making its value extremely high. The market price is around 600,000 Huaxia coins. Among the 6 special resources, this is the cheapest. The Sai of Gangfeng, as the top batch of intermediate resources, is priced at twice that of the Lingguang mineral marrow. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Xiaoyu immediately responded enthusiastically. Alright, Mr. Lu, the discounted price for these 2 special resources is 1,680,000 Huaxia coins, 12,000 lower than the market price? Lu Chen nodded inwardly, knowing that the other party must have given him a significant discount. However, what Boss Jean needed was just an appetizer. The evolution resources needed by Hylan were a true bottomless pit, except for the 5 poison essence as an intermediate special resource. The high-quality poison attribute ferocious beast core and true dragon blood are all genuine high-level special resources. They are expensive. Each one costs several million Huaxia coins at the very least. Maybe I can afford one? Lu Chen thought to himself, expressing his needs to Xiaoyu. After a moment, Xiaoyu's voice came again. Mr. Lu, here are the discounted prices for the 5 poison essence. 700,000 Huaxia coins. The high-quality poison attribute ferocious beast core is priced at 1,800,000 Huaxia coins, and the true dragon blood is priced at 5 million huaxia coins. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen calculated silently and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could still afford the 5 poison essence and the ferocious beast core with the remaining money. As for the true dragon blood, he didn't even dare to think about it. Just this one special resource alone was worth more than his entire being combined. In the world of beast taming, anything related to dragons is exorbitantly priced. Moreover, it's the blood of a true dragon. A tamed beast can only produce 7 or 8 drops of blood in a short period, and with each drop lost, the tamed beast will weaken. Losing 3 drops or more in a short time can even damage its origin, causing a drop in realm. Therefore, the price of high-quality blood is extremely expensive. Then it's the 5 poison essence and the ferocious beast core. Oh, I also have various resources worth millions here. Come and purchase them. Bring some more people. Lu Chen immediately agreed. In this way, he spent a total of 4,180,000 huaxia coins to purchase Boss Jin's evolution resources, and Hylan only needed one more item for the evolution resources, the true dragon blood. But don't forget, he had one opportunity each to exchange for high-level special resources at the universities in Huqing and Jingchang. In other words, as long as Lu Chen successfully enrolled, Hylan's next evolution would be a piece of cake. Finally solving the issue of the beast's evolution, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the text message from the bank on his phone, a wry smile appearing on his face. The money had just landed in his hands and was already spent. Not only did he spend all 3 million from Changnan's official reward, but he also exchanged all the various resources he found in the secret realm for huaxia coins. And even so, Lu Chen had put in his last 6,000 yuan in savings. Now, he was left with just one life. Money really burns a hole in the pocket. Lu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, letting out a soulful sigh. If other beast tamers heard this, they would surely give Lu Chen a hard time. After all, in the outside world, nurturing a tamed beast with SS aptitude could cost tens of millions, even billions. However, such a huge expense might not even guarantee the stable evolution of the tamed beast to SS level aptitude. If the evolution fails, all the rare materials will go to waste. The contracted beasts can also regress in realm, even facing serious life-threatening situations. It can be said that every SS-grade talented contracted beast is a triple blessing of talent, luck, and opportunity. None can be lacking. Even a diamond-ranked contracted beast master may not necessarily possess an SS-grade talented contracted beast. However, when it comes to Lu Chen, he almost had 2 contracted beasts evolve to SS grade for less than 5 million. Such a gap is enough to infuriate other contracted beast masters. The amount on the bill is not small. The sales assistant Xiaoyu was also very attentive. Therefore, Wanbao Pavilion acted very quickly. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Lu Chen heard the roar of cars outside the villa. Lu Chen pushed open the door and found Han Shouzheng already seated in the living room. He nodded slightly at Lu Chen, indicating that there was no danger outside. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt more at ease. He walked to the courtyard and looked outside through the hollow iron gate. He saw Xiaoyu standing in front of the car, hands full of things, eagerly looking at Lu Chen. Squeak. Lu Chen opened the iron gate and reached out to take the things. Mr. Lu, here are the essence of Lingguang ore and the Sai of Gangfeng. Here are the essence of the 5 poisons and the high-quality poisonous attribute beast core. Handing the items to Lu Chen, Xiaoyu explained, you can inspect the goods on the spot, and any dissatisfaction can be returned or exchanged. Lu Chen opened the bag. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes, confirming that the contents inside were indeed what he wanted. He nodded and handed the prepared bank card to Xiaoyu. There are 3 million in here. At the same time, a flash of light in his hand, a large amount of resources were taken out from the spatial ring, instantly filling the originally empty ground. These resources, probably more than 1 million. You count them and give me a price. Okay, please wait a moment. Although the resources on the ground were in disarray, Xiaoyu showed no impatience. She bent down, carefully examining each item. After a moment, a number that Lu Chen expected came out of her mouth, a total of 112,000 huaxia coins. This price was 3,000 less than what the staff at the square had offered at the time. However, since they were the ones who gained the resources, they naturally couldn't buy them at market price. Otherwise, where would Wanbao Pavilion make a profit? To be honest, Lu Chen thought Xiaoyu's price was a bit high. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't haggle and directly nodded, saying, okay, I'll use this money to buy these resources. Lu Chen weighed the bag in his hand, indicating, I still have over 60,000 points stored with you, which should be included. The amount is enough. Just right. After calculating in his mind, Xiaoyu smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. Okay, you can go back now. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, then immediately walked into the house without further delay. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu stood still for a moment, watching Lu Chen's straight back. The face of the young man who had handed her 8,000 yuan a few days ago involuntarily flashed in her mind. A sense of trance surged in her heart. In just a few days, the change is so significant. After a moment of emotion, Xiaoyu called out to the driver on the truck, and the two of them together began moving the resources. At this moment, Lu Chen had already entered the villa. Looking at Han Shoujing still waiting in the living room, he felt a warm feeling in his heart, nodded at him, and then walked into the house. At this moment, he was eager to see the scene where Boss Jean evolved into an SS-grade contracted beast. He summoned Boss Jean in black scale from the contracted beast space at the same time. After such a long rest, Boss Jean had already recovered from weakness and become lively again. As soon as it appeared in the room, it wagged its tail and ran towards Lu Chen. Bang! A muffled sound came from its embrace. A hint of pain flashed across Lu Chen's face as he patted the dog's head in his arms. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? You're going to break my bones like this. At that moment, the black scales also returned to Lu Chen's shoulder. The ink-black pupils looked at Boss Jean, who seemed a bit embarrassed for causing trouble, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if saying, you fool! Alright, let's get down to business. Lu Chen said, his expression turning serious. He pushed aside Boss Jin's furry body and took out a jade box containing resources from the paper bag. Opening the jade box, a sudden gust of wind swept through the previously calm room, making Lu Chen's clothes rustle and his hair dance wildly. At the same time, a sigh that seemed to come from ancient times echoed in the room. The sigh of the gale, the top-tier intermediate special resource. It contained the ultimate wind energy, and its sigh-like sound had a powerful effect of calming the mind. Although Lu Chen didn't understand why Boss Jean, a fire attribute spirit beast, would need this thing, since the Eye of Ascension had shown it, there must be a reason. This was also the reason why it was difficult to explore the evolution path of spirit beasts. Many times, the resources needed for spirit beast evolution were not related to the beast's own attributes. Some were even completely opposite. Therefore, a small stage of evolution often required thousands of experiments. The costs involved were considerable. That's why Lu Chen could directly figure out the evolution path of his contracted spirit beast. Otherwise, for a spirit beast like Boss Jean with a mutation, evolving once would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Looking at the sigh of the gale, it appeared as a fist-sized mass of bluish mist, emitting countless fine threads of wind that swirled outward. At the same time, Lu Chen also took out the essence of the luminous ore and the essence of the scorching sun. However, Boss Jean clearly showed interest only in the essence of the scorching sun. As for the essence of the luminous ore, it was met with indifference, neither good nor bad. Faced with the sigh of the gale, it even displayed a strong sense of disgust. All these resources are here. Why aren't you eating yet, old Jean? Lu Chen took Boss Jin's head and brought the sigh of the gale to its mouth. Boss Jean turned its head and mouth away. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned and said, Old Jean, the sigh of the gale is very precious. Eating special resources is a good thing, so eat it for me. Seeing that Boss Jean remained unmoved, Lu Chen had to pretend to be angry and raised his voice. Eat! Why aren't you eating? Eat! Eat! Seeing its master getting angry, Boss Jean reluctantly turned its head back. It closed its eyes tightly, furrowed its eyebrows in a human-like manner, and opened its mouth to swallow the bluish mist in Lu Chen's hand. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly stuffed the essence of the luminous ore and the essence of the scorching sun into Boss Jin's mouth. Then he stepped back quickly. According to his experience, every evolution of this spirit beast was quite dramatic, and its abilities might even go out of control. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but the black scales on his shoulder had no protection against injuries, so caution was necessary. Standing by the door, Lu Chen quietly observed Boss Jin's changes. Boss Jean stood in place, also staring wide-eyed at Lu Chen. A standoff. After waiting for a few minutes, Lu Chen still didn't notice any unusual signs. Did I buy a counterfeit product? Lu Chen thought to himself. He used the Eye of Ascension to look at Boss Jean. On its information panel, the words evolving were prominently displayed. Lu Chen suppressed his doubts and carefully examined Boss Jean from head to toe once again. Finally, he noticed a hint of something different, only to see Mr. Jin's abdomen, originally wrapped in muscles, was now slightly sagging, as if he had a small belly. The whole dog's appearance no longer looked as sleek and agile as before, but rather somewhat bloated. Moreover, the moment Lu Chen observed this phenomenon, Mr. Jin's belly suddenly swelled by a circle. Now, not just the abdomen, but his whole body seemed like an about-to-burst balloon, desperately expanding in all directions. The long fur all over Mr. Jin's body, under immense pressure, stood erect like steel blades. His skin had stretched to the maximum, revealing the meridians and blood vessels beneath the surface clearly. Lu Chen could even see the blue thread circulating within the Sai of Gangfeng, crazily moving inside Mr. Jin's body. It was the gale that inflated Mr. Jin's body to such a size. Lu Chen's eyes stared unblinkingly at the changes on Mr. Jin's body. The next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated. At the same time, a muffled sound burst in the room. Mr. Jin's body couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the gale. Starting to crack, under the influence of the hurricane, his body slowly floated in midair. Countless drops of blood overflowed from his cracking skin. The blood shone with a golden color, dazzling like tiny suns. As these blood droplets fell through the air, they emitted boundless heat. The rolling heat waves and surging gale instantly turned into burning golden flames upon contact. The wind, fueled by the fire, surged upwards, sweeping towards the struggling Mr. Jin in midair. In an instant, the golden flames rolled into a ball, perfectly enveloping Mr. Jin. The flames flickered with the howling gale, resembling a giant life slowly breathing. Empowered by the Eye of Ascension, Lu Chen could see within the golden flame ball the essence of the scorching sun's azure light and the luminous mineral marrow. The former enhanced Mr. Jin's ability to control fire and light energy, while the latter slowly repaired his shattered body. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's tense heart relaxed a bit. He knew that this evolution had succeeded. After all, this evolutionary path was guided by the SSS-Level beast mastery talent. In terms of safety and future development potential, it was top-notch. As Lu Chen had expected, a few minutes later, the dazzling golden fireball gradually dimmed. The howling gale also subsided. The true appearance of Mr. Jin after completing his evolution appeared in Lu Chen's sight, originally a massive body of 10 meters in length. After this evolution, it not only did not grow further but instead shrank slightly. Lu Chen estimated that the current Mr. Jin was only about 6 to 7 meters long. However, the most significant change was not in size but in Mr. Jin's fur color. His once brilliant golden fur was now dyed a deep blue. His long fur, like the floating clouds in the rainy weather of Jiangnan, appeared elegant and ethereal. Furthermore, Mr. Jin was now standing steadily in midair without relying on any external force, solely using his own abilities. It was evident that he had gained the power of flight. Lu Chen directly activated the Eye of Ascension, wanting to see the improvements of this SS level Mr. Jin. Race, Sun-Chasing Wolf King. Attribute, Light. Talent level, SS, Realm, Bronze 7th stage. Skills, Sun-Chasing Body, Epic. Sun-Blaze Heart, Epic. Daystar Domain, Epic. Sunburst, Epic. Sun-Chasing Body. Beast Mastery grants a 50% damage reduction against light and fire attacks. The beast has strong immunity to abnormal status effects. The beast's physical qualities double, and in combat, its speed triples. The Imperial Beast can manipulate the flowing wind and possesses the ability to briefly hover in the air. Sunfire Heart. Every attack by the Imperial Beast will come with the burning effect of the scorching sun. This effect significantly reduces the enemy's recovery ability, inflicts extreme pain on their soul, and causes irreparable damage. Day Domain. Summon the day to punish all things. Within the Day Domain, the Imperial Beast gains the ability to teleport short distances. Note, each teleportation will consume a certain amount of the Imperial Beast's stamina. Sunfire Burst. The Imperial Beast can detonate the summoned day, causing a powerful explosion with wide-ranging damage. Note, each release will consume a large amount of stamina. Evolution Path. Sun-Chasing Wolf King, SS rank. Lord of the Day, SSS rank. Devourer of the Sun God, mythical rank. Note, only Imperial Beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical rank. Materials required for further evolution: Sunfall Ashes, Unyielding Soul Crystal, Flame Dragon Essence, 8 high-quality light, fire, attribute beast cores or 1 top-quality beast core. Wow! Boss Gene, you are truly amazing. Lu Chen looked at Boss Jin's luxurious information panel and couldn't help but exclaim. This enhancement far exceeds S-rank aptitude by leaps and bounds. Each ability has almost doubled and doubled again. The sun-chasing physique directly maximizes Boss Jin's offensive and defensive capabilities. Immune to 50% of light and fire dual attribute attacks. Enough to make Boss Jin a nightmare for these two attribute beasts. Not to mention, Boss Jin also comes with double physical qualities at all times and a speed that soars to 3 times during battle. 3 times the speed. This speed, within the same realm, is almost ghostly. It's difficult for enemies in battle to even catch a glimpse of Boss Jin's figure. Moreover, this ability also brings the crowd control immunity effect that was originally in another skill of Boss Jin. 2 skills combined into one, directly reaching the epic realm. What's more crucial is that Boss Jin can now strike enemies in the air. This way, when encountering flying enemies again, Boss Jin can also join the battle. As for Sunfire Heart, the most brutal skills often have the simplest introductions. Just a soul injury alone is enough to push this passive skill into the epic realm. For most imperial beasts and beasts, the soul is a difficult area to touch and strengthen. Yet, every strike by Boss Jin can inflict a painful blow to the enemy's soul. This is almost equivalent to real damage. While causing massive damage, it also brings endless suffering to the enemy. Quite brutal. Lu Chen really likes it. The Day Domain, on the basis of the original Day Sky, has added extremely terrifying mobility to Boss Jin once again. Teleportation. Instant movement. Although it consumes a certain amount of stamina, for Boss Jin, who can inflict soul damage, having a chance for an unexpected attack is enough to completely disable the opponent. And even if unable to defeat the opponent, it's still the best option for escaping. It's not shameful to run if you can't win. What's shameful is not being able to win or run from the opponent. In a life and death struggle, losing face is not the only thing at stake, but one's own life. As for Sunfire Burst, it directly eliminates negative effects. The current Boss Jin, to unleash such a terrifying attack again, all that is needed is a large amount of stamina. This also means that Boss Jin can now fully withstand the consumption and terrifying power of epic level skills. Moreover, Lu Chen also noticed Boss Jin's realm. After this evolution, it directly jumped from the first stage of bronze to the 7th stage, crossing 6 small realms, leaping from early to mid-bronze directly to the late stage. Such cultivation speed, seen by other spirit beasts, wouldn't they be envious to death? Moreover, Lu Chen could still sense that there was a large amount of undigested spiritual energy within Boss Jin's body. As long as given some time to fully digest it, there was great hope for stepping into the realm of silver. The only thing that Lu Chen felt dissatisfied with was the number of special materials needed for evolution, which had returned to 4, and the high quality of the resources required this time was beyond imagination. Lu Chen had not only seen but had not even heard of 2 of them. However, just from the 8 high-quality beast cores, Lu Chen could tell that the amount of money needed to evolve Boss Jin into an SSS-grade spirit beast would be a terrifying figure. Seeing this, Lu Chen sighed deeply and waved for Boss Jin to float down from the air. He rubbed Boss Jin's face, which was no longer round but now looked stern, and exclaimed, "You are not a spirit beast, you are a gold-devouring beast." As an SS-grade qualified spirit beast, being rubbed on the face by Lu Chen, Boss Jin showed no impatience at all. Its deep blue eyes shone brightly as it looked at Lu Chen, as if saying, "Master, don't despise me, I am easy to take care of." Then, Boss Jin lowered its head slightly, looked at the black scales lying on Lu Chen's shoulder, and slapped it with a paw. "You, a small S-grade spirit beast, dare to look down on me, Boss Jin? Take this." Of course, Boss Jin was restrained. The paw was not fast, and the force was very light, because Black Scale also reacted instantly. It leaped high into the air and then hid behind Lu Chen. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a headache and hurriedly stopped it. When would Boss Jin's playful nature change? It didn't show any demeanor as the leader of the spirit beasts. Lu Chen stopped Boss Jin's mischievous actions. He held Black Scale in his hand and felt its emotional low, comforting it immediately. "It's okay, in a few days, it will be your evolution day. Trust me." Hearing this, Black Scale, whose head was originally drooping, suddenly lifted it. A gleam of joy flashed in its dark as ink eyes, and a hint of happiness appeared on its fierce dragon face. It rubbed Lu Chen's chin with its head. A cold sensation of scales immediately came. This touch was completely different from Boss Jin's. but it also had a unique feeling. After soothing Black Scale, Lu Chen glared fiercely at Boss Jean, who was standing beside him, laughing foolishly, and pushed the door open to walk to the living room. The commotion during the spirit beast evolution just now was not small. Han Shouzheng, who was guarding the living room, must have sensed something. In order not to worry the old man, Lu Chen decided to go out and explain. After pushing the door open, Lu Chen was stunned. Sitting on the living room sofa was not only Han Shouzheng but also a bloody-smelling Xiong Meng. Hearing the door opening, the two looked over, and Han Shouzheng asked directly, "Is everything done?" Lu Chen nodded, beckoning Boss Jean in Black Scale to come out from the house. There was no need to hide the matter of his spirit beast evolution from these two principals. After all, as a moonlight-level spirit beast master, their perception was so keen that he couldn't possibly hide it. Moreover, if these two had any ill intentions towards him, there was no need for him to take action personally. Just now, when Wang Jiaming tried to assassinate him, he could have let Wang Jiaming kill him if he had been a little slower. Moreover, he still needed the support of the resources from the two universities in the capital. Naturally, the better he performed, the better. Just now, the spirit beast evolved a bit, Lu Chen said, walking over casually. Boss Jean obediently followed behind him, completely different from its mischievous behavior in the house just now. "Oh, evolution. That's a good thing. Wait, your spirit beasts are all S-grade already. Can they still evolve?" Han Shouzheng said, looking behind Lu Chen. However, halfway through, he seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly changed. In the past, his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at Boss Jean from head to toe. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes shone. He couldn't help but mutter, "Excellent, truly a top-notch specimen." Han Shouzheng was not just a moonlight-level beast tamer, he was also a top scholar in the field of beast evolution. With just one glance, he could discern a beast's innate talent level and even further classify it. Now, Han Shouzheng gazed at Boss Jean with a look of fascination, as if admiring a rare treasure. With his keen eyes, how could he not see the high quality and exceptional talent of Lu Chen's beast? Just judging by its quality and aura, it was no less impressive than his own SS-level qualified beasts. However, it was important to note that his beasts were already at the moonlight level, whereas Lu Chen's beast was at best bronze level. Yet, the confidence and arrogance emanating from its bloodline were unmatched by any beast he had ever seen. Truly the best of the best. Han Shouzheng praised loudly. His eager gaze made Boss Jin's body tremble, and he discreetly moved behind Lu Chen. "How did you do it? Is it innate talent?" Han Shouzheng shifted his gaze to Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen nodded, knowing that he had to reveal the effects of his talent to the two principals no matter what. Seeing Lu Chen nod, Han Shouzheng's expression turned serious as he immediately sensed the power of his talent to ignore the beast's level and facilitate its evolution. Just this effect alone was enough to qualify for an S-level beast talent. As far as he knew, all SSS-level talents had several effects. He looked at Lu Chen, his expression even more solemn, and assured him, "Rest assured, in this world, apart from me, Xiong Meng, and the chief executive, no one else will know about your talent effect. Information on beast talents will be classified as top secret and permanently sealed." Although Xiong Meng remained silent, he nodded continuously. Although he was unaware of the strength of Boss Jin's bloodline talent, seeing Han Shouzheng's demeanor, he had some guesses in his mind. Seeing the two of them assure him, Lu Chen also revealed the effects of his upgraded eye to them. Of course, he used his beast talent to cover up the changes in the beast space brought about by the system. After all, if his SSS-level talent were exposed, it would be fine, as there were beast tamers with SSS-level talents in the world. But the system, that was something that absolutely could not be exposed. This thing, only Lu Chen possessed. He would never disclose this to anyone at any time. Double cultivation speed? Able to see the future evolution path of contracted beasts at a glance? Evolution possible as long as the resources are gathered, regardless of the beast's level? Able to probe the basic attributes of others' beasts? Anticipate the enemy? Damage transfer? Absolute loyalty? With each statement from Lu Chen, the two principals repeated it, their mouths widening more and more. By the time Lu Chen finished speaking, Han Shouzheng and Xiong Meng's mouths were wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. At this moment, they had long lost the dignity and restraint of high-ranking individuals. Their minds filled with thoughts, what kind of freak is this? Does he even leave any room for other beast tamers to live happily? Before Lu Chen, the two SSS-level beast tamers had talents purely for combat. Once activated, they were invincible at the same level, and fighting across levels was commonplace. But no matter how extraordinary the effects of others' beast talents were, those beasts still had to progress step by step in cultivation and evolution. Yet, with Lu Chen, it seemed like all the previous rules of cultivation had become ineffective. Each of his beasts under his command soared in level like riding a rocket, awakening beast talents in less than 20 days. Boss Jin's realm has reached the 7th level of bronze. He has elevated his realm by a full 15 levels. It's almost like advancing a small realm every day. This speed is simply inhuman. After a while, the two principals finally snapped out of their shock. They closed their mouths, exchanged glances, and could see a strong sense of defeat in each other's eyes. Especially Han Shouzhen. Compared to Lu Chen's talent in beast taming, his lifelong exploration and research seemed like a joke. The beast taming path he spent his whole life on, seeking for decades, Lu Chen could see it at a glance. Ah, you! Han Shouzhen sighed heavily, looking at Lu Chen with a mix of unclear emotions in his eyes. No wonder when he tempted Lu Chen with a custom beast taming route, Lu Chen didn't even flinch. Han Shouzhen thought his will was as strong as iron. He never expected that Lu Chen simply looked down on it. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two principals, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He felt like he should say something. So, he modestly said, "It's not bad, actually. Although I cultivate faster, it doesn't enhance my combat power much, and my actual combat skills are just average." Hearing this, Han Shouzhen and Xiong Meng, who had just managed to calm their emotions, were instantly riled up again. Especially Han Shouzhen. Being of a certain age, he felt his blood pressure rising, veins pulsating on his forehead. No combat power enhancement, so you rely on realm suppression. Ha! You're bronze 7th level beast against a group of beasts without even reaching black iron 7th level. What more combat power enhancement do you need? And it's 2 against 1. Realm and aptitude are absolute combat power enhancements. If Han Shouzhen was like this, let alone the hot-tempered Xiong Meng, clenching his fist the size of a sandbag. If this wasn't his student, daring to act so cocky in front of him, he would have punched him already. Since there's no combat power enhancement, you have to make up for it with combat skills and awareness. This way, your practical combat lessons at Hucking will double, Xiong Meng said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned bitter. However, Han Shouzhen's voice came at the same time. Theoretical knowledge is also very helpful in exploring the combat power of beast taming. Since you feel your combat power is lacking, then skip the weekends and come to listen to classes at Jingcheng University. At these words, Lu Chen's expression turned even more bitter. He didn't expect that a casual Versailles remark would cost him even his weekends. Look, for example, your beast is of the light element, right? Such beasts can completely control light, refract and reflect light, thereby achieving a kind of invisibility effect, seizing the initiative in practical combat. This technique, although not considered a skill, is extremely useful. Han Shouzhen's voice continued. He was a leading figure in the theoretical knowledge of beast taming in Huaxia, and such knowledge was at his fingertips. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. With this in mind, there might be some potential. If Boss Jin learns this move, his strength will surely increase. With this thought, any trace of resistance in his heart vanished, and Lu Chen respectfully nodded. Thank you for nurturing me. Two principals. Hearing this, the two who were expecting Lu Chen to beg for mercy were stunned. They really hadn't expected that a high school senior like Lu Chen, who outshone almost everyone of his generation, could endure such a tight schedule. If it were a university student, they wouldn't be able to handle it without weekends. Not to mention Lu Chen, a high school student. With such talent, he should be confident to the point of arrogance at his age. Yet he could endure so much hardship. It seems that for Lu Chen to reach this point, it's not just his talent but also his mental fortitude. Many thoughts raced through the minds of the two, and at that moment, their admiration for Lu Chen grew even stronger as they looked at him. Three people chatted for a while before each went back to their rooms to sleep. Two powerful beast tamers stood guard. Lu Chen slept soundly through the night. When he woke up, dawn had already broken. As usual, he took a stroll in the beast taming space and was astonished to find that Heilin had broken through two small realms overnight. At this moment, it had already reached the Black Iron 8th stage. Meanwhile, Boss Jin was gradually digesting the residual spiritual energy in his body. steadily advancing to a higher small realm. It seems that Boss Jin's breakthrough really stimulated it. Lu Chen thought to himself. This was a good thing. In a friendly competition, Lu Chen would not interfere. Awake! Here's some breakfast for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything. In the living room, Xiong Meng said to Lu Chen. Looking at the table full of food, Lu Chen fell silent. Who eats so much early in the morning? Nevertheless, it was a gesture of goodwill, so he thanked them and started eating. During the conversation, he learned that Han Shouzheng had returned to the capital for some business, leaving only Xiong Meng in Changnan these days. After finishing his meal, Lu Chen headed to Changnan No. 1 middle school. He didn't actually need to attend classes anymore, but today was different. He had been specially invited by Principal Wang Zhentian to speak on behalf of the students. Principal Wang had been very supportive of him these past few days, so Lu Chen naturally agreed. When he arrived at the school, all the students were already gathered in the square, and Principal Wan was holding a microphone, ready to speak. When he saw Lu Chen had arrived, he cleared his throat into the microphone. The once noisy square fell silent. Principal Wan commanded respect at Changnan No. 1 middle school. Yesterday, the exploration competition in the secret realm concluded successfully. Our school achieved first place with absolute dominance. Therefore, the Changnan Official Education Resource Management Department has increased our school's resource quotas by 50% this year. Pausing deliberately, Principal Wang waited for applause. The students in the square applauded enthusiastically from the heart. This was an increase in resources for the whole school. Every student would benefit from it. There was no reason not to applaud. Feeling the students' enthusiasm, Principal Wang smiled and spoke again. Who deserves the most credit for this? Extending the microphone forward, he awaited the students' response. As expected, all the students shouted loudly. Lu Chen. In the age of the internet, information was highly developed. Lu Chen's feat of obtaining 2 million resources in the secret realm had spread throughout Changnan. His possession of 2 beast companions and his promotion to a bronze beast tamer had become a case study that many parents used to motivate their children. Look at Lu Chen. He's just like us. How did he become a bronze beast tamer? Of course, his dual innate talents and his formidable SSS-level beast taming talent were also widely known. This matter, even the official authorities in China had no intention of concealing. Firstly, China needed a symbolic young figure like him to lead the new generation. People always followed the crowd. An outstanding leader could definitely make a generation better. Secondly, if Lu Chen's talent was not revealed, there would be no explanation as to how he managed to enter both Jingcheng University and Huaqing University. As long as the specific information about his talent was not disclosed, it would be easy to be targeted by enemies. Therefore, whenever parents used Lu Chen as an example to lecture their children, the students would retort without hesitation. If you don't look at what talent he has, blame yourselves for not passing down an SSS-level talent to me. Seeing the atmosphere reaching its peak, Principal Wang immediately handed the microphone to Lu Chen. As the main character took the stage, the noise in the square grew louder. Facing the gaze of thousands of people, Lu Chen remained calm. After all, everyone who had been to school knew, when a student representative gives a speech, they always have a script. Just read it out loud. And the content was always the same old stuff. Nothing but positive energy, in line with mainstream values, and motivating. However, the effect of the same content spoken by different people naturally varied. Since Lu Chen had just brought tangible benefits to everyone, this was real gain. Therefore, everyone gave him a lot of face, and the sound of praise and admiration almost never ceased. Only Lu Qianjun from Class 5 of Grade 12 had a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he watched Lu Chen on stage, who seemed to be glowing. His big teeth rubbed against each other in his mouth, making a grinding sound, as if he wanted to swallow Lu Chen alive. The spot where he stood, originally tightly packed with students, now had a clear space around him. Everyone tacitly ignored him, and the occasional glances that swept over him were filled with disdain and contempt. Since the school-wide competition, Lu Qianjuan's act of secretly filming and framing Lu Chen had been exposed. Almost everyone in the school knew Lu Qianjuan's reputation. At this moment, in Changnan First High School, he was treated like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat him up. Everyone despised him. Thinking about his current situation and then about Lu Chen's bright future ahead, he couldn't hold back his tears. This was no way to live. Tears streamed down his dark, pig-like face, his unabashed crying causing the crowd, who had already distanced themselves from him, to move even further away. Now, he could only weep bitterly off stage. If he were to confront Lu Chen face to face, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. On stage, after reading the script, Lu Chen stepped down amidst thunderous applause. Wang Zhentian was always efficient and didn't want to take up too much of the students' time during meetings. Therefore, shortly after Lu Chen's speech, he announced the end of the assembly. After the meeting, at Wang Zhentian's signal, Lu Chen walked into the office. To his surprise, all his teachers from Class 2 of Grade 12, including the homeroom teacher Lin Wenwei, were in the office. What surprised him even more was that his friend Chen Yuanshan was also there. Among the teachers, Chen Yuanshan seemed particularly uneasy. When he saw his friend, his eyes lit up, and he made faces at Lu Chen, his expressions suddenly lively. You are all Feiyu's teachers and have made significant contributions to Feiyu's growth. Here is the school's bonus for you all. Please accept it. Saying this, Principal Wang took out several paper bags from the cabinet and handed them to the teachers one by one. Then, he stopped in front of Lin Wenwei, and said with emotion, Teacher Lin has been with our school for quite some time. Diligent and dedicated. Loves the school. Loves the students. Our leadership team has noticed all of this. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to promote Teacher Lin to the Deputy Director of Grade 12. Upon hearing this, the teachers in the office were shocked. What do you mean by being with the school for quite some time? Which of the teachers present didn't have more experience than Lin Wenwei? Yet, she was not just an ordinary teacher, but even at less than 30 years old, she was already a deputy director? Not only did her salary and year-end bonus double, but she also had the qualifications for future promotion to director, vice principal, and even principal. It was like a sudden rise to the top. Damn! Comparisons are odious. The teachers couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Of course, they knew that Principal Wang's decision to promote Lin Wenwei was not because she was good-looking. It was because she was Lu Chen's homeroom teacher. One person's success lifts everyone up. Having nurtured a student like Lu Chen, Lin Wenwei would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Even if she never achieved anything again, she sensed the envy in the eyes of her colleagues. Lin Wenwei was also stunned for a moment, her beautiful face filled with shock. She never expected that the school would reward her so generously. After a while, she finally reacted, slightly stuttering. Principal, thank you for your trust. I will definitely live up to your expectations. At the same time, Lin Wenwei's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Chen, full of joy. This student who had once caused her great worry had grown to a level she could never have imagined at such a speed. The changes in Lu Chen made her very happy. This joy and sense of achievement even made her happier than her own promotion to vice principal. Seeing Teacher Lin promoted to vice principal, Lu Chen was also very happy. In this life or the next, this beautiful teacher had helped him a lot. He had always been grateful for that. Now, seeing her promoted because of him, her future was even more promising. The gratitude he had hidden in his heart was finally repaid in another way. After rewarding the teacher, Wang Zhentian looked at Chen Yuanshan again. Your talent is good, and your character is good. You will join an advanced class, and the resource allocation will be the same as that of the other students in the class. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan, who had been joking with Lu Chen, suddenly stiffened. He incredulously pointed at himself and said in surprise, Me? Advanced class? Seeing his friend's reaction, Lu Chen was helpless. He patted his shoulder and said, If the principal wants you in, just go. No need for so much nonsense. What's wrong? Can't the advanced class accommodate a big shot like you? Seeing his friend's actions, Chen Yuanshan finally realized and quickly said, I'll go. Of course, I can go. Ha ha. As he spoke, Chen Yuanshan gave a grateful look to Lu Chen. Although a bit slow, he was not stupid. Knowing that with his average qualifications and ordinary background, being able to enter the Senior 3 advanced class at Changnan No. 1 high school was all thanks to Lu Chen. After all, the advanced class was exceptional. The students in it were either top-tier talents or came from influential families. The school's resource allocation for them was twice that of regular classes. There were 80 days left until the college entrance examination, 80 days of double resources, plus the 50% increase in resources because of Lu Chen. Chen Yuanshan had almost freeloaded nearly 100,000 Huaxia coins worth of resources. This was not a small amount. Sensing his friend's grateful eyes, Lu Chen smiled. He thought that although Principal Wang had a military background and a tough demeanor, he was not oblivious to human relationships. The two people closest to Lu Chen in the school had both received help. After arranging everything, Principal Wang waved his hand, dismissing the onlookers from the office. He then personally brewed a cup of tea for Lu Chen and invited him to sit down. Lu Chen didn't bother with formalities and picked up the teacup to take a sip. Not as good as the tea from the mayor's office. After taking a sip, Lu Chen briefly evaluated in his mind and put down the teacup. The principal, unable to read minds, still looked at Lu Chen with a smile and said, "Fei Yu, you are the pride of our Changnan city and even more so of Changnan No. One high school. I believe that soon, everyone in the world will know about Changnan No. One high school because of your name. This is a little token of appreciation from the school. The school's final support for you, 88,000. I wish you all the best." The Huaxia country indeed liked these auspicious homophones. Lu Chen was indeed in need of money right now. Therefore, he did not refuse and accepted it directly. In his view, one should not refuse the kindness of others. Just keep them in your heart, and when the time is right, you will surely repay them tenfold or even 100-fold. This is how you live up to their expectations. Just like Lin Wenwei and Chen Yuanshan today, what he despised the most were those who clearly wanted something but kept pushing it away, pretending and being hypocritical. Thanks to the school for nurturing me. Thanks to the principal for nurturing me. In the future, Fei Yu will not disappoint everyone. Lu Chen took the bank card and solemnly said, "A real man, straightforward and decisive. Once his beast taming was successful, he would definitely repay Changnan No. One high school many times over with this 880,000. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang waved his hand. "You don't need to live up to others. Just live up to yourself. Fei Yu, you can disappoint anyone, but never disappoint yourself. Understand?" Sensing the warmth in the principal's words, Lu Chen nodded. After bidding farewell to Principal Wang, Lu Chen returned to Class 3-2 of the senior year. If everything went as expected, this should be his last day of class here. Therefore, this time, he listened very attentively. Time passed like water, seemingly never to return like youth. He knew that his high school life was coming to an end. Lu Chen casually rejected several girls who confessed to him and walked out of the school without looking back. Women would only slow down his beast taming speed. The next day, Lu Chen had Xiong Meng use beast taming to change his appearance early in the morning. Then, he went to the adventurer recruitment hall in the west of the city. Upon entering the hall, Lu Chen did not rush to find those famous adventurer groups to sign up. Instead, he sat blankly on the cold iron bench in the hall. His face was full of disappointment and confusion, like a pig entering society for the first time, ready to be slaughtered. He was waiting for the adventurer group from his past life that forced him to become bait. About 10 minutes later, the sound of hard-soled shoes stepping on the floor echoed in Lu Chen's ears. A pair of shiny leather shoes reflected Lu Chen's confused eyes. Then, a gentle voice floated down from above to Lu Chen's ears. "Young man, would you like to give my greedy wolf adventurer group a try?" Upon hearing this familiar voice that was ingrained in his bones, Lu Chen's scattered eyes immediately focused. He saw the surging killing intent in his eyes reflected in the leather shoes. However, when he raised his head, Lu Chen's eyes changed again. His bewildered eyes, like a harmless deer in the depths of the forest, were somewhat amusing. Can I join? I'm only bronze." Seeing Lu Chen's embarrassing performance, a hint of disdain flashed in the man's eyes, but a charming smile appeared on his face. "Of course, my friend, the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Group is a haven for newcomers, and you can trust us. Don't hesitate. Let's sign the contract. From now on, our lives are intertwined, and our fates are shared. We are each other's most reliable companions." Looking at Zhang Xiuzheng's face beaming with an extremely bright smile, Lu Chen suppressed the urge to kill him on the spot. In his previous life, this man had pulled him into the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Group. At first sight, he was also warm and friendly. However, after Lu Chen signed the contract, Zhang Xiaozhang immediately tore off his gentle facade, revealing his vicious nature like a greedy wolf inside. He had all the new members of the adventurer group covered in materials highly attractive to savage beasts, then cut several fierce wounds on them. Blood flowed from the wounds, and the enticing scent of blood maximized the allure of the materials. Subsequently, countless low-level savage beasts, attracted by this strange fragrance, came and slaughtered the human bait until nothing was left. Even the desperate cries for help were drowned out by the sounds of the beast's attacks. The loss of a life was described so casually. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozhang and the core members would take action to hunt down the ferocious beasts. As for why not save? A mocking smile played on Lu Chen's lips. If saved, Zhang Xiaozhang would have to pay medical expenses for the member who acted as bait. Not saving meant just losing a resource, at most compensating with funeral expenses. If the other party had no relatives or friends, they could even save that money. Lu Chen came here today specifically to annihilate the greedy wolf adventure team. Not only to kill Zhang Xiaozhang but also to slay those who followed the tiger. At this thought, Lu Chen nodded heavily in the eyes of Zhang Xiaozhang's anticipation. Brother, I am willing to join the greedy wolf adventure team. Seeing Lu Chen nod, Zhang Xiaozhang's smile broadened. He pulled Lu Chen up from the chair and walked towards the recruitment hall. Let's go. Good brother. Let's sign the adventure contract. By the way, my surname is Zhang. You can call me Brother Zhang. I am the team leader. Although not very strong, I am at the silver 9th rank, which is considered good in a low-level adventure team. There are also several good brothers in the team, all at the silver level, and a few others, like you, are bronze beast masters or even black iron beast masters. Our greedy wolf adventure team emphasizes inclusivity. As they walked, Zhang Xiaozhang introduced the team's composition enthusiastically. His tone was warm, making him seem like a trustworthy elder brother. However, those with some social experience would notice that recruiting a member was too much of a farce. They didn't even ask anything. The level of the beast master, the characteristics and abilities of the contracted beasts, and previous battle experiences. These were essential questions that should have been asked. Zhang Xiaozhang didn't say a word and just took Lu Chen's hand straight to the front desk. Once you join an adventure team, you not only have to provide basic salary and benefits to the members but also cover some work-related injuries. Therefore, legitimate recruitment by an adventure team requires many checks, from character to strength, and more. Zhang Xiaozhang was as fast as if he was afraid Lu Chen would run away, but this suited Lu Chen just fine. So, he said nothing and let Zhang Xiaozhang lead him along. At the front desk, Zhang Xiaozhang took out a paper contract from his bag and handed it to the staff. After the staff confirmed its legality, they stamped it, indicating the contract's legal effect. This contract indeed had no issues. Lu Chen had no doubts either. He signed it cleanly and then looked expectantly at Zhang Xiaozhang. His expression vividly displayed the innocence and foolishness of a naive student. Seeing how easily he had deceived a beast master, Zhang Xiaozhang almost wanted to laugh out loud with excitement. Let's go, Lu buddy, I'll take you to see the outskirts of the city. Saying this, Zhang Xiaozhang put his arm around Lu Chen's neck and almost dragged him out of the hall, afraid that Lu Chen might hesitate. When we get to the outskirts, Zhang Xiaozhang thought, a hint of fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Driving with Lu Chen, they finally arrived at the base of the greedy wolf adventure team after a bumpy ride. It was a remote and desolate deep forest. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaozhang got out of the car first, followed closely by Lu Chen. As soon as the car door opened, a nauseatingly strong smell of blood hit them. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A black line twisted slightly on his shoulder, snaking down his sleeve and disappearing into the ground. Hurry up! What are you standing there for, you stupid pig? Seeing Lu Chen still rubbing the passenger seat, Zhang Xiaozhang's eyes narrowed, his previous warmth completely gone, replaced by a fierce desire to devour. The muscles on his face trembled with his roar. The loud roar attracted everyone's attention. Oh, Zhang Gu brought another meat pig. So fast. Indeed, Zhang Gu is quick. Just in time as our meat pig is running out. Two men approached, standing on either side of Zhang Xiaozhang with cruel smiles on their faces. They looked at Lu Chen with eyes that didn't seem to see a fellow adventurer, but rather a piece of meat on a cutting board. What are you guys doing? Lu Chen trembled as he jumped off the car, faced with the approaching men, his back almost touching the car door. However, contrary to his trembling body, Lu Chen's eyes were calm and terrifying. He discreetly scanned the three men in front of him and noticed that one member of the greedy wolf adventure team from his memory was missing. Just then, a sharp female voice came from behind the car. Ha ha ha, look at this young man, don't scare him into wetting his pants. Lu Chen turned to see a woman in a blood-red coat dragging a bloody corpse towards him. When she saw Lu Chen's face, her eyes lit up, and she licked her lips, saying, "This kid looks good. Let me have a go before we get down to business." Hearing this, the three men burst into wild laughter, their gazes openly wandering below Lu Chen's waist. You can have a go, but don't play him to death. A corpse won't attract valuable beasts. Seeing the 4 core members from his memory gathered, Lu Chen finally relaxed. His panicked expression gradually disappeared, transforming into a deep coldness. If any of these 4 people died, he would feel uneasy. So, Lu Chen immediately waved his hand, and Boss Jean leaped out of the beast space. His dark blue fur danced in the foul wind, emphasizing his sleek body. However, upon seeing Lu Chen's beast appear, the 4 men surrounding him, including Zhang Xiaozhang, not only showed no fear but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid still wants to resist. A bronze beast master? Resisting against our 4 silver beast masters. What's this kid thinking? He might as well surrender and suffer less torture. The woman in red licked her lips and threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Chen, saying, "Hey handsome, I like your boldness." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. Even after disguising himself, he couldn't hide his damn handsomeness. However, Lu Chen looked at the woman's bloated figure and the foundation falling off her face as she spoke, sending a shiver down his spine. But now, Lu Chen had no intention of arguing with her. Sensing his master's desire to kill, Boss Jean growled low. In an instant, it transformed into a gust of wind and charged straight at the woman in red. At the same time, a fiery red sun rose rapidly in the deep forest. Endless light and heat spread out, igniting the trees around Lu Chen with intense heat, turning the dark forest into a fiery inferno. So fast. Be careful. This kid is strange. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaozhang endured the burning sensation on his body and immediately shouted. The 3 men summoned their beasts, but before they could counterattack, everyone noticed the ground beneath them rumbling and splitting. What? Zhang Xiaozhang looked down, his eyes widening in shock. He clearly saw the solid ground beneath his feet trembling and cracking. One crack after another spread at a visible speed. Then, deep as ink scales came into view. The dragon scales stood upright, gleaming with sharp cold light. This is... Zhang Xiaozhang was puzzled. Before he could react, the trembling under his feet became more violent, making it hard for him to keep his balance. Boom! A deafening roar came from under his feet. The huge black-scaled body burst out of the ground, sending rocks and soil flying in all directions. An 80-meter-long black dragon hovered low in the sky. In its ink-like black pupils, a stunning killing intent flickered. Dragon transformation. In this state, the black scale's length directly reached an exaggerated 80 meters, looking like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Unstoppable. In this size, the black scale's power was greatly enhanced, capable of splitting the earth and shattering mountains. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Everyone, attack it! Zhang Xiaozhang's figure was pushed into the air, struggling to stabilize himself, shouting loudly. At the same time, the 3 contracted mythical beasts unleashed their ultimate moves. Wind blades and solid ice followed one after another. A series of roars erupted on the black scale's hard and upright scales. However, the black-scaled body in midair remained motionless. Its dragon mouth suddenly opened. A dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Roar! This roar, like coming from hell itself, directly triggered the deepest fear in everyone's hearts. In a daze, they seemed to see a black dragon piercing through the heavens and earth. Roaring! Dragon's wrath! In the dragon transformation state, the dragon's wrath controlled time, doubling its impact. Even the silver-ranked beast tamers and their mythical beasts were forcibly controlled for a full 3 seconds. And within these 3 seconds, the black scales opened its mouth, and a thick black mist gushed out from the sky. As soon as this mist touched the outside air, it made a hissing sound. In mid-air, a large amount of evaporating mist appeared, rapidly spreading in all directions. At the same time, a strange fragrance enveloped this remote deep forest. For a moment, the noisy chirping of cicadas, the low calls of birds, the croaking of frogs, and even the sounds of various small animals moving all disappeared. This deep forest seemed as silent as death. This was not just ordinary dragon poison. In the dragon transformation state, this was genuine dragon poison. Touch it and die. There was no room for turning back. 3 seconds were enough for the black mist to descend from the sky, enveloping Zhang Xiaozhang and his companions. As the black mist touched their skin, it seeped into their pores. In an instant, steaming white vapor emanated from Zhang Xiaozhang's eyes, nose, mouth, and tongue. His muscles and organs were visibly corroding at a rapid pace. In just a few seconds, the 3 big men vanished into thin air. On the vast ground, only half-eroded white bones remained. Instant kill. truly worthy of a powerful skill with a negative effect lasting up to 6 hours. Once activated, it allowed the Black Iron 9th rank Black Scales to possess the strength to slay top silver ranked mythical beasts. It was almost like a power increase of 2 major realms. It could only be said that the terror of the true dragon bloodline was unparalleled. Just then, Boss Jin's figure reappeared in Lu Chen's line of sight. With one claw, it grabbed the neck of the woman in red and rushed towards Lu Chen. Bang! When it approached Lu Chen, Boss Jin released its claw, throwing the woman in red heavily in front of Lu Chen, while retracting the summoned sun. This was a live captive left by Lu Chen on purpose. At the same time, the black scales slowly descended from mid-air. Its eyes glared angrily at Boss Jin, seemingly wanting to avenge the slap it received earlier while it was still strong. Don't make a fuss. Lu Chen sensed the black scales' intentions and immediately spoke. When Boss Jin heard this, he proudly puffed out his chest as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Witnessing this, Lu Chen swiftly kicked Boss Jin in the rear, causing him to howl in pain. Meanwhile, the woman in red lying on the ground gazed at the sky with a sense of despair. She never expected it. How could this seemingly young man single-handedly almost wipe out their adventurer team? Although the greedy wolf adventurer team had a notorious reputation, they were quite sensible. They never provoked silver-ranked or higher beastmasters, or lower-ranked beastmasters from respectable backgrounds. Despite causing harm to many, they had managed to live peacefully until now. But where did this young man, who seemed like a grim reaper, come from? And what had they done to provoke him? Even the dim-witted woman in red understood at that moment, Lu Chen was definitely targeting them today. As she pondered, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by being thrown several meters away. Then, Lu Chen's indifferent voice drew closer. "Are there any other survivors?" Lu Chen bent down, grabbing the woman's disheveled hair. The tearing pain on her scalp made the woman grimace, flailing her limbs uncontrollably in the air. "And no, there are none left," the woman managed to say amidst the pain, although she knew this would be the outcome. Hearing it still sparked a hint of rage in Lu Chen. Those they had killed were just young teenagers, barely 18 or 19, with promising lives ahead, now destroyed in an instant. Standing up, he kicked the woman once more, sending her directly into the raging inferno. The surging flames purified everything in their path. Listening to the diminishing cries in the flames until they vanished, Lu Chen sighed deeply. In his past life, he dropped out of school early, struggled in society, faced disdain, and had no adventurer team willing to accept him. He could only do odd jobs in restaurants, far from anything related to beastmasters. Therefore, when the greedy wolf adventurer team recruited him back then, he was thrilled. Did he not sense something amiss about the team back then? Of course, he did. But for the former Lu Chen, the greedy wolf adventurer team was his only hope to continue as a beastmaster. Even if it was a pit, he had to jump in. Just like terminally ill patients who seek any glimmer of hope and peace of mind. "It's over. From now on, I am just me." Lu Chen sighed, completely discarding all remnants of his past from his heart. At that moment, a cool bird call echoed from the sky. A divine bird descended, bowing slightly in front of Lu Chen, signaling him to climb aboard. With a small leap, Lu Chen landed on the bird's broad back. The soft feathers secured his feet in place, ensuring the strong winds during flight wouldn't affect his stance. This was something Black Scales and Boss Jin couldn't achieve, making them inadequate flying beasts, especially Black Scales. Lu Chen had once tried to stand on it, but its scales were so slippery, like freshly polished tofu, making it impossible to stand. Well done, decisive and ruthless. A promising talent. Once Lu Chen steadied himself, Bear praised him, his eyes filled with admiration. Since Lu Chen left, Bear had been following him to ensure the safety of this SSS-ranked student. Bear had assumed that even with Lu Chen's formidable talent, he was still just a bronze beastmaster for now. Potential was one thing, combat prowess another. Therefore, when Lu Chen single-handedly fought against 4 silver-ranked beastmasters, Bear was sweating bullets in the sky, ready to intervene at any moment. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Chen not only won but did so effortlessly and quickly. In almost an instant, his 2 spirit beasts completely dominated the battlefield, leaving the enemy no room for resistance. Xiong Meng, as a main combatant, liked Lu Chen's style, decisive and ruthless. Therefore, the more he watched Lu Chen, the more he liked him. As for any grudges between Lu Chen and the other party, Xiong Meng didn't care to know. After all, Students also deserved their privacy. He only needed to know that what Lu Chen did was right. Today, you can go report to school, Lu Chen said, standing firmly. Things were resolved faster than he had imagined. In less than 2 days, he had settled a series of matters he had left behind at Changnan Middle School. Is there anything to pack? Xiong Meng asked, calling out to Xiao Cheng. Suddenly, the scenery changed wildly before their eyes as they flew towards the villa on the low hill at an extremely fast speed. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen finally said, return the villa keys to Principal Wang. After all, it's their property. Hearing this, Xiong Meng nodded and fell silent. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the villa on the outskirts of the city. The auspicious green phoenix slowed down its flapping wings, gradually reducing speed and altitude. The villa, originally the size of a fist, gradually expanded and became clear in Lu Chen's eyes. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his expression turned cold. Before the iron gate of the villa stood 4 figures. They were none other than members of the Lu family: Lu Guanzhong, Zhang Fengxia, Lu Qianjun, and Lu Sihan. At this moment, these people occasionally stretched their necks through the iron gate to look deep into the villa. Lu Guanzhong's face was full of impatience and embarrassment. Zhang Fengxia, on the other hand, kept on talking, full of accusations. That little brat. He would rather let an unrelated Chen Yuanshan enter a class than think about our Qianjun. Has he forgotten? Qianjun is related to him by blood, she scolded, while slapping Lu Guanzhong's back, who had been silent all along. You're useless too. I asked you to come before, but you didn't. Now, you can't even see his shadow. Slapped by her, Lu Guanzhong, already impatient, exploded with emotion. His face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you say that? Say it, say it. If it weren't for you back then, would Feiyu have run away and cut ties with us? Ha! He has cut ties with us, and you have the nerve to come looking for him. You have no shame, and I still have some. Hearing this, Zhang Fengxia coldly snorted. All right, you have shame. You're noble, you're great. If you have shame, why did you come today? You're like a prostitute trying to act virtuous. You're even more shameless than me. Seeing the two getting more and more out of line, Lu Sihan, who had been silent, suddenly shouted, "Stop it, Dad! Mom! When we see Xiaoyu later, let's lower our heads and apologize. Xiaoyu is gentle. He forgives softness but not harshness. He will forgive us. Otherwise, how will Qianjun live at school in the future? It's time for the college entrance exam. We can't just watch Qianjun ruin his chances." With these words, the two who were arguing furiously fell silent. Their eyes turned to where Lu Qianjun was. Lu Qianjun seemed oblivious to their quarrel, staring blankly ahead as if nothing mattered to him at all. Like a fool, he had been like this since he returned from school yesterday, driving the Lu family crazy. They tried many methods, even spending a lot of money on low-grade resources to nurture his soul. However, nothing could be done. He still had that foolish look, sometimes even bursting into crazy laughter, with drool and snot all over his face and body. The Lu family immediately thought of Lu Chen as the one to solve this. Even Lu Guanzhong, who cared most about his reputation, set aside his pride to seek help from Lu Chen. In their eyes, with Lu Chen's current status and position, he must have a way to restore Lu Qianjun to his former self. However, just as the Lu family fell silent, a strong wind whistled through the air. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a massive blue bird descending from the sky, blocking out the sun. Following that, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure jumped down from the bird's back. It was Lu Chen. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Zhang Fengxia, who had the thickest skin, immediately went up to greet him. Rarely seen on her face was a smile, with her teeth fully exposed, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe. "Feiyu, you haven't been home for so long. Everyone wants to see how you've been." Zhang Fengxia smiled and tried to please him. "Look at you, all grown up. Why quarrel with your family?" Smack! Before Zhang Fengxia could finish her words, a loud slap echoed in everyone's ears. Her words froze, and a burning pain spread across her right cheek. From afar, one could still see the bright red palm print on her face. Lu Chen shook his right hand without hesitation, saying, "Lao dang, didn't I tell you? Every time I see you, I'll hit you. Why can't you remember?" Lu Chen swung his right hand, a bold smile on his face. "By the way, what were you about to say?" Feeling the tearing pain on her face, Zhang Fengxia couldn't maintain her smile any longer. feeling the urge to explode. But considering Lu Chen's current status and the extraordinary giant blue bird beside him, she forcefully suppressed her anger and put on a smile again, saying, "Fei Yu, it was my fault before." You. Smack. Another crisp slap, this time on her left cheek. In an instant, Zhang Fuxia's left cheek swelled visibly, with both cheeks swollen. She looked like a dried-up old pig head. "Hey, can't you understand me when I speak? I hit you every time I see you. I blink, and we meet again." Lu Chen chuckled, swinging his hands. You. The burning sensation on her cheeks almost drove Zhang Fuxia to lose her composure. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Lu Sihan, who had been waiting behind, couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled her mother back and spoke with an embarrassed smile, bending down. "Xiao Yu, it was our fault before, but we are family after all. What you're doing isn't right, is it? Moreover, we've all apologized. What more do you want from us? You may feel stifled at home, but Qianjun is almost turning into a fool now." Lu Sihan was young after all. She already looked down on her brother, and now her mother had been slapped twice in front of her. Being proud since childhood, she never bowed her head to men. With all these factors combined, she became more and more agitated as she tried to apologize in a humble manner, even pointing her finger at Lu Chen's nose in the end, saying, "Do you have any humanity left?" Spittle flew as a foul smell filled the air. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. What a situation. You apologize, and I should forgive you. Very well. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, lifting his right foot and delivering a forceful kick directly to Lu Sihan's abdomen. Even though the beast tamer's physical condition is not as good as the beast's, it is much better than an ordinary person. Lan Chen's foot mercilessly struck Lan Sihan's abdomen. Instantly, Lan Sihan's eyes bulged outward. His whole body flew backward several meters. Unstoppable blood sprayed from his mouth. Damn it, Lan Chen is going crazy today. He won't let anyone morally manipulate him. Not even Jesus can stop him today. Lan Chen had a wild smile on his face as he casually walked up to Lan Sihan. "Oops. Sorry, Miss Land. I accidentally lost control of my foot. My apologies." Seeing Lan Sihan writhing in pain on the ground, clearly injured internally, Lan Chen continued, "I've apologized. Miss Land, you're not holding a grudge against me, are you? I'm a kind-hearted person. Can't stand seeing someone lying on the ground like a dog. Take this money for medical treatment." As he spoke, a faint light flashed on the ring on his finger. 10 red bills appeared in Lan Chen's hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the red bills flew into the sky, drifting down onto Lan Sihan's face, tainted with blood. "This 1,000 yuan. It's the money the Land family gave him to buy the beast egg back then. You've gone too far. Lan Chen, she's your sister. Your relative. My blood is on both of you. Do you understand the consequences of breaking bones and tendons?" His wife was slapped. His daughter was beaten. Land Guanzhong, who had been enduring like a ninja turtle, couldn't take it anymore. He strode angrily towards Lan Chen, faced with his blood-related father. Lan Chen's face remained cold and mocking. "Relatives? Are you even worthy? My only relative died 15 years ago. Who killed her? Wasn't it you? Land Guanzhong. Cheating in marriage." Mistress Zhang Fengxia openly forced her way with her son. Lan Chen's birth mother fainted on the spot, her health deteriorating day by day. Not long after, she passed away. Since then, Zhang Fengxia successfully took over. Lan Chen began his miserable life. Now, Land Guanzhong dares to talk about relatives with him? It's ridiculous. You talk about blood ties, right? Lan Chen's smile disappeared, and a sharp dagger from the spatial ring was held in his left hand. Then, a hint of madness and relief flashed across his face. "I'll give you what you want." With that, a cold light flashed in his hand. The sharp dagger instantly swung towards his right wrist. This strike showed no mercy. A piercing pain shot from his wrist. The crimson blood scattered like a fountain. The spraying blood drenched Land Guanzhong. The blood drops on his coat quickly dried up, like withered roses, lifeless. His shocked and angry expression froze, a look of disbelief on his face. Land Guanzhong never expected Lan Chen to go this far, cutting his wrist in public, directly shedding blood. This was a determined effort to sever ties with him, thinking of Lan Chen's SSS-level talent and the bright future ahead. Land Guanzhong felt extremely uncomfortable. If only he had treated Lan Chen better before. Even just a little resistance when Zhang Fengxia and others bullied him. Knowing Lan Chen, he wouldn't have been so heartless today. I was really foolish, truly. Lan Guanzhong reproached himself in his heart. He still wanted to hold on, but a tall and imposing figure stood between him and Lan Chen. Xiong Meng's face was dark and menacing. His nearly 2-meter height and robust physique brought an unparalleled sense of oppression to Lan Guanzhong. This ends here. If I see you harassing my students again. Xiong Meng paused his words and grabbed Lu Guanzhong's neck with an iron grip, lifting him up forcefully. His eyes, as if looking at a dead man, scanned the group of people around Lu Guanzhong. The grip tightened, causing Lu Guanzhong's face to turn purple from lack of air and the sensation of being suspended in the air. His legs flailed like a spinning top. Xiong Meng, who had been roaming the major battlefields for years, exuded an unmasked aura of killing intent. The terrifying scene, reminiscent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, filled Lu Guanzhong with panic. He even thought he would die right there and then. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lu Guanzhong was about to suffocate, Xiong Meng suddenly released his grip, letting Lu Guanzhong fall to the ground. Lu Guanzhong's face turned red as he greedily gasped for air. With fear in his eyes, he looked back at Xiong Meng, hands behind him, scrambling away. He dared not linger for a moment. Get out of here, Xiong Meng roared, shaking the ground 3 times with his imposing presence. Seeing this, Lu Guanzhong and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They didn't even dare to glance at Lu Chen. Lu Guanzhong carried Lu Sihan and ran off, while Zhang Fengxia hurriedly pulled Lu Qianjun away. In a moment, only Lu Chen and Xiong Meng remained in front of the grand villa. Xiong Meng looked at Lu Chen, whose wrist was still bleeding, shaking his head and said, "Why hurt yourself unnecessarily?" As he spoke, he summoned his healing spirit beast. As a moonlight-level spirit beast master, Xiong Meng's spirit beast had its own set of skills: healing, control, offense, assassination, and travel, all covered. A light green sprite appeared in front of Lu Chen, with translucent wings behind it. The sprite flew slowly around Lu Chen, emitting a dazzling green light, heading towards Lu Chen's wrist. In an instant, the deep wound became invisible, and the bleeding stopped. If not for a slight lingering pain in his wrist, Lu Chen would not have felt that he was injured. He smiled and said, "Some things must be done. If you don't finish them off, they will climb up the pole and be a nuisance." Xiong Meng chuckled. "Besides, you have the principal here. I believe you wouldn't want to see me bleed for nothing." Hearing this, Xiong Meng also smiled. "You rascal. All right, pack up and let's go." After a brief episode, Lu Chen returned the villa keys to Principal Wang. Then, Lu Chen and Xiong Meng booked their flight tickets to the capital city. Changnan was located in the south of Huaxia, while the capital city was in the northern direction, making the journey extremely long. Therefore, the two chose to use modern transportation. After all, while Chang could fly fast, it wasn't right to overwork her. Lu Chen didn't mind, but Xiong Meng, as a spirit beast master, did. It wasn't that they couldn't afford to use spirit beasts, but modern transportation was more cost-effective. When Lu Chen arrived in the capital city, it was already dusk. Since the disaster struck and ferocious beasts wreaked havoc on the world, the original flight routes were all abandoned due to the dangers posed by flying beasts. It took humans several decades to reopen a few relatively safe flight routes. To ensure safety, the speed of the planes had also decreased significantly. Otherwise, Lu Chen and Xiong Meng would have arrived in the capital city by the afternoon at the latest. "Let me take you to the student dormitory first. I've prepared it for you. Tomorrow morning at 8, a teacher will take you to your class. Before going to bed, you can explore the capital city a bit, but not too late, as you need to wake up early tomorrow. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Upon arriving at Hucking University, Xiong Meng was giving instructions while leading Lu Chen to the student dormitory. Along the way, many college students were looking at Lu Chen with astonishment. They were curious. The owner of the SSS-Level twin talent that had been widely discussed online, was he really someone with 3 heads and 6 arms? Otherwise, with just 2 eyes, a mouth, and a nose, how could his talent be so extraordinary? Doesn't he look like a normal person? Just a bit more handsome than me. Can't see anything special. A student muttered quietly as he watched Lu Chen walk away. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Chen, led by Xiong Meng, entered the interior of the student dormitory. Here, originally it was 2 people sharing a dorm, but since you joined later, you don't have a roommate, so you'll have the dorm to yourself. Comfortable, right? Xiong Meng said. Lu Chen looked around the dorm interior and couldn't help but nod. How was this just comfortable? It was incredibly comfortable to the point of bursting. It wasn't the usual bunk beds or narrow loft beds. In the spacious student dormitory, there were 2 large beds placed on each side. In front of the beds, there was a double-door wardrobe with a spacious interior that could fit more than 3 people. In the middle of the beds, there were 2 long tables placed side by side. The tables were spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Even if someone had OCD, they wouldn't find a flaw in this dorm. Moreover, as Lu Chen took a few steps inside, he nodded as if his head was a big hammer. Exaggeratingly, this dorm not only had a private bathroom but also a small kitchen and a balcony. Was this really a student dormitory? Regular houses weren't even this comfortable, right? Just one word, awesome. It's been cleaned. Feel free to use everything. Xiong Meng casually sat on one of the beds and said, "The bedding and mattress are new, so rest assured. You also have the privilege to exchange for special resources. You can go to the resource management office for that. You can exchange for whatever you want. It's up to you. After all, your talents effects are more useful than any guidance from teachers. The campus map and student card are in your locker. Both lockers are yours. Use them as you please." Sitting on the bed, Xiong Meng pondered for a while, made sure nothing was overlooked, then stood up. "All right, that's it. Rest well." Lu Chen personally escorted the principal to the door. Watching his figure disappear before returning to the dorm, the first thing he did was open the wardrobe, take out the map and student card. After confirming the location of the resource management office, Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and headed there. He was eager to evolve the black scale to an SS-level qualified beast. Just the black scale of the Jiao dragon was so fierce. So, how terrifying would it become once it evolved into the devouring sky demon dragon? Lu Chen was looking forward to it. He hurried all the way and finally arrived at his destination. This resource management office was similar to a library. However, instead of various books, the shelves here displayed all kinds of rare resources. From low grade to top grade, everything was available. This was the strength of the most prestigious educational institution in Huaxia. The resource management office was divided into 4 levels, each corresponding to 4 different levels of resources. At the entrance of each level, there was a specially designed machine to recognize student cards. Without authorization, one couldn't enter. Moreover, when students came out, they had to pass through a special gate. If anyone was found stealing or misusing school resources, they would face disciplinary action, suspension, or even expulsion, and might have to bear legal consequences. Ding ding ding, 3 consecutive soft sounds of the machine. Lu Chen successfully entered the 3rd level. Here, displayed are all high-level special resources, and the final resource needed for the black scale evolution, the true dragon essence blood, is right here. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen walked to the shelf on the 3rd level where the blood of fierce beasts was stored. The tall shelf was made of solid spirit wood. This kind of wood could contain the aura and special energy of various rare resources without overflowing. Even if stored for thousands of years, the things on the shelf remained as fresh as ever. Just this wooden shelf alone was worth over 1,000,000 Huaxia coins. Lu Chen quickly scanned the entire shelf. The true dragon essence blood had a very high position, so it was placed in the most prominent position on the 1st level. Above it, several jade bottles stood in a row. In front of the jade bottles, there was a sign indicating the source and attributes of the blood inside the bottle. 4-winged bone dragon, known for its strong physical body, recommended for use in beast evolution with physical attributes. Heavenly Wood Azure Dragon, a wood attribute true dragon, excels in healing and control, mild and accommodating, recommended for use in wood and water attribute beast evolution. Annihilation Flame Dragon, a fire attribute true dragon, excels in controlling flames, extremely unstable, forbidden for beasts below the jade rank. Lu Chen carefully read the words on each sign. Although the black scale evolution did not specify which attribute of true dragon essence blood to use, Lu Chen speculated that using blood of the same or similar attribute would undoubtedly yield better results. In the end, Lu Chen's gaze froze on the last jade bottle. The emerald green bottle was crystal clear. Lu Chen could see through the bottle. The true dragon essence blood inside thick as ink, resembling carbon spheres. Venomous Fire Demon Dragon, a dual attribute true dragon of venom and fire. Venom and fire clash. Extremely dangerous, not to be used by non-true dragon bloodline beasts. Looking at the words on the sign, Lu Chen did not hesitate at all and directly took it off the shelf. Wasn't this thing tailored for Black Scale? It was both venomous and required true dragon bloodline. As for the clash between venom and fire, extremely dangerous. Lu Chen believed that Black Scale could definitely endure it. Just a bit of pain. Moreover, such a young dragon, not even a month old. What's wrong with enduring a little hardship? How many beasts wish to endure this hardship but can't? If you don't endure hardship, there are beasts who want to. With his thoughts swirling, Lu Chen had already grasped the jade bottle in his hand. It felt slightly cool to the touch, with an excellent texture. After obtaining what he wanted, Lu Chen immediately turned and headed downstairs. Passing through the detection door safely, he did not return to his dormitory. Instead, following the map's guidance, he walked towards the breakthrough room within Awakene University. In the later stages of a beast's evolution or breakthrough, there would be significant anomalies. Some anomalies could even endanger the life safety of the beast tamer and those around them. Therefore, within Awakene University, a breakthrough room was specially set up for students to use. Of course, such buildings were common in major cities. It's just that previously, Lu Chen couldn't afford it, so he had to break through at home. And now, as a student of the preparatory class at Awakene University, he already had the privilege of free use of the breakthrough room. Free things, why not use them? Holding on to the mentality of enjoying freebies, Lu Chen swiped his student card and entered a quiet breakthrough room. The breakthrough room was not small, about 30 square meters, with a large and a small room inside. The walls of the rooms were made of transparent materials. The beast tamer could stand in the small room and observe the beast's body condition and anomalies in the large room. In order to stop the evolution in time and rescue the beast in case of danger, he summoned Black Scale and Boss Jean out of the beast space at the same time. It seemed that they sensed what was about to happen. Black Scale became extremely excited. Come on! Lu Chen beckoned and led Black Scale into the larger room. The spatial ring on his finger flashed with a faint light. 2 jade boxes and a jade bottle appeared in his hands at the same time. Lu Chen opened them one by one. The first was a high-quality dark attribute beast core. Dark brown in color, uneven in texture, resembling fried pork skin with protrusions covering its surface. The essence of the 5 poisons, pure black in color, with a faint glow on the surface and a strange fragrance mixed with a pungent odor. The final highlight was the essence of a true dragon's blood. Lu Chen pulled out the stopper from the jade bottle. With a pop, the solid substance inside the bottle, originally as stable as charcoal, quickly transformed into a liquid form. The flowing black liquid swirled inside the bottle. Amidst the flowing water, it seemed as if black mist and flames were dancing together. Quick, open your mouth. It's coming out. Seeing the liquid increasing and about to overflow, Lu Chen hurriedly spoke. The essence of the true dragon's blood was extremely precious, with no room for any waste. Upon hearing the command, the black-scaled creature immediately opened its mouth wide. Lu Chen then relaxed his hand, directly feeding the entire jade bottle into the creature's mouth. At the same time, he stuffed the beast core and the essence of the 5 poisons into the creature's still open mouth before swiftly stepping away. He stood side by side with Boss Jean, carefully observing the changes in the creature's body. The originally tightly interlocked black scales suddenly stood upright. Each scale stood up like a sharp blade, exuding a cold light and killing intent. Beneath the scales, steaming black mist dispersed in all directions along with the flesh and blood. When the mist became dense enough, viscous black liquid began to fall from the air. Once this black liquid touched the ground or walls, it instantly corroded deep craters. The immense heat generated during the erosion caused white mist to rise. The intertwining black and white mists made the situation inside the room appear unusually blurry. However, with the help of the Eye of Ascension, Lu Chen could still see clearly. He could clearly see that the triangular scales were rapidly changing shape, converging towards a pentagon. At the same time, countless scales were stacking and compressing layer by layer. Just by what Lu Chen could see with his naked eye, the surface of his creature's body had 4 layers of scales. The scales intertwined, forming mysterious patterns that greatly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Additionally, he observed that 2 bulging flesh sacs on the creature's head were now sprouting long horns that broke through the flesh. The long horns resembled those of a deer, noble and extraordinary. Dragon horns. The moment the dragon horns appeared, the black-scaled creature enveloped in black and white mist suddenly let out a deafening roar to the sky. An endless momentum mixed with the true dragon's pressure emanated together, shaking the vast building incessantly. With the dragon's roar, the mist dispersed, and all anomalies vanished. Black scale. Evolution complete. Watching the huge black dragon hovering in the air, Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. This was a genuine dragon, unrivaled within the same realm. He immediately activated the Eye of Ascension, capturing the specific information of the evolved black scale. Race, Devouring Demon Dragon. Attribute, Poison. Innate Talent Level, SS, Realm, Bronze 6th Stage. Skills, True Dragon Body, Epic. Devouring Poison Flame, Epic. True Dragon's Pressure, Epic. Swallowing Heaven's Power, Legendary. True Dragon Body, Passive Skill. The True Dragon Body is impervious to all evil. The creature is immune to all abnormal states, and its physical qualities are increased by at least 3 times. The specific enhancement intensity varies with the size of the creature. Devouring Poison Flame. The creature can spew highly toxic dragon flames that incinerate all things. Those hit by the poison flame will have their life force forcibly plundered for the creature's use. Note, once life force is plundered, it cannot naturally recover. True Dragon's Pressure. The Wrath of the True Dragon. Intimidating all beasts. The royal beast can emit the aura of a true dragon. Those with bloodline grades lower than the royal beast will fall into a state of panic, with their attack and defense weakened by 50% and stunned for 2 seconds. Power of Devouring Heaven. The royal beast contains the power of devouring heaven, able to consume all things, rapidly strengthen itself, and elevate its realm. Evolution Path. 5 Elements. Dragon King, SSS grade. Immortal Dragon Ancestor, mythical grade. Note, only royal beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical grade. Materials required for further evolution. 5 Elements. Spirit Core. Essence of true dragon blood of the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Evaluation. Devouring Heaven. Devouring Heaven. Seeing the specific information about Black Scale, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. His realm directly jumped from Black Iron 9th stage to Bronze 6th stage, crossing a major realm and 5 minor realms. The advancement was significant. The first 3 skills all advanced to epic level, greatly enhancing their strength. Moreover, each of these 3 skills had extremely powerful effects, combining physical enhancement, attack control, and enemy weakening into one. The practical combat effect would undoubtedly be outstanding. As for the last skill, Power of Devouring Heaven, its level had reached the realm of legend. This was beyond Lu Chen's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had seen a legendary skill on an SS-grade qualified royal beast. However, this skill hardly improved Black Scale's immediate combat ability. Was it useless then? Obviously not. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the power and terror of this skill. Devouring all things. Enhancing cultivation speed. In other words, as long as there were sufficient resources, Black Scale could rapidly elevate its realm. The combat power boost from this realm was no less than that of an epic skill, and perhaps even exceeded it. Now I don't have to worry about being beaten up by Boss Jean. Lu Chen waved for Black Scale to come to his side, smiling, and he added in his mind, next, it might be Black Scale beating up Boss Jean. After all, the power of Devouring Heaven, combined with the terrifying energy contained in the spiritual marrow of the Capital University, could likely surpass Boss Jin's realm in the blink of an eye. With Black Scale's personality, it would definitely retaliate against Boss Jean to vent its frustration from these past few days. Thinking this, Lu Chen suddenly sensed Black Scale's aura rapidly rising again. His eyes narrowed, activating the Eye of Promotion to look at Black Scale once more. In just the blink of an eye, its original Bronze 6th stage realm had directly reached Bronze 7th stage, breaking through to the late Bronze stage, and Black Scale's aura was still rising. Is it digesting the residual energy within the special resources? Lu Chen exclaimed. After all, among Black Scale's evolution resources were 2 high-level special resources, containing energy as vast as mountains and seas. It was impossible to consume all of it in one evolution. Some of the energy would remain hidden in the royal beast's body, slowly merging into its flesh and blood over time to enhance its realm. This time frame was usually measured in years. However, at this moment, Black Scale's digestion speed was almost in seconds. Its aura was rising every second. It would break through a minor realm every minute. Wasn't this absorption speed a bit too fast? This speed not only astonished Lu Chen as a royal beast master but even Boss Jean, who had been standing beside Lu Chen all along, widened his eyes in disbelief at his little brother. About 10 minutes later, Black Scale's speed of realm advancement slowed down, and its aura gradually stabilized. Lu Chen glanced at its current realm and his eyes widened. It wasn't bronze, it was silver, and not just early silver, but mid-silver. It had directly jumped from Bronze 6th stage to Silver 6th stage, spanning an entire major realm. Black Scale, are you really a genius? Lu Chen touched the drooping dragon head inside. There was undisguised joy on his face. With the breakthrough of Black Scale to Silver, he, as a beast tamer, also advanced to the Silver tier. Along with a significant improvement in physical quality, he gained an additional slot for contracting a beast. In other words, he could now contract a third beast at any time. Hearing the praise from his master, Black Scale's drooping dragon head lifted slightly, emitting a low growl. At the same time, its pitch-black eyes, like the night, passed over Lu Chen and looked towards Mr. Jean hiding behind him. The grudge from yesterday was still fresh in its memory. In an instant, its body suddenly expanded, and its huge dragon tail, carrying boundless power, swept out. The sharp whistling wind brought bursts of sonic booms. Stop! 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 Seeing the two beasts about to fight again, Lu Chen hurriedly called out, "If you want to fight, do it back there. Don't embarrass me here." His stern shout immediately halted the increasingly unruly actions of the two beasts, and he simultaneously retracted them into the beast space. Black Scale's evolution was complete. Lu Chen also successfully broke through to become a Silver tier beast tamer. A weight was lifted off his heart, and he felt incredibly relaxed. Next, I'll wait until the weekend to go to the university in the capital city and bring back that beast egg and resources. Lu Chen set his sights on the next goal. Today was Thursday. This meant that after enduring tomorrow's classes, he could contract his third beast, a powerful beast egg with an initial S-rank qualification. After being strengthened by the mythical bloodline pool, one contract would make it SS rank, saving money and becoming stronger. His main goal was to have a blast. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen hummed a light and cheerful tune as he walked back to the dormitory with light steps. After visiting the resource management office and the breakthrough room, when he returned to the dormitory building, the night had already fallen deeply, and Lu Chen naturally wouldn't wander around the capital city aimlessly. However, as he reached the door of his dormitory, his steps suddenly halted, because there was already a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses waiting in front of the door. The sound of Lu Chen's footsteps made the middle-aged man, who was waiting quietly, look up. When he saw Lu Chen's face, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he quickly walked over, saying, "You must be Lu Chen, right? I'm Zhang Wanhe from the university in the capital city. You can call me Teacher Zhang." With that, he took out his staff card and verified Lu Chen's identity. "Principal Han asked me to bring you something." Saying this, Zhang Wanhe handed the bag in his hand to Lu Chen and added softly, "It's an S-rank beast egg." Lu Chen instinctively took the bag, his eyes slightly lowered as he scanned the contents inside. It was a sandalwood box carved with intricate hollow patterns. At this moment, a faint and gentle light was emanating from the box. This light surprisingly gave a sense of familiarity. The principal also said that when you come to the school on Saturday, you can take whatever resources you need yourself. Here, let's exchange contact information. You can reach out to me for anything. Zhang Wanhe continued. Following his words, Lu Chen took out his phone, and the two exchanged contact information. Afterwards, Zhang Wanhe declined Lu Chen's polite invitation to come inside and left. He wasn't a child, so he naturally knew that Lu Chen would immediately check the S-rank beast egg he had just received. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to be present. After bidding farewell to Zhang Wanhe, Lu Chen hurried back to his dorm room. He took out the wooden box from the bag and eagerly opened it. In an instant, the faint white light became dazzling, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Lu Chen squinted his eyes slightly, and the Eye of Ascension quietly activated. The slight pain caused by the rising white light in his eyes immediately disappeared, and everything in the room became clear. The detailed information of that beast egg also appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Race, Enchanting Fox Spirit Attribute, Charm Talent Level, S-Realm. Skills, Fox Spirit Power, Outstanding. Charm Technique, Outstanding. Pale Cascade, Outstanding. Farewell Kiss of Death, Epic, Evolution Path, Enchanting Fox Spirit, S-Level, Heavenly Spirit Fox, SS-Level, Savior Holy Fox, SSSS-Level, Evaluation, almost reaching the limit of earthly beast eggs. A rare treasure. It's actually a charm-type beast? After seeing the specific information, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. The abilities of charm-type beasts are mostly related to souls and strong control. This kind of control is not as simple as controlling enemies for 1 or 2 seconds like Black Scales. It can last for minutes, hours, or even days. The most powerful charm beasts can even permanently turn enemy beasts to their side with just a glance. In terms of combat effectiveness and strategic significance, they are extremely powerful. Moreover, Lu Chen looked at its evolution path. This beast seems to also possess healing abilities. If that's true, then it would be a rare dual-type beast. With this thought, Lu Chen grabbed the beast egg still emitting light in his hand. With a single thought, Lu Chen and the beast egg appeared in his beast space at the same time. Then, without any hesitation, he threw the beast egg into the mythical bloodline pool. As the beast egg fell into the pool, it seemed to enter a mysterious and wonderful world. It slowly sank, submerged in the pool water, the dazzling white light swallowed by the crimson water, leaving a faint glow rippling on the surface of the pool. This light seemed to resonate with the water, creating a unique harmony. Lu Chen nervously watched the changes in the mythical bloodline pool. This was the biggest movement in the pool since he contracted with 3 beasts. So, what kind of surprise will this beast bring him? Suddenly, the deep light scattered at the bottom of the pool disappeared abruptly. At this moment, even the originally clear sky in the beast space dimmed suddenly. Thick dark clouds gathered like ink, with lightning flashing inside, thunder roaring. At the same time, a strong wind rose, making Lu Chen's clothes rustle. Pitter-patter, boom. First, raindrops fell rapidly, then the drops connected into lines, forming a curtain of rain. In an instant, pouring rain poured recklessly in the beast space. The whole world seemed to be covered in boundless mist. Lu Chen stood still, with a lot of rain washing over his soul and body. His whole body was soaked. Yet, he didn't feel the slightest chill. On the contrary, as the rainwater touched his body, it quickly merged into him, and warm currents flowed through his limbs. This feeling, it was as comfortable as walking several miles in the cold winter and then taking a hot bath at home. Lu Chen felt that every cell in his body, even his soul, was emitting a comfortable cry. And it wasn't just him. Lu Chen glanced at Jean and Black Scales. He found the same sense of comfort on their faces. Moreover, Lu Chen also noticed, Black Scales, originally stagnant at the Silver 6th Realm, had started to advance again. Silver 6th Realm, Silver 7th Realm, Silver 8th Realm. In a short time, it crossed 2 small realms and reached the Silver 8th Realm. It was only 2 steps away from breaking through to gold. Not just Black Scales, Jin's realm was also advancing. The special resource energy left over from its evolution seemed to be completely triggered at this moment. In less than a moment, it successfully broke through the Bronze Realm and leaped to the Silver 5th Realm, crossing a total of 6 realms. Mr. Jean directly made the energy that would have taken months to fully digest disappear completely. Feeling the changes in his body, Mr. Jean shouted excitedly in the rain. Upon arriving in Silver, it felt like it was reborn. However, Lu Chen had no time to deal with the excited Mr. Jean at the moment. His eyes were fixed on the ripples on the mythical bloodline pool without blinking. This kind of phenomenon had never occurred before. It must be brought about by the evolution of this mythical beast egg. Having just evolved, it possessed such power. Lu Chen was increasingly looking forward to all the abilities this mythical beast would have. Under Lu Chen's intense gaze, the ripples on the surface of the mythical bloodline pool became more pronounced. Suddenly, a wave of water surged into the sky. Along with the rising spray, there was also a pure white fox as white as jade. The moment it appeared, the strong wind ceased, the rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and all the anomalies disappeared. On the horizon, the sun reappeared, casting warm sunlight over the land. The air was filled with moisture, reflecting brilliant rainbow lights under the sunlight. Rainbow. Where there's a rainbow, a rare beast is born. Lu Chen looked at the figure in the air resembling sheep fat jade, and a wealth of information appeared in his eyes. Race, Heavenly Fox, attributes, charming. Special, talent level, SS, realm, Black Iron 8th stage, skills, Fox's body, epic. Earthly immortality, epic. Fox charm technique, epic. Heavenly Fox fortune, legendary. Fox's body, doubles physical qualities. Immune to all abnormal states. Isolates from all dust. Maintains absolute purity, earthly immortality. When facing a fatal attack, the mythical beast will split a fake body to take the hit. Note, each use of the immortality ability will cause the next celebration rain to disappear. Fox charm technique. The mythical beast can charm enemy mythical beasts, forcibly making them serve. Lasting half an hour. Heavenly Fox fortune, charm 1. Charm the people below. Charm the country in the middle. Charm the heavens above. Gathering the spiritual luck of heaven and earth in oneself. Whenever a mythical beast reaches a major realm, heaven and earth will send down a celebration rain. Those who come into contact with the rain will receive a short-term blessing of good luck and a certain enhancement. Note, the enhancement effect of the celebration rain will increase with the mythical beast's realm. Note, enhancement effects include but are not limited to cultivation realm. Cultivation speed, soul strength, physical strength, evolutionary path, heavenly fox, SS level, savior holy fox, SSS level, nine-tailed celestial fox, mythical level, evaluation, the darling of heaven and earth, the embodiment of luck, seeing the effects of the heavenly fox's abilities. Lu Chen's mouth was almost big enough to fit a whole duck egg. Not bad, buddy. Your abilities are so powerful. Leaving aside the fox's body for now. It's a physical enhancement skill that almost every mythical beast with S-rank aptitude or above will possess, doubling physical qualities. It can almost allow the mythical beast to deal with most close combat situations. Starting from the second skill, the effects gradually become extraordinary. Earthly immortality, a chance at immortality. In other words, it's a second life. And, due to the damage conversion effect of the Eye of Promotion, this is equivalent to Lu Chen also having a second life. Wow! This directly fills me with a sense of security. It can be said that in Huaxia, there may be someone who can attempt to assassinate him once, but the many big shots in Huaxia will definitely not give this person a second chance. What does this mean? Within Huaxia, Lu Chen directly possesses an immortal golden body, although it has a slight negative effect. But compared to life, what does this negative effect matter? The third skill, Fox Charm Technique, is even more extraordinary. To explain it with a control skill is an insult to this ability. This is not control, but a real defection of the enemy. To know, with Lu Chen's current level, how many spirit beasts do his opponents have? Just 1 or 2 or 3. Converting one spirit beast to his side almost equals reducing half of the fighting power. On Lu Chen's side, it means a significant increase in combat effectiveness. Adding and subtracting, rounding off, results in a 100% increase in combat power. Moreover, once the enemy's spirit beast is converted, it almost immediately delivers a fatal blow to its owner. As a spirit beast master, the most trusted entity is undoubtedly one's own spirit beast. It can be said that most of the time, a spirit beast master does not guard against their own spirit beast. An attack under such circumstances, 99% of spirit beast masters would die on the spot. The effect is extremely terrifying. Therefore, upon seeing this ability for the first time, Lu Chen made up his mind to use it as his trump card. If not necessary, absolutely do not use it. Once used, the enemy must die. Otherwise, if the skill's effect is revealed, everyone will know, and precautions will be taken. Then, achieving such a good effect again would be almost impossible. As for the last legendary ability, it directly explained the origin of the recent heavy rain. So it was you, little guy. Lu Chen glanced at the fox in his hand. He gently stroked its pure white fur, as clean as jade, without a speck of dust. The touch was slightly cold, with an excellent feel, like a precious gem. Lu Chen and the other spirit beasts had already experienced the effect of this ability just now. It can only be described in 2 words. Invincible. Black scale increased by 2 levels. This is the advancement to the late silver level. For ordinary spirit beasts, even with abundant resources, it would probably take months of practice to advance by 2 levels. But how long did Black Scale take? Was it a minute? And Mr. Jean was even more terrifying. In less than a minute of heavy rain, it directly advanced by 6 levels, including a breakthrough to a higher level. Although there was help from the huge energy stored inside the body, the auxiliary effect of this celebratory rain should not be underestimated. As for Lu Chen himself, perhaps because he was a soul in the spirit beast space, he could feel that his soul was even tougher and stronger than before. For a spirit beast master, a strong soul means more contract qualifications. If there are a few more of these celebratory rains, Lu Chen is confident that he can definitely contract 2 spirit beasts within 1 level. This kind of advancement is extremely extraordinary for any spirit beast master. If this were to be known, even those high-level spirit beast masters would go crazy. After all, a spirit beast contract slot means a strong combat force, a more diverse combat system. You are truly a treasure. No wonder even the heavens and earth are enthralled by you. Lu Chen sighed softly. His gaze fell on the pure white fox curled up in his arms. The curled up body, looking down, was as cute as a dumpling. All white, fur like jade, and a round shape. Let's call you White Jade Dumpling. Lu Chen lifted White Jade Dumpling's neck, lifted it up in the air for a look, and then placed it back in his arms. Turns out you are a little girl. As he spoke, Lu Chen looked at Black Scale and Mr. Jean, instructing, "This is a little sister. Make sure none of you dare to bully her in my presence. Otherwise, poof." Lu Chen snorted lightly. The threat in his words was evident. Black Scale and Mr. Jean both roared, expressing that they would never bully White Jade Dumpling. After all, they had just benefited from someone else's celebratory reign to advance their levels, so naturally, they wouldn't go looking for trouble, especially Mr. Jean, who quickly ran over, panting around White Jade Dumpling. Boss Jin's tongue hung out, his eyes squinted slightly, and his tail behind him wagged so fast it left a blur like helicopter blades. It seemed like he was on the verge of becoming a lapdog. Unexpectedly, the previously quiet White Jade ball nestled in Lu Chen's arms seemed disturbed, turning its head to look at Boss Jean, who was running around, emitting a soft whimper. Woo-woo. The whimper, amidst the fox's cries, conveyed alertness and dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this sound, Boss Jin's moving body suddenly stiffened, looking up at the White Jade ball in disbelief. There was clear confusion and shock in his big dog eyes. He, Boss Jean, was actually being rejected? His tail, fast as helicopter blades behind him, suddenly froze, making the whole dog seem lifeless like a falling helicopter. Seeing him in this state, Black Scale, who had never gotten along with Boss Jean, immediately came over, mocking him. Lu Chen, watching Boss Jin's pitiful appearance, couldn't help but laugh. This big dog was truly a character. Afterwards, he did some ideological work with the three mythical beasts. The core idea was mutual love, harmony, kindness, and non-infringement. The emphasis was on valuing harmony. These things may seem useless, but for a mythical beast tamer, they were daily lessons. After all, each mythical beast had its own personality, leading to inevitable friction in daily interactions. At such times, the tamer had to step in to resolve disputes and ensure fairness. After dealing with these trivial matters and playing with the three mythical beasts to build rapport, Lu Chen exited the mythical beast space. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Lu Chen woke up from his slumber. As he finished washing up, a knock on the door sounded. Opening it, he found a middle-aged woman standing outside. The pre-class instructor Li Wan from Huaqing University. Guided by Li Wan, Lu Chen soon arrived at the legendary pre-class. The spacious classroom only had 18 desks, each with a futuristic white helmet placed on it. "Take a seat at the empty desk," Li Wan softly instructed as she stood in front of Lu Chen. Following her words, Lu Chen took his seat. By now, the remaining seats in the classroom were already occupied. These people were students in the pre-class, having been classmates for several days. Some had even grown up together in the capital's grand courtyard, being close friends with very intimate relationships. Therefore, when the unfamiliar Lu Chen entered the classroom, whispers echoed in his ears. With his keen hearing, even the slightest sound was crystal clear to Lu Chen. Is that the SSS rank student? Such a grand reception by the instructor. He's not just SSS rank, he also has dual talents. Very impressive. Well, the other talent is just C rank. What's the difference between having it or not? Brother must have had lemons for breakfast. So sour. Did you hear? This student seems to have reserved a spot for the early birth secret realm this month. What? Isn't that a privilege only for the top student in our pre-class? Even if he's SSS rank? Isn't it too much to take up a spot like this? Exactly. Then what was the point of our efforts for the past 2 weeks? Hearing the last two comments, Lu Chen's ears perked up. An exploration opportunity for the early birth secret realm this month? And he had taken someone else's spot? No wonder as soon as he entered the classroom, Lu Chen felt several unfriendly gazes fixed on him. So that's how it is. Just then, Li Wan, standing at the podium, cleared her throat, silencing the various voices, and began. Students, welcome the new student, Lu Chen, the owner of an SSS rank talent. He, like all of you, is the hope of the future of our Huaxia country. Also, I don't know where you heard the rumors from. Student Lu Chen has the opportunity to explore the primordial secret realm. However, this opportunity will not take away any existing spots in this class. There is no conflict. Would my Huaqing University do something as arbitrary as withholding student rewards? Hearing Li Wan's explanation, The classmates who had some resentment towards Lu Chen suddenly brightened up. Some even clapped in approval. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's begin today's holographic simulation training. Li Wan, worthy of being the class guide in the Huaqing University preparatory class, was efficient and decisive in her actions. Lu Chen watched as everyone put on the pure white helmets. He followed suit. The moment he put on the helmet, a sense of complete envelopment spread from various parts of his head. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, collecting blood samples and mental samples. Please relax your body and mind, students. The next moment, Lu Chen felt a very subtle pain at the back of his head. Sample collection complete. Confirming student identity as Lu Chen. Wishing you success in the holographic simulation training. The mechanical voice disappeared instantly. The darkness in front of Lu Chen also vanished, replaced by a vast and boundless grassland. The strong wind blew, causing the grass under Lu Chen's feet to sway with the wind, gently brushing against his skin. The slightly itchy sensation felt very real. If Lu Chen didn't know this was a holographic simulation training, he would have thought he had suddenly crossed over to a vast grassland. Such powerful technology, he exclaimed in his heart as he scanned his surroundings. He noticed Li Wan and other students beside him. While the other students had expressions of familiarity, Lu Chen's face was filled with amazement. Today's training theme is combat training against controlled beasts. Beast tamers will simulate how to break out and counterattack when surrounded. Saying this, Li Wan looked at Lu Chen and explained, just summon the controlled beast in your mind, and it will appear here. Then, she scanned everyone with sharp eyes. Now, listen to my command. Lu Chen, Qian Xiaofeng, Yang Yuelin, you three will be the surrounded ones. The rest of the students, form teams of 5 to surround and attack. Under Li Wan's command, all students began to team up. The first to engage in combat training was a tall and thin student named Qian Xiaofeng. The other groups observed and identified their mistakes in battle. However, being students of the preparatory class, even the least talented among them had an S-level foundation, with nearly 10 students possessing SS-level talent. Moreover, the resources provided by the school had minimized the influence of family background on the development of beast tamers' strength. Therefore, although there were differences in strength among the students, the gaps were not significant. In a 1-against-5 situation, not to mention counterattacking, even breaking out was impossible. So, even though Qian Xiaofeng tried his best, he could only run 100 meters before his controlled beast was killed by others. Another classmate, Yang Yuelin, faced the same fate. As they walked off the battlefield, they wore expressions of resignation and looked at Li Wan, complaining, "Teacher, this is too difficult. What's the point of this trial? It's simply an impossible task." It wasn't just the surrounded students who thought this way, even the surrounding team of students couldn't understand the significance of this trial. 5 against 1. Isn't this just pure oppression? Could there really be someone so extraordinary who could go against 5 peers of the same age? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Wan smiled faintly without much explanation, simply gesturing with her eyes for Lu Chen to step forward for practical combat training. At the same time, all the other students looked at Lu Chen with curiosity and exploration in their eyes, wanting to see for themselves the true abilities of this genius beast tamer who had been hailed by the world. Could he successfully escape from such a challenging trial? Lu Chen took a few steps forward, feeling relaxed. He had been carefully observing the previous battles and concluded, why run when you can just go all out? Most students in the Huaqing preparatory class were still stuck at the Black Iron realm. Only a few had barely reached the Bronze realm, acquiring their second beast companion. This was already a genius-like speed. However, this speed was not even worthy of being compared to Lu Chen, who was already a silver 8th order beast tamer, just a hair's breadth away from gold. Such a vast difference in realms, coupled with his 3 SS-grade beast companions, made this situation not a challenge but a fish market. As Lu Chen contemplated, 5 classmates he was about to battle had already surrounded him. Among them, there were 2 Bronze Realm beast tamers. Their beast companions exuded extremely formidable strength. Can he win? Someone in the group attacking him questioned. But before he could finish speaking, someone retorted, "Win? How can he win against 5 opponents? Even with an SSS grade talent? He can't possibly have that kind of power at this stage. Talent is just talent after all. High potential is one thing, but it hasn't translated into strength yet. In real combat, he might not even be stronger than us, let alone facing 5 opponents." Almost all the students had little faith in Lu Chen.
After all, the miserable defeat of Qian Xiaofeng and Yang Yuelin was still fresh in their minds.
Facing 5 opponents was like hitting a rock with an egg, completely futile and with no room for resistance.
I see now. I get it. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, a look of joyous realization on their face.
All eyes turned to the person as they confidently said, "This simulated combat exercise is definitely the school's way of suppressing the spirit of Lu Chen.
This SSS grade student, being too rigid leads to breakage.
The school wants to use this simulation to warn Lu Chen that even with high talent,
he must be cautious in his actions." Upon hearing this, the others pondered. Oh, you don't say. You really don't say. Wang Shiyao actually said a few human words this time.
So we're just a pawn in the school's game with Lu Chen.
How sad. But seeing a talented SSS grade individual fail is quite enjoyable.
I can't wait to see Lu Chen's distressed or even tearful expression.
With such a handsome face, if a tear falls, it should be very cute.
Cute. I want a pinch as everyone discussed animatedly.
Lu Chen called forth his beast companions one by one. When Jin Laoban appeared, everyone marveled at the handsome and suave wolf dog.
When He Lin appeared, the playful expressions froze on everyone's faces,
creating a comical sight.
A newcomer beast tamer like Lu Chen actually managed to contract a true dragon.
Are they even letting others live?
This was an S-grade beast with a double S-grade foundation. How dare a newcomer beast tamer do this?
Where did he get the opportunity to contract it? It's fine. Having some unique traits with an SSS grade talent is normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't live up to the triple S level.
Wang Shiyao gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing on both sides, trying to reassure himself.
He admitted he was feeling a bit sour. But when Lu Chen summoned Bai Yutuan,
there was not a single sound on the vast grassland. The previous whispers of envy and admiration had all vanished.
Even the ubiquitous strong winds seemed to freeze and stop in an instant. The entire grassland fell into a terrifying silence. After a moment, Wang Shiyao, who was standing on the side watching, barely closed his gaping mouth, his words stumbling out rather than his usual eloquence. With a hint of stuttering, "Th. 3 mythical beasts. How is this possible? Is it silver? How did he become silver? Is he even human? Is he really human? Really?" It's no wonder he was so shocked. Even the most talented students in the preparatory class, who were considered geniuses, were only at the level of bronze at best. They were still a long way from even reaching the mid-bronze level, let alone the seemingly elusive silver realm. They believed that this realm could only be reached around the time of the college entrance examination. Yet here was someone awakening their mythical beast talent less than a month ago, already reaching the silver realm, crossing 2 major realms, from black iron to bronze, in just a month. Is that something a person can achieve? For a moment, everyone's gaze turned towards Lu Chen as if they were looking at a monster with exaggerated expressions. Even Li Wan, the class advisor who prided herself on being knowledgeable, was full of astonishment. She had no idea that Lu Chen had already reached the silver realm. The information given to her by the principal was that Lu Chen was only at the late bronze stage. In other words, Lu Chen had broken through a major realm in just one night after entering the school? Oh my god, Li Wan exclaimed in her mind. She even began to doubt whether this trial could still achieve its intended effect, to cut down on the excessive pride of geniuses and make all students in the preparatory class focus on cultivating themselves. Just then, Lu Chen's voice echoed across the grassland with a hint of a smile. "It's about time. I'm going in." His words and attitude made it seem as though he wasn't the one surrounded. Instead, it was as if Lu Chen, single-handedly, had surrounded the 5 students attacking him. Upon hearing this, the 5 students attacking Lu Chen paled. They exchanged glances and each commanded their mythical beasts to unleash their strongest attacks on Lu Chen. In an instant, attacks like ice blades, fireballs, wooden prisons, and more came one after another. However, Lu Chen just stood there, not even blinking his eyes, and at that moment, the black collar hovering above his head let out a sudden fierce roar. Its originally nearly 20-meter-long massive body suddenly expanded once again. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to 100 meters in length. From afar, the black scales seemed like a dense gathering of dark clouds. The entire grassland dimmed in an instant, as if plunging into eternal darkness, shrouded by the massive body of the black scales. The roar of the black scales contained the fury of a true dragon. The sound waves surged, pressing down layer by layer, forcefully obliterating all attacks in the air. At the same time, all the mythical beasts that were originally surrounding the Beastmasters could hardly even control their own movements. trembling all over, as if plunged into boundless terror. They were unable to free themselves, not just the mythical beasts, even the beast masters, once affected by this boundless sound wave, stood frozen on the spot. They felt that this roar, sweeping down from the sky, struck deep into their souls, stirring up their deepest fears. I can't move at all. One student's eyes were full of fear. Under the invasion of terror, he even forgot that he was in a simulated environment and tried to run away. However, just as he had the thought of fleeing, he found that his usually obedient legs were extremely difficult to lift. Even moving half a step was incredibly challenging. Not just him, the 5 students attacking Lu Chen were all the same. They trembled all over, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, making a clacking sound. Even the students who were not at the center of the battlefield felt extreme fear upon hearing the intimidating dragon roar that shook heaven and earth. Subconsciously, they summoned their own spirit beasts, ready for battle. Such a powerful presence, truly worthy of being a true dragon. Wang Shiryao murmured, looking at Lu Chen with envy in his eyes. Which spirit beast master wouldn't want a true dragon? But even as a disciple of a prestigious family, he was not fortunate enough to have one. Is it a controlling type true dragon? Such strong control ability, coupled with the attacking power of other spirit beasts, they could easily kill all 5 of them without needing to flee. Someone exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. In the sky, black scales descended like a dark cloud, the body stretching freely, the dragon head raised high, roaring once again through the heavens. But this time, what spewed from its mouth was not just sound waves but clusters of fiercely burning sinister flames. The pitch-black flames, like ink, tainted the entire sky. In an instant, the black scales seemed to bring boundless power as if a demon lord had descended. Boom! When the demonic flames gathered to a certain degree, they no longer lingered in the sky but turned into a vast black rain of fire pouring down on the earth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even the air itself emitted a terrifying sound from the intense heat and friction. In the blink of an eye, the demonic flames arrived. The 5 students and the spirit beasts they contracted with were filled with panic. The scorching air accompanied the flames as they swept over them. They felt like they were breathing not air but toxic fumes corroding their insides. In just a moment, the demonic flames covered the earth from the sky, eroding the 5 individuals and their spirit beasts completely, not even leaving a trace of remains. At the same time, Lu Chen could clearly see that in the most ferocious burning of the flames, there were blood-red threads rising against the flow of the fire, connecting the flames with the black scales. On those threads flowed a majestic and rich life force. With the infusion of life force on those threads, the energy consumed by the black scales from that attack was rapidly replenished. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its peak state. This scene left the onlookers in awe. Their mouths hung open in disbelief, their eyes and expressions filled with unmasked shock. To annihilate 5 spirit beast masters with just one spirit beast. What kind of heaven-defying strength is this? After a while, someone finally sighed in admiration. The others looked at each other, equally amazed. Before the battle officially began, they were all interested in seeing Lu Chen embarrass himself. But the result? He had no intention of running away at all. Not only did he face them head-on, taking on 5 opponents alone, he didn't even use half of his strength. With just one spirit beast, he wiped out the entire group. This huge gap in strength made those who had just met Lu Chen that day suddenly feel a sense of admiration towards him. At that moment, even if Lu Chen were to take away the spot in the pre-academy's secret realm directly, no one would say a word. It was what he deserved. Damn it, I must. Suddenly, Wang Shiryao roared, grabbing everyone's attention. Curious gazes were cast his way, eager to hear what bold statement he would make next. Little did they know, Wang Shiryao's face was filled with fanaticism as he took a few steps forward, built up enough momentum, and then slid to his knees. He slid far on the soft grass, coming to a stop beneath Lu Chen. With fervor in his eyes, Wang Shiryao looked up at Lu Chen, tightly holding onto his leg, and loudly declared, "Idol, please give me an autograph, with a number on it. After this, you will be the first idol of Wang Shiryao. The entire Wanbao Pavilion will definitely treat you as an honored guest and give you the most generous discounts." His actions not only left Lu Chen dumbfounded but also made others cover their foreheads, wearing expressions of helplessness. No way. How did the Wang family raise their heir to be so unconventional? Wanbao Pavilion is in big trouble now. Hey, don't underestimate Wang Shiryao's thick skin, he's much better at business than us. That's true. The group of people chattered away. Lu Chen also learned the true identity of the male student in front of him from the conversations of others. Wang Shuriao, the son of the master of Wanbao Pavilion, with an SS-level beast-taming talent. He was also the designated future master of Wanbao Pavilion. You, come up first. Lu Chen reached out, pulling him up from the grass and casually said, "We are classmates. No need to be so polite. Kneeling down so easily. Aren't you embarrassing me? A signature, and you'll have it after we leave." After all, he was the son of Wanbao Pavilion. Showing such enthusiasm towards himself, Lu Chen wasn't a fool. He wouldn't slap a smiling face. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuriao's eyes lit up, scratching the back of his head and smiling foolishly. "Am I the first one to ask for your autograph, idol?" Lu Chen was about to nod, but then he remembered the 3 girls he had met in the elevator after the school competition and shook his head, saying, "No, you are the 4th. Hearing this, Wang Shuriao's foolish smile didn't diminish at all, and he echoed, "Being the 4th is good. Getting rich all year round. I like it." Getting an autograph was a small matter, although this autograph could be sold for millions in a few years. But the key was that Wang Shuriao could enter Lu Chen's sight in a way that ordinary people couldn't think of, leaving a deep impression on him. In case he encountered any major trouble at Wanbao Pavilion later on, Wang Shuriao could also ask for help. After all, in Wang Shuriao's eyes, Lu Chen would definitely grow into the top beast tamer in China and even the world at a rapid pace. Unmatched. By then, there would be no trouble that Lu Chen couldn't handle. Of course, just leaving an impression was not enough for Lu Chen to lend a helping hand. Relationships are built up little by little. So, Wang Shuriao suddenly straightened his face, clasped his hands and said, "Since brother Lu values me, then I, Wang Shuriao, am not a stingy person. The Wanbao Pavilion Black Gold card. I will personally deliver it to you today." With these words, Lu Chen was speechless. He looked at the suddenly serious chubby boy in surprise, confirming that he wasn't joking. This was the Wanbao Pavilion's Black Gold card. It was well known that regular cardholders of Wanbao Pavilion's balance card enjoyed a 10% discount. It was with this discount that Lu Chen was able to purchase the evolution resources for Gold Boss and Black Scale for over 4 million, successfully raising them to SS level. After the regular balance card came the green card, which offered an 8% discount. It was only available to those who had accumulated over 30 million in spending at Wanbao Pavilion. Following the green card was the gold card, which offered an even more terrifying discount, directly to 65% off. It was almost like selling at half price. Those who had the gold card not only needed to accumulate spending in the hundreds of millions at Wanbao Pavilion but also needed to have a high social status. It could be said that the gold card holders were both wealthy and noble. Being able to show it off was a symbol of power. Easily borrowing and lending billions of Huaxia currency from major banks. The highest level black gold card. Ordinary wealthy families never had the opportunity to obtain it. The black gold card was given by Wanbao Pavilion for free to those who made significant contributions to Huaxia or had great favors towards Wanbao Pavilion. Throughout Huaxia and even the world, the number of people holding the black gold card did not exceed 100. As for Wang Shuriao, as the next generation head of the Wanbao Pavilion, he only had 2 black gold cards with gifting privileges. Now, he was actually giving it away just for a simple signature? Do you know that it's a 30% discount on purchases? In other words, once you have the black gold card, Wanbao Pavilion would lose money every time Lu Chen buys something there. Such sacrifice was not insignificant. Are you sure? The value of this item made Lu Chen, who never refused others' kindness, ask an extra question. Unexpectedly, Wang Shuriao earnestly said, "A good horse is given to a hero. A good card is given to a remarkable person. In the vast land of China, perhaps only a few can bear the title of remarkable person besides you, the idol." This statement caused an uproar among Lu Chen's classmates, who exclaimed, "Wow, isn't old Wang good at flattering? Otherwise, how could Wanbao Pavilion become so big? Look at his shamelessness, his eloquence. I'm not jealous of the money he makes at all." Just then, the class advisor, Li Wan, walked over and said sternly, "Stop making noise, stand up straight, all of you. This practical combat training is to teach you students who think highly of yourselves a lesson. What it means to be surpassed by others and to have limits beyond limits. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, you are geniuses, prodigies, or even anomalies, but in the eyes of the top geniuses, you are nothing. Have you seen Lu Chen's strength? He should be the idol you strive to catch up with." Her tone was serious, and she scolded everyone so severely that they dared not lift their heads. Lu Chen then realized that this ordinary middle-aged woman had an inexplicable dignity when speaking with a stern face. No wonder she can be the class advisor of the preparatory class, Lu Chen thought to himself. Just then, Li Wan turned to Lu Chen and said, "Fei Yu, come, give them extra practice. One more time." With that said, all the students wailed in unison. They didn't want to be treated like cannon fodder and be wiped out by that black dragon. The day's simulated combat training quickly ended. Every student in the class was killed by Lu Chen's beast in various ways 4 or 5 times. Even when all 17 of them attacked together, they still couldn't harm Lu Chen in the slightest. This not only impressed Wang Shiryao but also earned the respect of all the students in the preparatory class. Even Li Wan, who always had a stern face, had a faint smile when looking at Lu Chen. In just one day, Lu Chen conquered everyone in the Hucking preparatory class with his strength. Of course, Lu Chen himself gained a lot from this. Unlike other students who died as soon as they showed themselves, Lu Chen let his beasts fight to their heart's content that day. Besides the enchantment technique of the White Jade group, he used various skills and abilities countless times. This also gave Lu Chen a rough understanding of his current true strength. In summary, invincible. Within the same level, he was invincible. As for above the level, Lu Chen's gaze turned to Li Wan. When the practical combat training was about to end, Li Wan had all the students exit the holographic simulation except for Lu Chen. She wanted to find out where Lu Chen's strength truly lay. In the end, without letting the White Jade group use their enchantment ability, Lu Chen forced Li Wan's beast to the 9th level of the golden tier, almost able to fight a beast at the platinum level. This kind of combat power spanning a major realm made even the knowledgeable Li Wan exclaim at his abnormality. However, she didn't even know that Lu Chen still had a trick up his sleeve. If the White Jade group were to use the enchantment technique, even a platinum beastmaster would be no match. Caught off guard, he might suffer a great loss. Even if Lu Chen seizes the opportunity, he might be able to decapitate the beast tamer himself in an instant. At that moment, all the beasts under his command would also perish in an instant. Lu Chen was pondering this when he suddenly felt a strange noise beside him. Instinctively, he looked towards the source of the sound. A chubby face with a friendly smile appeared before Lu Chen. Wang Shiryao squinted his eyes to a slit, rubbed his hands, and said to Lu Chen, "Idol, what about the autograph we agreed on?" With that, he handed over a pen and placed a piece of gold foil on the table. "Wow, writing on gold. Ha!" Lu Chen marveled at Wang Shiryao's boldness but did not refuse. He swiftly signed his name on the dazzling golden foil. Then, he handed the gold foil with his name engraved on it to Wang Shiryao. "Truly my idol, writing so boldly and handsomely. It's as if I see Li Bai reincarnated, equally elegant and carefree." "So, stop, stop, stop." Lu Chen interrupted his praise with a wave of his hand. He knew well what his handwriting looked like. Although not ugly, it was far from beautiful or even resembling calligraphy. As Wang Shiryao's words were cut off, he was not annoyed but continued to smile as he took out a black and gold card from his pocket. He tried to hand it to Lu Chen, expecting Lu Chen to decline. Wang Shiryao prepared to insist, but to his surprise, Lu Chen showed no intention of refusing. When Wang Shiryao pulled out the black and gold card, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he swiftly took it from him. Before Wang Shiryao could react, the black and gold card had disappeared from his hand. This unexpected turn left him speechless, and he coughed awkwardly. "This doesn't match the script," Wang Shiryao thought. "Bro, you're generous. I'll treat you to dinner another day," Lu Chen said with a tight grip on the black and gold card. The card emitted a dazzling sharpness, but it felt smooth and extraordinary in his hand. As for politeness and refusal, Lu Chen was not that kind of person. He would secure good things first and think about the rest later. "Ha ha, Lu bro is straightforward. I like it." Wang Shiryao quickly caught on and laughed heartily. They chatted for a while, deepening their understanding of each other. Then, Lu Chen made his excuses and left. It wasn't an excuse, he truly had things to attend to. After all, it was already Friday. Tomorrow would be Saturday and Sunday, the time he and Han Shouzheng agreed to study theoretical knowledge at the University of Jingcheng. And not just theoretical knowledge. He also had to collect the promised 5 special resources and 10 bottles of spirit essence water. Once he used up all the resources, Lu Chen believed his strength would undoubtedly improve further. Facing the upcoming journey into the primordial secret realm, he felt more confident. 2 days passed swiftly, and Lu Chen sat in the dormitory prepared for him at the University of Gingcheng. The dormitory here was different from Huaqing, being a genuine single-person dormitory. Although similar in size, it was more spacious and comfortable in layout. Of course, that wasn't the key point. The crucial point was that after 2 days of theoretical study, Jin Laoban, who already had outstanding spiritual wisdom, had completely mastered the application of light reflection and refraction. In battle, he could now achieve invisibility. As for the black scales, through repeated tests by relevant researchers, its optimal length had been determined: 140 meters. This length combined strength and agility, making it extremely powerful in combat. As for the white jade orb, its abilities are quite unique, with limited room for improvement. Lu Chen also didn't want to expose the various extraordinary abilities of the white jade orb. Therefore, in the past 2 days, it has been like a mascot, occasionally basking on Lu Chen's shoulder in the sun, even sleeping soundly in his arms. This carefree and leisurely life made Boss Jin almost envious. Moreover, this kind of improvement is not all. 3 SS-grade qualified spirit beasts already had extremely fast cultivation speeds, coupled with the nourishment of Ling essence water and the 100-fold spiritual energy in the spirit beast space. Their realms were also rapidly advancing. And now, it was the day for Black Scale to break through to the golden rank. With a single thought, Lu Chen's mind sank into the spirit beast space. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 spirit beasts were standing neatly in front of him, their faces full of anticipation. They seemed to know that today was no ordinary day. After all, from silver to gold was a watershed for spirit beasts and spirit masters. For spirit beasts, advancing to gold meant entering the ranks of intermediate spirit beasts. Not only would their original abilities receive significant enhancements, but exceptionally talented spirit beasts might even awaken powerful abilities hidden deep in their bloodlines. As for spirit masters, reaching the gold rank would expand the size of their spirit beast space several times over. The spirit beast space would no longer be limited to storing spirit beasts and their eggs but could hold all kinds of inanimate objects, like carrying a high-capacity spatial ring. Extremely practical. Of course, such a significant advancement to gold was not easy. Many spirit masters spent their whole lives stuck at the silver 9th rank, unable to progress. However, once becoming a gold-ranked spirit master, their social status would soar. Any organization would extend olive branches to them, offering double the treatment and salary compared to silver. Therefore, even for Black Scale, it was impossible to break through from silver 8th to gold in just 2 days. According to the school's information, the next exploration of the primordial secret realm would be on Monday, which was tomorrow. Time was extremely tight, and the task seemed impossible. However, with the assistance of the white jade orb, everything changed. Lu Chen deliberately suppressed the white jade orb's advancement. When Black Scale reached the silver 9th rank, a rain of celebration would be brought down. Utilizing the magical effects of the heavy rain, they would help Black Scale break through to the golden realm. So, let's begin. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the spirit beasts, speaking calmly. With his permission, the white jade orb let out 2 cries, and its aura began to surge. With almost no obstacles or restraints, its realm directly ascended from black iron 9th to bronze 1st. In the blink of an eye, thick clouds once again enveloped the air in the spirit beast space. The clouds covered the sky, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The heavy rain arrived in an instant. The torrential rain blocked Lu Chen's vision. Raindrops the size of beans fell like hailstones. This commotion was much larger than the last time. Without Lu Chen's reminder, the spirit beasts focused and absorbed the special energy within the heavy rain with all their might. The energy was abundant, vast as the sea, rushing into their bodies like mad. Among them, Black Scale was the most exaggerated. Around it, countless raindrops whirled like a tornado. A vortex made of pouring rain gathered around Black Scale. The immense suction force even made Lu Chen struggle to stand firm. The rich energy completely invaded Black Scale's body, nourishing its muscles inch by inch. As a spirit master, Lu Chen could clearly feel the shackles and restraints within Black Scale's body being violently impacted. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! A muffled sound, one louder than the next, until finally, even the roaring thunder on the horizon was suppressed. At the same time, the fierce black-scaled dragon head suddenly lifted. The pentagonal black scales, under the assault of the rain curtain, shimmered brightly. A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. With the dragon's roar, all things fell silent. Even the dense clouds on the horizon were forcibly dispersed. The pouring rain abruptly stopped. The second celebration reign, over. Lu Chen scanned through the changes in the realms of several spirit beasts one by one. The black scales had already reached the first level of gold. Boss Jean had also reached the 8th level of silver. Due to its lower realm, the White Jade Group's advancement was the most rapid. Directly crossing several levels, it had just reached the first level of bronze. At this moment, it was already at the 7th level of bronze, reaching the late stage, and could break through again in a few days. Even Lu Chun himself felt his soul significantly strengthened. He estimated that with 3 more such celebration reigns, he would gain another opportunity to contract a spirit beast. This discovery shook him. However, what excited him even more was the astonishing change on the Black Scales information panel. Besides the changes in realm, a new ability had unexpectedly appeared on the Black Scales information panel. This was an ability that only outstanding spirit beasts could awaken upon reaching the gold level. As an SS grade spirit beast with true dragon bloodline, the Black Scales could unlock new abilities. Lu Chen was not surprised, or rather, he would be surprised if no new ability appeared. What truly excited him was the terrifying effect of this ability. Catastrophe Domain, Legendary. You are the catastrophe. Also the legend. The spirit beast will unleash the Catastrophe Domain, imposing several negative effects on all enemies within the domain, while randomly applying an instant death judgment to one enemy within the domain every minute. Instant death judgment, when the enemy's strength is not higher than the spirit beast by a major realm. Immediate death occurs, and this effect ignores any defensive skills below legendary abilities. Note, unleashing and maintaining the Catastrophe Domain will significantly deplete the spirit beast's stamina. Oh my goodness. Old Black, are you defying the heavens? Lu Chen looked at the 4 lines of small characters in front of him. Unlike the previous power of swallowing the sky and the White Jade Group's extraordinary luck, this legendary ability was a genuine offensive power. Attaching several negative effects to all enemies simultaneously was already powerful enough. It was equivalent to an unrestricted crowd control ability with damage. This instant death judgment made Lu Chen feel invincible. As long as the enemy was not higher by a major realm, they would die. Such a straightforward and brutal effect. Who would dare to challenge it? Moreover, this ability had no negative effects, just a slightly higher stamina consumption. I lose some stamina. You lose a life. It's fair. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the Black Scales, Boss Jean directly ran behind Lu Chen in a flash of smoke. He didn't give the Black Scales any chance to show off. After checking the changes in the spirit beasts, Lu Chen shifted his gaze to the various changes within the spirit beast space. He saw that his spirit beast space, which was already several times larger than that of spirit beast masters of the same realm, was expanding once again at this moment. He swiftly traversed every piece of land with the spirit beasts: forests, swamps, lakes, grasslands, deserts, there's even the sea? Lu Chen was completely shocked as he gazed at the endless waves in the distance. He calculated in his mind just how large his spirit beast space was now. Can't count. Simply can't count. Lu Chen thought excitedly. With such a vast spirit beast space, how many special resources and beast parts could it hold? Mom doesn't have to worry about my spatial ring running out anymore. After everything was done, Lu Chen played with the spirit beasts as usual, then withdrew his consciousness from the spirit beast space and returned to reality. Looking at the dormitory where he had stayed for 2 days, he felt no attachment and turned to walk towards Huaqing University. Tomorrow morning would be the day to explore the newly born secret realm. He couldn't afford to be late for the first exploration. The transportation in the capital was very developed, and the 2 universities were not far apart. Lu Chen soon arrived at the dormitory inside Huaqing University. What surprised him was that this time, there was actually someone guarding the dormitory entrance, and it was none other than Wang Shiryao. Lu Gu, you finally came. Something big is happening. As soon as he heard footsteps, Wang Shiryao immediately approached. He looked at Lu Chen, who was full of confusion, and continued, tomorrow's newly born secret realm is rumored to be very dangerous. Even if a golden beast tamer goes, it's not guaranteed to benefit from it. Moreover, the senior leading the team this time is Chao Huayan. He is notorious for being cold-hearted. Although his strength has reached the peak of a platinum beast tamer, he never takes care of his junior students. It is even rumored that he has had the despicable act of letting weaker individuals take the lead. Pausing slightly,
Wang Shiryao looked at Lu Chen with concern. The top student in our class has voluntarily withdrawn from this exploration. After all, the danger is too great. With your talent, you don't need to take such risks. We can focus on development and fight another day. Listening to Wang Shiryao's words like a barrage of bullets, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Thank you for your reminder, but giving up is not an option. Otherwise, if I lack an S-level beast egg, you'll have to make up for it. Yes, Lu Chen had now advanced to a golden beast tamer and had awakened the 4th quota for a contract beast. Therefore, he attached great importance to this exploration of the newly born secret realm. He was eager to obtain an S-level beast egg from it. After all, now even contracting an A-level beast egg seemed beneath him. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Shiryao almost lost control of his expression. An S-level beast egg? Do you want me to make it up for you? Do you even need it? Being the owner of an SSS-level beast talent, and yet so arrogant and unaware? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Wang Shiryao continued to advise, "Brother, you are like a brother to me. Can students like us in the preparatory class even aspire to an S-level beast egg? Even if you luckily encounter one, if Chao Yanhua doesn't let you have it, I'll turn my name backwards. With our talent, it's really not necessary to take risks." After all, he had already given away the black gold card and naturally didn't want to see Lu Chen perish in the exploration of the secret realm. Wait, no. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Wang Shiryao's mind. Lu Chen said something about wanting an S-level beast egg? What's going on? Could it be he has broken through again? No. How long has it been since he awakened his beast talent? Not even a month. And you're already a golden beast tamer, not leaving any room for others? With this thought, Wang Shiryao's expression changed several times, and he finally looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. He swallowed twice and cautiously asked, "Brother, give me a hint. Have you had another breakthrough? Or is it a major breakthrough?" Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded directly, feeling there was no need to hide it. When you engage in real combat training, others will know your strength. How can you hide it from classmates who fight alongside you? Are you serious, bro? Wang Shiryao considered himself eloquent enough and quick to react, but at the moment Lu Chen nodded, he suddenly felt that he couldn't express himself clearly. Wait, it's only been 2 days, not 2 months. How did you break through to a golden beast tamer in just 2 days? And your expression, why so indifferent? As if I stepped in a puddle of thin this morning. Wang Shiryao looked at Lu Chen with an incredulous gaze, sizing him up as if trying to see through him. After a moment, he sighed deeply and advised, "Lu Gu, look at your talent. There's no rush for this month. Can't you wait until next month for the exploration of the secret realm? Let's avoid the sharp edge and endure for now. In a few months, dealing with Chao Huayan, isn't it better to kill him like slaughtering a dog? There's no need to endure his oppression now. Don't you think I'm making sense?" With that, Wang Shiryao looked at Lu Chen with a pitiful gaze. His lips slightly pursed, as if he would start whining if Lu Chen didn't agree. If this posture appeared on a cute girl's face, it would be quite a sight. But Wang Shiryao, standing at 180 centimeters tall and weighing 180 pounds, was a solid square-shaped young man. This expression on his face was as unbearable as picking one's nose in public. Seeing this, Lu Chen closed his eyes in pain, sighed deeply, and replied, "You're making a lot of sense. I'm not a fool. I won't do things without certainty, so rest assured." Seeing that Lu Chen was still not giving up, Wang Shiryao stopped blocking him. One can stop someone once or twice, but repeating it will only breed resentment. However, as the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, he naturally considered things comprehensively. Before coming, he had already prepared a second plan. Therefore, a glimmer emanated from his spatial ring. A stack of printed documents appeared in Wang Shiryao's hand, and then he looked around as if being sneaky, quickly stuffing the documents into Lu Chen's hand, saying, "These are the beast-taming talents and information of Chao Huayan and a few other senior students. Take a look, then destroy them. I hope this will help you. Of course, it's better if you don't need it." Holding the thick stack of paper in his hand, Lu Chen felt a bit touched. Wang Shiryao kept giving him black gold cards and intelligence, making him feel a bit embarrassed. So, Lu Chen nodded solemnly, patted Wang Shiryao's shoulder, and said, "Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal next time." Hearing this familiar promise, Wang Shiryao was speechless. Lu Chen had said he would treat him to a meal when he had time on Friday. It was almost Monday now,
and this was the first time they were parting ways since seeing each other again. Who knows when this next time will be? Looking at the expression on Wang Shuriao's face, Lu Chen added, "Next time for sure. Trust me." "Alright, Lu Gu. Get some rest soon." Wang Shuriao waved his hand and left without delay. The night passed uneventfully. Lu Chen woke up early and went to the designated location on campus, the Secret Realm Station. This was the entrance to all the newly born secret realms within Awakene University. Lu Chen stood in front of the entrance to the Secret Realm Station. He looked up at the sky. The sky here was not the clear blue sky elsewhere, but had a deep black light shining through. In the black sky, there were fragments flashing like electric sparks from time to time, and scattered in this pitch-black sky were not stars or a bright moon, but entrances to secret realms emitting a faint light. This was a station built entirely by powerful spatial abilities, capable of attracting all the nearby entrances to the newly born secret realms near the capital. It was a cornerstone of Awakene University's establishment. "Oh, this is our top genius in China. Lu Chen, right? The courage and aura of an SSS level are different. Daring to come here. However, this newly born secret realm is not child's play. There is a constant danger of losing your life. You'd better roll back to where you came from, country bumpkin." Just as Lu Chen stood his ground, a frivolous and provoking voice came from behind him. Lu Chen turned around to see a short and sturdy man with a crew cut, sporting a wicked smile as he looked at him. From his eyebrows to his lips, there was a full expression of disdain, as if he didn't even consider Lu Chen a newcomer worthy of his attention. Beside the man were two obvious lackeys, with contemptuous smiles on their faces. Chao Yanhua. Lu Chen compared the man's face in front of him with the portrait on the printed document and drew a conclusion. Just as others have said, you really are like a mad dog, biting at the first chance. Although Lu Chen didn't understand why the man harbored such malice towards him, remaining silent was not his style, so he retorted on the spot. Upon hearing this, Chao Yanhua's previously smiling face darkened instantly. His brows furrowed, his thick and tangled eyebrows making his jaw muscles stand out prominently. Chao Yanhua never expected that a few casual remarks would lead to this. How could this preschool student dare to talk back to him? A senior in his 4th year, a silver realm beast tamer? How dare he show disrespect to a platinum-level top beast tamer? Unbelievable. Chao Yanhua's gaze grew even darker, looking at Lu Chen as if he were already a dead man. Very well then. He left behind those threatening words and strode into the secret realm station. The two lackeys behind him followed suit. As one of them passed by Lu Chen, he squinted his eyes and made a throat-slitting gesture. Clown. Watching their antics like jesters, Lu Chen remained unfazed. If this matter could be settled here, then so be it. But if Chao Yanhua and his companions dared to provoke him within the secret realm or even make a move against him, Lu Chen wouldn't mind showing them why the rose is so red. Meanwhile, the scene of the dispute between Lu Chen and the others was observed by a group of students who arrived later. Although they didn't participate in the farce, their eyes were filled with pity and confusion as they looked at Lu Chen. In their eyes, if Lu Chen had provoked Chao Yanhua at this moment, then his journey in the secret realm was as good as over. After all, in Awakene University, Chao Yanhua's tracking ability was unparalleled among undergraduate students. Once he set his sights on someone, even in the vast secret realm, he would never give up the chase. Perhaps Chao Yanhua wouldn't dare to kill Lu Chen, but he could definitely prevent him from exploring the secret realm further, causing him to miss a great opportunity for self-improvement. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. These senior students shook their heads with a sense of regret as they passed by Lu Chen and headed towards the interior of the secret realm. The newly born secret realm is dangerous. If you encounter danger, evacuate quickly. According to the school's estimation, the strongest beast in this secret realm ranges from platinum to diamond level. Everyone must be cautious. Within the secret realm, students from the same school are strictly prohibited from killing each other, and violators will be held accountable. At the entrance, a teacher spoke solemnly. At the same time, his gaze lingered on Chao Yanhua's face for a moment, as if warning him. However, Chao Yanhua just smiled indifferently. Kill Lu Chen? Could he still not disgust him? Moreover, if he were a bit more ruthless, he could end Lu Chen's life within the secret realm. At that time, with no evidence of death, who could prove that it was Chao Yanhua's hand? Everyone enters in batches, with the preparatory class going first. After explaining the precautions, the teacher waved to Lu Chen. He then fastened a chest plate over Lu Chen's heart and instructed, "This item can withstand attacks from beasts below the level of diamonds. Once the chest plate is broken, it will automatically transport you out of the secret realm. Of course, you can also manually crush it to voluntarily exit the secret realm. The chest plate does not defend against the power of beast tamers. Lu Chen nodded, understanding clearly, truly worthy of being the top university in Huaxia. This method of protecting students is far superior to the officials in Changnan City. Not only does it have strong defensive capabilities, but it can also be used automatically. Compared to Changnan's special wristbands that require manual activation, the safety and speed are multiplied many times over. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to wear the chest plate. He walked straight ahead, directly entering the newly formed secret realm, emitting a faint glow. The expected dizziness and sensation of teleportation did not occur. Lu Chen only felt a sudden flash of white light before him. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar campus scene was gone. He looked around and saw dark green marsh gas rising, obscuring his vision. At the same time, he felt a heavy suction and stickiness under his feet. Lu Chen suddenly looked down and realized he was standing stiffly in the mud marsh. At this moment, his feet were completely submerged in the black marsh. However, Lu Chen remained calm. He knew that struggling violently would only sink him faster. Besides, he was a beast tamer. For such a trivial matter, he didn't need to act. With a thought, Lu Chen summoned all three beasts from his beast space. Seeing their master in trouble, Boss Jean roared, and a round sun rose abruptly in the dark green air. The dazzling light dispersed all the marsh gas around. Moreover, the scorching heat emitted from the sun began evaporating the water in the marsh rapidly. Lu Chen could even see bubbles forming in the marsh beneath his feet. The stickiness and pulling force under him were rapidly disappearing. Sensing the right moment, Lu Chen exerted force and pulled his legs out of the dried marsh. At that moment, Boss Jean ran to Lu Chen and sought praise, its head raised high, seemingly waiting for Lu Chen's touch. Lu Chen was not one to disappoint, gently patting Boss Jin's head. Well done. However, only Lu Chen could make Boss Jean act this way. For other beast tamers, the marsh under them would have turned into boiling water, cooking their legs. But Lu Chen didn't mind at all. After all, his promotion I could transfer all the damage he received to the beasts. And as a light element beast, the temperature was nothing compared to bathing water for Boss Jean. Truly a newly formed secret realm. The difficulty is high. Lu Chen resolved the crisis and scanned the surroundings again. Under the sun's rays, visibility had improved significantly. In his sight, countless shimmering blue lights were flickering. For a moment, he felt as if he had dived into the sea, surrounded by dancing seawater. These shimmering blue lights were not seawater but highly valuable special resources. With the effect of the promotion eye, these resources were all marked out. With just a glance, Lu Chen could see at least 50 to 60 types of special resources surrounding him. The density of these resources was beyond his wildest dreams. Even the lowest grade special resources among these 50 to 60 items were worth tens of thousands of Huaxia coins. Not to mention, judging by the intensity of this blue hair, these resources must be top-notch among low-level special resources, even bordering on intermediate special resources. We did it! We really did it! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, causing the black scales to enlarge instantly. Using its massive dragon body, it crushed all obstacles on the road. Meanwhile, Boss Jean hurried forward, leveraging his speed advantage to grab each special resource and hand them to Lu Chen. As for the White Jade group, it remained nestled on Lu Chen's shoulder. Its ability to cheat death allowed Lu Chen to have a second life at all times, never fearing assassination. After lurking in the death swamp for thousands of years, they finally encountered their most formidable enemy. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the foul-smelling swamp liquid splattered and dripped on the ground. A toad covered in pus-filled blisters weakly fell to the ground. The blisters burst open, and yellow-white pus flowed in all directions like a lake. At this moment, a gray-white sense of death emanated from its eyes. It never expected that as a platinum ferocious beast, it would fail to defeat an opponent who was only at the first level of gold rank in a surprise attack. However, in the next moment, from mid-air, a dark and ferocious flame descended with unstoppable force, instantly claiming the evil toad's life. Where the fire dragon passed, nothing grew. Everything turned into vitality for the black scales, replenishing its long-term combat losses. Only a round ferocious beast core lay quietly on the ground, containing all the essence of this platinum ferocious beast. The first platinum ferocious beast killed. Lu Chen picked up the beast core from the ground, sighing. In such a short time, He could now independently slay platinum ferocious beasts effortlessly, even without breaking a sweat.
The enchanting control ability of the White Jade group,
combined with Boss Gene and the Black Scale's ultimate attack power, could almost instantly kill any ferocious beast. So much for platinum. Suddenly, Lu Chen's ears twitched.
He distinctly heard faint pleas for mercy coming from the nearby bushes.
Upon hearing this sound,
Lu Chen paused his steps and subconsciously moved towards the source of the sound.
However, in the moment he lifted his foot, the White Jade group, which had been resting peacefully on Lu Chen's shoulder, moved. Its pristine fur lightly brushed against Lu Chen's neck, sending a chill down his spine. With a start, Lu Chen's foot, which had been raised, abruptly halted in mid-air. Am I being enchanted?
A thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind, quickly realizing the abnormal state he had just experienced. The so-called pleas for mercy were obviously a disguise of the enchanting ferocious beasts,
designed to confuse the mind. Fortunately, the White Jade group itself was an enchantment-type beast,
not only able to resist others' enchanting effects completely but also capable of pulling Lu Chen out of such abnormal states.
However, this is an opportunity, Lu Chen thought to himself,
signaling Boss Gene and the Black Scales to be more vigilant.
Then, his foot, suspended in mid-air, descended once again.
His expression became vacant and foolish, resembling a zombie as he quickly moved towards the direction of the previous sound.
Since the other party wanted to enchant him, Lu Chen decided to turn the tables and catch them off guard. After walking for about 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Chen suddenly felt a strange fragrance surging in his nostrils,
causing his mind to momentarily blur again.
Thanks to the timely reminder from the White Jade group, he snapped out of that abnormal state once more.
Glancing ahead and confirming that Boss Gene and the Black Scales were not affected,
he continued forward.
The scent became more pronounced, and as he reached the end,
Lu Chen even felt as if he was walking in a sea of flowers. Why haven't they shown up yet? Their vigilance is so high, Lu Chen thought to himself.
At the moment this thought occurred,
the originally dark swamp suddenly gained a few rainbow-like bright colors. Lu Chen subconsciously looked ahead. Not far away, on a high tree branch,
a strange creature with no fur all over its body,
separated by various bright color blocks, was staring at Lu Chen. In its face,
a nose similar to an elephant trunk but much shorter slightly extended forward.
The nose twitched, seemingly sniffing the scent of Lu Chen and his summoned beasts to assess their current state. While the other party was sizing up Lu Chen quietly activated the Eye of Ascension, taking in its information. Race, Illusionary Dream Taper, Attribute, Charm, Talent Level, S, Realm, Platinum 8th Stage, Skills, Enchanting Melody, Outstanding. Extinguishing Intellect Breath, Outstanding.
Dream Weaving, Epic.
Dream Feeding, Epic. It seemed to consider Lu Chen a Golden Stage Beast Tamer,
incapable of breaking free from his own abilities.
The Illusionary Dream Taper, originally standing high, gradually relaxed its inner guard.
Its eyes were full of playfulness and disdain, as if assessing a prize,
scanning Lu Chen up and down with sharp eyes. At the same time, colorful blocks of light radiated from the Illusionary Dream Taper. Magnificent scenes appeared around it. Swiftly approaching Lu Chen, the figure of the Illusionary Dream Taper was hidden among many images, barely discernible. In an instant, countless images dispersed and converged,
forming a sturdy cage descending from the sky,
attempting to trap Lu Chen firmly. Each image carried an irresistible charm. A single glance could completely captivate an ordinary beast tamer,
plunging them into a dream from which they could not escape,
becoming nourishment for the Illusionary Dream Taper. However, all this was aimed at ordinary beast tamers and ordinary beasts.
The 3 beasts contracted by Lu Chen each had a high resistance to all abnormal states.
With the Illusionary Dream Taper's enchanting abilities, it couldn't tempt them in the slightest. Therefore,
when the cage constructed from images descended,
the black-scaled body swelled again, followed by a thunderous roar echoing through the dense forest and swamp. In an instant, the calm swamp was shaken by this earth-shattering roar. Countless birds hidden in the deep forest flapped their wings and swiftly fled.
Large patches of dirty water vibrated in midair from the impact of this mighty roar.
Even the Illusionary Dream Taper hidden in the images was startled by this dragon's roar. Its figure in the air slightly stiffened. However, before it could react,
a burst of white light whizzed past,
followed by scorching airwaves carrying boundless power. This level of explosion was as terrifying as the fall of a sun. The sun burst.
The terrifying power of the solar explosion shattered the magnificent images into pieces, like glass shattered by a strong impact, shooting in all directions. the body of the illusionary dream taper tumbled numerous times in the air. Its once beautiful body color turned dark gray under the impact of the terrifying explosion. Its exposed skin was bloody, with numerous fierce bloodstains running through its entire body. In an instant, this Platinum 8th stage fierce beast was severely injured. Yet, this was not the end. As the illusionary dream taper's body broke free from the images, black scales ink black eyes immediately locked onto it. Then its dragon mouth opened. Countless demonic flames carrying venom surged towards the illusionary dream taper. Hidden with explosive power within the roaring flames, the elusive gaze of the mirage taper suddenly froze, as it endured the pain and once again constructed magnificent scenes to block its path. It tried with all its might to resist the invasion of the corrosive demon flame. However, in the next instant, the expression of the mirage taper stiffened, its head lowered, a look of fear and disbelief spreading across its face. Unnoticed by it, a wolf claw tinged with deep blue hues had pierced through its chest. At that moment, the rainbow-colored blood stained the wolf claw, and within it, a beating heart, the very heart of the mirage taper. When, despite being a captivating mythical beast with keen perception, it had failed to detect the approach of the blue wolf, its face filled with astonishment. The movements to create illusions in its hand gradually slowed down, and its once majestic vitality began to fade rapidly after losing its heart. Finally, its body collapsed weakly to the ground, almost consumed by the surging corrosive demon flame. As the flame dissipated, all that remained was a beast core shimmering with colorful light. Well done! Lu Chen picked up the beast core and stored it in his spatial ring. Having obtained 2 platinum-level beast cores in succession, Lu Chen was in high spirits. Beast cores were treasures formed by condensing the essence of beasts above the golden realm. Golden-level beast cores were considered low-grade, valued at tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of huaxia coins. Platinum-level beast cores were mid-grade, valued at over 1 million to 2 million huaxia coins. Diamond-level beast cores were high-grade, priced at over 2 million huaxia coins. Beast cores above the fragmented star realm were collectively referred to as top-grade. Even the lowest grade one was valued at over tens of millions of huaxia coins and would be fiercely sought after once they appeared. In other words, the 2 beast cores Lu Chen had obtained in a short time had already brought him at least 2 million huaxia coins. This earning speed was much faster than robbing a bank. Through battles with these 2 beasts, Lu Chen also clarified his current strength. With the terrifying power of the Black Scales and Boss Gene, he could now easily crush beasts at the Platinum Realm with his Golden Realm strength. His power was extremely formidable. Just as Lu Chen stored the beast cores, he heard unmistakable footsteps behind him. Pat, pat, pat. The footsteps, accompanied by light applause, sounded particularly harsh in the forest after the fierce battle. I underestimated you before. Truly deserving of an SSS-level talent student. This strength, TSK. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen knew the identity of the person approaching. When he turned around, he saw Chao Yanhua's disgusting face. Surprised? I found you. When Chao Yanhua saw Lu Chen turn around, a nauseating look of joy spread across his face. He clapped his hands again and said, Junior brother, it's not that I have any opinions about you as a senior. Actually, as an SSS-level talent student, someone as superficial as me is trying to flatter you before it's too late. But I have no choice. Some people are willing to pay a high price for your life. I don't want to kill you, but they offer too much. With that, his tone shifted again. The exaggerated smile reappeared on his face, almost reaching his ears. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying red light. Moreover, killing a genius like you gives me an unparalleled thrill. Just thinking about your screams makes me almost. Speaking, Chao Yanhua suddenly closed his eyes tightly and let out a few low, pleasurable growls. Lu Chen was no longer interested in watching his twisted appearance. He looked up at the sky, giving a meaningful glance to Jean Boss and Hei Lin, reminding them to be cautious. Jean Boss and Hei Lin immediately understood. Just then, Chao Yanhua abruptly opened his eyes. The terrifying light in his pupils became even more dazzling. This appearance reminded Lu Chen of Wan Jiaming, who died in Changnan. Thinking back to what the other party had just said, it was not difficult to guess. Chao Yanhua was probably also a spy of the 10,000 Beasts sect planted in Huaqing University. At this thought, Lu Chen became suddenly alert. Wan Jiaming back then relied on that low-quality blood-boosting drug to elevate his strength from platinum late stage to a level comparable to diamond. And Chao Yanhua, being a top-tier platinum beast tamer, if he took the drug, his true strength would probably far exceed Wan Jiaming's. Sensing Lu Chen's vigilance,
Chao Yenhua's expression became even more pleased. It seems you have already guessed my identity. Very clever, clever child. I will take good care of you. As he spoke, a terrifying sonic boom erupted from the front. Chao Yenhua's figure disappeared in an instant. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag, carrying a gust of foul wind, struck directly at Lu Chen's face. This speed had already surpassed the limits of the Platinum Realm. Indeed, a diamond beast tamer. Roar! Seeing his master under attack, the fastest Gene Boss leaped, positioning itself between Lu Chen and Chao Yenhua. Its fluffy fur turned into sharp spikes under its control. Bang! Chao Yenhua's fists collided forcefully with Gene Boss's sturdy body, creating a deafening roar. In an instant, Gene Boss was sent flying several meters away, its fur falling like rain, and a few drops of blood spattered from its mouth. Despite its high aptitude, the gap between gold and diamond was just too vast to bridge. However, its appearance bought Lu Chen a moment to catch his breath. He saw He Lin descending from above, its massive body pressing heavily downward. Even the frenzied Chao Yenhua had to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen leaped onto He Lin's neck. He tightly grasped the scales standing upright on He Lin's neck, barely stabilizing himself. The time has come. Strike now. At the same time, Lu Chen rode on He Lin's back, shouting loudly into the air. He, you also have such embarrassing moments. With his call, a gentle laughter descended from the sky. Subsequently, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall stood on the Shangyin Luan and descended from the sky. You can't say such cold words. My beast was injured for the school. The compensation cannot be lacking. Lu Chen smirked, directing He Lin to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled the previously blasted Gene Boss onto He Lin's back. At this moment, Gene Boss seemed a bit weakened but was fortunately not seriously injured. Rest assured, you won't miss what you deserve. But for now, I need to clean up the trash in the school. Xiong Meng's words floated down from the sky. At the same time, several diverse-shaped beasts swiftly appeared around him, surrounding Chao Yenhua tightly. How is this possible? Chao Yenhua looked at the beasts emitting the aura of the bright moon around him, on the verge of collapse. Honestly, it was the first time he had faced enemies of the bright moon level. The overwhelming terror and majesty almost made him lose his footing. Could it be that I have been discovered? Chao Yenhua suddenly looked up at the sky, staring directly at the principal above his head. At this moment, the crimson killing intent in his eyes had subsided a lot, replaced by unparalleled panic. He joined the Beastmaster sect to live a better life, not to die in vain. Actually, it's not like that. Lu Chen is the one I focus on taking care of. Every time he enters the primordial secret realm, I personally look after him. Xiong Meng responded coldly, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. And this answer made Chao Yenhua so angry that he felt like spitting blood. Why? Why does this kid receive such preferential treatment? Even the principal, who is always busy, has to protect him day and night. Chao Yenhua is also one of the top geniuses in Huayin University, but even meeting the principal is as difficult as reaching the sky. Yet this kid Lu Chen directly made the principal willingly act as his bodyguard, protecting him at all times? This huge difference in treatment made Chao Yenhua so desperate that he felt like vomiting blood. Chao Yenhua's expression changed several times, and the regret on his face became more apparent. Along with this, the crimson killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. At this moment, Chao Yenhua seemed like a pitiful little beast, weak and helpless, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Principal, can you give me another chance? I know a lot of information about the Beastmaster sect. I will make amends. I will redeem myself. Please, Chao Yenhua said hoarsely. His voice was dry and rough, sounding like a fierce ghost from hell. But in front of a Beastmaster at the level of Hao Yue, even a fierce ghost had to bow down. At the same time, Lu Chen also walked out from behind Xiong Meng, his hands crossed in front of his chest, and mockingly said, Senior Chao, weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to take good care of me? Here, I'm right here. I'll give you a chance. Come take care of me. Aren't you good at fighting? What's the use of being good at fighting? You have to have power and background when you go out. You little nobody, a brainless fool. No matter how strong you are, you're just cannon fodder. Hearing Lu Chen's mocking voice, Chao Yenhua's face changed color, wishing to tear this noisy young man apart right now. However, the situation was stronger than people. In the current situation,
Even if Lu Chun came up and slapped him twice, he had to endure it obediently. Therefore, even when Lu Chen mocked him to his face, he could only force a smile and kept apologizing. Junior. No, Brother Lu, please forgive me. Say a few good words for me. At this moment, Xiong Meng, who had been silent, waved his hand and said, All right, Fei Yu, stop teasing him. He's stupid to begin with, and you're teasing him. Anyone who betrays the Beastmaster sect will die. As for the so-called intelligence, As he spoke, Xiong Meng waved his hand. A black shadow swiftly leaped out from behind him and jumped onto Chao Yenhua's head with lightning speed. Lu Chen could see clearly from the side. It was a spider covered in gray fur all over, just the size of a palm when it reached Chao Yenhua's head. However, in just an instant, the spider's body suddenly expanded. The gray fur on its 8 long legs began to grow wildly, each fur becoming as hard as iron, emitting a cold bluish-gray light. In the blink of an eye, the 8 long legs surrounded Chao Yenhua's head from top to bottom. The bluish-gray fur on the legs pierced through his skin like steel needles. In an instant, blood gushed out, spraying into the air like a fountain. At the same time, the swollen abdomen of the spider was rhythmically expanding and contracting, as if it was sucking Chao Yenhua's brain marrow and soul. The miserable howl echoed in the deep forest like a fierce ghost. Chao Yenhua, in pain, clutched his head and rolled helplessly in the swamp. However, with each roll and friction, he exacerbated his injuries. In no time, the screams gradually faded, and the struggling movements became weaker. Looking down, Lu Chen saw Chao Yenhua's once robust body now emaciated. Sunken cheeks, breath like a thread, ribs pressed tightly against the skin, carving deep grooves. In just a few seconds, a master of diamond-tier strength was gruesomely drained by a spider. The terrifying power made Lu Chen gulp involuntarily. And most crucially, Lu Chen could clearly see Chao Yenhua's once fiery eyes now dim and lifeless. He appeared foolish and soulless, as if his spirit had been devoured, turning into a walking corpse. Seeing this, Lu Chen instinctively used the Eye of Ascension to gaze at the eerie gray-haired spider. Race, soul-devouring demon spider. Attribute, soul, talent level, SS, realm, second stage of Bright Moon. Skills, piercing heart fluff, epic. Soul-devouring power, epic. Memory extraction, epic. Soul link, epic. Evaluation, your soul is just an appetizer at the moment of memory extraction. Lu Chen suddenly understood why Xiong Meng paid no attention to Chao Yenhua's information. Xiong Meng didn't need others to provide information. What he wanted, he could obtain himself. No need to use others as tools. TSK, turns out the major universities in the capital are filled with so much trash, devouring Chao Yenhua completely. Xiong Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, the coldness on his face becoming more apparent. Then, he looked at Lu Chen with a slightly gentler expression. This time, by sacrificing yourself, helping me uncover the spies of the Beast Sect, you have achieved a great merit, which can be exchanged for a high-level special resource. For being injured in the line of duty, you have earned a minor merit, which can be exchanged for a medium-level special resource. How about it? Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Indeed, Hucking University was generous. After all, he had done almost nothing, just causing a slight injury to Boss Jean. And in return, he received a high-level special resource and a medium-level special resource. This deal was simply too good to pass up. In fact, Lu Chen even wished that the Beast Sect would send more people to assassinate him. What's the point of sending just one person this time? Let others see that the Beast Sect is not lacking in capable individuals. It would be best if they sent a few more. 10 at once. After all, it was President Xiong who made the move, Boss Jean who got injured, and the one benefiting was him. Lu Chen, no problem, right? You can go collect the resources yourself when the time comes. Seeing Lu Chen nod, Xiong Meng continued, Are you currently looking for an S-Class Beast Egg? As far as I know, you are already at the gold level? Speaking of which, even though Xiong Meng was a seasoned educator and the president of a top Chinese institution, he believed he had seen too many geniuses, but when it came to the word gold, he couldn't help but emphasize it. It was because Lu Chen's rate of advancement was simply too fast, faster than anyone could imagine. While peers were still struggling in iron and even getting excited about breaking through bronze, Lu Chen had already surpassed iron, bronze, and silver, ascending to gold with unmatched momentum. Such speed not only shocked President Xiong and Han Shouzhen but even the chief executive of China was extremely surprised.
At the same time, foreign powers couldn't sit still. If Lu Chen continued to develop steadily like this, in just 10 years, no, in just 3 years, the entire world's power structure would be turned upside down. This was something other countries could not tolerate. Several decades ago, China had already produced an SSS-level talented beast tamer. Originally, in the land of Huaxia, at the onset of calamity, the nation suffered heavy losses due to its reluctance to sacrifice the lives of the common people, leading to a significant decline in national strength. However, after the appearance of the beast tamer, who single-handedly repelled all surrounding formidable enemies like greedy wolves, Huaxia enjoyed stable development for decades. At this moment, the nation's power has reached its peak, being widely recognized as second to none, even possibly the best. It can be said that the strongest beast tamer in this world is now in Huaxia, and it is foreseeable that the future strongest beast tamer will also emerge from Huaxia. This is unacceptable to all other nations, especially the Eagle country, which has always prided itself as a beacon of humanity and is now feeling uneasy. Today, the Eagle country, along with dozens of other nations, has officially issued a joint challenge to Huaxia. Upon hearing that your country has obtained an SSS-level talented beast tamer, our country, along with the Sunset Nation, Snow Bear Nation, and 93 other countries, invites your country for a friendly exchange. As beast tamers, we should promote the spirit of practical combat and enhance our combat abilities. Therefore, we propose that this exchange adopts a mixed battle points system. The location will be set in the newly discovered secret area of the open sea, with defeating opponents earning points for ranking. The time is set for noon on March 25th in the capital of Huaxia. The stake is the right to collect resources in the open sea for the next 20 years. We hope your country will graciously accept our invitation. This video has already topped the trending lists on various social media platforms, overshadowing all other hot topics. Currently, almost everyone in Huaxia has watched this video and is aware of the situation. The discussions below are particularly intense, even leading to heated arguments. This is clearly bullying. Only a fool would go. Exactly. Everyone knows that Lu Chen is going to take on 93 opponents. Is that even possible? Stop arguing and show some courage. If someone challenges you, you fight back. If you're so brave, why don't you go instead? Why should others risk their lives for you? Are you a freeloader? Your whole family, everyone. Calm down. The resources in the open sea for 20 years. My God, if we really get them, I can't imagine how strong Huaxia will become in the future. Steadily ranking first in the world. Not even the top 100 combined would be worthy to shine our shoes. You lack vision, only thinking about resources. That's something winners consider. But facing 93 opponents, even with an SSS level talent, I'm not optimistic. Yes, if we fail to secure the rights to the open sea resources, we not only lose a top talent but also suffer a defeat. But if we don't accept the challenge, we'll look like cowards. Losing face. How much is your face worth? Is it more important than a single strand of hair of an SSS level talent? Damn it! It's a lose-lose situation. They have us in a tight spot. A bunch of cunning bastards. Lu Chen finished watching the video and comments from Bear Meng, his brow furrowed slightly. The mixed battle system is the easiest to manipulate. Not to mention, the combined forces of over 90 countries ganging up on him represent a force to be reckoned with. Even the current Lu Chen dare not underestimate these top talents nurtured by individual nations. In a one-on-one scenario, he is confident in defeating and even killing his opponent in an instant. But facing 90-plus opponents, anyone would feel intimidated. Ants can still kill an elephant, let alone over 90 top talents. I know this might put you in a difficult position, but the right to collect resources in the open sea for 20 years is crucial for Huaxia. I won't hide it from you. The current situation is critical, and the required amount of resources is astronomical. If you agree, the authorities will immediately provide you with an S-level beast egg. If you succeed in securing the first place, you will once again receive a reward of an S-level beast egg. Of course, if you're not willing, we won't force you. There are plenty of resources available, and the promotion opportunities are abundant as well. Personally, I even hope you don't participate, considering the danger level is indeed too high, even if you have an SSS level talent. Also, sigh. Xiong Mang stopped halfway through his words, falling silent. He just looked at Lu Chen with a worried expression. Seeing this, Lu Chen neither agreed nor disagreed but said, I need to see the beast egg first before making a decision. He needed to check the attributes of the beast egg to see if it was suitable for battle before deciding. After all, you only have one life. Even with an SSS-level beast talent like Lu Chen, it was the same. Oh, wait, Lu Chen actually had 2 lives. After all, the White Jade group had given him a second chance at life, but that was only to withstand a fatal blow once, not to be reborn or travel through time. If he couldn't resist the force, he would still die. That's no problem. Seeing Lu Chen's lack of refusal, Xiong Meng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his gaze towards Lu Chen was somewhat complex. He felt a complicated mix of emotions about pushing his student into a dangerous situation. I've brought the beast egg, take a look. Actually, the authorities are quite concerned about your safety and specially provided you with a space-type beast egg. If we can't win, we can still escape, right? Suppressing his complex emotions, Xiong Meng spoke while taking out the beast egg from a spatial ring. Unlike ordinary beast eggs, this one was not small. This beast egg, Lu Chen's first impression was that it was huge. Xiong Meng held the beast egg with both hands, placing it on his abdomen. Even so, the beast egg completely covered his upper body and even his face. Just by looking at its length, it was about a meter long, and its width was around half a meter. It was entirely black, with black flashes of light occasionally passing over its surface, giving it a mysterious and eerie appearance. From Lu Chen's perspective, this beast egg looked like a giant walnut from Plants vs. Zombies, just in black. Principal, you really are. You should have said it was a space type. You've got my heart racing. I agree. These foreign dogs have provoked you, Grandpa Lu, and I must show them the power of the dragon scale. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed, and the basic information of this black beast egg flashed in his eyes. Once he confirmed that this beast egg was indeed a space type, he readily agreed. As Xiong Meng had said, space-type beasts excelled in extreme speed, whether for escape or attack. They were top-notch. With this beast by his side, Lu Chen was not afraid of being surrounded and unable to escape. If he couldn't win, he could still outrun them, right? However, Lu Chen wouldn't agree so easily. He added, in addition to this beast egg, I also need 10 million Huaxia coins for my training and growth in these days. 10 million sounded like a lot, and it was indeed a substantial sum. For an ordinary person or a regular family, all their income for a lifetime, even for generations, might not add up to that much money. However, neither Lu Chen nor Xiong Meng thought this request was unreasonable. After all, this mission was staking his entire life to fight for resources and honor for the country. Trading a genius's life for 10 million Huaxia coins was not expensive at all. Therefore, upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Xiong Meng didn't hesitate and agreed directly. No problem. I'll have the money transferred to your account right away. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and took the beast egg from Xiong Meng's hand. This giant beast egg, resembling a walnut, looked massive but was extremely light to the touch. The egg in his hand felt as light as nothingness. It made Lu Chen marvel. Race, Interrealm Sky Eagle, Attribute, Space, Talent Level, S, Realm, Skills, Sky Raid, Outstanding. Boundary Breaking Feather, Outstanding. Blink, Outstanding. Forbidden Space, Epic, Evolution Path, Interrealm Sky Eagle, S-Level, Shattered Sky Divine Eagle, SS-Level, Master of Realms, SSS-Level, God of Myriad Spaces, Mythical Level. Note, only mythical bloodline beasts can break through the mythical level. Evaluation, fast as if it were an illusion. A new S-Level beast egg was obtained. The competition date was approaching. Today was March 20th. There were only 4 or 5 days left until the date set by the Eagle Country. At this thought, Lu Chen didn't want to linger in the secret realm any longer. He informed Xiong Meng with a word and left the secret realm alone, returning to his dormitory. Sitting on the bed, Lu Chen's mind sank. In an instant, his consciousness came to his beast space. The wilted gene boss was now lively and energetic under the nourishment of abundant aura. With 3 beasts, Lu Chen quickly approached the mythical bloodline pool. He held the beast egg in his hands and threw it into the bloodline pool. The beast egg floated in the air like a feather for a while before touching the calm surface of the pool. The moment the beast egg touched the surface, ripples suddenly appeared on the previously calm pond, as if it were opening a huge mouth, swallowing the 1-meter-high beast egg directly into the bottom of the pool. Just like the rapid nature of spatial beasts, the hatching of this beast egg was also extremely fast. It took only a few breaths of time since it merged with the egg. Even the ripples that had just appeared had not completely dissipated. A terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated from the deepest part of the pool. Screech. Then, a loud eagle cry echoed through the sky, and a silver-black figure shot out from the bottom of the pool like lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Under the immense kinetic energy, it brought forth a wave like a waterspout. The splashes and silver-black feathers shimmered under the sun, dazzling and magnificent. Lu Chen activated the Eye of Ascension, instantly increasing his vision several times, and he looked closely at the sky. He saw a giant bird with wings spread to about 10 meters soaring freely in the sky. The silver-black feathers, unlike the dark scales of a reptile, had an inexplicable luster. It looked quite futuristic and magnificent. The feathers all over the giant bird's body were not tightly attached to its surface like other birds, but slanted at an angle of nearly 45 degrees to the right. At the tips of the feathers, there were 2 short and 1 long silver-black spikes. Just by looking at it, a sense of sharpness and killing intent pierced through the air. In terms of appearance alone, it could be said to be the best of the best, even if it was the lowest E-level beast, just based on its majestic and peculiar appearance. Wealthy individuals would probably be willing to pay a high price just to admire it. Moreover, this was a genuine SS-level qualified beast. Race, Shattered Sky Divine Eagle. Attribute, Space, Talent Level, SS, Realm, Black Iron 6th Stage. Skills, Shattered Sky Divine Feather, Epic. Speed of Space Breaking, Epic. Sky Dominator, Epic. Forbidden Airspace, Legendary, Shattered Sky Divine Feather. The beast feather contains the power of the shattered sky. In battle, it can be detached and launched, ignoring any defense, causing real damage to enemies. The divine beast can be recalled at any time, causing massive piercing damage to enemies upon retrieval. Skybreaking speed, harnessing the power of space. The divine beast's speed increases fourfold when activated, allowing it to shuttle through spatial crevices. Sky Dominator, while in high altitude, the divine beast's physical attributes double and gain immunity to abnormal states of defense and attack. Forbidden Domain, the domain of space, where all is forbidden. The divine beast will unfold a spatial domain, prohibiting all means of escape and summoning countless spatial turbulences to ruthlessly slaughter enemies until all foes perish. Note, in the divine beast's ability Judgment, all entities except the beast master and their contracted divine beast are considered enemies. Please use this ability with caution. Note, this ability consumes greatly. Forcing it with the divine beast's current strength will lead to extreme weakness. Evolution Path, Shattered Sky Divine Eagle, SS Rank. Thunderous Sky Lord, SSS Rank. Electric Sky God, Mythical Rank. Note, only divine beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical rank. Evaluation, Incarnation of Extreme Speed. The epitome of space. 3 epics, 1 legend. Still a legendary ability in terms of damage direction. To be honest, even though Lu Chen already possesses 3 SS-ranked qualified divine beasts, he still feels extremely surprised by this information panel. Firstly, the first ability. It is the strongest offensive ability in the normal state of the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle. Real damage. Ignores all defense. In other words, even if you are a Sun-level divine beast with unparalleled defense capabilities, you will still be injured by the feathers of the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle when it strikes. Of course, for Sun-level entities, this level of injury may not be significant. However, being able to harm the opponent and being completely helpless against them are 2 different matters. Moreover, the Shattered Sky Divine Feathers attack is divided into piercing and retrieval, each causing massive damage to the target. With both segments combined, enemies of the same realm will likely die on the spot. The terror and dominance of this ability are self-evident. Skybreaking speed can be said to be the core of the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle's abilities. The effect is simple, ultimate speed. What? You say having speed alone is not enough for an epic level strength? Then, add the ability to shuttle through spatial crevices, ignoring all obstacles and hindrances, making it impossible for enemies to lock onto the divine beast. Is that enough? Lu Chen can only say, it's more than enough. With this skill, he can freely rampage in the Secret Realm melee on the 25th without any restraint. Wildly rampage. How can enemies catch Lu Chen through spatial turbulences? With this skill, Lu Chen can be said to be completely secure. Fight if he wants, leave if he wants. The main thing is to do as he pleases. By then, the siege against Lu Chen will surely turn into his personal show. This so-called alliance of the 93 kingdoms is nothing but a complete joke. As for the Sky Dominator, it is a common type of skill that enhances physical attributes. In the SS-ranked qualified divine beasts, the effect can only be considered average. Nothing remarkable. What excites Lu Chen the most is the 4th skill, a legendary level skill, and it's purely a killing ability. Forbidden Domain. Summon countless spatial turbulences to slaughter all enemies to death. Just by looking at this simple yet brutal ability description, Lu Chen feels awestruck. Relentless. What a domineering ability. Moreover, within the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle's Forbidden Domain, at the moment the domain is formed, all means of escape will be abolished. All enemies can only helplessly watch as their bodies, their divine beasts, are torn to pieces by the countless spatial turbulences rushing past. This despair, this horror, this helplessness. Thinking about this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel sorrow for his future enemies. The only two regrets were, firstly, the definition of enemies with this ability was too broad. Apart from Lu Chen himself and the spirit beasts under his contract, everyone else was considered an enemy. This meant that he could almost only use the skill in places where there were no civilian friends. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the upcoming chaotic battle in the secret realm was an excellent place to use this ability. The second regret was that this ability actually had negative effects. It was even described as extremely weak. According to Lu Chen's estimation, being able to use it once a day was already good. Fortunately, according to the description of the ability, the sky-shattering Divine Eagle could weaken this negative impact based on its own realm. Perhaps, after reaching the Golden Realm, it could freely unleash this terrifying ability. Come here. After checking the abilities of the new spirit beast under contract, Lu Chen shifted his gaze away from the information panel. He looked at the sky-shattering Divine Eagle still soaring freely in the sky and called out. In an instant, a silver-black streak swiftly descended from the sky and arrived in front of Lu Chen. The speed was so fast that it left residual images in the air. Such incredible speed! Lu Chen exclaimed. He looked at the sky-shattering Divine Eagle bowing its head in loyalty in front of him, wanting to touch its head but hesitated. After all, the feathers on its head were the same sharp spikes of two short and one long. He was afraid that if he touched it, his hand would be filled with hundreds of holes. Sensing its master's thoughts, the sky-shattering Divine Eagle let out a soft cry, and its feathers quickly changed shape. The three small spikes standing at the split end of its feathers quickly merged. The sharp 45-degree angle disappeared. Its feathers now had a soft luster, tempting one to touch them. It even has this function. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and gently stroked the eagle's head. What surprised him was that a strong suction force came from the seemingly soft feathers, firmly holding his hand in place. Wow! Mom doesn't have to worry about me being blown away by the wind anymore. Feeling this, Lu Chen was overjoyed. With a push on the eagle's head, he leaped up, and the majestic suction force firmly held him in place as soon as his buttocks touched the eagle's back. The comfortable and soft feeling spread from his buttocks throughout his body, making him feel extremely content. Take off! Lu Chen patted the eagle's back. Immediately, a strong wind roared, making his hair stand on end. At the same time, the scene in front of him began to rapidly shrink. When he blinked again, Lu Chen was astonished to find himself already 100 meters above the ground. The high altitude, with the raging wind, felt like a giant's mournful cry, stirring the soul. However, due to the magical suction force on the sky-shattering Divine Eagle's feathers, Lu Chen's body remained steady without any swaying. He extended his head, curiously observing the scenery in the distance. He had never felt the white clouds so close to him. In an instant, a sense of freedom and excitement welled up from the depths of his heart. He, Lu Chen, was also a person with a flying spirit beast. Let's go! Let me see what's going on at the spatial crack. Lu Chen patted the eagle's back again, almost shouting hoarsely. It wasn't that he wanted to be so loud, but the wind was too intense that others wouldn't hear him if he didn't speak loudly. Following his master's instructions, the sky-shattering Divine Eagle let out a loud cry, as if reminding its master to hold on tight. The next moment, the scene rapidly changed, and the intense spatial fluctuations pressed towards Lu Chen like an endless tide. At the same time, the howling wind suddenly ceased. The howling wind subsided, leaving no more noise in his ears. The extreme transition from movement to stillness, coupled with the constant pressure of spatial fluctuations around him, made Lu Chen feel nauseous. Fortunately, soon enough, the same spatial fluctuations rose from the body of the shattered space Divine Eagle beneath him. After the two fluctuations collided and dissipated, they could hardly affect Lu Chen anymore. Finally, he adapted to the feeling of shuttling through spatial crevices and had the energy to observe the nature of these spaces. Looking around, he saw endless black chaotic streams shuttling back and forth, overwhelming his senses. The spatial crevice resembled an inverted cylindrical tunnel with a pure black interior and chaotic streams shuttling inside. Occasionally, colorful flashes crossed Lu Chen's vision. He knew that touching these color patches would instantly shuttle him back to reality. After a while, the novelty in Lu Chen's heart faded. He commanded the shattered space divine eagle to return to the beast space and land in the original spot. In front of the other beasts, Lu Chen named it on the spot, Voidwing. Your name shall be Voidwing. As a spatial beast with unique feathers, Voidwing was a fitting name. Initially, considering its flying characteristics, Lu Chen thought of naming the shattered space divine eagle Flying Wing, but then he reconsidered. It wouldn't make sense for a beast and its master to share a name, would it? It would be too ridiculous if this got out. So, Flying Wing became Voidwing, which sounded appropriate and pleasant. Upon hearing the bestowed name, Voidwing's sharp eyes lit up, its feathers spread out again, and it let out a joyful eagle cry. As usual, after playing with the beast for a while to build rapport, Lu Chen left the beast space and returned to reality. Without delay, he took out his phone. Upon seeing the bank information on the screen, a smile crept onto his face. 10 million Huaxia coins, added to the various resources he had obtained in the primordial secret realm. It totaled to about 15 million Huaxia coins. So much money, plus the super discount attached to the black gold card gifted by Wang Shuriao. 39% off. In other words, the 15 million Huaxia coins in Lu Chen's hands could be used as 40 million in the Wanbao Pavilion. Such a vast sum of money was enough to evolve one of Lu Chen's beasts to SSS rank. At that time, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Lu Chen had already decided which beast's aptitude level to enhance. Since he was going to enhance, he would enhance the strongest one at present. That was Black Scale. Moreover, Black Scale's skill, Devouring Heaven Power, allowed it to digest the immense energy contained in the evolutionary resources at the fastest speed, converting it into its own strength. In the upcoming melee in 5 days, every bit of strength gained meant an additional layer of security. As for the other beasts, Lu Chen believed that after the next melee, evolving them all once more would not be a problem. With this thought, Lu Chen stood up from the bed, gulped down a bottle of mineral water to calm his excitement, and then picked up the black gold card and bank card, put on a mask, and headed towards the Wanbao Pavilion in the capital city. For resources of this level, Lu Chen had to personally inspect the Wanbao Pavilion to ensure everything was in order before he could rest assured. The capital city had well-developed transportation, and in just half an hour, Lu Chen had arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, perhaps due to drinking too much water. As soon as he got out of the taxi, Lu Chen felt a sudden urge to urinate, from his prostate straight to the top of his head. The refreshing sensation made him ignore the enthusiastic inquiries of several shopping guides and rush to the restroom. Legs crossed, splash. The intense sound of water hitting the rocks echoed from below. After being released, Lu Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his pants, and went to the restroom outside to wash his hands. While washing his hands, he heard a suppressed cry from outside. Soon after, there was a man's aggressive voice. "What are you good for? You've been here for a month and haven't closed a single deal. Are you here at Wanbao Pavilion just for the basic salary?" Useless. Lu Chen ignored these insults. He was no saint and couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. He shook off the water on his hands, took 2 pieces of paper from the nearby tissue box to dry his hands, and then swaggered out. He saw a customer coming out. The man who was cursing suddenly softened his angry expression and smiled kindly at Lu Chen. The girl who was scolded also lifted her head, tears in her eyes, looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen just glanced casually, but that glance froze him in place. His mind and heart shook. Sister? Lu Chen took 2 steps forward, looking at the woman in front of him, her face covered in tears. In disbelief. This appearance, clearly his full-blooded sister, Lu Fian. When Lu Guanzhong married Zheng Fengxia, he was equally cruel to Lu Fian. Perhaps because Lu Fian was beautiful, Zheng Fengxia treated her even more harshly than Lu Chen, often resorting to physical abuse and neglecting to provide food and water. It was precisely because of this that when Lu Chen was still young, Lu Fian left home early and disappeared without a trace, as if she had vanished from the world. Lu Chen had almost forgotten about this sister who shared the deepest blood connection with him. In his remaining memories, he only remembered how kind and caring Lu Fian was to him. Just like a mother, she always made sure he got to taste anything good first. It was because of this that Lu Chen was devastated after she disappeared. Even when he was young and ignorant, he had secretly resented her for not taking him away. But now, thinking back, surviving alone in the world as a 12 or 13-year-old girl was already extremely difficult. Adding a few-year-old boy to the equation, the chances of both surviving were probably less than 1 in 1,000. It was even possible that they would be stopped not far from home by patrolling officials and sent back, facing even more cruel torment. Therefore, when he saw Lu Fian again, Lu Chen was extremely excited and happy. This elder sister was now his only family. Before this moment, he had thought she had already left this world. I'm not. Sir, are you mistaking me for someone else? As Lu Chen approached, Lu Fian quickly lowered her head, tilting her body slightly to the right, attempting to cover the obvious handprint on her cheek with her long hair. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's joyful mood suddenly cooled down. The anger in his heart surged like molten lava. His gaze was as cold as a knife as he swept it over the man's face, as if he wanted to tear him apart. The man with a tattoo on his neck felt as if a steel blade had been thrust into his forehead, his whole body covered in sweat. He forced a smile and explained, "Sir, you must have mistaken her. Lu Fian has no parents, no relatives, she's an orphan." It was indeed her. Hearing this explanation, Lu Chen's suspicions only grew stronger. He approached again, almost pressing against Lu Fian, lifting her chin with his hand. Lu Chen stared into her tearful, reddened eyes and asked, word by word, "Why are you avoiding me?" With that, his hand wiped over the handprint on her face. The calloused hand of the tattooed man was as hard as iron, and with a strong blow, he directly slapped Lu Fian's cheek, leaving it red and swollen. Even on the right side of his face, there were faint blood streaks meandering down, looking extremely ferocious. What's going on? Seeing Lu Fian still cowering, Lu Chen didn't want to push too hard. He just turned around and, as if looking at a dead person, stared at the tattooed man and asked sternly. At this moment, the tattooed man finally reacted. "Damn, how could I be scared by this little brat?" He cursed inwardly. Lu Fian was so trashy. What kind of tough character could her brother be? Why should he show such respect to her? Thinking like this, the tattooed man revealed an unbridled smile on his face. "In our Wanbao pavilion, losers deserve to be beaten. Don't agree? Resign then. This job, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who want to. And you stinky brat, look at you. If you're not buying anything, don't come to my Wanbao pavilion. Wasting time. Really, I don't know how the security is managed. Letting all kinds of trash out? Ha!" As the tattooed man spoke, he scanned Lu Chen's attire up and down. Seeing that there was no brand on him, not even a total of 2,000 yuan on his whole body, his disdain in his eyes grew stronger. Even as he spoke, he spat contemptuously at Lu Chen's feet. The contempt was undisguised. Hearing this, Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry. Lu Fian was the one who got anxious first. She raised her head, tears in her eyes, but her tone was resolute. "I'm not a loser. It's you, deliberately suppressing me, assigning me to the waste beast egg area. Who in their right mind would spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy a waste beast egg? Isn't it normal to have no performance?" Hearing Lu Fian's accusation, the tattooed man smiled indifferently, his greedy wolf-like eyes passing over Lu Fian's beautiful face. Finally, they landed on her chest, which was heaving with anger. He discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then said again, "Deliberately suppressing? Don't be ridiculous. Who is responsible for this area? You have no education, not even a junior high school diploma, no background. So if you don't do it, who will? Or maybe, you stop working, let me have a go at you. Ha ha ha." At the end, the tattooed man burst into a wild laugh. Everything he said was obviously made up. This waste area had always been served by all the salespersons together. After all, there weren't many people interested in the things in this area to begin with. By arranging Lu Fian like this, he naturally wanted to force her severely, making her unable to bear the dual pressure of work and reality, and then, to submit to his tyranny. Thinking about it, Zhou Wenwei, the tattooed man, became even more excited. Today, he was going to completely crush her self-esteem in front of everyone, turning her into his dog, for his own use. Thinking of that filthy scene, Zhou Wenwei became even more excited, an unnatural flush appearing on his face. Just then, Lu Chen had turned his body completely. He looked expressionlessly at Zhou Wenwei, who was laughing wildly. Suddenly, He took a step forward, his shoulders slightly sinking, twisting his waist from behind. In an instant, with the combined force of his waist and shoulder, his whole body tensed like a taut bow. Every muscle in his body stretched to the extreme. Then, his right hand, the size of a fan, drew a perfect semicircle in the air and fiercely struck Joe Wenway's ugly, sneering face. Smack! A loud slap echoed throughout the Wanbao pavilion. For a moment, not only the people around the restroom heard this bomb-like sound, even in the main hall of Wanbao pavilion, everyone heard this thunderous sound. And Joe Wenway, he couldn't bear it. At this moment, he was like being bombed by a missile, and he flew back several meters directly, until his body harshly collided with the wall behind him. The momentum of this retreat was barely stopped. Joe Wenway staggered to his feet from the ground, feeling a buzzing sensation engulfing his mind and ears. His right cheek had lost all sensation, feeling numb as if half of his face had been slapped off and no longer belonged to him. You dare spit! He struggled to raise his hand, pointing at Lu Chen as if to scold him. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized there were numerous hard pebbles moving in his mouth. He immediately bent over and spat out the foreign objects. In that instant of recognizing the shape of the foreign object, a dizzying sensation rose in his mind. These were not small stones at all. They were unmistakably his own white tooth. At this moment, his once neatly aligned rows of teeth now only had a few wobbling teeth left on the bloody gums. Speaking was no longer a matter of leaking air but rather all air. You're finished, damn it! Intentionally hurting someone. I won't let you off with just 10 years in prison. My surname is not Joe. Seeing the shattered teeth on the ground, Joe Wenway's anger surged. He glared at Lu Chen and uttered harsh words. The crowd attracted by the commotion also looked at Lu Chen with approval. Exactly. So young and yet so ruthless. Ah, he looks quite spirited. But why is he so heavy-handed? The staff who knew Joe Wenway's true nature whispered to each other, this Joe guy has no shame, always trying to harass young girls. I know of at least 7 or 8 cases. He's really despicable, and he just discards them after using them, like throwing out trash. Several girls have been driven crazy by him. Disgusting. Well done. It's a pity for this handsome guy. Joe Wenway has connections, although he looks like just an assistant team leader. His uncle is the deputy manager of our branch, ranking only below the manager and store manager. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Moreover, with such injuries, even if this handsome guy is right, he won't get any justice. Unless, this handsome guy also has connections, the kind with significant background. Hearing this, the previously excited salespeople fell silent, looking at Lu Chen with pity in their eyes. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs. Soon, a muscular man in a suit descended with a team of security guards. Assistant manager Su Xiu quickly scanned the scene, his gaze pausing on Lu Chen for a moment before turning to his nephew. With just one glance, his brows furrowed deeply, silently cursing the situation. This guy really went all out. That swollen half of his face was barely distinguishable from a pig's head. Thinking of his sister's plea, Su Xiu felt a headache coming on. Seeing his uncle, Joe Wenway immediately wailed, scrambling over and clutching Su Xiu's thigh, crying out, "Uncle, look at what that bastard did to me. He must be caught and punished. I want him to suffer." Hearing this address, Su Xiu furrowed his brows again. How many times had he said to address by job title at work? Why couldn't this kid change his ways? However, as a relative connected by blood, he pulled Joe Wenway up from the ground and led a team of people to Lu Chen. Su Xiu remained silent, frowning and staring expressionlessly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood still, also expressionless, meeting his gaze. The two men stared at each other for a moment, the atmosphere becoming extremely tense. Even the onlookers subconsciously held their breath, afraid to attract the attention of the two. Finally, Su Xiuxian couldn't hold back and questioned, "Do you know who I am?" Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at him in surprise. "Are you so famous that I must know you for no reason?" Seeing Lu Chen shake his head, Su Xiuxian's face darkened even more. A sly smile played at the corner of his mouth as he ominously said, "No worries, you will soon know." The confidence and composure he exuded caused the onlookers to gasp and inquire about the identity of the man in the suit. Upon learning that Su Xiuxian was the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, they shook their heads and looked at Lu Chen with a hint of pity. Lu Fian behind Lu Chen was at a loss, nervously fidgeting with her clothes, her eyes filled with self-blame. In her view, if it weren't for her
her younger brother wouldn't have encountered such a dangerous situation.
Indeed, I am a jinx. My mother is, my brother is, anyone who encounters me will have bad luck, Lu Fian thought to herself, her face as pale as gold paper. At the same time, she made up her mind to save her only brother by any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity and integrity. Come, take this ignorant brat away from me. Let him know how to pronounce and write my name. Su Xiuxian. Su Xiuxian gestured with a big hand. The many burly men behind him immediately approached Lu Chen with menacing looks. However, before they could get close, Lu Chen coldly spoke. I don't know who gave you the confidence. You foolish dog. Open your eyes wide and see what this is. As he spoke, he pulled out a thin but high-quality card from his pocket. The pure black background made the card look understated yet prestigious. The front of the card was inscribed with a golden treasure character in seal script. On the back was the equally golden character Lu. Moreover, the four edges of this black and gold card were intricately adorned with elaborate patterns resembling dragons and phoenixes. Exceptionally majestic, clearly not an ordinary item. The black gold card. The moment Lu Chen took out the black gold card, the whole place fell silent. Most of them had no idea what was in Lu Chen's hand. After all, this item was of such high rank that ordinary people couldn't even come into contact with it, let alone understand it. However, Lu Chen's confidence and composure in producing the card were undeniable. The aura of nobility emanating from the card was equally genuine. For a moment, everyone was speculating in their hearts. Could this masked young man really be a scion of a prominent family in the capital? The situation suddenly reversed. Not to mention the onlookers, even Su Xiuxian was momentarily stunned when Lu Chen revealed the black gold card. Others might not recognize its value, but as the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, how could he not know what it represented? The black gold card, the symbol of the highest status in Wanbao Pavilion. The holder of this card was not only a distinguished guest of Wanbao Pavilion but also a significant figure in China and even the whole world. However, Su Xiuxian quickly snapped out of his shock. He looked at Lu Chen, his disdain becoming more apparent. The sly smile at the corner of his mouth soon turned into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Clown. A clown. If you had brought a gold card, I might have doubted your identity. But you fool, how could you be so brainless as to forge a black gold card? The black gold card is meant for purebloods like you, right? Are you here to entertain us? Do you even know what the black gold card signifies at Wanbao Pavilion? Supreme status, top-notch treatment. This kind of character always has bodyguards following them. How can you be so alone? Ha ha ha. Su Xiu laughed uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. Since becoming the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, he had never encountered such a fool. Coming to Wanbao Pavilion pretending to be a big shot with a fake black gold card. Watching Su Xiu laughing uncontrollably while clutching his stomach, the impatience on Lu Chen's face became more apparent. To be honest, he had an aversion to stupidity, and the current performance of this uncle and nephew duo was making his condition worse. At this moment, he felt as if there were countless ants crawling all over his body. In an instant, his impatience turned into coldness. With a flick of his right wrist, the black gold card in his hand turned into a black line shooting towards Su Xiu. The sound of breaking through the air echoed. The whistling wind sounded like the whisper of death, abruptly silencing Su Xiu's laughter. Huaqing University emphasizes practical combat, cultivating not only the combat ability of beast tamers but also the combat ability of beast tamer masters. The latter was personally trained by Principal Xiong Mengxiong as a trainer for Lu Chen. Coupled with Lu Chen's exceptional wit, even with just a few days, his combat ability soared rapidly. Various combat skills were ingrained in him. Therefore, the black gold card flew through the air at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the security guard's encirclement, carrying a howling cold wind straight towards Su Xiu's face. Sensing the naked killing intent on the black gold card, Su Xiu suddenly turned his head to the left. The sound of flesh being torn apart resounded in his ears. The stench of blood splattered into his nostrils, the strong smell of blood making Su Xiu feel nauseous, but the more ferocious stabbing pain surged from his right ear. Under the intense pain, Su Xiu clutched his head, writhing on the ground like a worm. Not far behind him, a semicircular ear lay quietly on the ground. The crimson blood dyed the white tiles a deep red. Open your dog eyes wide and see if this black gold card is fake. At the same time, Lu Chen's cold voice cut through the noisy crowd and reached Su Xiu's ears clearly. The onlookers were completely shocked by Lu Chen's readiness to act. They subconsciously took 2 steps back, afraid of being involved. The seemingly strong security guards also discreetly retreated. After all, for just a few thousand yuan in wages, who would risk their lives for Wanbao Pavilion? This young man either had a powerful background or was completely insane. Either way, it was not something their small security team could handle. For a moment, everyone stared at Lu Chen in silence. The scene was as quiet as a graveyard. Countless doubts arose in everyone's minds. Where did this young man get his confidence from? Deliberately hurting people one after another. Isn't he afraid of ending up in jail? Just then, footsteps more urgent than Su Xiu's entrance echoed from the building. A white-haired old man wearing tortoiseshell glasses and impeccably dressed hurried down the stairs. Huang Xianxian at this moment had completely lost his usual elegance and composure as a store manager. He practically jumped down the stairs in 3 steps. At first glance, he didn't look at the cowardly security guards for the visibly injured Zhou Wenwei and Su Xiu, who had lost an ear. Huang Xianxian's eyes were fixed on the black gold card lying in a pool of blood. The large treasure character on the front made his heart tremble. Almost instinctively, he disregarded the bloodstains and picked up the black gold card from the pool of blood. The most sincere and humble smile appeared on Huang Xianxian's face. He bent down and carefully wiped the blood off the card. Then he walked quickly to Lu Chen, bent his waist even lower, almost burying his head in his crotch. He twisted his shoulders, clasped his hands together and raised them above his head, presenting the black gold card to Lu Chen, and said in a low and deferential voice, "Respected Mr. Lu, the management of this store is inadequate, leading to the disrespect shown to our esteemed guest. I hope for your understanding." This scene directly stunned everyone present. Their eyes looking at Lu Chen were filled with shock as if they were looking at a ghost or deity. These people never expected that a young man could make the branch manager of Wanbao Pavilion so respectful, almost to a humble degree. Manager, are you mistaken? How can the black gold card be in the hands of such a young man? This card must be fake. Even if this card is real, then this brat must have stolen it by some means. Su Xiu, seeing this scene, was even more shocked to the core. He no longer cared about the pain in his ears. Rushing towards the manager in a crawl, he tightly grabbed Huang Xinchuan's calf with his hands covered in blood, unable to stop slandering. Hearing this, Huang Xinchuan, who was already annoyed, immediately kicked Su Xiu several meters away. Coincidentally, Su Xiu's body rolled several times in midair. Finally, the violent collision with the ground was on the right side of his head. His ear, which was already bleeding, suffered another blow. The pain, the refreshing sensation, almost made Su Xiu faint on the spot. Zhou Wenwei, who was waiting on the side to watch his uncle teach Lu Chen a lesson, was also shocked beyond measure. His eyes widened like a leader, his mouth unable to close, staring at his uncle lying on the ground like a dead dog. Suddenly, Zhou Wenwei felt a strong sense of regret and unreality. He looked back at Lu Chen and Lu Fian behind him. No matter how hard Zhou Wenwei tried to figure it out, he couldn't understand how Lu Fian, who used to be like a doormat, inexplicably had such a powerful relative. Was it pretending to be weak to catch the enemy off guard? Or was it a rich girl experiencing life? If you had this status earlier, you could have just said so. We would have treated you with respect, arranged for you to have a high commission in that area, and closed deals quickly. Why did it have to come to this? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wenwei's mind like a movie. At that moment, Zhou Wenwei suddenly felt an extreme pain in his calf. It was as if some creature was desperately tearing at his muscles. He instinctively looked down and his eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He saw his uncle, who had always been good to him, dragging his disabled body on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood, like a maggot crawling towards his feet. With a gaping mouth, he crazily gnawed at Zhou Wenwei's calf. With each bite, large chunks of flesh were torn off. The crimson blood mixed with muscle tissue splattered around, dyeing the ground as grim as the realm of demons. It's all because of you. You ruined my life. Bastard. Scum. I want you dead. Su Xiu mumbled as he gnawed at his nephew's muscles. His eyes were filled with anger and madness. How could he not hate it? How could he not go crazy? He had worked so hard for many years, sacrificed so much dignity just to reach this position, but he hadn't enjoyed it for long. Just because of a nephew, he had provoked such a formidable enemy. His bright future was ruined in an instant. Maybe even his life would end today. How could he not hate it? How could he not go crazy?
This earth-shattering reversal made the Wanbao Pavilion salespeople hiding in the crowd watching the scene feel extremely relieved. Zhou Wenwei finally met his match this time. Humph. Those who do evil will eventually perish. His backer is also going down. Backing? A deputy manager is nothing in front of a black gold card holder. Fian is really lucky to have such a big shot helping her. I want one too. Me too. As for Lu Chen, he didn't even reach out to take the black gold card handed to him. It was as if he couldn't see it, turning directly to face Lu Fian. In an instant, the icy expression on his face melted away like spring water. In its place was a rare softness on Lu Chen's face. It's okay, sister. You've worked hard all these years. Seeing her younger brother grown to this extent with her own eyes, Lu Fian's tense heart suddenly relaxed, and her slender beautiful eyes showed excitement and relief. And when she heard the words from Lu Chen's mouth, so plain, yet so sincere, it was as if the happiness she had been tirelessly seeking for years but never found had suddenly appeared. In a flash, her tense expression softened, her eyes instantly reddened. Years of pent-up thoughts rushed in like a tidal wave. She looked at Lu Chen, sniffled slightly, and revealed a brilliant smile. Yes, different from the warmth here. Behind Lu Chen, the store manager's raised hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, in his mind, he was cursing Su Zayatuo with all the dirty words he had learned in his lifetime. He was just about to have a good nap in the afternoon. But this guy, a call from headquarters came directly, and he was scolded from head to toe. But compared to being scolded, the information revealed in the other party's words made Huang Xianxian's drowsiness instantly dissipate, and a chill rose in his heart. A black gold card holder, bullied in my branch. Two thoughts were wildly jumping in Huang Xianxian's mind, finally forming a big death character. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed out from the well-insulated rest area. But the scene before him had turned his mood from head to toe cold. The trembling now was not from exhaustion but from fear. At this moment, Huang Xianxian felt that the black gold card in his hand, though thin, was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. This small card carried his future and even his life. If he didn't handle this young man in front of him well, then, the result of this matter would probably not be as simple as Su Xiu and others resigning and going to jail. Even he, as the store manager, would be affected. While Lu Chen was comforting Lu Fian, a harsh breaking sound rang in everyone's ears, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lu Chen also turned around to look outside the store. There, an exaggerated and unique sports car drifted smoothly to a stop at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. Wisps of white smoke rose from the tires. At the same time, the car door opened upwards, and a middle-aged man with muscles almost bursting out of his clothes quickly jumped out from the passenger seat. His hair was gray, his face firm, his demeanor restrained and calm, clearly a formidable figure. But at this moment, the eyes that had seen countless storms in the past were now showing a hint of panic. After jumping out of the car, the middle-aged man strode into Wanbao Pavilion without hesitation. Like a lion, he pushed his way into the crowd. Almost without speaking, the onlookers were intimidated by his powerful aura, subconsciously taking a few steps back to make way for a path wide enough for him to pass through. The middle-aged man's gaze quickly swept over the scene in front of him. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Lu Chen's still furrowed brow, and behind Lu Chen, the tear-streaked, pitifully beautiful woman. At this moment, the slap mark on Lu Fian's face had not yet faded. The bright red imprint seemed to directly strike the middle-aged man's heart. Shen Bufan had followed the Wanbao Pavilion's master to roam the society for many years. Subsequently, he was personally arranged by Wang Shiyao, the designated cabinet master of Wanbao Pavilion, to serve as a driver and steward by his side to ensure his safety. In daily life, Wang Shiyao also showed great respect and trust towards him. It could be said that Shen Bufan was already one of the top figures in Wanbao Pavilion apart from those few big shots. He believed that over the years, he had not encountered any major challenges. However, when he saw the slap mark on Lu Fian's face, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. A sense of injustice rushed from his heart, making it hard to swallow. Damn it, the relationship that the young master painstakingly built up, with gifts and intelligence all ruined by you useless bunch. Shen Bufan roared in his mind. The wrinkles on his face twitched along with his tense muscles, adding a few more traces of killing intent and hostility to his already serious face. In an instant, everyone present felt a chill in their throats, as if a sharp blade was placed at their necks. For a moment, this silent killing intent turned the previously noisy scene into complete silence. Everyone was frantically speculating, who is this man? Like a lion,
With such momentum, even the store manager Huang Xin, who had been bowing and facing away from Shen Bufan, faintly felt something amiss. He lowered his head a bit more and looked back through the gap between his legs. Tap, tap, tap. The hurried footsteps came from behind. A pair of shiny leather shoes entered Huang Xian's sight along with the sound. What brand is this? Huang Xian thought to himself, trying to distract his restless emotions. The next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right buttock. Then, as if hit by a giant dragon, he staggered and fell several steps to the left. This sudden attack caught Huang Xian completely off guard. Even the black gold card in his hand slipped and flew into the air due to the momentum. Do you, a useless thing, have the qualification to touch the black gold card with your hands? Before Huang Xian could steady himself, Shen Bufan said coldly, reaching out to catch the black gold card floating in the air. Shen, Mr. Shen, why are you here? When Huang Xian stood up and saw the identity of the person, he was struck as if by lightning, saying incredulously, this was one of the top figures in Wanbao Pavilion. Not only the close friend of the current cabinet master but also the guardian of the next cabinet master. His status was noble and unique. Even he had come for this matter. It seemed that the identity of the cardholder was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. What are you standing there for? Go pick up the ear. Whose ear is it? Swallow it yourself. Hearing Shen Bufan's furious voice, Huang Xian immediately stopped rubbing his buttocks, rushed forward, and grabbed the ear in his hand. Then he twisted Su Xiu's head, pulling his hair with one hand and pressing on his throat with the other, forcing Su Xiu to open his mouth. Subsequently, with a great force, Huang Xian forcefully stuffed the bloody ear into Su Xiu's mouth. He released his right hand and raised it up. His elbow struck directly at Su Xiu's face. A single elbow strike shattered all of Su Xiu's resistance. Su Xiu, like a zombie, numbly swallowed his own ear. The scene of blood splattering made everyone present frown. Their fear of this middle-aged man escalated. With just a few words, he could command a branch manager of Wanbao Pavilion like a dog. This status was extraordinary. How should such a prestigious figure handle this farce? Should he forcefully maintain the dignity of Wanbao Pavilion? Use his power to oppress and force the young man to show weakness? Or should they have an equal exchange, each taking their share of the blame to calm things down? However, what no one expected was, amid the gaze of the crowd, beneath the cold expression of Lu Qin, the middle-aged man who had been as proud as an enraged lion actually bent his waist lower than a long spear, bowing deeply to Lu Qin, without any explanation or complaint. His words were filled only with sincere apologies and intentions of compensation. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the unpleasant experience you had at the Wanbao Pavilion today. I guarantee on the reputation of Wanbao Pavilion to compensate Mr. Lu with 20 million Huaxia coins, in hopes of your understanding. Furthermore, I assure you that such incidents will never occur again within Wanbao Pavilion. At the same time, regarding the compensation for Miss Lu, we will reach a decision by 8 o'clock tonight. As for the employees who disturbed our most esteemed guests at Wanbao Pavilion, here, Shen Bufan's sincere tone suddenly carried a hint of severity. They will be dealt with according to the rules of Wanbao Pavilion, with facial tattoos and tongues cut, all earnings confiscated, and heavy fines imposed. Those unable to pay the fines will be immediately sent to the wilderness, searching for resources day and night until death. Hearing such a sincere apology, Lu Chen's expression immediately eased. This Wanbao Pavilion, this Wang Shiyao, was quite interesting, starting with a compensation of 20 million, and he had his black gold card. With the discounts from the black gold card, this 20 million could be used as 50 million. With this compensation, not to mention evolving the black scales, even evolving Boss Jean once again would be a sure thing. Moreover, the saved money could even gather enough resources for half the evolution of a royal beast. This guy made money much faster than him searching for special resources in the secret realm. Furthermore, Wanbao Pavilion was very considerate. The compensation was not only for him but also for Lu Fian. Although he didn't know the specifics of the compensation, judging by the other party's usual style, the items compensated must be extraordinary. And most importantly, Shen Bufan's final punishment was extremely satisfying. In the world of royal beasts, major forces often had their own set of rules. They followed national laws while also somewhat independent of them. Like the rules of Wanbao Pavilion, they had numerous penalties for employees who harmed the interests of the pavilion. According to the laws of Huaxia, Su Xiuzhou and Wen Hui, were just provoking trouble? At most sentenced to 2 or 3 years. How could this avenge Lu Chen's grievances? How could it alleviate Lu Fian's pain from being slapped? However, these force regulations were different. These rules were harsh and brutal. As long as they didn't directly kill someone, almost all other punishments were tacitly approved by the country. Facial tattoos involved special ink being inscribed on the face. This ink was almost impossible to remove by any means and was one of the symbols of heinous criminals. It was also a means of insult and trampling on one's dignity. Once subjected to facial tattoos, the person would inevitably face a lot of strange looks in society. Finding a decent job would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Tongue cutting, also known as tongue pulling, was even more bloody and brutal. As the name suggests, it involved directly pulling out a person's tongue. How painful this procedure was, one could imagine for themselves. Many prisoners couldn't bear the psychological fear and physical torture during the execution, choosing to commit suicide. However, Wanbao Pavilion's punishment didn't stop there. After tormenting the spirit and body, their property would be confiscated. Everything earned during their time at Wanbao Pavilion would be seized. Additionally, they would have to pay substantial fines. But if their property was confiscated, where would they get the money to pay the fines? Therefore, without exception, all these people would be sent to the wilderness to harvest special resources. How harsh were the conditions in the wilderness? Unable to fill their stomachs, unable to cover their bodies, without a stable place to live, living in constant anxiety and unease all day long. Those who can survive for more than a year are considered lucky. Most people, after spending half a year in the wilderness, are tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. It can be said that those who go through the process of being punished, fined, and exiled have their fates predetermined by the king of hell. As for why some people still accept such strict rules, it's simple: those who accept it receive a salary that is 50% higher than those who don't. It's as straightforward as that. No one would refuse money. With this thought, Lu Chen's expression completely softened. Uncle Shun, you are really making it difficult for me. Please get up quickly. With such power, it's normal to have some scum and trash inside. I understand. He helped Shen Bufan up. Shen Bufan, as Wang Shiyao's personal bodyguard, had naturally met Lu Chen before and even exchanged a few words. They knew each other's names. Upon hearing this, Shen Bufan's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lu is right. However, I cannot ignore the unpleasant experience that our employees bring to our customers at Wanbao Pavilion. Speaking of which, I must thank Mr. Lu for exposing these troublemakers at Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Bufan paused slightly and explained further. My young master instructed me to handle this matter the moment he found out about it. He is currently studying abroad and unable to come back immediately. I hope Mr. Lu can understand. Their conversation was not deliberately lowered in volume. Every word was clear enough for others to hear. These people all had similar expressions, as if they were mass-produced clay figurines crafted by Manhwa. They all had wide-open mouths, their eyes filled with shock. Wow! They had expected a grand conflict between this middle-aged man and the mysterious young man. However, what they anticipated did not happen at all. This imposing middle-aged man appeared meek and submissive in front of the young man, almost like a child. And what Shen Bufan said next left everyone dizzy. A compensation of 20 million. How much money was that? How many zeros were there after the 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They counted on their fingers until they reached the 7th zero. The length of this bank deposit was longer than their lives. The punishments Shen Bufan mentioned afterwards sent shivers down everyone's spines. It was then that they realized the aura of solemnity emanating from Shen Bufan was not an act. It was real. In just a few words, he decided the fate of several people. When they heard the words young master, these people were completely stunned. So, uncle, you're not the highest rank after all? Is it the steward of the truly powerful one? Just a steward, yet he suffocated everyone? How strong is the background of this young master? Capable of covering up everything with just a word? And this young man, respected and treated by everyone, acting recklessly, what kind of terrifying background did he have? They didn't even dare to think about it. They just kept scanning Lu Chen's face with their eyes, as if trying to see his true face through the mask. As for Su Xiuzhou, Wen Hui, Huang Xin, they were lying in a pool of blood, their faces ashen. Their wide-open eyes showed no emotion. If it weren't for the occasional rise and fall of their chests due to breathing, these people would have looked like they were dead. They were numb. The gap was just too big. So big that these people couldn't even muster the will to resist. I can only accept my fate. There's no other choice. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves from the three individuals, fearing even a hint of bad luck. Mr. Liu, do you want to witness these people being punished? Shen Bufan asked respectfully, gesturing towards the intertwined trio collapsed on the ground, showing no concern for their fate. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need. You all can handle it. I have a kind heart and can't stand the sight of blood. Upon hearing this, Shan Bufan, who was leading the way, almost stumbled in disbelief. He turned to look at Lu Chen, then at the bloodstains all over the room. Goodness, you have a kind heart, yet caused such a commotion? Suppressing his inner thoughts, Shen Bufan masked his surprise with a smile. Mr. Liu is truly a pillar of the nation. I will accompany you throughout your shopping today. Follow me. Shen Bufan bent his body and gestured respectfully. Lu Chen followed his lead towards the Wanbao Pavilion warehouse. Lu Fian trailed behind him. The three left, leaving behind chaos and a stunned crowd. A true man indeed. Mr. Liu, are there prominent Liu families in the capital? I've never heard of them. A young man with the surname Liu. Could he be the SSS-Level talented student? Lu Chen? Hey, don't say that. But you might be right. No wonder even the high-ranking members of Wanbao Pavilion treat him with such caution. The crowd speculated openly, showing increased respect for Lu Chen. After all, he was set to embark on a mission for the country's benefit in a few days. The three individuals lying in the blood-soaked mess sensed Lu Chen and Shen Bufan leaving. Their scattered thoughts began to clear. There's a chance. A thought flashed through their minds. Taking advantage of the crowded scene, the three immediately stood up, intending to slip away quietly. However, before reaching the exit, they were firmly captured by a group of black-clad strong men. Gentlemen, come with us. The leader grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. On the other side, Lu Chen and his companions had already left through the back door, arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion warehouse in a private car. The warehouse mentioned by Shen Bufan was not a small storage facility but the core warehouse of Wanbao Pavilion headquarters, housing only high-level special resources. Ordinary people, let alone entering, would be chased away by Wanbao Pavilion patrols if they tried to observe from a distance. However, under Shen Bufan's guidance, they had a smooth journey. The headquarters warehouse was situated halfway up a small mountain, with steep peaks, swirling clouds, and occasional birds flying by, resembling a fairyland. Please come in. Shen Bufan stood at the warehouse door, gesturing to the guard to open it. He then respectfully welcomed Lu Chen inside. Without formalities, Lu Chen stepped into the warehouse. The first impression was grand. It was vast and magnificent, with a dazzling display that left a profound visual impact. The second floor houses top-tier special resources. The first floor contains high-level special resources. The true dragon blood you seek is in the upper left corner. Light attribute resources are on the left middle. 5 elements spirit cores and other resources are in the central area of the first floor. All resources are accompanied by brief descriptions and corresponding values. You can easily find what you need. Shen Bufan didn't say much, but each word hit the mark, meeting Lu Chen's requirements. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Bufan immediately said, "Please go ahead. I'll wait outside the warehouse." Lu Fian also had sharp eyes and knew that her younger brother was about to do something big. Instead of insisting on following him, she waited outside the warehouse with Shen Bufan for Lu Ken. "Be quick," Lu Ken said to her before turning towards the center. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the vast energy inside the warehouse, roaring like a fierce tiger, flowing like waves, boundless and endless. It can be considered a treasure for cultivation. He sighed inwardly. However, the level of energy here was still much lower compared to his beast taming space, estimated to be about 30 to 40 times that of the normal outside environment. There was still a long way to go before reaching 100-fold. Arriving at the center, Lu Ken carefully searched for traces of the elemental spirit cores on the shelves. Soon, his eyes lit up, and he slightly raised his right hand, holding a wooden box. Upon opening it slightly, the surging elemental energy leaped out, splashing his face. His eyes flickered, and the Eye of Ascension instantly activated. No problem. Lu Ken closed the wooden box, put it in his bag, and walked towards the left. These elemental spirit cores were the best of the best, perfect for beast evolution. Following the same process, With the help of the Eye of Ascension, Liu Kang could determine the quality of each resource with just a glance. He selected the best few items from among the myriad treasures, packed them up, and took them away. At this point, all the resources needed for Black Scale and Boss Gene to advance to SSS rank were gathered. A total expenditure of 7 million Huaxia coins, just the essence blood of the 5 true dragons of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth cost Liu Kang a whopping 3 million Huaxia coins. It was like feeding on gold rather than aiding in beast evolution. However, with the generous discount from the Black Gold card, Liu Kang only needed 2,730,000 Huaxia coins. As for the remaining 200,000 or so Huaxia coins, along with the gains from this special adventure, totaling over 500,000 Huaxia coins, he didn't keep them but used them to search for half of the resources needed for the White Jade Sphere's further evolution. He managed to collect 2 out of the 4 evolution resources, which was quite satisfactory. If it weren't for Su Xiao and the others, I'm afraid I would have bankrupted myself just to evolve Black Scale. Liu Kang sighed. What a stroke of luck. This was truly a blessing in disguise. Lost in his thoughts, Liu Kang unconsciously found himself outside the door. To his surprise, it wasn't just Shen Bufan and Lu Fian waiting for him but another person. Liu Kang. Oh, it's great to see you safe and sound. The always enthusiastic Wang Shiryao opened his arms as if to give Liu Kang a warm hug the moment he saw him. However, his appearance was far from good. His hair was wet, sticking to his forehead, and steam was rising from his body, as if he had just finished intense exercise. Liu Kang could even faintly smell the sour sweat emanating from Wang Shiryao. Therefore, facing his hug, Liu Kang dodged to the side directly, saying, "Weren't you studying abroad? Why are you back? What's more important than seeing you? Besides, I've brought back all the data I needed," Wang Shiryao said with a bright smile despite his rejected hug. With a flash of light from his spatial ring, he handed Liu Kang a document bag made of cowhide and said, "Take a look when you have time. It might come in handy. It contains basic information about the participants from other countries for the competition in 5 days. It may not be complete, but it should be sufficient." Upon hearing this, Liu Kang weighed the document bag in his hand. Feeling its weight, a warm feeling arose in his heart. It turned out that the so-called study abroad was to collect information on participants from various countries for him. Liu Kang understood this gesture of goodwill. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. It's not convenient this time since it's the first time in many years that my sister and I have gathered together." Liu Kang expressed his gratitude. Lu Chen said. Rarely, he felt a bit embarrassed in his heart. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the 3rd time he had said next time for sure. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lu Chen blushed a bit at this moment. However, Wang Shiryao was very understanding, waving his hand generously. "No need to be polite between brothers. We'll meet again when we have time. Uncle Shun, take brother Lu and sister Lu to the Emperor Hotel for dinner. The bill is on me." Hearing this, Shen Bufan slightly bowed. "Yes, young master." Then he gestured towards Lu Chen and his sister. Lu Chen didn't bother with pleasantries. After all, they had already accepted so much kindness from the other party. One more time wouldn't hurt. Declining politely would only seem hypocritical. After a variety of dishes and 3 rounds of drinks, watching his eldest sister, who had fallen asleep at the table due to drunkenness, Lu Chen sighed softly. His eldest sister, lacking the talent for beast taming, was just an ordinary person, naturally not as physically fit as a beast tamer. Coupled with troubles in her mind, her thoughts were all over the place. When she drank, she got drunk quickly. However, from the other party's ramblings, Lu Chen could also hear how difficult her journey had been. Just thinking about it was enough to understand. A 12 or 13-year-old girl coming from Changnan to the capital, without education, without connections, the hardships along the way could be imagined. Looking at the dark circles under her eyes as she dozed off, Lu Chen sighed once more. He called Shen Bufan to send someone to pick up Lu Fian. During the process of sending her off, Shen Bufan also informed Lu Fian of her compensation. Equally straightforward, he directly promoted Lu Fian to be the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion branch where she used to work. A base salary of 500,000 a year, in addition to sales commissions, various shares, and holiday bonuses. All in all, her annual income would not be less than 1 million. Moreover, the branch had just experienced Lu Chen's suppression, so all the staff, from salespeople to security guards and managers, were already terrified of Lu Chen. Naturally, they would not have any objections to Lu Fian's promotion. In fact, they were eager to please Lu Fian. The working environment would certainly be very comfortable. 1 million was nothing to the current Lu Chen, but for an ordinary person, it was already the ceiling of ceilings. Lu Chen naturally had no objections. However, the specific acceptance would have to wait for his eldest sister to wake up and decide for herself. Even if it was his own blood relative, Lu Chen would not casually make decisions on major matters for others. This was the most basic form of respect. After personally sending Lu Fian home with Shen Bufan, he returned to Huqing University. When he arrived at the dormitory, it was already dark. The sky was covered with a veil of black clouds. A faint yellow light met the black veil, bringing the last bit of brightness to the earth. The first thing Lu Chen did when he returned to the dormitory was to put all the special resources into the beast taming space. Then he closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness sinking. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he was already in the beast taming space. When he reached the golden beast tamer realm, the evolution and advancement of the beasts could already be done in his own beast taming space. His beast taming space was larger and safer than the breakthrough room. With more abundant spiritual energy, Lu Chen naturally had no need to specifically go to the breakthrough room to evolve his beasts. Wouldn't that be redundant? Thinking this, Lu Chen suddenly felt the back of his hand slightly wet. He looked down and saw the once imposing Gold Boss now licking his right hand with his big tongue. In Gold Boss's clear eyes, there was a smile and a sense of flattery. His dog mouth was turned up in a humanized way, looking silly and cute. And in Lu Chen's right hand was the bag of evolution resources belonging to Gold Boss. Old Gold, you're so eager again. Lu Chen smiled and said a word, loosening his right hand slightly and tossing the bag of special resources to Boss Jean. It was understandable why Boss Jean was so anxious. After all, he was the big brother in charge of the beasts under Lu Chen's command, the most senior in experience. However, his current strength was not considered the strongest. In fact, he was lacking the legendary skills that everyone else seemed to possess, a fact that deeply wounded his young heart. Therefore, when there was a chance for evolution, he showed the most enthusiasm. As a beast tamer, Lu Chen naturally noticed the changes in Boss Jin's mentality. It was for this reason that when it came to choosing the second beast for evolution to SSS level, he almost didn't hesitate and chose Boss Jin. Perhaps it would have been better and stronger for Bai Yutuan and Kong Yu to evolve first, but as a beast tamer, understanding the feelings of the beasts was of utmost importance. After all, in terms of age, these fierce beasts were nothing more than infants. They needed love and care. Owl holding the bag filled with resources in its mouth, Boss Jean swallowed the bag along with the wooden box and resources, letting out a long howl to the sky. This child was truly in a hurry. On the other side, Hei Lin also shrank its body, transforming into a small dragon coiling around Lu Chen's left wrist. Its obsidian-like black and glossy scales shimmered brightly. From a certain angle, it looked like Lu Chen was wearing a top-quality bracelet on his left wrist. "You take it too. You take it too," Lu Chen said with a smile. Following the command, Hei Lin's slow-moving body suddenly straightened, and the entire dragon plunged into the bag. Its body enlarged abruptly, bursting the bag open. The shredded paper bag floated down like white silk. The scales all over Hei Lin's body stood up, sharp as steel knives, piercing through all the wooden boxes. As the 5 elements spirit cores and true dragon blood scattered in the air, Hei Lin's dragon head swung fiercely, swallowing them all. Although it was a bit hasty, at least it knew to open the packaging box, showing some elegance. Seeing the 2 beasts devouring the evolution resources, Lu Chen, with his experience, led by Yutuan and Kong Yu back about 100 meters, waiting quietly for their evolution. To Lu Chen's surprise, although Boss Jean was the first to devour the evolution resources, it was Hei Lin whose body underwent the first change. Suddenly, his originally ink-black scales began to shimmer with colorful light. At the same time, intense flames, steaming water vapor, sharp golden threads, and gentle green light emerged. Moreover, Lu Chen also noticed that beneath Hei Lin, the ground seemed to come alive, surging like waves. The ground cracked at times, revealing huge cracks as wide as a meter. At other times, it gathered, forming mounds several meters high. All sorts of elemental phenomena appeared simultaneously, incredibly strange. As a beast tamer, although Lu Chen had some guesses about the anomalies that might occur during Hei Lin's evolution, he was completely shocked by the exaggerated scene before his eyes. The elemental phenomena became even more terrifying.
the once clear sky suddenly filled with dense dark clouds. Within the dark clouds, thunder roared, lightning wailed, and strong winds rose. The violet rain curtain fell like iron balls, carrying an unmatched power as it soaked every corner of the beast space. The majestic vitality and boundless vitality spread wildly within it. Just then, a brilliant flame rose out of nowhere amidst the pouring rain. Squinting his eyes, Lu Chen saw numerous flames leaping up from the ink-black scales of Hei Lin, defying the rain and tearing through the sky, ripping apart the dark clouds that covered the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if the heavens and earth let out a violent scream. The dense clouds dispersed, and a blazing golden light pierced through the dark clouds like the sun, aiming straight at the location of the black scale. The golden light draped over, intense flames rising, making the black scale appear even more dazzling and mysterious. At the same time, the rising ground beneath their feet became increasingly apparent. Countless mounds collided and intertwined. Large amounts of rocks and debris scattered and fell apart, eventually slowly stacking up to form a huge stone throne. The throne extended for hundreds of meters, grand and majestic, not at all like it was made for humans. Instead, it seemed to be for the wrathful Dragon King. At this moment, the black scale's body in midair stretched to its limits. The scales that used to be as pure and dark as ink now had a black base but with a hint of colorful charm. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't mistaken. The colors of the scales on the black scale's body at this moment were indescribable. In simpler terms, it was a colorful black, luxurious and mysterious. This was not a joke, but reality. Roar! The black dragon stretched its body, its massive form covering the sky, reaching 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Then, the black scale's body that was originally in midair suddenly descended. A massive black line, 100 meters long, fell straight from the sky. The moment of shock was so intense that it seemed to shatter the sun, changing the colors of the sky and earth. In just an instant, the massive body of the black scale landed on the stone throne. The dragon's body fit perfectly with the throne, as if it was tailor-made. The dark stone throne added a touch of dominance and aloofness to the black scale, making it even more appealing. With this, the black scale's SSS-Level evolution journey came to a complete end. Lu Chen also welcomed his first SSS-Level qualified beast. Just as he was about to use the promotion eye to check its detailed information, several unfamiliar yet familiar mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. Beep detected that the host will elevate the beast to SSS-Level qualification within 1 month of awakening in the system. The original talent lottery opportunity for the Starry Beast Master is advanced for the host and can be used at any time. To reward the host's relentless efforts in the path of the beast, when the host elevates the beast to mythical level qualification, they will receive another talent lottery opportunity. Listening to the mechanical sounds in his mind, Lu Chen's slightly narrowed eyes widened suddenly. Wow! The talent lottery qualification that was originally only available at the Starry Realm level could now be drawn? At this crucial moment before the Secret Realm battle, how much power boost would an additional SSS-level beast talent bring? Lu Chen couldn't even dare to think about it. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, he would draw it. Why would he save the lottery chance for later? With this thought, Lu Chen immediately opened his personal panel to use the lottery qualification. In an instant, a large disc appeared before him. The disc was neatly divided into 10 sections, each representing an SSS-level talent, symbolizing the strongest talents of a beast master. However, at this moment, only 9 sections were still glowing, while one area had completely dimmed. If I could obtain all 10 beast talents, how strong would I be? Fantasizing in his mind, Lu Chen decisively clicked the golden pointer on the disc with his consciousness. In an instant, the stagnant pointer began to spin rapidly. The speed was so fast that even Lu Chen's current eyesight found it hard to catch. Moreover, this time the pointer didn't show any signs of slowing down. It stopped directly, not giving Lu Chen any time to guess. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS-level talent. Fate Link. Fate Link 1. The contract beast's realm will always remain at the same level, based on the highest realm. 2. Shared vitality among contract beasts. All damage received will be borne collectively by all beasts. 3. The Beastmaster can temporarily merge all beasts into one entity and designate the dominant beast consciousness of the fusion body. Note, the fusion beast possesses all the abilities of the spirit beasts, and its own realm will increase by 2 major realms. Note, this ability will have a certain impact on the spirit beast's personalities. Please use with caution. Note, after the fusion ends,
A random spirit beast will temporarily lose one ability. If an ability is lost twice, the spirit beast will permanently lose that ability. Note, a bronze spirit master can maintain the fusion for 1 minute, with each major realm increase extending the fusion's duration by 1 minute. At the moment when he saw the talent effects he drew, Liu Chen was completely stunned. It could only be said that it truly deserved to be an SSS-level spirit beast talent. 3 effects, each one of them, were unbelievably explosive. The first effect directly skipped the cultivation steps for Liu Chen's other spirit beasts, forcefully elevating their realms to the strongest among spirit beasts. What kind of concept was this? It was like Black Scale now being at the golden 7th rank. So, the other spirit beasts would also be instantly elevated to the golden 7th rank. Even if Skyfeather was previously just an iron-ranked spirit beast, in an instant, crossing 4 major realms of iron, bronze, silver, and gold. This speed was unheard of in the world. Moreover, Liu Chen's other contracted spirit beasts, at the moment of contracting, their cultivation would also be elevated to the strongest. How much time could this save? It could be called a divine skill. Just this one effect alone probably surpassed ordinary S-rank spirit beast talents. The second effect, sharing vitality and sharing damage. The effect was simple yet powerful. Liu Chen now had 4 spirit beasts. It meant that each spirit beast's vitality was now 4 times what it was before, and the damage they received now was only a quarter of the original. A 4-fold increase multiplied by another 4-fold meant a 16-fold increase in defense. Of course, the actual effect couldn't be as straightforward as simple multiplication, but Liu Chen estimated there had to be at least a 10-fold increase in defense, right? With just this effect, it crushed countless SS-rank combat talents. And the most terrifying effect was naturally the final ability of Shared Fate. Liu Chen's evaluation of it was just 2 words, heaven-defying. Imagine a spirit beast simultaneously possessing all the abilities of Jin Lao, Black Scale, Bai Yu, and Sky Feather, gathering a total of 10 different attribute effects like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, light, charm, special space, and more. The abilities it possessed amounted to over a dozen, and its realm would be elevated by another 2 major realms. Liu Chen's spirit beasts were all at the golden 7th rank now, rising 2 major realms higher, Platinum, Jade, directly reaching the Jade-level spirit beast. A Jade-level spirit beast with over a dozen powerful abilities complementing each other, combining offense and defense while causing explosive damage. Perhaps even ordinary diamond-level spirit beasts would have no way to deal with this fusion beast. This kind of monster. If you let a group of students who had just awakened their spirit beast talents recently fight in the secret realm battle, wouldn't they all be going to their deaths? If other countries were to know about Liu Chen's talent, they would probably withdraw the challenge they issued this morning without looking back. Then they would retreat to their own country and play the role of a coward. There would be no challenge, they didn't have the guts for it. Affecting personalities? Liu Chen looked at the small line in the talent introduction, lost in thought, forcing the spirit beasts to merge into one body. Although it could designate a leader's consciousness, all the spirit beasts' consciousness and souls coexisted in the same body. Their ways of thinking would inevitably clash. It would affect their personalities, which was only natural. In more severe cases, the spirit beasts might experience mental disorders or even symptoms of split personality. Furthermore, apart from this negative effect, after the fusion ends, the spirit beasts would also be temporarily deprived of an ability. What's more exaggerated is that if an ability is stripped away twice, the spirit beast would directly lose that ability. The impact on the strength of the royal beasts cannot be underestimated. Better use it cautiously, Liu Chen reminded himself. Although the third effect ability that came with fate was extremely powerful, its negative effects were not insignificant, not to mention the deprivation of innate abilities. Liu Chen was also unwilling to see the influence on the personalities of the royal beasts. After all, for him, each royal beast was like a family member. He didn't want his royal beasts to suffer mentally because of his innate abilities. Boss Jean was lively and active. He Lin was reserved. Bai Yu and Tuan appeared aloof to others but stuck to Liu Chen alone. Kong Yu was cold and stern. Each royal beast had distinct personality traits, and Liu Chen didn't want them to lose themselves. Even with just the first 2 effects, it far exceeds the limit of an SS-grade royal beast's innate abilities. Liu Chen was already satisfied. Just then, seemingly influenced by a realm advancement, Boss Jean, who had been quiet,
let out a howl to the sky, although Lu Chen's attention was instantly drawn to it. At that moment, Boss Jin's body was surging with flames like the tide. Inside the royal beast space, the environment, which had been somewhat damp due to He Lin's evolution, suddenly became dry and hot. Lu Chen could even see it. The air in front of him was slightly distorted due to the intense heat. Every breath he took was filled with scorching hot air. Breathing felt like torture at that moment. Moreover, he observed that as Boss Jin howled to the sky, the round sun that had been hanging high above seemed to tremble slightly, as if responding to Boss Jin's call. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Chen noticed that the sunlight above was becoming more intense and fierce. He instinctively looked up. When he saw the anomaly above, even Lu Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. In the clear blue sky, a spherical giant ball engulfed in raging flames was descending with unstoppable force. The sun that had been high in the sky had disappeared without a trace. Could it be? This ball is the sun? A dreadful thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. If the sun was falling, where should he run to? Lu Chen's mind was in chaos, and the scorching light above was becoming more oppressive. He could faintly smell the scent of his hair burning due to the intense heat. However, soon enough, Lu Chen calmed down. This was just an anomaly during Boss Jin's evolution. Could Boss Jin not handle it? Besides, this wasn't reality, it was just the royal beast space. The most dangerous situation would be for him to leave the royal beast space and come back to observe in a few days. He had never heard of a royal beast master dying in their own royal beast space. The shock and astonishment from the sun falling had been too great just now, causing Lu Chen to forget even this common sense. Lu Chen's guess was correct. As the fiery red sun in the sky gradually approached, Boss Jin let out another earth-shattering howl. This time, the roar carried a sense of indescribable majesty. At first listen, it sounded like the roar of a thunder god, commanding all things. At the moment the roar sounded, Boss Jin's hind legs bent slightly, then it swiftly shot up into the sky. In an instant, its long and powerful body was like a cannonball, heading straight for the sun. The roaring flames and the fiery red sun turned its body into a black silhouette. Boss Jin's several meters long body appeared tiny and feeble in the vast sky under the immense sun. The extreme impact of small against large assaulted Lu Chen's visual nerves, even if he had great confidence in his inner beast. At this moment, Lu Chen still subconsciously clenched his fists, fearing that Boss Jin might meet some mishap. Boom! Finally, Boss Jin's head violently collided with the setting sun. The tiny head, in front of the setting sun, looked so ridiculous. However, the moment they touched, an unimaginable intense impact suddenly exploded. Boundless waves of energy stirred up waves of white mist, spreading outwards from Boss Jin at the center. The billowing white mist resembled rushing waves, rapidly pressing downwards. The rushing airflow made Lu Chen's clothes rustle. He stood firm, his eyes staring unwaveringly at the sky. Falling flames, crumbling rocks, and drifting dust fell to the ground like rain. A large amount of gas mixed with debris tainted the sky with a murky hue. Suddenly, a familiar and resounding cry rang out from the sky, roar. The sound was thunderous, carrying a mighty impact that directly swept away all impurities in the sky. Only to see Boss Jin's slender body stretched out in the air, and at the shoulder blades on his back, a pair of crimson wings suddenly spread open. The wings flapped, surrounded by a crimson aura. From afar, Boss Jin at this moment was as dazzling as the sun. Is Boss Jin being so handsome? Lu Chen looked at Boss Jin with wings spread behind him, a hint of amazement in his eyes. He activated the Eye of Ascension, once again taking in its information. Race, Lord of the Sun, attributes, light, fire, innate talent level, SSS, realm, golden ninth stage, skills, Sun God's Might, legendary, Sun Domain, legendary, Wings of Light and Fire, legendary, Sunlight Rebirth, peerless, Sun Extinction, peerless, Sun God's Might, passive ability. The beast is immune to all light and fire attribute damage, as well as all control effects. The beast's physical qualities are quadrupled, and attacks include the Sun's Burning Heart effect. Sun's Burning Heart ignores defense, directly strikes the soul, causing massive damage and pain, suppressing all recovery abilities below legendary level. Sun Domain, the sun rises, light and fire dance. Within the Sun Domain, the beast can teleport at will. In this domain, the power of light and fire attacks is greatly enhanced, while attacks of other attributes are weakened. Wings of Light and Fire, Wings of Light and Fire, covering the sky. When the Wings of Light and Fire unfold, the beast's speed quadruples.
At the same time, the light wings can extend indefinitely, carrying the sun's burning heart effect. Sunlight rebirth, where the sunlight is, the beast is immortal. Sun extinction, detonate the sun. All things perish, causes instant death to entities not exceeding 2 realms above oneself. Note, this ability does not distinguish between friend and foe. Use with caution. Evolution path, Lord of the Sun, SSS level, Devourer of the Sun, mythical level. Note, only beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through mythical levels. Materials required for further evolution, 10 pieces of any top-tier light and fire attribute special resources. Evaluation, the ultimate in light and fire, golden 9th stage. 3 legendary and 2 peerless skills combined. This information panel directly caused Lu Chen's brain to freeze for a moment. Isn't this a bit too supermodel-like? This time, Boss Jin's upgrade can be described as a super boost. The legendary abilities he didn't have before are now just at the bottom of his information panel. Those 2 peerless level abilities are even more astonishing to Lu Chen. Sunlight rebirth directly grants Boss Jin the ability to be immortal, although sunlight only shines during the day. But don't forget that Boss Jin himself is a top-tier beast of light and fire. The so-called sun, he can summon it himself. In other words, as long as Boss Jin wishes, he can completely have sunlight shining on him at all times until his entire energy is depleted. As long as Boss Jin's energy is inexhaustible, his life will never fade away. Just this formidable life-saving effect alone is worthy of being at the top level. Another ability, the extinction of the sun, is even more terrifying to the point of explosion. It deals instant fatal blows to enemies at 2 major realms. No defense, no tricks or schemes, can stand against absolute power, against absolute explosion. If it really comes down to the wire, Boss Jin can detonate the sun before his energy runs out, taking the enemy down with him. That's how fierce it is. I may die, but you won't live. It's not just the effects of these 2 extraordinary abilities that astonish Lu Chen. The newly acquired 3 legendary abilities are equally practical and operational. The divine power of the sun, immune to and resistant to all light and fire attribute damage. At the same time, it also quadruples physical fitness. With this skill, Boss Jin is completely the top killer of light and fire dual beast control. Other beasts attacking it wouldn't even scratch an itch. The combination of the wings of light and fire with the domain of the sun greatly enhances Boss Jin's mobility in battle. It can attack and defend. Extremely versatile. After looking at Boss Jin's information panel, Lu Chen shifted his gaze to the black scales on the stone throne. The Eye of Promotion was activated, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a large amount of text flowed in Lu Chen's eyes. Race, 5 elements Dragon King, attributes, 5 elements. Poison, talent level, SSS, realm, golden 9th stage, skills, 5 elements Dragon Body, legendary, 5 elements Domain, legendary. Dragon King Suppression, legendary. Devouring Power of the Heavens, legendary. Yin Yang Dragon Fury, peerless. 5 elements Dragon Body, passive skill. The 5 elements Dragon Body is invulnerable to all evil. Controls beasts, immune to all abnormal states. Quadruples the lowest physical fitness. Has a 50% resistance to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental damage. 5 elements domain. The Dragon King will summon the 5 elements domain, where the power of the 5 elements spreads and grows. Gold soldiers, wooden prisons, water dragons, fire scrolls, and earth collapses will attack any enemy indiscriminately and render instant death judgment on the enemy. Dragon King Suppression, the Dragon King's Wrath. All things bow down. Controls beasts can emit the Dragon King's Suppression, causing those with bloodline grades lower than the controlled beast to fall into a state of panic, weakening their attack and defense by 50%, and stunning them for 3 seconds. Devouring Power of the Heavens. Controls beasts contain the power of devouring the heavens, can devour all things, rapidly strengthen themselves, and elevate their realm. Yin Yang Dragon Fury, peerless Yin and Yang, the peak of the 5 elements, giving rise to Yin and Yang. Controls beasts can enter 2 states. Yin and Yang, Yin state. The controlled beast will extend thousands of truing threads around the enemy. When pulled by the truing threads, the enemy loses all abilities. The duration depending on the enemy's strength. Yang state. The controlled beast enters a state of rage, doubling its physical fitness on top of the original. The Dragon King's suppression effect is also doubled.
Evolution Path, 5 Elements Dragon King, SSS Level, Undying Dragon Ancestor, Mythical Level. Note, only controlled beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution, 10 different types of Dragon King's essence. Evaluation, the peak of the 5 elements. Glimpsing into yin and yang. 4 legends, 1 peerless combination of abilities, equally powerful. The 5 elements dragon body is somewhat similar to the divine power of the sun, but its coverage against domains is more comprehensive, and consequently, its effects are not as outstanding as Boss Jin's. Although it can resist attacks from 5 attributes, the reduction rate is only 50%. Of course, this level of reduction is already very good. Immunity to half of the damage. If placed on a controlled beast contracted by another controlled beast master, that master would probably wake up laughing from a dream. Only Lu Chen, who is accustomed to the abilities of super high-level controlled beasts, feels somewhat dissatisfied. In the realm of the 5 elements, it is equivalent to the 5 elements version of the disaster domain, with similar effects, just with less consumption, which can be considered a good improvement. The enhancement of the Dragon King's pressure is quite interesting. It seems like there is no change, but Lu Chen noticed that its target has shifted from enemies below the Black Scale bloodline to enemies not higher than the Black Scale bloodline. The pressure and intimidation effect that originally only worked on S-class enemies suddenly expanded significantly to all enemies of SSS class and below. Additionally, the dizziness duration has increased from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Although it seems like just a 1-second improvement, in battles at this level, 1 second of dizziness can already determine the outcome of a fight. There's not much to say about the power of devouring heaven. Not even a single word has changed, remaining exactly the same as before. What interests Lu Chen the most is the Black Scale's unique supreme ability. Although it appears to be only one ability, it actually has both yin and yang effects. In the yin state, despite no increase in combat power, the effect is extremely nasty, directly prohibiting the enemy from using any abilities. Anyone who has played games knows how disgusting the silence negative status can be. For a beast tamer, once their abilities are prohibited, a significant portion of their strength is rendered useless. At least 80% of their power is nullified. They can only rely on their basic physical qualities to fight. This is akin to engaging in a fight with a wooden spear against artillery, a sure way to court death. On the other hand, the yang state is equally straightforward and brutal. Physical qualities are doubled again, with the original 4-fold physical enhancement. Doubling it means what? A whopping 8-fold increase in physical qualities. At this point, the Black Scale, even just relying on its dragon body, can crush all enemies of the same level. When the dragon tail swings, it heralds the lament of all things. Moreover, besides the increase in physical qualities, the effect of the Dragon King's pressure is also doubled. The control time directly extends to 6 seconds. This is longer than the Barbarian King's ultimate by 1 second. In actual combat, such prolonged control is enough to make enemies die a dozen times over. Very good. Very good. Lu Chen looked at the information panel of Gene Boss and Black Scale, grinning from ear to ear. Although there is only 1 level difference between SS and SSS, the difference in skill power is like heaven and earth. It seems like Gene Boss sensed the joy in his master's heart. The crimson wings behind Gene Boss, suspended in mid-air, suddenly spread out. The whole dog descended like a shooting star, swiftly approaching. The intense heat on its wings caused the air to distort dramatically. Wherever it passed, a clear white solid line rippled slightly. This was a manifestation of the rapid evaporation of water vapor in the air. Boom! In an instant, Lu Chen felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed cannonball, quickly retreating several steps. The tremendous impact almost made him fall to the ground. Hey buddy, I kindly helped you evolve. Are you planning to rebel against your master or what? Lu Chen barely steadied himself, looking down at Gene Boss. Its fiery red fur was long and orderly, unaffected by the wind, making it even more majestic. Unlike Black Scale's usual black base, Gene Boss changed its fur every time it evolved, making it quite unpredictable. Perhaps realizing its mistake, Gene Boss raised its head and rubbed its large dog head against Lu Chen's chest. Its dog eyes were full of smiles and eagerness to please. Don't try to act cute. You're hurting me. Lu Chen patted the dog's head, letting Gene Boss jump down from his arms. He looked inside his collar. As expected, his chest was already swollen and red. After all, with Gene Boss's weight combined with its supersonic speed, if it weren't for Lu Chen's good physical condition,
Wouldn't he have been knocked from the beast tamer space to the underworld by this collision? At this moment, Black Scale also shrank its body. Its towering dragon body that was originally 100 meters long now only a few meters in length. Although the size had decreased, the unique pressure belonging to the Dragon King showed no sign of diminishing. It hovered in mid-air, its black and gold dragon eyes looking down at Boss Jean, filled with mockery. It seemed to say, "You fool, how dare you harm your master? You might as well die." Boss Jean, already embarrassed, felt even more ashamed under its gaze. His fiery red head hung low, wishing he could bury it in the ground. Despite his head being down, his rear end was comically raised high, looking quite amusing. It even made Lu Chen chuckle. At that moment, the air, which had been dry due to Boss Jin's evolution, suddenly became humid. Lu Chen sensed something and looked up. The once clear sky was now covered in thick clouds. Within the dense clouds, thunder roared and lightning struck like snakes. The already rich spiritual energy and power became even more abundant as the dark clouds gathered. Is this a celebratory rain? Lu Chen turned to the white jade ball, his eyes filled with surprise. The white jade ball simply nodded in a dignified manner at Lu Chen, then hopped onto his shoulder and settled comfortably. That's right, because fate was intertwined with its existence. The white jade ball had leaped directly from the bronze to the 9th level of gold. This breakthrough spanned 2 major realms. Therefore, this celebratory rain was fiercer and more intense than the previous 2 occasions. Goodness, how many levels will I advance today? Lu Chen sighed inwardly. He realized that, despite his best efforts to estimate the power of SSS-level abilities, he had underestimated the invincible boost brought by 2 SSS-level abilities combined. It wasn't a simple addition, it was an increase greater than tenfold. The Eye of Promotion accelerated cultivation speed, while fate forced all spirit beasts to be at their peak level. With these 2 factors combined, along with a spirit beast like the white jade ball that could assist in cultivation, the speed of advancement was explosively rapid, almost exponentially so. In fact, the speed was so unbelievable that even if Lu Chen were to say it out loud, other spirit beast masters wouldn't believe it. It was beyond extraordinary. At the same time, thunder rumbled like a true dragon's roar. Suddenly, torrential rain poured from the sky, and the raindrops formed a massive curtain of rain. Every being in the spirit beast space was immersed in this tremendous advancement. Boom! 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 Lu Chen could hear the resounding roars of his spirit beasts as they broke through levels. Platinum 1st level, Platinum 2nd level, Platinum 3rd level, Platinum 6th level. The advancement continued until it barely stopped at Platinum 6th level. In fact, the heavy rain had started to ease off by the time they reached Platinum 4th level. However, after the white jade ball ascended to Platinum, another celebratory rain descended, prolonging the process until all spirit beasts had reached Platinum 6th level, and the sound of rain gradually faded away. Just a little more. Lu Chen felt the state of his soul. In his perception, there was now an empty slot for another contracted spirit beast. Moreover, they were just a tiny step away from the second contracted spirit beast slot. With just one, no, half a celebratory rain, I can contract one more spirit beast. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. However, he quickly regained his composure. The progress today had been fast and substantial enough, there was no need to be too greedy. When Lu Chen returned from the spirit beast space to the real world, the once darkened sky had completely dimmed. The crescent moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars. The late March evening breeze in the capital still carried a hint of chill. Lu Chen stood by the window, taking a deep breath. The coldness in the air couldn't extinguish the fiery heat in his chest. And so it was. Lu Chen didn't care that it was already 11 o'clock at night. He took out his phone and messaged Principal Xiong Meng directly, urgent matter. Come quickly. He wanted to advance request the S-rank beast egg, the first place prize in the Secret Realm Battle Royale. After all, he was now a genuine platinum beast tamer, qualified to contract with another beast. Shortly after sending the message, the dormitory door was slammed open. Principal Xiong Meng entered with a tense expression, followed by several beasts, charging into the dormitory aggressively. His sharp gaze scanned the room and finally landed on Lu Chen. Calling me so late, I thought you were in danger. With a sigh, Xiong Meng continued, Lu Chen, do you even know what time it is? Even the principal needs rest. I'm getting old, unlike you young ones who can stay up late. Speak up, what's the matter? Xiong Meng frowned, knowing that Lu Chen was the most outstanding beast tamer in the country, a genius he had personally discovered. and representing the country in battle in 5 days. If it were any other student disturbing him at this hour, Xiong Meng's fiery temper would have lashed out already. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and stood up to greet Xiong Meng. Actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if I could receive my beast egg in advance. I need it. Xiong Meng's frown deepened at his words. His brows furrowed as he sternly said to Lu Chen, "Didn't I just give you an S-rank beast egg today? Your cultivation level isn't there yet. Why do you need so many beast eggs? Are you collecting them? I'll be blunt. Fei Yu, don't mind my directness. You have talent. But in this upcoming secret realm battle, there's no guarantee you'll survive. If you die in the secret realm with the beast egg, it's aiding the enemy. Understand? Moreover, as long as you survive and secure the first place, the official rewards will only increase, not decrease. You have to trust us. If you don't survive, Lu Chen raised his hand to interrupt Xiong Meng and dropped a bombshell. I am already a platinum beast tamer. Truly. With that, his aura was unreserved. The formidable aura unique to the platinum realm emanated from him. This scene left Xiong Meng speechless in shock. All his prepared words were stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Xiong Meng's once sturdy face now twisted in astonishment, his features contorted in a comical manner. You. After a while, Xiong Meng finally pointed a trembling finger at Lu Chen, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. But that unmistakable platinum aura couldn't be wrong. After looking and feeling for a while, Xiong Meng confirmed without a doubt, Lu Chen had indeed ascended to the platinum realm, and not just entered. He had at least reached the mid-platinum stage. His soul was so refined, comparable to some diamond beast tamers. After confirming this discovery, Xiong Meng fell into a state of repetition, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence for a long time. This display showed no hint of him being the top powerhouse in China, a seasoned educator with years of experience in the education field. Principal, have some water to soothe your throat. Lu Chen timely handed him a bottle of water and kindly unscrewed the cap for him. Lu Chen only drank bottled water. He couldn't drink anything else, always feeling a strange bitterness. Gulp, taking the water. Xiong Meng gulped down the 500 milliliters liquid in a few sips. He then casually pinched it into pieces and placed it on the table, his chest heaving violently. You really are. Xiong Meng's speech stuttered. With his rich life experience, he didn't know what words to use to describe Lu Chen. He considered himself a genius, but when he compared his arrogant experiences with Lu Chen's, it was like comparing dung to the bright moon. They were not on the same level, not on the same plane. There was simply no comparison. Therefore, he could only stare at Lu Chen with an indescribable expression, as if he was looking at a monster in amazement. After a while, he sat on the bed and waved his hand. I will contact the top level for you now. As he spoke, Xiong Meng took out his phone, his large fingers flying across the screen. Characters formed messages, which were then sent to the top executives through social media. Before long, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard outside the room. Countless top executives, rarely seen in ordinary days, actually gathered in a small student dormitory in the middle of the night. Countless executives, their eyes almost glowing green, stared fixedly at Lu Chen as if he were a priceless treasure, afraid that with one careless move, their precious treasure would slip away and disappear. The unabashed gazes made Lu Chen somewhat uncomfortable. In less than a month, Platinum Realm. Finally, one executive spoke first. There was an inexplicable taste in his tone, as if reminiscing, at this time, it seems like I didn't even have bronze? As soon as he finished speaking, another executive chuckled. Lao Dong, what qualifications do you have to compare yourself with Lu Chen? Stop flattering yourself. He is a genuine genius. Fei Yu living in this shabby place is truly a waste of talent. So, I have a building near Hawking. If you don't mind, you can go live there. I'll give you the keys. You can choose which floor to live on, which building to live in. If you want to live in a villa, that's fine too. It's just a bit far from the school. Another executive spoke up. This statement left Lu Chen stunned, giving away houses right off the bat. And not just one, but one building after another. You see, these are houses in the capital, and they are near Hawking, in the city center. Any random house is worth millions. This building must be worth at least $1 billion? This is too extravagant. Lu Chen really liked it. Hey, why do I have such a shabby place? Single dorm, top-notch decoration, more than enough for one person. Hearing someone belittle his school dorm,
Xiong Mang was not pleased and spoke up immediately.
the executive smiled and continued. This dorm is more than enough for an average student, but for someone like Feiyu, a dragon among men,
they must have a grand stage to display their talents.
This place is too stifling for them. Moreover, this time, Feiyu can secure us 20 years of deep-sea resource exploitation rights. No reward is too much. Upon hearing this,
a long silent executive suddenly brightened his eyes,
looked at everyone, and said loudly, "Gentlemen, since Lu Chen has such strength and only we know about this, why not take advantage of this opportunity and make a big move? Let's directly raise the stakes from 20 years to 50 years.
I don't believe those people will dare not to respond to our request to raise the stakes before they challenge us."
With these words, the previously lively dormitory suddenly fell silent. 50 years of deep-sea exploitation rights.
This is the right to exploit all public oceans in the beast world for a full 50 years. If 20 years is enough time for Huaxia to become the undisputed ruler of the world,
giving Huaxia 50 years, then this world will only have one color. That color will be red. There are no other possibilities. The so-called Eastern Island dogs, the shameless beacon of humanity Eagle country, the arrogant and conceited Stick country, and the troublemaking Asen country. At that time, they were just a subordinate province of my Huaxia, unable to step onto any grand stage. With these thoughts in mind,
even the esteemed leaders present were deeply moved by this grand blueprint.
For a moment, no one could speak. After a while,
Lu Chen broke the heavy silence.
Taking the lead, I think it's feasible. I have absolute confidence in succeeding.
As he spoke, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the faces of the leaders one by one.
The calmness in his eyes, the confidence in his words, seemed about to overflow. His youthful spirit, his disregard for others,
won the applause of everyone present.
Good, very good.
To have a young Feiyu so confident
makes us old folks seem timid. Then it's settled.
The leaders exchanged glances and quickly confirmed this significant matter with a few words.
In their view,
for this platinum beast tamer to fight against some iron and bronze level beast tamers
was like adults playing with children. No, the gap was even greater. It was like the difference between a dragon and an ant. Ants may bite an elephant to death, but no matter how many ants there are, they cannot harm a dragon in the slightest.
This was a qualitative difference. This matter must be handled with caution.
Not a hint of it leaked. Otherwise, it will be considered treason.
The leader who initially proposed the idea suddenly turned serious.
His icy gaze swept over everyone,
exuding a fierce killing intent.
In an instant, it felt as if a blood-red long knife was poised at everyone's necks. It should be so.
However, no one raised objections, instead nodding in agreement.
After all, if this information leaked out, other countries would surely run faster than rabbits. As for national dignity and credibility, without a signed contract, they wouldn't be worth a penny. So, about the beast eggs? Seeing the conversation veering off track, Lu Chen raised his hands, bringing the discussion back to its original purpose. With this statement, the previously heated atmosphere became somewhat awkward.
The few individuals exchanged glances,
unsure of how to respond. In the end,
it was Xiong Meng who cleared his throat,
somewhat awkwardly saying, "Well, Feiyu, as you know, S-rank beast eggs are extremely precious.
Our country does have some in stock,
but not many. You've already taken 2 this year. The remaining beast eggs include 1 fire attribute and 1 spatial attribute, both conflicting with the ones you already possess. There are also 2 beast eggs. Due to their age, their vitality has greatly diminished, almost fossil-like in existence. However, the governor has set his sights on a time attribute S-rank beast egg. Its preciousness goes without saying, right? Yet, it will take a little more time. Originally, with the 5 days and your participation in the Secret Realm battle, it would have been enough time for the governor to secure the beast egg. Your sudden appearance has made it a bit rushed. Of course, if you don't mind overlapping beast egg attributes, you can choose one of the fire or spatial attribute eggs." After speaking,
Xiong Man looked somewhat nervously at Lu Chen,
fearing his displeasure. "I see. If it's a time attribute, I'm not in a hurry." Lu Chen, of course, was not displeased, rather pleasantly surprised. A time attribute beast egg, the most precious of all beast eggs. After all, time was profound and mysterious. Any beast related to time possessed extremely powerful abilities. In conclusion, it's worth the wait. However, he felt a bit sorry when he heard that 2 S-class spirit beast eggs had failed to hatch. But,
It wasn't the officials' fault. After all, spirit beast masters choose spirit beasts. Conversely, spirit beasts also choose their masters. The stronger the bloodline of the spirit beast, the higher the demands on the owner. S-class spirit beast eggs are not something you can form a contract with just because you want to. Some naturally unruly spirit beasts, even if you are a top-tier powerhouse, cannot be contracted. Don't be fooled by Liu Chen's successful contracts. It's because he has an SSS-class talent. Moreover, one of the effects of the Eye of Promotion fills his affinity with spirit beasts to the maximum. There are hardly any spirit beast eggs that can resist his charm. When Liu Chen relaxed his stance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere became lively again. As the crowd dispersed, Liu Chen found himself holding a bunch of keys and the top-tier membership cards of various factions within the capital. It can be said that the current Liu Chen, no matter which faction in Huaxia he goes to, will be treated as an absolute VIP. The treatment is simply amazing. At the same time, a serious and formal challenge was quickly issued under the overtime work of the officials in Huaxia. The 20-year bet has now turned into 50 years. This news shocked the entire internet. Not only were the people of Huaxia shocked by the boldness and courage of their officials, but leaders of all other countries in the spirit beast world, upon seeing this news, immediately sprang out of bed. They looked solemnly at the news, their brows furrowed more than a twist. In almost half an hour after the news was released, all the leaders of the countries gathered together through various means to discuss countermeasures. After all, the move by Huaxia was something they had never expected. Damn! Are the people in Huaxia crazy? How dare they do this? The risk is too great. If anything goes wrong, we can't bear this responsibility. 50 years. I'm out. I won't play anymore. Where do they get their confidence? Where does their assurance come from? When the gods want to destroy someone, they first make them mad. Huaxia is walking a dangerous path. Inside the Black Palace of the Eagle Country, leaders of various countries gathered. In an instant, the leaders who were once high and mighty, ruling their countries, were now shouting like market vendors, speaking in a vulgar and unrefined manner. Quiet, quiet, noisy, what kind of behavior is this? Sitting at the head of the long table, the highest leader of the Eagle Country, Haydn, slammed his hand angrily on the table. The rough palm and the wooden tabletop collided fiercely, producing a loud roar that drowned out all other noises. All eyes turned towards Haydn. Looking at his flushed face, Haydn looked at the leaders of various countries, who seemed like a mob, took a deep breath, and suppressed his impatience. He stood up and said loudly, "Let's make one thing clear. A challenge must be accepted. This is a challenge we proposed, and the other party has their own requirements, which is normal. 93 spirit beast masters besieging one spirit beast master, and the other party dares to accept. What reason do we have not to accept Huaxia's request? The other party hasn't even modified the various conditions we proposed, just increased the stakes. If any country dares to withdraw from the alliance at this moment, then don't blame the Eagle Country for being impolite." As he said this, a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. A solemn killing intent emanated from him, leaving everyone speechless for a moment. According to the Eagle Country's past actions, this was not just a simple threat. If any country dared to withdraw at this moment, the next day, the Eagle Country's army would invade that country for various reasons, causing turmoil and unrest in the world. Therefore, the once noisy Black Palace fell silent, with heavy breathing filling the air. Haydn's light blue eyes swept over everyone's faces, his tone slowing down slightly. "My friends, what are you afraid of? How can a beast tamer who has awakened his beast talent for only 30 days withstand the siege of more than 90 genius beast tamers of the same age? Even with an SSS-level beast talent? It's absolutely impossible. Moreover, according to my information, that genius from Huaxia is highly likely to have a support-oriented beast talent for cultivation, not particularly strong in combat. Friends, Huaxia has always been renowned for its strategies. This increase in stakes might just be a smokescreen they've thrown out. They want to scare us off, so we must stand united. Understood?" With the words spoken to this extent, what else could the others say? They all echoed in agreement. "Makes sense. Makes sense. Huaxia is truly cunning. They almost had me fooled for a moment. He. In the coming days, we can gather the 93 beast tamers, train together, and clarify each other's abilities. With cooperation, we will greatly increase our chances of winning." Agreed. 50 years of exclusive rights to the high seas resources. It's worth being cautious no matter what. Watching the crowd reinvigorated, A hint of satisfaction flashed in Haydn's eyes. In his heart, there was also full of confidence. In his understanding, an SSS-level talent was indeed powerful, but it was impossible to have such a huge gap with peers in the early stages. Remember, quantity leads to quality changes. The numerical gap of 93-1 was enough to offset the strength gap brought by talent. Huaxia, prepare to die. Haydn had already begun to imagine the miserable expression on the faces of the Huaxia high-ranking officials after losing 50 years of exclusive rights to the high seas resources. At that time, he would not hesitate to offer his old rivals the most sincere mockery in due time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already March 25th, and Lu Chen, under the guidance of the leaders, had already arrived at the high seas and made preparations a day earlier. At this moment, in the sky, on the back of the auspicious Qingluan, Xiong Meng and Han Shouzhan were earnestly reminding various matters. The beast tamer from Dongying can quickly gather other beast tamers. So, once encountering beast tamers from other countries, they will be 93. Be extremely cautious. The beast tamer from the Korean peninsula can track targets over long distances, so vigilance must be at its highest at all times. Understand? And also, the beast tamer from the Eagle country, unparalleled in combat power among the young generation of the Eagle country, is hailed as the beast tamer closest to an SSS-level talent in the past century. The beast tamer from the Asian country, Xiong Meng and Han Shouzhan, at this moment, were chattering like old grannies, directly mentioning more than a dozen beast tamers from countries that posed a threat. Lu Chen's ears were almost calloused from listening. In these days, besides improving his beast taming skills and familiarizing himself with the new abilities of his beast, he spent the rest of his time understanding information about beast tamers from other countries. It could be said that he had memorized it inside out. In Lu Chen's eyes, although these beast tamers each had their own characteristics and strengths, but to sum it up in one sentence, not a single one could fight. In short, don't be careless, caution is key. Xiong Meng finally reminded. At this moment, the Qingluan descended, and they had already arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Here, apart from the top leaders of various countries and the top geniuses from each country, there was also a large group of frenzied media. They aimed their cameras at the sky. When they saw the figures of the Huaxia high-ranking officials, countless flashes burst out of the cameras, and when they saw Lu Chen in the middle of Xiong Meng and Han Shouzhan, it was as if they were bloodthirsty sharks smelling blood. They eagerly thrust their microphones forward, wanting to interview Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen chose to ignore the newspeople from these foreign media outlets. Escorted by Xiong Meng, Lu Chen walked steadily to the entrance of the secret realm. 93 beast tamers were already neatly arranged in front of the circle emitting white light. As Lu Chen approached, they chatted and joked with each other, appearing intimate and relaxed. It seemed that this upcoming chaotic battle in the secret realm was as simple to them as an elementary school field trip. After all, no one could imagine the possibility of 93 against 1 going wrong. Therefore, as Lu Chen walked to the entrance of the secret realm with measured steps, the banter not only did not diminish but grew louder. At the same time, unabashed mockery and ridicule filled the air and entered Lu Chen's ears. Oh, isn't this the legendary SSS-level genius? Just 2 eyes and a mouth. Ha! I thought it was some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed monster. Don't say that. He is the lofty SSS level, confident enough to take on over 90 of us alone. In his eyes, what are we? The two echoed each other, their sarcastic tones almost overflowing. In the world of beast tamers, due to the strong power of the Huaxia nation, both the Huaxia language and the Eagle language were commonly used worldwide. Almost everyone could speak them. Therefore, there were no language barriers. Moreover, this upcoming chaotic battle in the secret realm, due to its far-reaching implications, was enough to affect the national fortunes of various countries in the beast tamer world. After unanimous discussions among the upper echelons of various countries, it was decided to use a grand approach and broadcast the entire event live. The words of these two individuals not only reached Lu Chen's ears but also entered the ears of billions of viewers online. In this situation, even Lu Chen, who usually avoided dealing with such people, stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he represented not only himself but the entire Huaxia nation. There was no reason to remain indifferent to insults. Therefore, he turned to look at the two speakers, one black and one white. The black-skinned one had dirty braids, and his lips moved up and down like overcooked sausages, greasy enough to make one nauseous. The white-skinned one looked relatively normal.
with short yellow hair, but his eyes darted around, giving him a shifty appearance. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze, the two not only did not restrain themselves but instead looked at him with mocking smiles, as if they didn't consider Lu Chen worth their attention at all. Alright, you two seem to have some self-awareness. You know you mean nothing to me. If I see you two in the secret realm, I might consider giving you a good beating. Lu Chen remained calm and composed, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm and mockery in their words, and continued speaking along their lines. This attitude made the two who had been ready to mock Lu Chen feel a bit uneasy. Why was this person so shameless? Give him a stick, and he climbs up it? However, Lu Chen not only climbed up but also stood on top to confront everyone. He scanned the crowd, matching faces with information, and then spoke loudly. Everyone, it's not personal. I just want to say, each and every one of you here is trash. As he spoke, a proud and confident expression filled Lu Chen's face, and he raised his right hand, thumb pointing downward. He appeared arrogant and domineering. This directly shattered everyone's defenses. They looked at Lu Chen, cursing under their breath, some even getting agitated and ready to act. But Lu Chen didn't give them a chance. With a swift movement, he walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The dazzling white light quickly engulfed his figure. This scene prompted numerous Huaxia netizens to cheer. Great! Strong ones should humiliate the weak. He ran after showing off. How exciting! A bunch of little punks, daring to mock Lu Chen at will? Feathers slowly fly. Mother always by my side. Has anyone thought about what to do if we get hung up and beaten in the secret realm with these big BS now? Upstairs hasn't even started yet and already boosting others' morale at the expense of their own? Are you a traitor or a walking 50,000? Exactly. Report and expose. Meanwhile, on the internet, various barrage comments were flooding in. Sharp-tongued brat, seeking temporary pleasure. Once in the secret realm, our country's beast tamer will surely tear you apart. At the scene, only a few dozen people remained standing helplessly in place. A bunch of useless people. The young beast tamer of the Eagle Country, Johnson, looked at the motley crew in front of him with some disdain. Yet, his face beamed with a bright smile. His golden long hair shining under the sun's rays. Ignorance breeds arrogance. God will not show him much mercy. Let's go. Johnson raised his arm, and many responded. After several days of training, he had gained the approval of most people with his strong abilities and the backing of the country. Following his lead, over 90 people entered the secret realm. Thus, the chaotic battle in the secret realm began in earnest. Lu Chen only felt a flash of white light before him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the secret realm. Without delay, Lu Chen summoned all his beasts. In an instant, the black-scaled dragon stretched its body freely. The 100-meter-long fierce dragon body resembled dense clouds, completely covering the sky, exuding a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. Just this presence alone was enough to deter lower-level beasts from daring to offend. The winged beast soared like lightning in the sky, serving as both reconnaissance and early warning. Mr. Jean led the way for Lu Chen, while the white jade ball rested on Lu Chen's shoulder, serving as a defense against enchantment and control. And at critical moments, it could even block a fatal blow for Lu Chen. The coordination was perfect. After arranging several beasts properly, Lu Chen finally had time to look around the environment in the secret realm. Unlike other secret realms he had experienced before, this one was extremely dark and mysterious. The sky had no sun, moon, stars, or clouds, devoid of any embellishments. However, the sky was not clear but rather tinged with a strange darkness, incredibly peculiar. As for the ground, it was unlike any ecological environment Lu Chen was familiar with. Everywhere were buried monstrous giant bones. The protruding parts of these giant bones rose high above the soil, piercing the sky. Each protruding giant bone was at least 10 meters high. Lu Chen walked within the secret realm as if in a forest of bones. With each step, he would tread on fine bone fragments, slightly uncomfortable. Although he had appeared arrogant before entering the secret realm, he was now extremely cautious, on high alert. At the same time, the Eye of Ascension quickly activated, scanning the surroundings. The densely glowing blue light invigorated him. Despite its eerie appearance, this place was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Wow! For beast tamers, already at the golden level, this is an intermediate beast tamer. He just awakened his beast taming talent a month ago, right? So fast. I'm envious. And don't you think Lu Chen's beasts are all so handsome? I really like them. Upstairs, Each one is a guaranteed S-rank qualified beast. How could they not be handsome? Ah, jealousy is making me unrecognizable. Hey, look at the perspectives of others. The beast tamers from other countries somehow managed to gather everyone together in such a short time. Oh my, isn't this cheating? Wait, is everyone a bronze beast tamer? Over 180 beasts. It's too terrifying. Can Lu Chen really withstand this? 4 pairs of 108. Each mythical beast averaging to confront 45 mythical beasts? Can't even withstand the arrival of the golden mythical beast, right? Lu Chen mythical beast, life and death situation. I'm not joking. I suggest finding a place to hide. Seriously, avoid its sharpness. For now, endure. If you keep this up, I'll give the dog a good review. Ah, what time is it? Stop joking around. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Look, everyone, these people seem to have X-ray vision, heading straight towards Lu Chen for a sudden attack. Cheating. Someone's cheating. Report. Damn it, Lu Chen. Stop searching for resources. You're about to get robbed. Still searching for resources. In the secret realm, Lu Chen was riding on the back of Boss Jean. Boss Jean was a dual-element mythical beast of light and fire. Its fiery red feathers had a heating function, and Lu Chen sitting on its back felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. A look of contentment on his face. What's even more infuriating is that Boss Jean, with its all-white body like a jade, resembling a banished fairy's white jade ball, was lifting its 2 front legs, lightly but forcefully massaging Lu Chen's shoulders. Meanwhile, black scales and void feathers would occasionally swoop down from the sky, presenting various special resources to Lu Chen. Along this journey, Lu Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. A large amount of special resources automatically entered his spatial ring. His whole being exuded one word, bliss. He was truly the epitome of extravagance. This arrogant and carefree demeanor almost drove the Chinese audience watching the live broadcast at home crazy. They pounded their chests, jumped up from their seats or beds, fingers almost tapping phantom images on their phone screens. Spit flew from their mouths as they cursed. Damn it, brother! Fei Ge, I kneel to you. Can we hide for a bit? Even if we don't hide, at least be prepared for battle. What's with this vacation-like attitude of yours? Exactly. How can our country's SSS-level mythical beast master be so unreliable? Ah, young people are just young. Can't rely on them in crucial moments. Smooth talkers are unreliable, as the old saying goes. Of course, there were bullet comments supporting Lu Chen, but their confidence seemed lacking. Don't be so pessimistic. Fei Yu must have his reasons for doing this. Yes, besides, the opponent already has a lock-on skill. What's the use of hiding? As soon as these bullet comments appeared, they were drowned out by countless angry comments. Damn it, if he can win, I'll cut off my head and let Lu Chen use it as a ball. I agree. If he wins, I'll use my head as a chamber pot for Lu Chen. Those brainless fans upstairs need to calm down. This is a 50-year mining right. Our China is done for. For a moment, pessimistic and gloomy bullet comments flooded almost all live streaming platforms. Furthermore, some had already begun cursing Lu Chen's ancestors for 18 generations at home. As for the foreign netizens, seeing Lu Chen's extremely lazy appearance, they blossomed with joy. Wow, look at this. The Chinese really know how to live, even enjoying themselves before dying. Damn it, China had such a big mouth before. I thought they had some ace up their sleeve. Turns out it's just a deception strategy. Those despicable Chinese. Ha ha, the mighty China, boasting for decades, is finally going to be trampled underfoot by our eagle country. Lu Chen was, of course, unaware of the happenings online, but based on his understanding of those proud and arrogant foreigners, they were probably already madly mocking and celebrating online. At this thought, a hint of coldness appeared on Lu Chen's face. Laugh now, cherish your last moments of joy. I will drag you into the depths of despair at your happiest, most excited, and most joyful moment. In an instant, from the peak of joy to the depths of despair, such extreme emotional contrast would probably drive countless people on the internet to collapse into death, right? At that time, the pride and anger of Huaxia would be etched into the marrow of all foreigners in an instant. After this incident, Lu Chen believed that in a few decades, these foreigners would probably not be able to stand tall in front of Huaxia. Even speaking uprightly to Huaxia would become a difficult task.
Lu Chen not only had to seize the 50-year exploitation rights in the secret realm melee but also had to completely shatter the deep-seated arrogance of these foreigners that had been entrenched in their hearts for 100 years. Thinking this, a chill intensified in Lu Chen's eyes. However, his face still bore the carefree and arrogant appearance of a young master. What's more exaggerated was that he felt this was not enough. With a thought, Lu Chen directly took out a goblet from his spatial ring. Then, a globally familiar red soda bubble drink appeared in his left hand. Drinking cola from a goblet. These two completely unrelated things were mixed together by Lu Chen like that. He joyfully emptied the goblet of cola in one go, even letting out a satisfied burp. This scene directly drove countless people on the internet crazy with laughter. Oh my god, I swear, if a bartender sees this, he will definitely kick Lu Chen's ass with his shoe. Vulgar Huaxia people, actually drinking cola from a goblet. And it's the red bottle. Doesn't he know the blue bottle is the best in the world? Blue bottle? Don't call it toilet cleaner. Is the person across really an SSS-level beast tamer? Isn't he a clown from the circus here to entertain us? Who will give Lu Chen a red nose? I will immediately transfer him 100,000 eagle coins. I keep my word. Meanwhile, in the country, the barrage that was overwhelming suddenly fell into a state of stagnation the moment Lu Chen took out the goblet and cola. In this moment, there were no barrage comments on the screen. Everyone was stunned by Lu Chen's actions. After a moment, a few sporadic barrage comments floated on the screen. Maybe we put too much pressure on him. This kid might have been scared silly. Yeah, the future of a billion people rests on an 18-year-old kid. It's indeed terrifying. Fei Bao flies steadily, mother always by his side. At this moment, the insults and attacks lessened. Instead, there was a lot of heartache and understanding. These crazy netizens suddenly realized at this moment that the beast tamer everyone held in high regard was just an 18-year-old kid. The pressure on him was too heavy, so heavy that it drove Lu Chen to madness. Lu Chen naturally did not expect the change in domestic public opinion. He just wanted to tease the fools on the internet and elevate their emotions further. Just then, a sharp and short cry came from the sky as the sky feather swiftly approached. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, instantly preparing for battle. As a spatial beast tamer, the sky feather was extremely sensitive to changes in the surrounding space. This cry meant that the 93 beast tamers were already very close to Lu Chen. Target approaching. About 3,000 meters. Everyone, prepare for battle. Shenenqing, lock onto the target's position at all times. If there are any abnormalities, alert us immediately. Juliet, Mary, David, when you see the target, immediately use your innate abilities to weaken their combat power. Carlos, sensing that Lu Chen was nearby, Johnson's face was as cold as ice, calmly issuing orders, exuding an indescribable leadership aura. At the same time, his golden long hair was blown by the strong wind as he moved swiftly. The fluttering golden hair, combined with his ruggedly handsome face, instantly attracted a large number of fangirls. Johnson looks so handsome. I'm already wet. I can't wait to see that arrogant Huaxia kid kneeling before Johnson, crying and begging for mercy. Crying and begging for mercy? That kid will probably be torn to shreds by our powerful beast tamer group at first sight. He doesn't even have the qualification to repent to God. Go to hell, kid. Countless viewers from the online community passionately typed out lines of text. It seemed as if they wanted to replace Johnson with Lu Chen and tear him to pieces. As the ultimate target, Lu Chen could already sense the enemy approaching. However, he maintained an indifferent attitude on his face, even adjusting to a more comfortable position on Boss Jin's back. This scene plunged all Chinese netizens into silence. They didn't want to criticize anymore. This young man, with at most 10 minutes left in his life, could only watch as Lu Chen and his 180 beast tamers from another country approached closer and closer. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 800 meters. At this moment, Lu Chen could already see the overwhelming black tide ahead. It was a wave made up of various mythical beasts, rushing towards him. Meanwhile, Johnson was standing on a majestic white eagle. The fierce wind blew his clothes, giving him a resolute and determined look. He looked down at Lu Chen on Boss Jin's back and gave the order without hesitation. Attack. The target must die. Johnson's cobalt blue eyes revealed endless coldness and killing intent. As the top talent of the young generation in the Eagle Country, he had been compared to Lu Chen countless times. What was even more detestable was that every comparison ended with his complete defeat in all aspects. This accumulated Johnson's killing intent towards Lu Chen to its peak. At this moment,
the enemy was right in front of him. With Johnson's command, a total of 186 beast tamers behind him launched an all-out attack. Beasts flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, and even those hidden underground all surged towards Lu Chen in a landslide-like manner. At the same time, the SS-level talents from other countries pushed their abilities to the limit in an instant. In a flash, dozens of beasts within the wave of mythical creatures burst forth with colorful lights, expanding their size and power several times over. Originally at the bronze level, they suddenly exhibited the power of silver in that moment. The already formidable beast tamer group now resembled a raging sea, unleashing a tremendous force. The heavens and the earth trembled at their power. Moreover, these beast talents were not only aimed at the beasts themselves. Some more insidious talents could even target enemy beast tamers. Various obscure powers intertwined in the air around the enemy beast tamers. Threads of energy flew and concealed themselves in the air. In the blink of an eye, they shot towards Lu Chen. Dizziness, weakness, confusion, stupor, powerlessness, illness, all kinds of negative effects poured towards Lu Chen as if they were free. If it were any other beast tamer, they would probably have turned into a vegetable, falling from their beast in an instant under the weight of these negative effects. However, thanks to the effect of Lu Chen's Ascension Eye, all negative effects were transferred to his beasts, and his beasts were completely immune to abnormal conditions. These insidious moves had no effect on Lu Chen at all. Beast talents, ha, he. Seeing this, a hint of shock appeared on Johnson's cold face. However, it was quickly replaced by a sneer. No matter how good your talents are, they can't hide the fact that you're a waste of space. In his eyes, Lu Chen seemed to be scared silly. Despite the onslaught of hundreds of beasts, he showed no reaction at all. But how could he know? Lu Chen was waiting. As these mythical beasts and beast tamers approached within 500 meters of him, there was no other reason. The effective range of Kong Yu's legendary skill, Forbidden Space, was precisely 500 meters. Once the opponent entered this distance, Lu Chen would erupt with overwhelming power in an absolute stance, directly annihilating these small fries. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his full power directly, scaring off these small scraps without capturing them all, it would be somewhat imperfect. In doing things, one naturally had to do them thoroughly to be considered good. After all, if the grass is not uprooted, it will grow back in the spring. Seeing these mythical beasts getting closer and closer to him, and the beast tamers gradually approaching the 500 meters death range, the chill in Lu Chen's eyes grew stronger. The faint smile that had always lingered at the corner of his mouth finally disappeared, replaced by boundless coldness. Attack! Before Lu Chen's words fell, his mythical beasts had not yet begun to act. The ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. The entire secret realm shook violently in an instant. The heavens and earth changed dramatically. Then, an incredible scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The giant bones buried deep underground were slowly being pulled out. The towering bones pierced the sky. A spine so long that it seemed endless connected all the giant bones, slowly emerging from the earth. The spine trembled, and the shock reverberated through the heavens and earth. The thick, sticky soil shook off the spine, revealing its smooth, jade-like surface. On both sides of the spine, two pairs of four-winged bone wings suddenly spread out with a thunderous roar. The bone wings extended, reaching 1,000 meters in size, completely shrouding this corner of the world. At the same time, a huge dragon head hung low from the sky. In its deep eye sockets, flickering emerald flames stared at the many insects on the ground. It wanted to see just who were these ignorant little things that dared to disturb its slumber as the Skybone Dragon. This earth-shattering change even left Lu Chen stunned for a moment. To be honest, he hadn't even realized that these giant bones were part of a fierce beast's body. However, Lu Chen reacted quickly and immediately activated the Eye of Ascension, taking in the specific information of this bone dragon. Race, Skybone Dragon, Attribute, Bone, Talent Level, SS, Realm, Diamond 9th Stage, Skills, Dragon's True Body, Epic, Bone Spike Assault, Epic, Skybone Dragon Roar, Epic, Converging Bone Vitality, Legendary, Evaluation, a rare dragon race skilled in converging breath for sleep. Extremely rare. When Lu Chen saw the skill, Converging Bone Vitality, and the evaluation, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. It turned out that the legendary level ability to converge breath, combined with his lack of attention to these giant bones, led to this situation. However, it was not a big problem. Just a mere Diamond 9th Stage True Dragon. For the current Lu Chen, a mere Diamond level was nothing to be concerned about. even if the opponent was a true dragon bloodline, a top-tier force among the beast tamers of the same realm. However, what did a true dragon amount to in front of Luchin? His black scales were at the level of a dragon king. In terms of bloodline talent, he was superior. In terms of strength and combat power, even if 4 mythical beasts joined forces, he would still be superior. What qualifications did you have to be arrogant in front of me? However, Luchin remained calm and composed, but the beast tamers from other countries did not have his strength and confidence. The moment the Skybone Dragon appeared, the majestic pressure from its realm and the absolute suppression from its bloodline made them feel breathless. Johnson's original cold and confident expression was now completely gone. Unstoppable panic and fear crawled into his heart and face like venomous snakes. Without any hesitation, he directly abandoned his role as a leader and responsibility, signaling his mythical beasts to prepare to escape. The magnificent white eagle soared against the many mythical beasts and flew away. Directly catching Johnson steadily, the white eagle flapped its wings and swiftly shot away without looking back. This smooth escape move left the beastmasters from other countries dumbfounded on the spot. Hey buddy, you used to be so tall and responsible, and now you just run away like that? On the internet, users started to rage, damn it, coward, traitor who abandoned teammates, clownish behavior. It's a disgrace to our eagle country. Meanwhile, besides the insults towards Johnson, there were also numerous comments discussing the appearance of the bone dragon. What's going on? Why would such a terrifying creature appear in the newbie's secret realm? This figure, this pressure, this posture, comparable to the Star Beast. My god, a group of newbie beastmasters facing the Star Beast. You might as well let them commit suicide. At Eagle Country Official, at Eagle Beast Alliance, come out and explain. Huaxia is really lucky. The appearance of this bone dragon should have led to our victory, but it ended in a draw. Could it be that Huaxia really has the elusive dragon vein fortune? Huaxia netizens breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Although it was highly likely that Lu Chen's life could not be saved, they were still very regretful. But at least, the 50-year exploitation rights of the high seas were not lost. They, Huaxia, did not fail. Even a 1 versus 93, a draw was considered a great victory for Huaxia. At that moment, all Huaxia people were filled with gratitude. Well, not all. In Changnan City, the Lu family. At this moment, the 4 members of the Lu family were staring fixedly at the TV screen. When they saw the majestic posture of the bone dragon and the terrifying pressure that penetrated the screen and space, their faces all showed a sickly smile. Ha ha, you reap what you sow. Very good. This little punk has been arrogant for a month. Finally, even the heavens can't stand it and want to take him down. Zhang Fengxia gritted her teeth, almost squeezing the words out of her teeth. The words were filled with the excitement of avenging a great grudge. The wrinkled face showed 2 red clouds, obviously excited to the extreme. Even Lu Qianjun, who had always been foolish, was no longer drooling at this moment, but staring intently at the screen in front of him. His eyes were wide open. It seemed like he didn't want to miss a single moment. He was eager to see Lu Qin torn to shreds by this bone dragon. After a long silence, the oppressive atmosphere in the Lu family was once again filled with laughter and joy. The man who had been haunting them like a nightmare was finally going to meet his death today. At this moment, in the secret realm, when Lu Qin saw someone trying to escape, he immediately moved to intervene. However, the bone dragon circling in the sky was even faster. Its eerie green eyes moved with Johnson's every move. The flickering flames in its eye sockets became more intense. Suddenly, the bone dragon raised its head high, its slender neck seeming to connect heaven and earth. Then, terrifying sound waves collided and reverberated between its major bone joints. The sound waves circulated between the joints, with each impact making the vast sound waves more ferocious and immense. Finally, the dragon's roar seemed like the wrath of heaven. This bone dragon, like an executor of divine punishment, wielded the power of extinction and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! In an instant, concentric sound waves shattered the space, forming substantial white rings that rushed downward. Hundreds of white sound wave rings pierced through space, sweeping towards the earth. The terrifying sound waves almost instantly shattered everyone's eardrums. At the same time, their internal organs were also shattered in an instant. The gap between bronze and diamond was indeed too vast. They, the proud sons of other countries, don't even have the qualification to resist and are about to perish on the spot. If it weren't for the sky bone dragon not yet using its full power, they would probably not just be bleeding from all 7 orifices, but their whole bodies would likely be shaken into pure powder by the sound waves. However, as it is now, holding on to their last breath, they can only watch their vitality slowly slip away. Undoubtedly, for these people, it is a more terrifying punishment. Looking around, only Lu Chen seems unaffected. He still sits leisurely on Boss Jin's back, enjoying the heated seat cushion, watching the miserable scene around him. It's a scene of blood and screams. Only he remains untouched by the chaos, alone in his beauty. This peculiar and aloof behavior immediately catches everyone's attention. They widen their eyes, incredulously staring at Lu Chen, who looks completely at ease. These people rack their brains but can't understand why this seemingly foolish Chinese man hasn't suffered any harm at all. Johnson is even spitting blood, his once flowing golden hair now dry and yellow due to severe injuries. He looks like a beggar, staring at Lu Chen in bewilderment. He is equally puzzled. However, this young man, whom he considers a great threat and archenemy, doesn't even spare him a glance. Who do you think you are, little shrimp, to deserve a glance from me? The undisguised disdain makes Johnson's blood boil, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and crimson blood spraying from his mouth. But he doesn't wipe it, just stares fiercely at the other, wishing to tear him apart. Lu Chen then jumps off Boss Jin's back, pats his bottom, looks up at the sky, and says loudly, "Little dragon, you've injured all these bastards, and I'm very happy about it. But you've taken away my long-awaited chance to show off, and that makes me a little unhappy." With these words, silence falls over the entire scene. The battlefield, once filled with screams, is now as quiet as a graveyard in the early morning. Even the sound of breathing is clearly audible. Everyone looks at Lu Chen as if they've seen a ghost. Dude, do you even know what you're saying? You survived this sonic attack without injury or death, and instead of running, you're standing there talking tough? Do you really think you're invincible? Or are you just so arrogant that you believe you can challenge a diamond-tier true dragon beast? Lu Chen's actions immediately ignite the emotions of everyone present and abroad. What the heck? Is this Chinese guy too arrogant? Damn, this Chinese guy is so reckless. No, are the beast tamers in our country all useless? Look at how he can talk big without any consequences. Compared to that, our beast tamers are too weak. Hey, if you think you can do better, step up. Don't just talk big. Do you even know what a true dragon bloodline is? Or what a diamond-tier beast is? Hey, I feel like this Chinese guy might actually be able to take down this bone dragon. Hey, you're kneeling so quickly? I guess the Chinese have some kind of powerful defensive talent to withstand attacks. As for taking down the dragon, well, let's see. If Lu Chen can defeat the bone dragon, I'll do a headstand and wash my hair with poop. Deal? Awesome. Remember to live stream it. As for the barrage of comments in the domestic chat, they are currently flooding the screens. Fei Yu, run fast. You're already strong enough, like the wind. Always with me. Life can be spared, but the bee must be flaunted, right? Hope D accompanies a root, risking your life to show off. I, Zhang San, have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you. Lu Chen, hurry, with an SSS-level beast taming talent. Don't stay here and be stubborn. What are you all boasting about? Don't you think he's acting stupid? He could have run but chose to stay. Exactly. Don't you think about the 50 years of resource exploitation rights and the vast resources of the country on your shoulders, destroying a large amount of national interests for one's own selfish reasons? What's there to boast about for such a person? A bunch of brainless fans. Don't shout upstairs. Just because you think you can run, does that bone dragon have to let you run? Instead of cowering and escaping like a mouse, it's better to stand and face death like a warrior. Well said. Different from the noisy online world. At this moment in the secret realm, the silence was terrifying. Ever since Lu Chen uttered those two sentences, the bone dragon hung its head low, remaining silent for a long time. It had been dormant for too long and did not understand what the young man beneath it, as insignificant as an ant, was saying, but the contempt and disdain in his tone, it understood clearly. As a true dragon, how could it be looked down upon by a human? At this thought, the rage within the bone dragon surged like a raging fire. In an instant, flames flickered fiercely in its eye sockets, reaching the height of a person. At the same time, sharp bone spurs, each tens of meters long, expanded once again, their length reaching 100 meters. The bone spurs vibrated, carrying a powerful force of sound waves, and in an instant, they swooped down. The speed was so fast, even faster than the spread of sound.
before the sound arrived, the bone spurs were already upon them. The cold wind mixed with the stench of earth on the bone spurs, assaulting them together. Lu Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. "Brother, I was trying to reason with you, and now you want to put on a show." Faced with the bone spurs right in front of him, he didn't flinch, but instead stood tall and spoke loudly. His expression proud, like a warrior bravely facing death. "Although he's an enemy, I admire his courage. Yes, this fearless spirit is much stronger than cowards like Johnson. This time, we are defeated in spirit. Wait, no, look, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." Suddenly, the barrage style changed, and countless national essences flashed across the screen, only to see, above Lu Chen's head, a hovering black dragon that was originally only 100 meters long. In an instant, it expanded suddenly. The dragon's body stretched to an extreme, instantly growing several times in length. The majestic and enormous dragon body extended for thousands of meters. Faint colorful lights shimmered on the thick black scales, making the entire dragon appear mysterious and noble. Just from its momentum alone, it seemed to surpass the bone dragon by far. At this moment, within the black-scaled dragon's dark eyes, the pupils flickered and danced, containing a furious dragon burning like a wildfire. "How dare a mixed-blood dragon make a move in front of my master? The black-scaled dragon?" In an instant, the black-scaled dragon entered a state of extreme power, doubling its physical qualities, and its imposing Dragon King pressure doubled at the same time. Roar! A roar erupted from the black-scaled dragon's throat. The same move, but when unleashed by the black-scaled dragon, it had a different effect. An endless dragon pressure seemed to come from ancient times, penetrating endless years, reaching deep into the soul. The flickering flames in the bone dragon's eye sockets suddenly froze. The rising sense of fear from the depths of its blood made all its abilities quickly converge. The attacking bone spurs, in that moment, froze in mid-air, unable to move. And at that moment, the glowing bones all over its body dimmed. Its defense greatly reduced. The black-scaled dragon's anger unabated. Its slender body moved like a swimming dragon, and in an instant, it arrived above the bone dragon's head. Then its long black tail swung down fiercely from above, directly slamming the bone dragon from midair to the ground. And at that moment, the golden boss, who had been ready to strike, suddenly spread a pair of wings made of light and fire behind him. In an instant, the steaming flames and infinite brightness raised the temperature rapidly on this battlefield. Then, the golden boss turned into a fiery red lightning bolt, shooting towards the position where the bone dragon had fallen. With extreme speed, the wings of light and fire formed a wall of fire spanning hundreds of meters. The firewall was sharp, like an unparalleled treasure sword tempered countless times, piercing directly through the fragile body of the bone dragon. Instantly, flames rose from the dim skeleton of the bone dragon, spreading rapidly like a festering sore. The body in direct contact with the wings of light and fire was severed. In an instant, the once proud and fierce bone dragon had a third of its body cut off by the joint efforts of Black Scale and Boss Gene. The majestic skeleton collapsed from the sky, raising thick dust that obscured everyone's vision. The intense pain made the bone dragon let out a heart-wrenching howl, dispersing the fear in its blood with agony. It had no intention of fighting back anymore. Its tattered wings fluttered as it tried to quickly escape this cursed place, and never return. However, how could Lu Chen give it that chance? This was a true dragon, a body full of treasures. It couldn't escape. Under Lu Chen's command, the sky feather that had been circling in the air let out a long cry. The surrounding space emitted ripples as if glass was shattering. Large pieces of space shattered, forming an unbreakable cage with black space fragments. It trapped the bone dragon, which was fleeing in panic like a drowning dog. No matter how it collided, it couldn't break free from the confines of the forbidden domain. The bone dragon's cries in the air were unstoppable, each impact causing numerous bone fragments to fall off, worsening its injuries. However, it was no longer the proud creature it used to be, with only one thought in its mind now: escape, 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 get away from this devilish young man. Yet Lu Chen would not allow it as it wished. At his command, the already enraged Black Scale roared once more. The furious dragon's roar pierced through the heavens and earth, its shockwaves assaulting the bone dragon's body and mind once again. As it collided with the forbidden domain, its damaged wings could no longer support its massive body. At this moment, the giant dragon that had shocked the world upon its appearance fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Bone spikes cut through the air, bringing sharp piercing sounds. These sharp explosions seemed to resonate in the hearts of everyone present. Johnson's cobalt blue eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. His blood-stained lips were wide open, emitting a foul stench from his throat. Where was the perfect image of the once proud leader? But now, he had neither the mood nor the strength to care for his appearance. There was only one thought in his mind: Lu Chen. How could he be so strong? Not just him. Within the secret realm, all the beast tamers were filled with similar thoughts. They looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, unable to understand. They were all the same age. So why was the gap between them and Lu Chen so vast? So vast, like a sky trench. So vast, it made people despair. So vast that it extinguished any desire to catch up. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the massive black-scaled dragon body extended for kilometers in the air. The five-element radiance erupted on the dragon's dark body. In an instant, the five-element radiance extended nearly a kilometer, completely covering Sky Feather's forbidden domain. The five-element domain overlapped the forbidden domain. Both domains exerted their power. At that moment, the violent spatial turbulence turned into countless steel blades, mercilessly tearing apart every inch of the bone dragon's armor. Within the five-element domain, the forces of the five elements transformed into thousands of different forms of techniques. The golden soldiers were sharp. The wooden defenses were sturdy. The water dragons roared. The fire rolled swiftly. The earth crumbled, causing chaos and dust to fly. The continuous attacks left the already heavily injured bone dragon completely defenseless. The helpless wail from its mouth was drowned out by the violent roar of energy. At this moment, it was no longer the true dragon that could determine the life and death of thousands. It was now a broken puppet, played with by Lu Chen. This scene in the secret realm left everyone watching the live stream dumbfounded. The audience watching in front of their screens at this moment, each and every one of them, unbelievably rubbed their eyes. Rubbing once, then looking again, still in disbelief. Rubbing over and over again until their eyes couldn't bear the immense force and started to turn red. These people finally had to admit, Lu Chen, this newcomer beast tamer, actually hung up and beat a top-tier diamond fierce beast. I'm dazzled. Is this a human? When I was his age, I was still worrying about the college entrance exam. How come he's beating up a diamond fierce beast? The gap between people, sometimes even greater than the gap between people and dogs. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Our country's proud sons of heaven, with just one roar from that bone dragon, their internal organs ruptured, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. But the beast tamers of the Huaxia nation, not to mention anything else, can even turn around and hang up the bone dragon to beat it. Where's the justice in that? What about that brother who used to do handstands and wash his hair? At this moment, even foreign audiences with different positions and conflicting interests couldn't help but feel admiration and even deeper admiration for Lu Chen in their hearts. After all, the impact of this scene on them was just too great. You see, Lu Chen had always appeared carefree and lazy before. Foreign audiences took this appearance at face value. But now, a seemingly lazy person suddenly rose up and effortlessly subdued a superboss. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded by this? If even foreign audiences were like this, not to mention domestic ones. At this moment, the barrage on major live streaming websites in the country was so intense that it was exaggerated. How exaggerated? If a patient with a fear of crowds saw it, they would faint. Barrages connected and covered each other, flowing like ink in the rain. Large blocks of 66666, awesome, holy cow, and other national phrases were extremely eye-catching. And the big shots who had been closely following the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Xiong Meng even slapped his thigh vigorously and leaped up from his seat. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Truly the student I, Xiong Meng, singled out at a glance. Not inferior to me back in the day. This self-praise was a bit much. Han Shoujing sitting beside him felt a bit embarrassed. As for the other foreign big shots waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, seeing Xiong Meng's posture, their faces were somewhat awkward. But at this moment, no one dared to speak out. However, unlike the lively atmosphere online in the country, at this moment, in the Changnan Lu family, the lively atmosphere that had just risen dissipated. In its place was a heavier silence than ever before. The distorted redness on Zhang Feixia's face had long faded. Her fat face, now covered in wrinkles, was trembling, and the excess flesh on her face was shaking with her intense emotions. Zhang Fengxia stood up from the sofa, pointing a finger at Lu Chen in the middle of the screen. For a long time,
She couldn't say a second word. In the end, her finger fell weakly. Her already hunched body bent a few more degrees, making her look much shorter. The other three members of the Lu family, although not as exaggerated as Zhang Fengxia, had equally grim expressions on their faces, as if they had lost their parents, especially Lu Qianjun. His spirits, which had just started to improve, fell into madness again after seeing Lu Chen's display of power. His mouth twitched as if he had gone mad, and the drool overflowing from his mouth wet a large area in front of him. However, the current Lu Qianjun is no longer the pampered young master he used to be. The burden and pressure of being unable to live independently have been imposed on his family due to his madness. In addition, everyone intentionally or unintentionally shifts the responsibility of severing ties between Lu Qin and the Lu family onto Lu Qianjun. At this moment, he may not be universally condemned, but his position within the family has plummeted to rock bottom. Even Zhang Fengxia, who used to dote on him the most, barely speaks to him these days. Their occasional interactions always end up comparing him to Lu Chen. This manipulation only worsens Lu Qianjuan's condition. After a moment, his second sister, Lu Sihan, hesitated before saying, "What if we find time to talk to Xiaoyu? He's not a heartless person. I heard that he arranged for the eldest sister to be the manager of Wanbao Pavilion in the capital, with an annual salary of at least several million. If Xiaoyu gives us a little benefit, it would be enough for our whole family to live on." In the secret realm, the wailing of the bone dragon grew fainter. However, Lu Chen remained vigilant. His posture relaxed but his muscles tense. The reason being, Lu Chen did not believe that the legendary skill of the Sky Bone Dragon, concealing bones and vitality, was a simple ability to conceal one's breath. If that were the case, how could it bear the weight of the word legendary? Therefore, the closer to victory, the closer to the Bone Dragon's dying moment, the more cautious one must be of its final counterattack, the ultimate ability of a top-tier true dragon. Its power probably rivals that of the Starry Sky Realm. Indeed, as Lu Chen expected, the Sky Bone Dragon, now in a state of disrepair and reduced in size, managed to stabilize itself amidst all attacks. In its eye sockets, the dim and silent emerald glow suddenly burst into a dazzling light. In an instant, within the dim and empty sky of the secret realm, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in full force. The radiant light poured into the land and sea, merging into the damaged body of the Sky Bone Dragon. Roar! In an instant, the drooping dragon head lifted high, its long neck bones cracking crisply. At the same time, threads of crimson lines snaked through the bone dragon's structure, intertwining and coiling. Within the red lines, white and yellow lines intersected. Organs, tissues, muscles, fur, everything that a normal biological body should have appeared on this bone dragon in just a few seconds. As the body restructured, the bone dragon's aura gradually rose, becoming as majestic as the mountains and seas. Just standing in mid-air, flapping its wings slowly, the overwhelming pressure akin to the collaboration of heaven and earth swept over. At this moment, the flickering lights in the dragon's eye sockets were no longer ghostly. Instead, a pair of fierce golden vertical pupils glared. Within those pupils, a raging color capable of piercing through life and death danced. Lu Chen immediately activated the Eye of Ascension, taking in the opponent's information. Race, Regenerating Dragon King. Attributes, Bone, Flesh, Talent Level, SSS, Temporary, Realm, Second Tier of the Starry Sky, Temporary, Skills, Rebirth Dragon Body, Legendary, Dragon King's Heart, Legendary, Dragon Slayer, Legendary, Flesh and Blood Incineration, Legendary, Not Usable. Evaluation, Wuhan, a furious Dragon King who has lost everything for revenge. Face its wrath after all. What did the dragon do to it to make it hate the dragon race so much? Note, this ferocious beast will self-destruct in 3 minutes, upon seeing all the information in an instant. Without hesitation, Lu Chen called out to Boss Jean to hold the line and ordered the other spirit beasts to retreat swiftly. The plan was to retreat and sell out. Anyway, Boss Jean had an immortal body, so the 3 minutes should not be enough to deplete the energy within Boss Jin's body. As for the other spirit beasts, they do not possess such strong physical abilities, so they naturally retreat when they can. As for resisting, only fools would do such a thing. They are about to self-destruct in 3 minutes, displaying an extraordinary ability to burn everything to ashes. Why would you insist on confronting them? Are you tired of living or something? As for Boss Jean, he definitely won't die. As for whether it hurts or not, there's no fight that doesn't hurt. Suffer a bit, Boss Jean. Lu Chen mourned for Boss Jean in his heart, then leaped onto the back of the sky feather with a big jump. The sharp feathers firmly held his legs in place. In the blink of an eye, they flew 1,000 meters. The black scales followed closely behind the sky feather. As for the white jade group, it had been perched on Lu Chen's shoulder like a mascot all along. At this moment, Boss Jean desperately spread the wings of light and fire on his back. The sunlight soared. Flames flickered, forming a huge wall blocking the sky and earth, separating the resurrected Dragon King and Lu Chen. This scene truly highlighted Boss Jin's fearless demeanor. Just as the demonic human-like figure from before was about to escape, the resurrected Dragon King's golden pupils suddenly contracted, and its massive dragon body swiftly rushed towards Boss Jean. With a body towering a kilometer high, it carried boundless power in its charge. Its momentum and pressure were akin to a mountain crashing down. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Boss Jean did not retreat. The sun rose above its head, and the light and fire shone brightly at that moment. Even though it knew this blow would surely injure it, as a spirit beast bearing its master's command, it would not take a step back. However, just as the dragon's body was about to collide with Boss Jin's wings of light and fire, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The newly appeared sun, moon, and stars, at that moment, all lost their radiance. In an instant, the sun trembled, the moon wailed, and the stars shattered. The entire secret realm trembled. Lu Chen seemed to sense something and turned to glance at the sky. Just one look made him stand frozen on the spot. In the vast sky, a pair of long and smooth giant hands suddenly appeared. The backs of the two hands faced each other, as if tearing through the void. Then, the fingers moved slightly, and the 10-finger joints exerted force. Chi-chi-la above the high heavens. A sound like tearing cloth echoed clearly in Lu Chen's ears. His pupils contracted like needles as he looked incredulously towards the sky. The previously smooth sky, as if a single entity, was forcibly torn apart by those giant hands. Oh my God! Faced with such immense power, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Then, he watched in astonishment as a man in a black robe slowly walked out from the crack in the sky. The man had strong features and sharp eyes, typical of East Asians, and Lu Chen, with just one glance, recognized the true identity of this man. He was none other than Hong Tianxi, the current ruling official of China, the strongest force on the surface today. Hong Tianxi's gaze lowered slightly, falling on the giant dragon that had already fallen into a state of stagnation. He descended as if weightless, not a speck of dust touching him, appearing as carefree as an immortal in exile, a spirit beast master who could fly without relying on his spirit beast. The farce should end now. Standing in front of the dragon's head, Hong Tianxi whispered softly, extending his right hand, pointing lightly at the dragon's head, without any other visible movement. The resurrected Dragon King didn't even have a chance to let out a whimper. In the blink of an eye, its flesh collapsed, its muscles and veins turned to ashes like burnt white paper, drifting in the air. Only a pure white jade-like skeleton remained. In the heart of the skeleton, a pulsating mass of blood seemed to possess intelligence and wanted to escape, but it made no move. Hong Tianxi extended his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, and the mass of blood automatically fell into his hand. Then he turned around and gave a slight smile towards Lu Chen, who was 1,000 meters away. The Dragon King's essence in his hand, at that moment, crossed 1,000 meters and surged towards Lu Chen. It accurately landed in his spatial ring. This move directly stunned Lu Chen on the spot. He hadn't done anything at all. Did he just pick up Dragon King's essence out of thin air? Can this good fortune happen 100 more times? As for Boss Jean standing in mid-air, the conflicted expression on his dog face, anticipating a beating, suddenly relaxed. After all, no one wants to get beaten, not even a dog. It had been prepared to be beaten wildly for 3 minutes. Now, with nothing happening, Boss Jean was naturally delighted. Hong Tianxi glanced at Boss Jean, who was grinning foolishly, and nodded slightly. Then he lightly stepped on the ground, instantly crossing 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, Hong Tianxi appeared in front of Lu Chen and softly said, "Well done. Even I, at your age back then, was not as good as you. I wasn't planning to make a move, but seeing that the Dragon King was about to self-destruct, and the Dragon King's essence would dissipate in that moment, it seemed a bit of a waste. After all, such top-tier special resources are truly precious. And since you also have a real dragon as your beast, I think you could make use of it. So I thought I might as well make a move. The outcome wouldn't be much different anyway. Besides,
It's been many years since I showed up in front of the world. He. With that, he lowered his eyes, scanning the earth. The young beastmasters from other countries who had their internal organs shattered by the Skybone Dragon in the chaotic battle had long since died. After all, the physical constitution of a bronze beastmaster was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. With shattered internal organs and bleeding from every orifice, they wouldn't last more than a few minutes. The victory condition in the chaotic battle of the secret realm was to kill the most beastmasters within 24 hours. In the current situation, everyone else was dead. Only Liu Chen remained alive. Naturally, he was unquestionably the winner. At this point, Hong Tianzi clapped lightly. The crack in midair that could accommodate one person widened once again. The distorted crack emitted a howling sound, as if lamenting, "Shall we go?" Hong Tianzi turned slightly to look at Liu Chen, asking. The rankings were already determined. Victory was also a certainty. Even the most precious Dragon King's essence within the secret realm had been taken by Liu Chen. There was naturally no need to stay any longer. Therefore, Liu Chen nodded. He patted the sharp silver-black feathers on the wings of the empty feather fiercely. With a clear eagle cry, he soared into the sky. The silver-black figure shot up like lightning, heading straight towards the huge crack in midair. However, Hong Tianzi's figure was even faster. It was unclear whether the opponent was extremely fast or had mastered some spatial secret technique. Moving like a ghost, without a sound. Not even a hint of energy fluctuation. Eerie and abnormal. Of course, when leaving, Liu Chen didn't forget to retrieve Boss Jean, who was 1,000 meters away, back into the Beastmaster space. Thus, the chaotic battle of the secret realm came to a complete end. This battle, at the cost of 93 Beastmasters' lives, let everyone in the world know, China had produced a Beastmaster with terrifying potential and formidable strength. Liu Chen, in terms of potential, he had an SSS-level beast talent, with twin talents. His talent was so strong that it was unparalleled throughout history. In terms of strength, he could already single-handedly battle diamond-level top beastmasters. This level of strength would be considered top tier in any country, although he couldn't squeeze into the top tier, like Song Tonglin, who ruled a city effortlessly. But how old was Song Tonglin, and how old was Liu Chen? 18 years old, an age filled with future and possibilities. At this moment, whether in China or on the foreign internet, the three characters Liu Chen dominate all social media and various search engines, and in the highest official media of China, the People's Daily. Who in the world does not know you? This article directly and elaborately explains Liu Chen's life and all his achievements, including his background, the series of inequalities he faced in the Liu family, and even his tragic experience of selling blood just after becoming a beast tamer. Of course, this was all approved by Liu Chen long ago, and this article was written even before Liu Chen entered the secret realm. Not only that, Liu Chen also knew that the People's Daily had prepared two completely different versions, one where he wins, and naturally, one where he doesn't. Regardless of the outcome, the official media could step in immediately to stabilize netizens' emotions and prevent any unexpected incidents. However, this brief introduction to his life is just a small part. The vast majority of the article is filled with absolute praise for Liu Chen. Phrases like hardship leads to success, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold, and heaven bestows great responsibilities on this person, who must first, were used abundantly. They almost praised Liu Chen as if he were a flower. Finally, the article ends with the sentence "Who in the world does not know you?" highly praising Liu Chen's current fame and status worldwide. The moment this article appeared, it quickly ignited the emotions of all Chinese netizens. There was a large number of likes and shares. This article spread rapidly throughout China like a virus. In less than half an hour, almost 90% of the Chinese population had already read this post. In an instant, the comments section of the People's Daily was almost bursting with enthusiastic netizens. I thought Liu Chen was from some prestigious family. Turns out even commoners can have such powerful talents? Upstairs, the rich rely on technology. The poor rely on mutations. Didn't you see that Liu Chen's family's talents are not that great? He's the only exceptional one, clearly a mutant. And those prestigious families, raised in luxury since childhood, using all kinds of special resources as if they were free. Their talents must be better one by one. Ahem. Let's not say things that are not conducive to unity. Didn't you notice how miserable Liu Chen's life was before awakening his talent? He was simply a punching bag. Yes. What kind of people are the Liu family? Treating their own children like that.
It's simply inhuman. Leaving aside everything else, just look at the power of the Lu family. Seeing Lu Chen's achievements now, they must be regretting deeply, right? More than that, I am Lu Chen's former classmate. His younger brother is said to have become mentally disabled now, drooling all day, hasn't been to school in a long time. The one above is right. I was there too. I am the drool that came down from Lu's younger brother. However, not only the official media in China, even the foreign media acted as fast as lightning, especially the Kingdom of FA. The speed of their kneeling and surrendering was simply too fast. In almost 2 minutes after the People's Daily article was published, the FA Kingdom Daily also posted an article online. Both the title and content were much more sensational than the domestic media. The true dragon of China has descended. The mandate of heaven belongs to China. Even below the main title, there was a line of small text. The true dragon of China will soon visit his loyal subjects in FA. This outrageous operation and enthusiastic flattery directly stunned other countries. Come on, can't we have some dignity? Can't we stop surrendering at the slightest provocation every time? It's embarrassing to be your ally. And the Chinese netizens, upon seeing this headline, burst into laughter. In an instant, various FA Kingdom jokes that were already popular on the internet began to sell like hotcakes once again. At one point, the whole country was filled with a joyful atmosphere. On the other side, Lu Chen followed Hong Tianxi out of the secret realm. A faint light flickered. First, an extremely white and then an extremely black light circulated in his eyes. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he was already outside the secret realm, above the open sea. The waves surged, the sound of the waves clear in his ears. The salty sea breeze, moist and refreshing, hit his face. However, at this moment, Lu Chen had no interest in the beautiful scenery around him. In front of him were two familiar figures, Xiong Meng and Han Shouzheng. Xiong Meng was tall, with a straight back. Through his clothes, one could feel the terrifying power hidden beneath his taut muscles. Han Shouzheng had white hair, his whole being exuded an indescribable aura. And at this moment, the two of them actually summoned all their spirit beasts. They assumed a clear confrontational posture. Lu Chen continued to look outward. To his surprise, he found himself completely protected. Over 100 top spirit beast masters surrounded Lu Chen, Han Shouzheng, and Xiong Meng in a tight circle. Their faces were grim, their eyes blood red. The steaming killing intent was palpable, and hundreds of spirit beasts were glaring, as if they were about to pounce and tear him to shreds in the next moment. However, when Hong Tianxi appeared, the tightly sealed encirclement suddenly loosened. Involuntarily, everyone cleared a path in front of Hong Tianxi. What was originally a circular encirclement now had a pathway wide enough for several people to pass through. Without making a move, just by showing up, he had such a great deterrent power. With just one person, he forced dozens of countries to retreat. Is this the current #1 spirit beast master? Lu Chen sighed inwardly. However, even though other countries had backed down, Hong Tianxi showed no intention of leaving. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the surroundings expressionlessly. Anyone he looked at subconsciously took a few steps back, afraid of being seen by him. For a moment, the cramped encirclement became spacious. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, disappearing into nothingness. However, Hong Tianxi was still not satisfied. He clicked his tongue twice and said, "What's the matter?" His voice was not loud, but it felt like thunder striking in everyone's ears. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Everyone stood awkwardly in place, neither retreating nor advancing, for fear of losing face. In the end, it was the leader of the Eagle country, Haydn, who stepped forward. He took a step forward, looking solemn. He considered himself the strongest and highest ranking, able to say a few words in front of Hong Tianxi. Behind him, many spirit beasts also approached at the same time. 9 spirit beasts of various forms, all huge in size, stretching up to 100 meters. At the moment they drew closer, the sky suddenly darkened. A shadow enveloped Lu Chen, Hong Tianxi, and the others. Perhaps the spirit beasts behind him gave Haydn enough sense of security. He stared at Hong Tianxi and said loudly, "Hong Tianxi, you have interfered recklessly in the secret realm battles, disregarding the rules, violating the contract, indirectly causing the deaths of 93 spirit beast masters. Can you bear this responsibility? Can your Huaxia bear it?" Wow! He started off with a big black pot. Even Lu Chen, who was listening on the side, was a bit surprised. How thick-skinned was this old man in front of him? Could he really shift the blame like this? Does the death of those over 90 spirit beast masters have anything to do with Hong Tianxi and Huaxia? If we talk about responsibility, shouldn't it be the hosting country, the Eagle country, that selected the secret realm to bear it? After all, that sky-reaching bone dragon is a real creature from the secret realm. Therefore, in the face of his accusations, Hong Tianxi remains silent, only a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like a smile, yet also like a mockery. Finished speaking? Is there anything else you want to say? He responded softly, seemingly provoked by his attitude. Haydn took a step forward again, angrily shouting, "You!" However, before he could finish his sentence, Hong Tianxi's figure disappeared in an instant from where he stood. Alarm bells rang in Haydn's mind, and the flying beast beneath him flapped its wings, preparing to retreat. But it was too late. You wanted to speak, so speak you shall. Hong Tianxi's voice echoed in Haydn's ears like a whisper from hell. Startled, Haydn turned around, looking all around but finding no trace whatsoever. Meanwhile, all of Haydn's beasts gathered around in an instant, attempting to create an impenetrable wall for their master with their bodies. However, in the face of absolute strength, all efforts were futile. Hong Tianxi's figure moved like a ghost. No one could discern how he broke through the encirclement and appeared in front of Haydn. But he did it. On Hong Tianxi's stern face, an eternal icy coldness remained. As his right hand extended forward, his knuckles surged in an instant, gripping Haydn's wrinkled neck with immense force. With a powerful squeeze, the last breath in Haydn's chest seemed to be squeezed out. He let out a muffled cry, saliva mixing with the cries as they dripped down. His eyes bulged under the immense pressure, resembling a dying fish. "Do you think I dare to kill you?" Holding Haydn's neck in his right hand, Hong Tianxi lifted him from the beast. Hong Tianxi's head tilted slightly upwards. The coldness on his face dissipated, replaced by that faint smile once again. Faced with a life-threatening situation, Haydn dared not make any more trouble. He nodded frantically, his eyes pleading for mercy. Seeing this, the smile on Hong Tianxi's lips widened, a small punishment for a great lesson. With that, the muscles on his arms swelled up, thick like rolling hills. The veins all over his body surged like giant pythons. The loose robe now clung to his body like a second skin. He exuded an indescribable sense of violent beauty. Thud, thud, thud. Hong Tianxi's right hand fell abruptly, gripping Haydn's neck tightly and slamming him onto the flying beast. In an instant, the beast let out a mournful cry. It instinctively tried to flee, but the ferocious aura emanating from Hong Tianxi rendered it immobile. For a moment, man and beast endured Hong Tianxi's violent onslaught. Heads cracked, blood flowed, feathers splattered. The white-headed giant eagle in the sky let out an uncontrollable mournful cry. It trembled violently from the intense pain. As the guardian beast of the Eagle Kingdom since its founding, when has this white-headed giant eagle ever suffered such humiliation and brutality? Regardless of who it was before, no matter their status or realm as a beast tamer, even the previous owners who had seen this white-headed divine eagle had always treated it with utmost respect. They addressed it as the supreme divine beast, showing reverence. The reason why the Eagle Kingdom has maintained its status as a top-tier nation in turbulent times is because of the presence of this white-headed giant eagle. 9 stages under the moonlight. SSS-Level aptitude. Immortality. Can change masters at will, with the condition being a leader of the Eagle Kingdom. With its presence, the Eagle Kingdom never lacks top-tier combat power. It is the solid anchor of the Eagle Kingdom, known as the flowing leader, the ironclad white head. It is because of this. In the hearts of the people of the Eagle Kingdom, the white-headed giant eagle is the true leader. However, now, it was beaten to the point where it didn't dare to move at all. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, sticky blood staining its tattered feathers. It no longer looked like a mythical beast protecting the country but more like a drowning chick, one that could be served on a dinner table at any moment. Hong Tianxi wasn't just attacking an eagle, he was clearly striking at the face of the Eagle Nation. Bang! 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 The intense collisions continued unabated. Hong Tianxi remained calm, his face now speckled with blood. However, the blood on his hands was almost dripping like a river. Haydn's neck was twisted like overcooked noodles, a neck bone protruding from the back. On the snowy white bone fragments, crimson blood mixed with bits of flesh and tissue. His bones were contorting under this immense force, and compared to his forehead, the state of his neck was even more gruesome. Haydn's forehead had already vanished in the collisions, leaving a ghastly white skull exposed to the damp air. Along with the blood, some yellowish-white brain matter trickled down. He looked utterly miserable. At this moment, Haydn had lost all his previous confidence and arrogance. He was being trampled upon by Hong Tianzi like a stubborn snake. Even the crotch of his high-end tailored dark blue trousers was soaked with various foul substances, emitting a putrid stench. Is this a minor punishment? Leaders from other countries had long retreated several meters away when Haydn started getting beaten. They watched the pitiful sight of Haydn and the white-headed giant eagle, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably, a chilling feeling spreading through their hearts like venomous snakes. This was almost beating someone half to death. How could this be considered minor? Then what would a major punishment be? Death or? These people shuddered, not daring to think further, cursing Haydn in their hearts. You damn well want to die. Don't drag us down, okay? They said Hong Tianzi was severely injured and unable to act. But look at him now, full of vigor. Is this what severe injury looks like? Damn Eagle Nation. 30 years ago, Hong Tianzi rose to fame as an SSS-level beast tamer, becoming renowned worldwide. At that time, due to its weak national strength, Huaxia followed a path of survival. Hong Tianzi devoted himself to training for over 10 years, and by the age of 30, he became known to the world. He was the top beast tamer of the Bright Moon, already among the most elite in the world in terms of cultivation. Coupled with his SSS-level combat talent, he could single-handedly control 9 beasts, causing all nations with ill intentions towards Huaxia to flee in panic. Even the leaders of the most aggressive countries at the time were beaten to death by Hong Tianzi's iron fists. With sheer strength, he established Huaxia's reputation and prestige in the world. Fortunately, after that, Hong Tianzi did not invade other countries or interfere in their internal affairs, so there were no major joint actions to assassinate him. However, at the next year's joint meeting, all countries tacitly elevated Huaxia's resources and rights to explore various secret realms to the top tier. It was supposed to continue developing this way. However, the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect at that time quietly broke through to the Sun-Moon realm. His physical body was unparalleled, and his blood surged like a dragon. With his full power, he could move mountains and part seas effortlessly. What was even more terrifying was that the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect at that time also possessed a strange ability to command ferocious beasts. Thus, along with the emergence of the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, a massive wave of ferocious beasts erupted worldwide. Hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts simultaneously attacked major cities. Among them were formidable beasts on the level of the Bright Moon. In the tide of ferocious beasts, there was even a Sun-Moon level ferocious beast that invaded Huaxia alongside the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect. At that time, Hong Tianzi, at the Bright Moon realm, boldly confronted 2 Sun-Moon level forces. It can be said that the fate of the world hangs by a thread, in the hands of one person. What no one expected was that at the time, Hong Tianzi, who was only at the Bright Moon realm, actually broke through to invincibility with a near-death breakthrough. He defied the Beast Master of the 10,000 Beasts and severely injured the Sun-devouring beast. The world crisis was resolved by him alone in an instant. However, achieving this level of power came at a cost. Hong Tianzi suffered severe losses as well. 5 Beast Kings died. 4 Beast Kings were severely injured. Even Hong Tianzi himself was critically injured and near death. For nearly 30 years, he did not make a move, and his appearances were few and far between. Therefore, rumors circulated outside that Hong Tianzi had suffered a severe loss of strength. There were even rumors that Hong Tianzi had long since died, and now China lacked top-tier combat power, no longer deserving the top resources of the beast world. Even now, when Hong Tianzi suppressed Zidane, he did not release a single Beast King to fight, relying solely on his formidable physical strength brought by his talent. It was under this background that, stimulated by Lu Chen's SSS-level talent and dual talents, the Eagle country united with other nations for a grand melee in the secret realm. One purpose was to eliminate the new talent seeds of China in advance. The other was to test Hong Tianzi's strength and even his life. Once Lu Can died and it was confirmed that Hong Tianzi's strength was no more, China would face ruthless resource deprivation and power struggles. However, what no one expected was that neither of the 2 goals of this grand melee in the secret realm was achieved. Lu Chen's talent and strength displayed in the melee had already astonished everyone. Hong Tianzi's appearance and eruption made the leaders of other countries recall the fear and powerlessness they had experienced under his dominance 30 years ago. Therefore, when Zidane was beaten and the white-headed giant eagle was abused,
The hundreds of beast masters from other countries did not dare to speak out. In fact, they harbored resentment towards Zidane, after all. Back then, it was you, this old man, who enjoyed the rumors the most and spread them the most viciously. Now, everyone is envious of Hong Tianxi. Where is there any good fruit left to enjoy? Bang! With a terrifying muffled sound, Zidane and the white-headed giant eagle were both forcefully plunged into the deep sea by Hong Tianxi. The surging waves and white foam rose high. The turbulent seawater carried away their half-dead bodies. Hong Tianxi shook off the blood on his hands and calmly scanned the crowd. Now, I'm done talking. Anyone else want to speak? His indifferent voice mixed with the sea breeze, piercing into the ears of the people present. From these emotionless words, they seemed to smell the sweet tang of blood. At this moment, the tragic scene and screams of Zidane were still vivid in their minds, echoing in their ears. Who would dare to say otherwise? Each person nodded frantically, as if pecking at grains like little chicks, indicating they had no other thoughts. This scene was also captured by cameras, broadcast live, and seen by all viewers online. For a moment, the internet seemed as silent as death, especially the proud people of the Eagle Country, who always boasted of being the beacon of humanity, were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. They felt like a part of their hearts had been shattered by Hong Tianxi's iron fist. Very good. Seeing this scene, Hong Tianxi nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Liu Ken, pulled him over, and said, "The momentum you had earlier scared my students. You must compensate accordingly. I won't ask for much, just 10 million Huaxia coins per country, to be paid within 10 minutes. Any objections?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ken, who had been a bystander all along, suddenly brightened. 10 million Huaxia coins per country. With 93 countries, that's over 9 billion Huaxia coins. Even if 1/10 of it is given to him as a reward, that's still an astronomical figure. Let's not talk about anything else. At the very least, those few Imperial beasts left, evolving into SSS-grade special resources, no longer need to be sought after with great effort. Just buy them directly. The main point is to show off. As for the others, who would dare to mention any issues? Besides, although Hong Tianxi casually mentioned 10 million, for a country, this amount of money is really nothing, at least compared to their lives. It's nothing. So, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in a hurry. Not to mention 10 minutes, not even 30 seconds. Over 9 billion Huaxia coins were transferred to the account mentioned by Hong Tianxi. Alright, everyone can go back to their own homes. Hong Tianxi waved his hand and left directly with Liu Chen and the other two. With a wave of his sleeve, not taking away a single cloud, he left casually, leaving behind the leaders of other countries looking at each other in dismay. Each of them had a face as ugly as if their parents had died, their brows furrowed in pain. What a mess! Not only did they fail to achieve their original goal, but their most outstanding genius of the year also died in the secret realm. In the end, they were extorted 10 million Huaxia coins by the enemy. Although the amount was not large, it was money they handed over to the enemy themselves. It felt like stepping on dog poop and then picking it up to put in your mouth. Gross. On the other side, in mid-air, Hong Tianxi no longer relied on his powerful body to traverse the void but stood on Liu Chen's flying imperial beast. He casually tossed a card into Liu Chen's hand. "Here, take it," rounding it up to an even 10 billion. In the same breath, he took off a spatial ring from his left index finger and handed it to Liu Chen. "The imperial beast egg I promised you before." With just 2 sentences totaling no more than 30 words, Liu Chen was stunned. "Big brother, aren't you being too generous with this gesture?" Beating Haydn up was cool, but Liu Chen felt that Hong Tianxi's calm demeanor while giving him 10 billion was even cooler. He thought that even getting 1/10 would be considered good. Even if he were more generous and gave 1/5, that would still be nearly 1 billion Huaxia coins. For him at this stage, that was already an astronomical figure. Unexpectedly, Hong Tianxi, truly living up to his reputation as the strongest in the world, displayed such grandeur and mindset, playing his cards right from the start. "Don't look at me like that. You'll see later that there are many top resources that you can't buy with money." Hong Tianxi waved his hand and continued. "You are the future of Huaxia and the hope of the world. What I can give you, I will give you the best. However, cough, cough, cough." Gross. He wanted to say more, but suddenly his face turned pale. Then he began coughing uncontrollably. His whole body swayed back and forth due to the coughing, his chest heaving rapidly several times. This coughing fit lasted almost a minute, as if he was trying to cough up all his internal organs.
Hong Tianzi bent over, saliva mixed with traces of blood dripping down from his mouth, looking extremely weak. Gone was the imposing aura of someone who could command mountains and rivers. Now, he appeared like a terminally ill patient. A gust of wind could easily blow him down from mid-air. Cough. As you can see, I was severely injured back then. 5 imperial beasts died directly, followed by 3 severely injured ones that never recovered and died one after another. The last imperial beast fell into a coma and has not woken up since. Moreover, in that battle, my soul was injured, my body was damaged, and the qualification for the contracted beast at the solar realm level disappeared. Speaking up to this point, a touch of melancholy crossed Hong Tianzi's face as he said, "As a beast tamer, I don't even have a single beast to command. Isn't that laughable?" His SSS-level talent was undeniable, but the Grand Master of the 10,000 Beasts sect and the Sun-rank ferocious beasts were no ordinary opponents. They possessed a variety of skills and abilities. Moreover, at that time, Hong Tianzi wasn't just facing a simple one-on-two situation. He also had to divert his attention to confront the millions, even billions, of ferocious beasts outside the borders of Huaxia. Under such circumstances, achieving such astonishing feats was truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent, unsure of what to say. Having never experienced such things, it would be inappropriate to offer comfort rashly. Meanwhile, Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing looked at the middle-aged man with sorrowful expressions. No, Hong Tianzi was already 60 years old and heavily injured, his life nearing its end. He couldn't be considered middle-aged at all. Even Xiong Meng was 10 years younger than him. However, to maintain his image and dignity, Hong Tianzi dyed his white hair black, smoothed out his wrinkles, creating an illusion of youth and strength. Yet, Hong Tianzi didn't dwell too much on his sorrow. He continued, "I can't intervene too many times now, so you need to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Alright, enough of that. Today is the day of Huaxia's great victory and triumphant return. Fei Yu, as the commander, a celebration feast has already been prepared for you." His eyes sparkled, his tone vibrant. The pallor on his face had long faded, replaced by a lively vigor. However, after the scene just now, how could Lu Chen not see it? Beneath that vitality, there lay a silent and desolate intent akin to a dark night. Perhaps Hong Tianzi could live quietly in seclusion, quietly recuperating, and have a few more years of life. But given the watchful eyes of the various countries before, if Hong Tianzi didn't swiftly and decisively crush any ambitions of rebellion, who knew how many more troubles would arise? And with his full exertion, the old wounds that were like festering sores would erupt once more. Judging by Lu Chen's assessment, Hong Tianzi probably didn't have much time left. It could be 100 days at most, or just over a month. Lu Chen even worried just now that Hong Tianzi might cough himself to death in mid-air. His life was even more fragile than a candle in the wind. However, since the other party didn't want to discuss this matter, the others naturally wouldn't bring it up either. On their way to Huaxia, the group engaged in casual conversation, deliberately skirting around this topic. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen inquired about the specific effects of Hong Tianzi's SSS-level talent as a beast tamer. Beast King's Dominion. 1. Doubles the physical strength of contracted beasts. 2. The beast tamer's physical strength equals that of their strongest contracted beast. 3. The beast tamer can freely choose all abilities of 3 contracted beasts to use for themselves. 4. The above effects are constant skills, permanently effective regardless of any factors. A unique beast tamer talent indeed. Unlike typical beast tamer talents that enhance the beasts, Hong Tianzi's talent primarily strengthened the beast tamer themselves. Physical enhancement. Strength equal to the contracted beast, choosing all abilities of 3 beasts for personal use. With these combined, Hong Tianzi's power surpassed any of his contracted beasts by several times. What's more crucial is that the amplification effect brought by the Beast King's Dominion is permanently effective. This also explains why, despite his beasts dying or being injured, or even falling into a coma, Hong Tianzi, as a beast tamer, still possessed such formidable combat prowess. The 4 of them raced forward. In just half an hour, they had already reached the border of Huaxia. The salty sea breeze was left behind as a familiar scent greeted Lu Chen head-on. He lowered his head to look. On the vast border, a crowd of people eagerly awaited, their excitement filling the air with clamor. The grand red flag stood tall on the ground, fluttering in the wind. The sound of flapping flags echoed incessantly. In the land of Huaxia, All the prominent figures had gathered at the border to welcome the return of Lu Chen and Hong Tianxi. When they saw the familiar silver-black giant eagle soaring across the sky, the noisy crowd fell silent. Then came the thunderous cheers. 50 years of exclusive rights to the open sea resources, nearly $1 billion in compensation, their own genius achieving astonishing feats against 93 opponents. Every detail proclaimed the rise of the Huaxia dragon, soaring invincibly towards the sky. Among the crowd, one face stood out to Lu Chen, with a broad face and a perpetually friendly smile. It could only be Wang Shiyao. As the next generation head of the Wanbao Pavilion, his status and identity naturally warranted welcoming Lu Chen. Standing beside Wang Shiyao was a middle-aged man with shiny black hair, clearly styled with plenty of hair gel and setting lotion, almost shining. Compared to Wang Shiyao's birth father, Wang Fugue, his name might be common, but its meaning was auspicious. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart stirred. He beckoned to Konyu and descended. Seeing the legendary figure from TV land in front of him, the welcoming crowd grew even more excited. Countless hands waved various items in front of Lu Chen. At that moment, all the forces within Huaxia were showing goodwill towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen paid no attention to them, heading straight towards Wang Shiyao. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shiyao, who had been happy just moments ago along with the crowd, widened his eyes in surprise. He looked at Lu Chen, a certain speculation forming in his mind. However, as Lu Chen approached, neither he nor Wang Fugue spoke. Instead, another middle-aged man in a splendid robe stepped forward, offering a business card along with a specially crafted small card. The card was pure white, crystal clear, with a faint cold aura emanating from it. White mist swirled around it. Truly extraordinary. Mr. Lu, I am Xue Mantian, the president of the Hui Xue Chamber of Commerce. Here is my business card and the spirit snow card of our chamber, offering a 36% discount. Seeing this, the expressions of Wang Shiyao and his father changed slightly. The Hui Xue Chamber of Commerce was also one of the top chambers of commerce in Huaxia. Unlike the Wanbao Pavilion, the Hui Xue Chamber focused solely on high-end business, catering to elite talents and various big shots. Therefore, they had better channels for procuring top-tier special resources compared to the Wanbao Pavilion, making them more suitable for Lu Chen at present. Wang Shiyao and his father never expected that Xue Mantian, who had always been proud and arrogant, would be so shameless upon meeting a true genius. Even though they knew that the Wanbao Pavilion had invested heavily in Lu Chen, they were surprised by this unexpected interference. Shameless, Wang Fugue muttered under his breath. Wang Shiyao's lips turned slightly pale, his initial joy fading in an instant. After all, faced with tangible resources and benefits, his relationships and investments seemed insignificant. If Lu Chen turned out to be ungrateful and accepted the spirit snow card at this moment, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, the Wanbao Pavilion would become a laughingstock in the elite circles of Huaxia. Thank you, President Xue, for your kindness. However, Wang Xiao and I have already made an agreement. Only the Wanbao Pavilion will handle our future resources. Lu Chen was well aware of the extraordinary status of the Hui Xue Chamber of Commerce. However, with his current performance, he could obtain whatever resources he wanted, even if the Wanbao Pavilion did not have them. If he had to ask the Huaxia authorities for them, would they dare to refuse? Nature had no need to save Wang Shiyao's face. After all, along the way, Wang Shiyao and the Wanbao Pavilion had been of great help to themselves. If it weren't for that discounted black gold card, he wouldn't have been able to evolve both imperial beasts to SSS level in such a short time. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to obtain new imperial beast talents, and his strength wouldn't have been able to rise rapidly. It could be said that he might die in the chaotic battle in that secret realm. After all, the power of the Skybone Dragon was not to be underestimated. Therefore, even though returning to the Snow Trading Company might be more beneficial to him, Lu Chen still decisively refused. Moreover, if he tried to have it both ways, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Although he couldn't be considered someone who cared much about face in one's lifetime, how could one not care about it at all? If that were the case, what would be the difference between him, Lu Chen, and the profit-seeking Lu family? Seeing Lu Chen straightforwardly reject him, Xue Mantian's face instantly turned gloomy. He furrowed his brows tightly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. However, when he thought of Lu Chen's current status and identity, he had to forcibly suppress his inner displeasure. Xue Mantian tried to force a smile.
but his facial muscles were visibly stiff, and his tone carried a hint of awkwardness. Mr. Lu is truly a man of loyalty and righteousness. Xu Emon truly admires you. However, deep down, Xu Emon Tian secretly swore, from now on, he would never let Lu Chen get even the slightest bit of resources from him. Furthermore, if he found out what Lu Chen needed, he wouldn't mind using some means to intercept the necessary resources. Although he couldn't take the other's life, making the other feel disgusted would be great. Although his emotions changed rapidly, Lu Chen was someone with the eye of promotion, unparalleled in his perception. Even the slightest hint of malice was clearly captured by him. Keeping Xu Emon Tian in mind, Lu Chen no longer paid attention to him. Instead, Hong Tianzi, who was behind him, gave Xu Emon Tian a deep look. Just one look made Xu Emon Tian feel a chill run down his spine. The smile on his face froze for a moment. He quickly lowered his head, hiding all his emotions deep in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Chen changed his cold attitude towards Xu Emon Tian. He quickly walked towards Wang Shiryao and pulled him close. I owe you that meal. How about today? Hearing this, even Wang Shiryao, who had already guessed, showed a hint of surprise on his face. You see, what level is tonight's celebration banquet? It's the highest in history. It's both Hong Tianxi's return banquet and a celebration for Lu Chen's great victory. The attendees are all top figures in China. Each one holds high status and power. They are not comparable to wealthy businessmen like him. Moreover, any one of them, with just a word, could influence the development of Wanbao Pavilion for decades to come. Being able to attend such a banquet, it would be greatly beneficial for Wang Shiryao's development and for the entire Wanbao Pavilion. His investment in Lu Chen was originally intended to see results within 10 years. But who would have thought? In just a few days? Not even half a month? This investment immediately paid off. And such a huge return at that. Could it be that I am truly an investment genius? Wang Shiryao boasted to himself. This extremely rapid and huge return made him feel like he was in a dream. However, even though he was extremely happy, he didn't immediately accept. Instead, he hesitated. Is this really appropriate? Upon hearing this, before Lu Chen could say anything, Hong Tianzi, who was following him, smiled and said, "This is Feiyu's celebration banquet. As his good friend, there's nothing inappropriate about attending, so feel free to come. By the way, Xiao Wang, come along too." He waved his hand and said to Wang Fugui, a business tycoon, actually referred to as Xiao Wang by others. Those who didn't know might have thought Wang Fugui was some kind of driver. However, being called this way, Wang Fugui showed no sign of displeasure on his face. On the contrary, there was an unstoppable smile at the corners of his eyes and mouth. Who was the other person? He was the top official of Huaxia, the strongest beast tamer on the surface. Being called Xiao Wang by him, was this a derogatory term? No, this was the supreme honor. Alright then, Wang Fugui bent his head, extremely obsequious, showing no sign of being a big shot. However, no one present mocked him for lowering himself to the ground. Instead of mockery, there were bursts of exclamations. Almost everyone looked at the father and son from the Wang family with envy and jealousy. This was not just attending a celebration banquet. This was clearly a perfect opportunity for a sudden rise from business to power. Especially Snow Mantian, standing next to Wang Fugui, his steel teeth were almost grinding. Fellow travelers were enemies. Seeing Wang Fugui, who was slightly inferior to him before, rise so quickly, how could he not feel hatred and resentment? Even that hatred and resentment spread from the Wang family to Lu Chen. As for Hong Tianzi, he didn't have the courage to blame or hate yet. Above the banquet, the atmosphere was lively with toasts and laughter. Although it was a grand feast, there were only about a dozen people qualified to attend. This was including the Wang Shiryao father and son. However, there were advantages to having fewer people. At least everyone could gather around one table. Minister of Commerce, let's allocate some special resources to Xiao Wang and his group. Hong Tianzi took a sip of strong tea to moisten his throat and said, "Alright." Business Zhang Hao, in charge of major financial affairs of Huaxia, nodded directly. He was not stupid. Seeing the Wang Fugui duo attending the gathering, even if Hong Tianzi didn't mention it, he would still give the Wanbao Pavilion a green light in various matters. However, the production of high-level special resources was limited each year. By allocating some to the Wang family, other families would naturally receive less. Who should receive less? Thinking about several domestic business associations,
Business Zonghao felt a headache. These people were usually well connected. It wasn't easy to reduce anyone's resources abruptly. I think the president of the Hui Shui Chamber of Commerce has been looking askance. We can trim his share a bit. Hong Tianxi put down his teacup and continued. Of course, mainly because I find him disagreeable. Adjust the intensity as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Hearing this, Business Zonghao's heart skipped a beat and nodded heavily. With such a clear directive from the higher-ups, he naturally understood the intensity, go all out. Moreover, the Hui Shui Chamber of Commerce was not entirely clean to begin with. Meanwhile, the Wang Shiryao father and son, who were quietly dining on the side, exchanged a glance. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. The Hui Shui Chamber of Commerce was a big piece to chew on. Even if they could only take a bite, it would be enough for the Wanbao Pavilion to digest for years. This opportunity had to be seized. As the first to know the news, the Wanbao Pavilion was the most prepared. If they couldn't get the biggest piece of the pie in this situation, Wang Fugue felt he might as well find a tofu to kill himself with. What kind of Wanbao Pavilion master would he be then? The next day, the 9 top special resource channels of the Hui Shui Chamber of Commerce were sealed by the authorities for various reasons. That afternoon, Snowman Tian announced the bankruptcy of the Hui Shui Chamber of Commerce and the low-priced sale of its stockpiled resources. The well-prepared Wanbao Pavilion, relying on a large amount of cash, acquired nearly 70% of the top resources. This filled the gap in the Wanbao Pavilion's top resources. That evening, the president of the Hui Shui Chamber of Commerce, Shui Mantian, died by poisoning in his own study. Brother Lu, this is a token of appreciation and gratitude from my Wanbao Pavilion. In the evening, Wang Shiryao arrived at the villa where Lu Chen currently resided after winning the chaotic battle. The authorities specially arranged a set of villas for Lu Chen in the prime location of the capital city. Not only was the scenery tranquil, but there were also plenty of official personnel guarding day and night, ensuring maximum security. Moreover, the facilities inside the villa were extremely well equipped. From gardens to fountains, swimming pools to studies, everything was extravagant. There was nothing missing in this villa that Lu Chen could think of. Even according to the suggestions of those top-notch big shots, they wanted to find some exceptionally beautiful women to serve his life. It would be best if he could have a few children within the year, to see if they could inherit Lu Chen's outstanding talent. Naturally, Lu Chen directly refused this arrangement. Apart from whether women would affect his speed in controlling beasts, he just felt that when it came to emotions, it was only meaningful when both parties were genuinely in love. If it was forced, then what was the difference between that and something else? Lu Chen was a man of integrity. Not that kind of person. Just accept it. Wang Shiryao continued. At this moment, Wang Shiryao had styled his hair like an adult, slicked back and shining under the light. He exuded a few more traces of a business elite. The rapid rise of the family business and his own sharp increase in status within the family made him even more confident. He looked at Lu Chen sincerely, pushing the spatial ring on the table a bit closer. His tone was equally sincere. Lu Chen didn't stand on ceremony and directly held the spatial ring in his hand. His consciousness slightly sank, and he could instantly see all the resources inside the ring. To his surprise, there weren't many things, and he could count them with both hands. There were only 9 items. However, the moment Lu Chen saw those 9 items clearly, his breathing quickened. There was a reason for that. These 9 items were all extremely rare top-tier special resources. 5 bottles of Dragon King level essence blood, 2 top-tier special resources of fire attribute, 1 top-tier special resource of light attribute, 1 top-tier special resource of spatial attribute. There wasn't a single thing that he couldn't use. And it should be noted that top-tier special resources were not just known for their immense energy and extraordinary value, but also for their extreme scarcity. Take the Dragon King essence blood, for example. In layman's terms, for a true dragon to evolve into a Dragon King, it would have to at least reach the starry sky realm. Even with some development, it would have to be at the level of a bright moon. And for a beast tamer of this level, in a small country, it might not even have 5 of them. Even in a vast country like Huaxia, there were only about 20 bright moon-level beast tamers. Most of them held important positions or guarded a region, with no time to go out hunting fierce beasts or searching for resources, let alone hunting Dragon Kings. Therefore, in the whole of Huaxia, it might not even have a bottle of Dragon King essence blood in 10 years. If a great country was like this, what about other countries? Haven't you seen that even someone like Hong Tianxi was unwilling to let the Dragon King Essence blood disappear due to the explosion of a fierce beast's body? He endured the injuries in his body and acted resolutely. The value of it could be imagined.
These 5 bottles were obtained by Wanbao Pavilion at great effort, snatched from the resources sold at a low price by the Huishue Chamber of Commerce, combined with their own stock.
Just enough to count on one hand. The sincerity was undeniable. In terms of market value, it was truly immeasurable. Lu Chen estimated that with his more than 9 billion huaxia coins, he could hardly afford to buy these bottles of essence blood. However, Wanbao Pavilion still felt it wasn't enough. This was based on the various characteristics displayed by Lu Chen's contracted beasts. He searched for some other top special resources that he might need. Carefully, looking at the 9 items shimmering with a faint light inside the spatial ring, Lu Chen sighed. However, he didn't refuse the valuable gift out of politeness but accepted it directly, because Lu Chen knew the things obtained from the banquet at Wanbao Pavilion yesterday. They were much more than these few top special resources. It's just that many things cannot be quickly converted into wealth, but in the long run, the value of those things is probably worth billions. Seeing Lu Chen not refusing, Wang Shiryao also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "In the future, if you need anything from my Wanbao Pavilion, just ask, and we will get it for you no matter what it takes." It's no wonder Wang Shiryao was so attentive. The previously unrivaled Huishue Trading Company went bankrupt in a single day. Even the president, Xueman Tian, died on the spot. His Wanbao Pavilion not only enjoyed the inheritance but also gained a great reputation among the upper-class circles. Now, whenever any business tycoon mentions Wanbao Pavilion, it's with respect, even thinking that they have connections with the ruling official, Hong Tianji. Even in normal business competition, all forces had to give Wanbao Pavilion some leeway. This kind of implicit gain is not something money can buy. Moreover, leaving aside everything else, just Lu Chen's current strength and talent alone are worth befriending Wanbao Pavilion. That Huishue Trading Company was truly wicked and deserved its downfall. Taking the ring, Lu Chen casually remarked.
The Huishue Trading Company seemed prosperous on the surface but was rotten inside.
For example, forcibly opening up a top resource channel led to the collapse of several secret realms. Spatial turbulence overflowed. Fierce beasts invaded the human world, causing at least tens of thousands of deaths. They covered it up as an accident using their connections, hastily compensated some money, and used threats mixed with enticements to brush the matter aside. They also secretly built underground passages and buried all workers in them to prevent the exposure of their channel information. There were countless such deeds. This was why the official authorities in Huaxia dealt with the Huishue Trading Company so ruthlessly and swiftly. Otherwise, if they were a decent family, Shang Zonghao would have at most given them a warning, not driven them to their deaths. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Shiryao's heart skipped a beat. The joy of his increased influence behind him faded, and his expression became unusually serious. Commerce is for the benefit of the people and the country. My Wanbao Pavilion will never engage in such despicable acts. Being a shrewd person, how could he not sense the hint of criticism in Lu Chen's words? At this, Lu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his face. He didn't want to witness a scenario where his friends turned into villains right before his eyes. It was too cliché and would hurt their relationship. Of course, relying solely on Wang Shiryao's words wouldn't be enough. The top-tier big shots like Shang Zonghao would surely oversee things, and any signs of wrongdoing would be promptly dealt with. The two chatted for a while, bonding. After a moment, Wang Shiryao, very self-aware, left first, leaving Lu Chen alone to sort out his gains. After Wang Shiryao left, the smile on Lu Chen's face didn't fade. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. A flash of excitement crossed his eyes. It was getting late, and he hadn't contracted a new beast yet. It wasn't that Lu Chen didn't want to but that he couldn't. It could only be said that the time-bound beast egg was indeed somewhat mysterious. Unlike other beast eggs that could be contracted directly, this one had unique requirements. Race, time control worm, attribute, time, talent level, S, realm, skills, time control, outstanding, time dilation, outstanding, combat precognition, outstanding, time flashback, epic, evolution path, time control bug, S rank, time breaker king, SS rank, time traveling moth, SSS rank, lord of time, mythical. Note, this spirit beast needs to be stored in the spirit beast space for a day before contracting evaluation. Profoundly mysterious. The young man was quite peculiar, needing to wait a day in the spirit beast space before forming a contract.
When Lu Chen returned home that evening and eagerly wanted to contract the new spirit beast, the feeling upon seeing this information was almost more unbearable than if he had been killed. Fortunately, it was only for a day. Lu Chen could endure the wait. Moreover, within this day, not only did Wang Shiryao bring him top-tier special resources, but Lu Chen also used the large amount of Huaxia coins he had just acquired to gather the evolution resources for Bai Yuantuan and Kongyu within the Wanbao Pavilion. At this moment, everything could be resolved at once. Thinking this, Lu Chen's consciousness sank. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in his spirit beast space. After entering the spirit beast space, he didn't rush to do anything else but instead looked up at the sky. The scorching sun was generously shedding light and heat. All things were vibrant, in a state of peace. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of the sun falling when Jin Lao evolved was still vivid in his mind. He was afraid that from then on, there would be no sun in his spirit beast space. If that were the case, it would be quite troublesome. Fortunately, the sun reappeared the next day. However, Lu Chen had developed a habit of always looking at the sky first whenever he entered the spirit beast space. Woof woof. Seeing his master, Jin Lao reacted the fastest, spreading its wings of light and fire behind it and rushing up. But the current Lu Chen was already prepared. With a sidestep, he dodged Jin Lao's frenzied charge, making it miss. Then he felt a weight on his shoulder. Bai Yuantuan had agilely jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulder. Its white as jade feathers, resembling high-quality sheep fat jade, were cool, smooth, and had an excellent touch. At the same time, the scorching sunlight suddenly faded away. Thick clouds enveloped Lu Chen completely. Looking up, he saw the massive body of He Lin descending like a mountain. Beside it, Kongyu circled with a vigorous posture. With so many contracted spirit beasts, every time Lu Chen returned to the spirit beast space, it felt as lively as entering a zoo. Today is a good day for both of you to evolve. Looking at Kongyu and patting Bai Yuantuan on his shoulder, Lu Chen said loudly, "And you will also welcome a new friend." As he spoke, he stepped towards the mythical bloodline pool. Next to the pool, a white spirit beast egg the size of an adult's fist was emitting a faint glow. The spirit beast egg occasionally moved, as if there was life breathing inside. Seeing this spirit beast egg, Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all and immediately enveloped it with his mental power. The stagnation hindrance he felt yesterday had disappeared. This time, the spirit beast egg showed no resistance at all and directly allowed Lu Chen to form a contract. Before the creature could emerge from the egg, Lu Chen kicked it, egg and all, into the mythical bloodline pool. "Let me wait for you. Take my kick first and know who's the boss." How could this spirit beast resist the 42-yard big foot from its master? With a thud, it fell straight into the mythical bloodline pool. The transparent blood water surged, and the spirit beast had no time to react before being swallowed into the bottom of the pool. No ripples were left behind. After completing all this, Lu Chen smiled and looked back at the other spirit beasts. Seeing his new companion, who had just been born for less than 2 seconds, being ruthlessly kicked into the pool by the master, he revealed a terrifying smile reminiscent of a villain from a horror movie. Originally, the noisy boss Jean suddenly shivered. Its fur was all ruffled, wanting to quietly hide behind the other mythical beasts. However, Bai Yu was on Lu Chen's shoulder. He Lin and Kongyu were both in the sky. In this vast ground, where could Boss Jean find space to maneuver? Seeing his master's gaze locked on him, Boss Jean trembled even more. Determined to use its ultimate skill, acting cute, it decided not to hide. Instead, it flipped over directly, exposing its snowy white belly in front of Lu Chen. Then it began to roll around without any dignity. Its chubby body rolled all the way to Lu Chen's feet. Then it stuck out its tongue, squinted its eyes into a smile, and pitifully looked at Lu Chen. "You little rascal." Seeing its appearance, Lu Chen couldn't really do much to it. He just stomped on its belly a few times with his big foot. This little guy, ever since evolving to SSS-level aptitude, had become more and more arrogant. Every time Lu Chen entered the mythical beast space, it turned into a dog meat cannonball, crashing into Lu Chen, not caring about its own weight. How painful was that collision? Lu Chen was always hurt by it, and this time, he had to teach it a lesson. With Boss Jin's temperament, if not disciplined for 3 days, it would think it could do whatever it pleased. Thinking of this, Lu Chen exerted a bit more force with his foot. Boss Jin immediately grimaced and let out a series of barks. It looked quite pitiful. Such an actor. Lu Chen sneered. With Boss Jin's physique,
Even if he used all his strength to step on its belly, Boss Jean wouldn't feel a thing. Now, he wasn't using much force, yet it pretended to be seriously injured to gain sympathy. Heilin immediately burst into mocking laughter, sounding like thunder, quite intimidating. Kongyu circled in the air a few times, then swiftly flew higher, seemingly unwilling to witness Boss Jin's pitiful acting. Only Baiyu, pure and kind-hearted, rubbed against Lu Chen's chin, signaling him to calm down. It had a gentle temperament, indifferent to worldly matters, and couldn't bear to see its companion displaying such a miserable appearance, even though it knew it was all an act. The slightly cool and comfortable touch calmed the fire in Lu Chen's heart. He nudged Boss Jean with his toe, indicating it to roll away and stop being a nuisance. Sensing his master's intention, Boss Jean immediately sprang up and left, giving Baiyu a grateful look before departing. With a sly expression on its handsome dog face, Boss Jean made Lu Chen feel a bit disgusted. The purpose of teaching Boss Jean a lesson had been achieved. Next was to evolve Kongyu and Baiyu to SSS level. With this thought, a light whistle sounded from Lu Chen's mouth. Before the whistle could travel far, a familiar eagle cry exploded from the sky. However, faster than the sound was Kongyu's figure. Its silver-black long feathers pierced through countless layers of space in an instant, arriving in front of Lu Chen. He could even see the faint black-purple space fragments drifting around Kongyu's body, mysterious and dazzling. Come, eat these treasures. Lu Chen pointed to the spatial resources stored in the mythical beast space. Spatial fragments. These were fragments produced during the turbulence of a secret realm, rare and precious. They contained chaotic and majestic spatial energy. Ordinary mythical beasts couldn't absorb such violent energy, making these fragments rare but not highly priced. However, the remaining two items, the thunder core of fragmented space and the source of annihilation, were the top treasures of the two realms. Mixed with other attribute energies, they contained vast and stable spatial energy, especially the latter. In the vast space energy, there was a hint of tiny but pure intent of destruction. If the beast could completely absorb it, its future attack and killing power would be higher than ordinary beasts. Therefore, the price was extremely high. However, this expenditure was nothing to Lu Chen now. Upon receiving the master's command, the eager sky feather emitted a loud eagle cry. Yet, it remained motionless. The spatial resources placed on the ground automatically floated and fell into Skyfeather's mouth. In an instant, the silver-black steel feathers, originally inclined at a 45-degree angle, stood straight up. The feathers displayed an extraordinary and majestic posture, truly remarkable. At the same time, the stable space around Skyfeather began to shake violently. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds like shattering glass emanated from its surroundings. Subsequently, what was once a quiet and empty space unexpectedly revealed a dense network of cracks, resembling a spider web. As time passed, the cracks widened further. When they reached their maximum expansion, the entire space emitted a creaking sound, as if it could no longer bear the weight. Then, with a loud bang, all the space within hundreds of meters around Skyfeather collapsed. Several dark and massive spatial black holes floated in the sky, resembling eerie giant eyes. Their suction force was immense, as if the mountains and seas were compressing, directly pulling Skyfeather, who was breaking through, into the black hole. Lu Chen knew that this was the most critical moment of Skyfeather's evolution. However, Lu Chen did not stand idly waiting here. Carrying the white jade sphere on his shoulder, he quickly left the area of shattered space and arrived at the location where he had placed the evolution resources for the white jade sphere. The white jade sphere was now the heavenly fox, favored by the fortunes of heaven and earth. Although it had hardly participated in any extraordinary battles and seemed to be of little help to Lu Chen, do not forget that it was with the help of its legendary ability, the Reign of Celebration, that Lu Chen was able to achieve such rapid advancement. It could be said that Lu Chen could reach the Platinum Realm within a month. In addition to the assistance of the SSS-level talent, the auxiliary effect of the White Jade Sphere was indispensable. Therefore, he was eagerly anticipating the White Jade Sphere's future evolution into the Savior Holy Fox. I hope the Reign of Celebration's powerful auxiliary ability won't be lost in the evolution, Lu Chen whispered as he held the White Jade Sphere. Hearing his master's soliloquy, the White Jade Sphere snuggled a bit closer to Lu Chen, emitting a comforting sound. Then, it leaped into the air, drawing a clean white arc in mid-air. The White Jade Sphere landed smoothly. Before it were 4 pieces of advanced special resources. The first piece was a section of emerald green tree trunk, Unlike ordinary tree trunks that were yellowish or black-brown, this piece was as green as a newly sprouted bud, exuding a vibrant vitality. It was a segment of the main trunk of the spirit wood. Legend has it that the spirit wood was nurtured from a branch of the floating god tree, possessing powerful healing effects on the living and the dead. This segment, as long as an adult's forearm, was worth tens of millions of huaxia coins. The second piece was a pure white small stone. Upon closer inspection, one could see various illusions of all things appearing on the stone. The illusions flickered like miracles. This item was a secret operation crystal, similar to a secret realm fragment, formed after the damage of a secret realm. However, it contained within it the fortunes of the secret realm, including the fortunes of countless creatures and even the chi of a world. A secret realm could produce multiple secret realm fragments, but only one secret operation crystal. Therefore, its value was much higher than that of secret realm fragments. However, how many spirit beasts are able to absorb the power of chi luck? Therefore, although this thing is powerful and precious, not many people can make use of it. It may be expensive, but not hard to find, with plenty in stock. For Lu Chen now, things that can be solved with money, can they even be considered problems? They are not problems at all. As for the other two items, there's not much to introduce. One advanced enchanting fierce beast core, and one advanced special fierce beast core. These two items mainly provide a large amount of energy during the beast's evolution process, ensuring a smooth evolution. Other energy-rich items can be used as well, but beast cores are the most common, easiest to find, and cheapest. Lu Chen slightly stepped back as he watched Baiyu swallow the four items one by one. Just as he moved his feet, he heard the sound of water behind him. Delighted, Lu Chen turned around to see the mythical bloodline pool rippling with red blood like crystal, floating in mid-air. Along with the red pool water, there was a small insect the size of an adult's index finger. Whether it was dyed by the pool water or naturally red, this time-slashing worm king was entirely blood red, resembling a fine piece of agate, emitting a sparkling light. Despite being an insect, it didn't evoke any disgust but rather resembled an exquisite piece of art crafted from the finest agate, exuding beauty. Fortunately, it doesn't lower the average appearance of my spirit beast, Lu Chen thought to himself as he activated the Eye of Promotion. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes, and the specific information of the time-slashing worm appeared before him. Species, time-slashing worm king, attribute, time, innate talent level, SS, realm, platinum 7th stage, skills, time profound body, epic, time stop, epic, cycle of 4 seasons, legendary, time reversal, legendary, time profound body, passive ability, enhances the spirit beast's physical qualities threefold, immune to all continuous damage, doubles the lifespan of the spirit beast and its master, and can perceive the remaining lifespan. Time stop, pauses time for 3 seconds. Note, during time stop, only the spirit beast and its master can move freely. Note, the consumption of this ability increases with the target's strength. Note, minimum lifespan consumption per second is 1 year. Maximum is 10 years, cycle of 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, the cycle of suffering. The spirit beast can designate a target to endure the cycle of 4 seasons 10 times within 3 seconds, inflicting massive damage and depriving the enemy of 10 years of lifespan. Note, each use of this ability reduces the spirit beast's lifespan by 5 years. Time reversal, reverses time, up to 3 seconds each time. Note, each second of this ability consumes 10 years of the spirit beast's lifespan. Evolution path, time-slashing worm king, SS level, time-piercing moth, SSS level, Lord of Time, mythical level. Note, only spirit beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution, time crystal, time stop pearl, time-piercing barrier. Evaluation, those who play with time will be scorned by time. After reading the specific information of the time-slashing worm king, Lu Chen's excited mood instantly cooled down. This spirit beast is indeed powerful. The time profound body enhances physical strength threefold and grants immunity to all continuous damage. In the realm of epic abilities, this is considered top tier. Moreover, it not only doubles the spirit beast's lifespan but also doubles the lifespan of the spirit beast's master. Who wouldn't want to live longer? Haven't you seen how ancient kings, in pursuit of longevity, committed many foolish acts, turning from wise rulers to jesters? But now, Lu Chen doesn't need to do anything. His lifespan is directly doubled. Such a good thing, if placed on any normal human, would undoubtedly be extremely comfortable. And another epic ability, the effect of time stop is simply brutal. No nonsense. just forcefully pause for 3 seconds. 3 seconds, for Liu Chen now, is enough to do a lot of things. To decide a life and death battle, 3 seconds are completely sufficient. The effects of the two legendary abilities are even more outrageous. The cycle of the 4 seasons, controlling the enemy for 3 seconds and causing massive damage, at the same time, also depriving the enemy of a whole decade of life. Strong and domineering. As for time reversal, it is truly a divine skill among divine skills, needing no explanation. The practicality of this ability is off the charts. However, as powerful as this ability is, every time it is used, it's a gamble, easily losing 5 or 10 years. Even the most resilient can't withstand such a waste of life. No wonder the Eye of Promotion gave it the evaluation: those who play with time will be scorned by time. Let me see how many years of life you have. Is this how you play? The first ability of the Time-Breaking King, Time Profound Body, has given Liu Chen the ability to perceive his own remaining life and the life of the contracted beast. He grasps that mysterious feeling within his body. His eyes gaze at the blood-red insect-like creature in mid-air. The next moment, his mouth suddenly opens wide. This, how many zeros are behind this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros? You've got 100,000 years of life. Bro, are you really able to live that long? Liu Chen incredulously rubs his eyes and looks at the Time-Breaking King again. Yes, it's 5 zeros. A full 100,000 years of life. With such a long lifespan, the loss of 5 or 10 years due to abilities doesn't seem so unbearable. It's worth noting that the strengthening of the Beast Master's body by the beast itself is not much, even for a top Beast Master. Their lifespan, at most, doubles compared to ordinary people. Living for 200 years is considered the limit. Even with Liu Chen doubling his lifespan now, he can only live for 388 years. The other beasts are a bit better. Boss Jin's Empty Feather has a lifespan of 5 to 600 years. Black Scale White Jade Group has a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, even if Liu Chen and all the other beasts are added together, they still can't match the lifespan of the Time-Breaking King. Live on. Who can outlive you? After the banter, Liu Chen's mood immediately brightens. He was originally thinking about the new contracted beast, how many times he could use its abilities considering the lifespan reduction each time. But now, seeing its incredibly long lifespan, the ability consumption seems insignificant. Even if it consumes 100 years a day, it would take 1,000 days to deplete it. Moreover, Liu Chen doesn't fight every day. Battles don't always require the Time-Breaking King's incredibly powerful time abilities. It's inexhaustible, simply not possible to exhaust it. Really strong. In this mindset, the more Liu Chen looks at this little time insect, the more he likes it. He beckons it to come to his hand. Since you can live for so long, let's just call you the Eternal Turtle, Liu Chen says with a smile. Hearing this, the initially docile insect suddenly droops. It weakly collapses on Liu Chen's hand, as if giving up hope for life. Just kidding, let's call you Timebreaker. That name is good enough. Seeing this, Liu Chen immediately changes his mind. This name is directly taken from the first 2 characters of its species name, which is most appropriate. Indeed, upon hearing this name, the little insect immediately becomes lively again. It crawls around on Liu Chen's hand, not caring at all about the miserable fate of being kicked out by Liu Chen right after being born. With another powerful ally gained, Liu Chen is in an extremely good mood. He is determined to wait for the other 2 beasts to evolve completely. Then, he will immediately find the 3 high-level special resources needed for the Timebreaker's promotion to SSS-Level. By then, intensity increased again, consumption further reduced, almost perfect. Thinking this, he gazed into the distance, looking at the space within the beast domain. The black wormhole twisted and turned, its endless suction still ongoing. However, at that moment, a hawk's cry pierced through countless spaces, piercing through several black holes, directly entering Liu Chen's ears. Cry! Its sound was like thunder, roaring through the heavens. Its form was like lightning, hard to catch. Liu Chen only felt a flash of white light before him. In an instant, the twisted space wormholes disappeared completely. The chaotic spatial currents hundreds of meters away vanished. At the same time, a black and blue figure as fast as lightning attacked in front of Liu Chen. Only empty feathers remained. The original silver-black steel feathers completely gone, replaced by strange feathers with black as the base and blue as the halo. Above the feathers, pure white arcs flashed from time to time. containing boundless killing intent in their brilliance, even without using the Eye of Ascension to observe. Just by looking at the appearance of the empty feathers, Lu Chen knew that it was no longer just a spatial beast, but a more powerful dual-system thunder and space beast. However, to know more detailed information, he had to use the beast's talent. Race, Thunder and Lightning Space Lord. Attributes, Space, Thunder, Talent Level, SSS, Realm, Platinum 8th Stage. Skills, Thunder and Lightning Divine Body, Legendary. Shattered Space Thunder Feathers, Legendary. Space Shuttle, Legendary. Forbidden Space Domain, Peerless. Thunderstorm Explosion Formation, Peerless. Thunder and Lightning Divine Body, Thunder Protection. Warding off evil. Immune to all abnormal states. In normal state, the beast's physical qualities are tripled. When in high altitude, the beast's physical qualities are quintupled. The beast's attacks come with thunder and lightning effects, causing paralysis to enemies. Paralysis, decreased reaction speed, accompanied by convulsions, shattered space thunder feathers. The beast's feathers contain the power of space and thunder. In battle, they can be detached and launched, bypassing any defense, causing real damage to enemies while inducing paralysis, dizziness, and other abnormal states. The beast can retrieve the feathers at any time, causing massive penetrating damage to enemies upon retrieval. Space Shuttle, the beast controls the power of space, able to carry multiple friendly forces, shuttle through space, and greatly increase speed simultaneously. Forbidden Space Domain, the domain of space, where all things are forbidden. The beast will unfold a spatial domain, prohibiting all means of escape, summoning countless spatial currents to crazily kill enemies until all enemy creatures perish. The beast can divide the domain into several parts to deal with enemies. Note, in the judgment of beast abilities, all entities other than the beast master and their contracted beast are considered enemies. Please use this ability with caution. Thunderstorm Explosion Formation, Thunder descends. Evil is vanquished. The beast can summon tens of thousands of thunderbolts, enveloping enemies in a bombardment. Each lightning strike will add a thunder mark to the enemy. When enough marks accumulate, the beast can instantly detonate, killing the enemy. Note, this ability deals double damage to enemies of the dark and undead types. Resources required for further evolution. 5 top-tier special resources of the space system. 5 top-tier special resources of the Thunder and Lightning System. Evolution Path, Thunder and Lightning Space Lord, SSS-Level, Electric Space God, Mythical Level, Evaluation, Thunder Celebrates. Lightning Dances. Lu Chen activated the Eye of Ascension, taking in all the information about the evolved empty feathers. After reading the ability descriptions, he was extremely excited. This time, the empty feathers had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Whether in terms of physical strength or various abilities, it was almost a qualitative change. The highest 5-fold increase in physical qualities, coupled with the inherent thunder and lightning effects, was equivalent to a continuous 24-hour control skill. Space Shuttle made the empty feathers more strategically valuable. From being able to shuttle through space alone to now being able to carry 3 friendly forces for space travel. In fact, the difference in battle effectiveness is like night and day. As long as Lu Chen's combat strategy is obtained, it is entirely possible to have 4 mythical beasts simultaneously launch attacks from the spatial cracks. By then, 4 SSS-level mythical beasts will each unleash their strongest abilities. Numerous unparalleled abilities will be imposed on the enemy. At that time, even enemies 2 major levels higher than Lu Chen would likely be wiped out in an instant. The Forbidden Sky domain has been promoted from legendary to unparalleled. Apart from the disappearance of negative effects, it has also gained the ability to create a dividable domain. It may seem ordinary, but in actual combat, the ability to divide the battlefield has a remarkably significant and abnormal effect. Imagine, when a mythical beast master painstakingly creates a system of mythical beasts with various magical and exquisite combinations, and before they can even be used, they are forcibly divided by the sky feather. Then, countless spatial turbulences and rolling thunderstorms converge, grinding them to dust without leaving a trace. At that moment, how painful and agonizing it must be for the mythical beast master. The newly emerged thunderous skyburst array is purely an offensive skill, focusing on outbursts and damage. When used in conjunction with the Forbidden Sky domain, Lu Chen has no idea how the enemy would respond. Tie-in, Sky Feather. I love it, Lu Chen exclaimed, not hiding his joy. Sensing the joy in his master's mood, Sky Feather let out a loud eagle cry. In an instant, a lightning bolt streaked across the clear sky for miles, making the daylight even brighter, followed by thunderous explosions. as if celebrating Lu Chen's excitement. At that moment,
Lu Chen felt something and turned to look at the place where the white jade group was evolving.
As far as the eye could see, there was a bright white light, drifting mist, like a fairyland. Then, a slender white fox, with elegant and graceful steps, slowly emerged from the mist. At the center of its forehead, a bright red blood lotus bloomed, enhancing the already noble demeanor of the white jade group with a touch of elegance and mystery. Race, Savior Holy Fox, attributes, charm, healing, special, talent level, SSS, realm, platinum 9th stage, skills, Holy Fox healing body, legendary, Blood Lotus salvation, legendary, Blood Lotus protection, legendary, Heaven's fortune, legendary, soul stealing charm, unparalleled, Holy Fox healing body, tripled physical qualities,
immune to all abnormal states. All healing enhancement abilities have doubled effects. Blood Lotus salvation, summon Blood Lotus.
Holy light extending for a kilometer. Where the holy light passes, all allies can gain the following 3 effects. 1.
Immunity to abnormal states increased by 30%. 2.
Healing abilities doubled. 3.
Physical strength increased by 10 to 50%. Intensity increase is inversely proportional to the ally's own strength. Blood Lotus protection. When facing a fatal attack, the Blood Lotus envelopes the mythical beast and the mythical beast master,
blocking the attack. Note, this ability can only be used once every half day. Heaven's fortune, enchanting 1. Enchanting the land, enchanting the heavens, gathering the spiritual luck of heaven and earth within oneself.
Whenever a mythical beast reaches a major realm, the heavens and earth will send down a rain of celebration. Anyone touched by the rain will receive a short-term blessing of good luck and a certain enhancement. Note, the enhancement effect of the rain of celebration will increase with the mythical beast's realm.
Note, enhancement effects include but are not limited to cultivation realm, cultivation speed, soul strength, physical strength.
Soul seizing, divided into 2 states of soul seizing. Soul seizing, summon the soul of a deceased within an hour, bringing it back to life. Note, this ability only works if the soul is lost. If the body is too severely damaged to be repaired, it will die again after resurrection. Soul seizing, forcefully control enemy spirit beasts or fierce beasts to serve oneself for a day. Note, this ability is ineffective against beings 1 realm higher than oneself. Note, this ability only works on beast-type enemies, ineffective against other enemies. Resources needed for further evolution. 2 top-tier special resources of the Charm series. For top-tier special resources of the Healing series. For top-tier special resources of the Enchantment series. Evolution Path, Savior Fox, SSS level, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Mythical level, Evaluation. The Savior Fox is favored by Heaven and Earth 3 series of spirit beasts. Upon seeing the specific information about the White Jade group,
Lu Chen was overjoyed. Charm, healing, special, each attribute was extremely rare. Now,
all of them were combined in the White Jade group.
Its various abilities were equally formidable.
The Savior Fox's body naturally came with a triple physical enhancement effect,
ensuring its basic combat and survival capabilities. At the same time,
this ability directly doubled the effects of all healing and strengthening abilities of the White Jade group.
Coupled with the second ability, Blood Lotus salvation,
whether in small-scale encounters or large-scale wars, the effects were outstanding.
Under the double effect enhancement,
Blood Lotus salvation could directly grant all allies within a kilometer a 60% immunity to abnormal status effects. This effect might not have much impact on Lu Chen's spirit beasts since they were immune to all abnormal statuses due to their strong bloodline qualifications.
However,
for other spirit beast masters and their spirit beasts, this ability could be incredibly powerful. The control and interference abilities of all enemies would be reduced by more than half.
In battle, there would be no constraints, just pure enjoyment.
Yet, this terrifying battlefield effect was only one of the 3 special effects of Blood Lotus salvation.
The second effect doubled and redoubled the healing ability, directly increasing it 4-fold.
Although the White Jade group did not directly heal various injuries inside and outside the bodies of allies,
this 4-fold increase in the body's inherent healing ability was almost comparable to instant healing in a way.
Most importantly, most direct healing abilities only targeted individuals, whereas the abilities of the White Jade group covered a kilometer.
This difference was immediately highlighted.
However, for Lu Chen, the most useful aspect would be the third effect of Blood Lotus salvation, physical enhancement.
A 20 to 100% enhancement of the body, a sudden doubling of physical enhancement.
This was a significant boost for any spirit beast. Haven't you seen that the supreme ability of the Black Scaled,
in its anode state, was just a doubling of physical strength? compared to my spirit beasts as the benchmark, how much can be enhanced? A thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Without further ado, he gestured to the white jade group with his eyes, indicating it to demonstrate its new ability. Seeing his master's gaze, the white jade group understood immediately. It lightly stepped forward, surrounded by a shimmering white light like mist and illusion. In the pure white light, a hint of blood color quietly emerged, and the blood lotus spiraled out. Although it was blood-colored, there was no hint of dirt or foul smell. Instead, it shone brightly, exuding a sense of purity. The moment the blood lotus appeared, boundless bloodlight extended for kilometers, enveloping Lu Chen and all other spirit beasts. As the bloodlight entered their bodies, their blood and energy surged. Lu Chen felt his vigorous blood and energy roaring like a dragon in his veins. His muscles were distinct, resembling granite weathered by wind and rain, exuding boundless strength. For me, is it 100% enhancement? Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling as if he had inexhaustible strength all over his body, and a sudden realization dawned on him. What about the beast taming? Lu Chen shifted his gaze, scanning each beast tamer, examining the changes in their bodies. Very consistent. 50%, a half increase. Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. The physical strength of his various beast tamers was already at the top of the same level. In fact, compared to the next realm of beast tamers, they were not inferior at all. What's even more exaggerated is that if the black scales entered the anode state, even a top-tier diamond true dragon beast, it could compete head-on with it physically. And under the illumination of the blood lotus salvation, almost every beast tamer had experienced a half increase in anode state. It can be said that their physical strength now can already be compared to a diamond beast tamer with ordinary qualifications. As for the third ability of the white jade group, blood lotus protection, in Lu Chen's view, it was an enhanced version of life and death immunity. Nothing much to say. The luck of the heavens remained unchanged. Needless to say, what surprised Lu Chen the most was its unparalleled ability. Soul seizing, which could perform almost miraculous feats akin to those in myths and legends. It could even resurrect fallen allies within an hour, although it could only retrieve their souls. Coupled with the white jade group's blood lotus salvation healing effect, most of the physical injuries of the deceased should also be self-healing. This kind of miraculous effect was almost mythical, and soul seizing was equally formidable. It could turn enemies, with its effects lasting for half a day. Unlike the previous charm ability, this time the white jade group could even turn an enemy beast tamer one realm higher. Although it was only platinum now, as long as it gathered enough evolution resources in due time, guided by the majestic energy, it would undoubtedly ascend to jade. By then, all beast tamers would also ascend to jade. Then the celebratory rain descended once again. Lu Chen estimated that his beast tamers would have to reach the third level of jade. What's more, after experiencing another celebratory rain, he would be able to contract with 2 beast tamers in the jade realm. Let them take a turn in the mythical bloodline pool, then evolve with special resources. Another 4 small realm advancements. Jade's 7th rank. In other words, the white jade group would be able to control Diamond's 7th rank enemies in a very short time. This kind of ability was truly terrifying. It should be noted that even in the first great nation of Huaxia, only individuals at the level of a mayor could possess Diamond Realm Beast Tamers, and the white jade group could easily turn them to their advantage. Dreaming, Lu Chen's soul in the Beast Tamer world suddenly trembled. At the same time, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. This was someone approaching the manifestation of his body in reality. Before this, he had instructed the security personnel of this villa, no one is allowed to enter. Could it be an assassination? The thought flashed through his mind. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen immediately exited the Beast Tamer space and summoned all his Beast Tamers to guard himself in reality. When he opened his eyes, what met his gaze was the astonished and complex look of Xiong Meng. You're already at Platinum 9th rank? Your advancement is simpler than me just moving my fingers. Xiong Meng's face twitched as he spoke. At the banquet last night, he had specifically asked his student what realm he was in now and why his combat power was so strong. The answer was Platinum 5th rank. However, a day had passed. Lu Chen had actually crossed 4 small realms and reached the pinnacle of Platinum. And judging by the aura emanating from his Beast Tamers, it seemed like they could break through the Jade Realm at any moment. To advance 4 realms in a single day, even for the lowest level Iron Beast Tamer, would be considered a miracle, not to mention a Platinum Beast Tamer. However,
Thinking about the various achievements of Lu Chen in the past month, Xiong Meng felt slightly relieved. This person, he cannot be compared to evildoers. Otherwise, the more he compares, the more inferior he feels. With this in mind, he cleared his mind of distractions and solemnly said, "Changnan, something has happened." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was startled. To be treated so seriously by a moonlight-level beast tamer, it must be a significant matter. However, before he could inquire further, Xiong Meng continued, "Beast tides have erupted in many southern regions of our country, including Changnan. Most of these tides are of intermediate level, led by diamond-level beasts. In some areas, there are advanced tides with star-level beasts appearing, not ruling out the possibility of moonlight-level beasts." Pausing here, Xiong Meng's eyes revealed a chilling intent. Behind this tide, there is the shadow of the beast cult. Lu Chen nodded. The sudden outbreak of this beast tide was inexplicable, and to say there were no hidden hands behind it, no one believed. In Huaxia, beast tides often occur at 2 points. One in July, when the weather is scorching hot, wild beasts become restless, making it easier for them to invade major cities. The other in January, when it's freezing cold, food and resources are scarce, forcing various beasts to attack cities to obtain food. Apart from that, beast tide crises rarely occur in all of Huaxia. Even if they do, they are mostly low-level tides, with the leading beasts being at most platinum or emerald level. Such tides do not require assistance from others. The city's officials and defense forces can easily handle them. But now it was only the end of March, the beginning of spring, when everything was vibrant and full of life. The climate was pleasant, and the wilderness was abundant with resources. There was no reason for ferocious beasts to gather and attack humans unless someone was secretly guiding them. And with such power, besides the beast cult, there was no one else. "Our intention is for you to return to guard Changnan in Jiangxi province and gain experience," Xiong Meng swiftly stated, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen had no reason to refuse this arrangement. With the country in trouble, and having received so many resources and help from the authorities along the way, he had no reason not to act. Therefore, upon hearing this, he immediately agreed. "No problem. When do we depart?" Lu Chen's response was within Xiong Meng's expectations. His expression remained unchanged as he straightforwardly replied, "Right now. The garrison team in Jiangxi province is waiting outside the villa. We depart immediately." Rushing through the night, not daring to show the slightest negligence. After all, every second delayed could mean the loss of dozens of lives. For efficiency, they didn't even take a plane. Each summoned their flying beasts and soared through the sky. The flying beasts of Diamond and Star Beast tamers were much faster than ordinary planes. What was originally a half-day journey was completed in just 2 hours. 11 people in total, including 10 Diamond Beast tamers and Lu Chen himself, were stationed in a city in Jiangxi province. The Star Beast tamer remained in the provincial capital, Ichuan, ready to support other cities at any time. Be cautious in all things. Upon entering Jiangxi province, Star Beast tamer Zhang Rumin reminded everyone, especially giving Lu Chen a few more glances. His eyes were filled with amazement and admiration, almost overflowing. Besides ensuring the safety of the lives and property of the people in Jiangxi province, his task was also to protect Lu Chen's life. He had been worried that Lu Chen might die in this beast tide. After all, no matter how outstanding the other party was, he was just a platinum beast tamer. Under the crush of countless fierce beasts, it might not be possible to protect oneself completely. However, the flight just now completely dispelled this thought. His blue-black flying beast, in terms of speed alone, was not inferior to his own star-level beast at all. The diamond flying beasts of the other beast tamers were not even comparable to Lu Chen's platinum beast. It was worth noting that there was a difference of 2 major realms between them. This speed, in the small intermediate beast tide, it was almost invincible, and there was no life-threatening danger unless something unexpected happened. This also reduced his worries a lot. Everyone nodded, then dispersed with a bang, flying towards their respective guarded cities. Behind each person's ear was a black earpiece. The earpiece looked inconspicuous, but it allowed everyone to communicate freely on the same channel, exchanging information. In case of any danger, they could quickly support each other, and the battery was extremely full. It could work continuously for 240 hours. Faster. Kuang Yu, seeing others dispersing, Lu Chen lightly shouted. Hearing this, the Kuang Yu under Lu Chen's feet let out a loud eagle cry. In an instant, in the dark night,
a bright lightning bolt suddenly flashed. Thunder rumbled, and dazzling white electric arcs flashed across Quan Yu's blue-black feathers. The whole giant eagle seemed to turn into a meteor, flashing across the sky and then disappearing quickly. In the deep night, purple-black space debris slowly drifted down. Quan Yu had already taken Lu Chen into the spatial crack. Here, its speed was even faster, and the distance was also much shorter. Space jumping was much faster than dry travel. I have arrived. A few minutes later, seeing the familiar and towering city wall of Changnan City, Lu Chen pressed the earpiece and said. The sound of electricity mixed with Lu Chen's low and confident words echoed in the ears of every supporting beast tamer. Ah, so fast? Lu Chen is mighty. Truly the genius who beats other countries' beast tamers. Wow, the speed just now was fast enough. And you're still taking care of us, right? With this speed, you say you're a platinum beast tamer. Then what am I with my diamond rank? A small biscuit that breaks with a touch. The originally quiet voice channel suddenly rang with several surprised voices. It's worth noting that the capital is in the north, Jiangxi is in the south, and Changnan is the southernmost city in the entire Jiangxi province. The journey is also the longest. However, even so, Lu Chen was the second to arrive among everyone. This speed was terrifying. Naturally, other beast tamers spared no effort in praising such a genius. After all, a few good words cost nothing and could leave a good impression in the heart of this future top beast tamer of Huaxia. Why not do it? Faced with everyone's praise, Lu Chen remained silent. He lowered his gaze, and the Eye of Ascension instantly activated. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze passed through the sky, capturing the scene below. Giant crossbows were lined up, thick arrows gleaming in the night. The city wall was towering, shaking violently under the assault of countless fierce beasts, and below the city wall, there were tens of thousands of frenzied fierce beasts. At a glance, it was a terrifying sight. Lu Chen could still see, on the city wall, there were numerous beast tamers covered in blood, weakly leaning against the wall behind them. Blood oozed, flowing like a small river, and those main healing beast tamers. In the face of such a fierce battle, their role was minimal, like a drop in the bucket. After all, they're healing beasts. Each time, they could only heal one injured person, and the beast tide has been attacking for 2 hours. The number of casualties in the entire city is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. They are simply overwhelmed. The healing energy in their bodies is also running out. This beast tide came too fast, too suddenly, and too ferociously. Caught off guard, Changnan is already in grave danger. Captain, the self-destructive beast deployment is complete. A total of 100 beast warriors, expected to eliminate 1,000 ferocious beasts. Shall we proceed? Captain, the injuries of the patients in the rear are worsening continuously. Should we abandon heavily injured beast warriors and transfer healing resources to lightly injured beast warriors to quickly reorganize the combat personnel? Captain, listening to the continuous reports in his ears, Wang Shuhang, the captain of the Changnan City North Guard, felt the pressure in his heart like a mountain about to crush him. After each command, the fate of thousands of lives is at stake. This pressure makes it hard for him to catch his breath. Initiate the self-destruct operation immediately. The wounded, Wang Shuhang gritted his teeth. The simple words abandonment felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies when he tried to say them. Just then, a loud eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. Following that, several dazzling white lights flashed through the gloomy night sky. Lightning surged in the air like an angry dragon. At the same time, in the ink-like darkness of the night, a fiery red sun suddenly appeared. In an instant, the night turned into day. Infinite light and heat poured down from the sky onto the earth. Countless flames scattered and fell from the sun, shining the night even brighter than day. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing this scene, a sense of joy surged in Wang Shuhang's heart. He opened his mouth wide, his voice resonating like a bell throughout the entire city wall. This roar, accompanied by the miraculous attacks in the sky, felt like a strong stimulant hitting everyone's hearts. Even the heavily injured and dying patients tried to lift their heads, their eyes bloodshot, tears in their eyes, watching the falling flames and meteors in the sky. Their expressions were filled with reverence, as if worshipping a god. Kongyu, with Baiyu Group, circle the city wall and make sure the blood lotus light shines on everyone. Hylan, prepare for aerial support. Jean, take me to the city wall. Duanshi, keep an eye on the surrounding environment. Use your time-stopping ability immediately if there is any danger. Do not hesitate to use your lifespan. With one move, the situation was under control. Liu Kang was not proud, but calmly assigning tasks to each beast warrior. All the beast warriors let out a low growl, indicating their understanding. Jin spread his fiery wings behind him for kilometers, and brought Liu Kang over from Kongyu's back. Baiyu group stood steadily on Kongyu's back, a lotus blood light flashing on their foreheads. In an instant, the blood lotus emerged from their bodies, suspended in the sky. The soft and bright blood-colored light instantly extended for kilometers. Everyone enveloped by the light felt a significant enhancement in their physical bodies. Their blood and energy surged like tides, and their strength was as vigorous as a dragon. Moreover, all kinds of injuries on their bodies were rapidly healing at a fast pace. Flesh buds sprouted, scabs formed, and then quickly fell off. The once gruesome injuries were visibly healing at a rapid rate. Even after the wounds closed, they felt better than ever before. They felt strong enough to kill an ox. Seeing that almost all the wounded here had healed, Kongyu let out a low growl and flew towards other directions. The blood lotus moved. The blood light shifted. Baiyu group's body was surrounded by a holy light and blood color surging together. The sense of holiness and allure perfectly merged on them. With the help of several of Liu Chen's beast warriors, the battlefield that was once on the brink of collapse was directly controlled by Liu Kang. Originally abandoned, wounded, instantly healed, and able to return to the battlefield immediately. This scene brought tears to Wang Shuhan's eyes. No longer did he hear the painful cries of the wounded trying to suppress their agony. Instead, there were incredible shouts and calls. The mountain in his heart was moved by Liu Chen's single-handed effort. What's the situation in Changnan now? Boss Jin waved the wings of light, instantly bringing Liu Chen to the city wall. Liu Chen saw Captain Wang Shuhang at a glance and asked loudly. The young man was full of spirit, his clothes fluttering around him, standing tall like a spear, his voice clear like the wind, exuding an extremely powerful aura, not to mention the fiery red large dog beside Liu Chen. The wings of light extending for kilometers were dazzling and powerful at first sight, not ordinary. Therefore, as soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The people who were immersed in the miraculous events in the sky all turned to look at Liu Chen. Not looking was fine, but as soon as they did, these people were plunged into deeper levels of shock and excitement. Is this Liu Chen? Isn't he the genius from Changnan that came out before? It's only been a month, and he has grown so much. Yes. During the big competition at Changnan No. 1 High School, when I watched his match video, I felt that this kid was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to grow so fast. Who dares to say a bad word about Liu Chen in the future? I will personally skin his whole family alive. The surrounding discussions were boiling like steaming water. Incessant. Everyone looked at Liu Chen with a mixture of amazement, warmth, and admiration in their eyes. This was the weak young man they had witnessed with their own eyes. In just 1 month, he had grown to an invincible level. He could even protect the entire city and safeguard the people. For a moment, everyone on the north wall of Changnan City deepened their respect for Liu Chen once again. And Wang Shuhang, as the captain, reacted faster than the others. Upon hearing Liu Chen's question, he immediately said, "The scale of the beast tide in the south of the city is the smallest and has been brought under control. In the east and west of the city, several diamond ferocious beasts are attacking separately. The mayor is unable to be in 2 places at once, so he can only deal with the east, and the west wall is about to fall, almost collapsing." Upon hearing this, Liu Chen whistled sharply, gathering all the beast tamers around him. Kongyu, create a forbidden airspace and kill all the ferocious beasts to prevent future troubles. Be careful not to cause any accidental harm. You, stabilize the situation. Quickly lead the team to support the east of the city. I will go solve the problem in the west. Liu Chen left a sentence and quickly left with all the beast tamers. His whole person moved as freely and swiftly as the wind, leaving Wang Shuhang feeling dizzy and extremely envious. A real man should be like this. As he was about to leave, Kongyu let out a low cry. In an instant, the stable space north of the city wall rippled like water. Cracks and fractures appeared in the nearby void space. Inside, numerous spatial turbulences, like the sharpest steel blades in the world, ravaged the ferocious beast tide below the city wall. The ferocious beasts, tormented by Liu Chen's fiery, electrifying attacks, were already showing signs of retreat. Now, with the appearance of spatial turbulences, their desire to retreat grew stronger. For a moment, like endless waves, the ferocious beast tide retreated in the opposite direction. However, it was too late to leave now. With Kongyu's current strength and realm, the range of its forbidden airspace had reached a colossal 3,000 meters, enough to encompass all the ferocious beasts north of Changnan City. Several walls of black-purple color stood tall, firmly locking all the ferocious beasts within the forbidden airspace. The turbulent flows turned into blades, cutting flesh and crushing bones. In just a few breaths, the ferocious beast tide that had been menacing was almost completely destroyed by a move Lu Chen left behind as he left. At this moment, under the high wall to the north of the city, not a single ferocious beast dared to show its might. On the contrary, the vast land was filled with bloodstains and various rare materials from ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Wang Shuhuang's eyes lit up with a hint of joy, and he immediately shouted, "Beast Masters below silver rank, clean up the battlefield and maintain order. Beast Masters gold rank and above, quickly follow me to support the east side of the city. Hurry!" As soon as the orders were given, the responses echoed like thunder. The crowd, once lifeless and waiting for death, had been revitalized under the healing of the White Jade Group. They were eager to rush to the battlefield, and all this change was because of Lu Chen alone. On the other side, in the west of Changnan City, the battle raged on, blood spreading for miles. The situation here had deteriorated to the extreme. The once towering walls had been breached by a frenzy of ferocious beasts, creating gaping holes. Dust filled the air, rocks and soil scattered. The air was mixed with flying blood and piercing screams. The entire west of Changnan seemed more like a hellish realm than the human world. Even within the city walls, marauding beasts were wreaking havoc. In the sky above, Wang Zhentian's body was covered in blood, swaying like a candle in the wind on the verge of falling from the giant eagle. Beneath him, the once majestic white eagle now cried out in distress in the air. Its once brilliant white feathers, caressed by the wind, were now stained with blood, dirty and unkempt. There were wounds of all sizes on its body, oozing blood and flesh, trying to heal. However, the wounds were engulfed in raging crimson flames, relentlessly devouring from skin and fur to flesh and bone marrow. Is this the limit? Wang Zhentian raised his weak head. Before him, a hairless giant bird, completely red, flapped its wings. With each flap, a wave of heat swept over, causing great discomfort. What was even more terrifying was that this giant bird was engulfed in flames flowing like water, replacing its feathers. At this moment, a hint of human-like mockery gleamed in the fiery bird's eyes. Not only was there defeat in the air, but the situation on the ground was even worse. His other beasts had done their best but still couldn't stop the two diamond-ranked beasts on the ground. The beasts' footsteps thundered like the earth splitting. The city gate had been breached. The people were in danger. On the ground, Wang Shueyo did not follow her elder's orders and hide in a safe house to avoid the battle. When the roar of the breached city walls resounded in her ears, when the cries of the people inside the city struck her heart, as a beast master, she could no longer contain the fury and anger in her heart. Under the collapsed nest, could there be any eggs left? As a beast master, was she supposed to wait here until the high-ranking beasts broke through the door? Was this undignified death what she, Wang Shueyo, wanted? It would be better to die gloriously, not tarnishing the reputation of the Wang family. At this moment, she was commanding her two beasts to block the scattered beasts within the city. The ice sword, chilling to the bone, drew a virtual line in the air. A black iron beast was instantly killed. However, the next moment, several black iron beasts pounced. Claws swung, cold wind mixed with a foul stench, coming straight at her. The ice assassin hurriedly defended, while another sword-wielding beast protected Wang Shueyo. However, at this moment, Wang Shueyo stood out like a firefly in the night. Surrounding her were not only black iron beasts but also bronze, silver, and even gold ranks. Seeing the layers of beasts surrounding her, a hint of fear flashed in Wang Shueyo's eyes, but she did not flee or avoid. She held her head high and continued to command her beasts to fight to the death. Today, even if she died, she would die with her head held high. However, amidst the cries of the beasts, a tall figure suddenly flashed through Wang Shueyo's mind. If he were here, would everything be different? As soon as the thought arose, a loud shout pierced through the encirclement and entered the ears. "Shueyo, run!" Wang Shueyo abruptly turned around, only to see behind him, the originally dense crowd of beasts had been split open to reveal a straight path. On the other side of the path, a similarly blood-soaked and stunning woman was screaming without regard for her image. "Teacher Lin?" Without any hesitation, Wang Shueyo commanded the beast he was riding to fight and retreat, meeting up with Lin Wenwei. However, How could the combined efforts of the two withstand the encirclement of the beasts? It's just not dying so lonely. At this moment, not only them, but also many senior high school students and accompanying teachers from Changnan-no, one middle school who had come to the western city's secret realm with the principal, had already jumped out of the house, fighting fiercely. Changnan is not considered large. The straight line distance from the north of the city to the west is only a few miles. Flying at full speed, Kong Yu arrived with Lu Chen in just a few minutes. In the instant he leaped out of the spatial gap, Lu Chen saw the critically injured Principal Wang at a glance. There was no need for Lu Chen to give orders. Bai Yuantuan took the initiative to use Blood Lotus Salvation. In an instant, a shimmering blood light covered a kilometer. The originally crumbling front line unexpectedly straightened up at that moment. Covered in scars, flesh buds surged, a tingling sensation emanated from within the body, and the wounds healed in an instant. Not only that, whether it was the beast tamer himself or the beasts, their physical strength doubled at this moment. Their combat abilities directly increased by a whole realm. However, Bai Yuantuan's healing ability was just an appetizer. At the same time, Boss Jean suddenly unfolded the wings of light and fire. The crimson illusory wings instantly extended for kilometers. It was not familiar with the other beasts and Principal Wang. It could be considered acquainted with Principal Wang, knowing the help this person had provided to Lu Chen. Therefore, at the moment when it saw Principal Wang about to be struck to death by that firebird, it swooped over. The wings of light and fire cut through the sky, dyeing the deep night red with a kilometer-long crimson wing. Boss Jean turned into a streak of red, late to arrive, but first to reach. Suddenly, it converged with the firebird rushing in the air. Be careful, that's a diamond late-stage fierce beast. Seeing this scene, Principal Wang's mind wavered, and he immediately shouted. However, for Boss Jean, an enemy with dual attributes of light and fire couldn't harm it at all, let alone being a diamond late-stage fierce beast. Even if you were a star, a moon-level peerless fierce beast in front of it, you would have to kneel down to me, a mere firebird. Overestimating its abilities, the kilometer-long wings of light and fire resembled a huge broadsword condensed from flickering flames. Almost at the moment of collision with the firebird, the violent power of the flames and the scorching intent swept over the firebird. In just an instant, the crimson flames flowing around the firebird had no room for resistance and completely dispersed. Does the crimson flame flow endlessly? For Boss Jean, under absolute high temperatures, even magma can evaporate in a second. Therefore, under Wang Zhentian's worried and astonished gaze, the firebird didn't even have a chance to let out a cry. Under Boss Jin's fierce impact, it turned into pure debris. The flowing flames fell to the ground, igniting several raging red fires. However, these flames, which were highly spiritual, bypassed humans and beasts. Instead, sweeping towards the fierce beasts, Boss Jean not only crushed the firebird to death but also, after its death, seized control of the flames that dispersed from it. Lord of the Sun, mastering the light and fire of the world. This is pure bloodline suppression. This, instead of the imagined collision and explosion, it was an extreme crushing. Principal Wang stared in astonishment at this scene, his worries completely replaced by shock. Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and see who the person who intervened was. Under this tremendous impact and shock, Wang Zhentian actually failed to recognize even Lu Chen's mythical beast. However, when Wang Zhentian turned around, he still couldn't see the face of the person who made the move. Only the thunder roared like a dragon. The blue-purple light arcs were extremely bright against the deep night sky, completely obscuring the face of the person in the air. For a moment, the night sky turned into daylight under the reflection of countless lightning bolts. Blast him to hell. With Lu Chen's roar, the hovering thunder in the sky, as if receiving a king's command, suddenly launched. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds startled the onlookers. Countless thunderbolts appeared simultaneously. The blue-purple color condensed to the extreme, almost turning white. In an instant, from the sky to the ground, thousands of pure white light pillars descended at the same time. The scene was spectacular, almost miraculous. The two diamond-grade ferocious beasts, once invincible on the ground, were now heavily targeted by the sky feathers. Each beast was locked onto by at least 1,000 lightning bolts, especially the undead knight among them. In the moment when it was locked by the heavenly thunder, the ghostly fire in its pale eye sockets almost stopped flickering. Without hesitation, the undead knight spurred his ghostly skeletal horse beneath him to swiftly retreat. As the hooves lifted and the horse turned, the heavenly thunder arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Before 1/10,000 thunderbolts had landed, the undead knight had already turned into pure debris, purified by the heavenly thunder. As for the earth-cracking giant lizard, tough-skinned and without double damage enhancement, it endured a bombardment of 500 lightning bolts before turning into ashes and disappearing into the air. This scene left Wang Jintian in mid-air dumbfounded. What kind of strength did the person who made the move possess? Wang Jintian was well aware of the strength of the undead knight and the earth-cracking giant lizard. The former summoned countless ghosts the moment it appeared, and many undead emerged from the ghosts, crashing into the city walls. After several collisions, a large pit was smashed into the sturdy city walls. The ghostly fire-long knife in its hand contained an extremely domineering corrosive power. Touch it and die. Face it and perish. Wherever it went, carnage followed. Wang Jintian's own mythical beast was no match for it at all. The earth-cracking giant lizard had a terrifying physical body. With a single collision, it created a huge pit in the city wall. Although its offensive ability was not as strong as the former, its ability to attack cities far surpassed it. What was even more terrifying was its yellow scales. As tough as unbreakable rocks, the people inside the city had no way to harm it. Both of them were skilled among diamond grades. Even Wang Jintian, a top-tier jade mythical beast master, had no way to deal with them, let alone others. However, in front of this mysterious assailant, it seemed impossible to even raise a hand to fight back. Even escaping seemed like a luxury. The 3 diamond-grade ferocious beasts were swiftly dealt with after Lu Chen appeared. The previously unstoppable beast tide suddenly stalled, and many ferocious beasts even began to turn and flee. They were ferocious but not foolish. It was obvious that this sudden appearance of a human expert was beyond what they, mere small fry, could handle. If not now, then when would they run? However, the ferocious beast tide was unstoppable. How could a beast tide stretching for thousands of meters completely change direction in an instant? Therefore, some ferocious beasts moved backward, while others moved forward. The directions were completely opposite. Even before Lu Chen and the other mythical beast masters could act, the once fierce beast tide began to disperse on its own, morale plummeting. At the same time, the mythical beast masters who had been fighting desperately before were now like they had been injected with chicken blood, commanding their mythical beasts to attack. They could feel it, the seemingly inexhaustible strength and energy within oneself. This unexpected support is just too powerful. In an instant, the crumbling situation in the west of the city was completely reversed. Lu Chen surveyed all directions, used time stop several times, and after consuming 15 years of his lifespan, he finally completely saved the originally collapsing western city. And the most astonishing thing is, within minutes of Lu Chen arriving at the western battlefield,